This new AZ Travel ID gets you through TSA security checkpoints. It's quick and easy. Think of it as your license to fly. Learn how to get your new ID at aztravelid.com. Sponsored by ADOT in partnership with the Arizona Broadcasters Association and this station.
AmeriCorps makes a difference in the lives of tens of thousands of Arizona children every year. From tutoring to teaching life skills, AmeriCorps is helping kids build brighter futures. Whether it's teaching, gardening, providing healthcare assistance, or serving at food banks, AmeriCorps is there to support the next generation of Arizonans. Find out how you can get involved at serve.az.gov. This message is sponsored by the Governor's Office of Youth, Faith, and Family.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns suffered their most frustrating loss of the season last night, 105-103 to the Chicago Bulls, who are just not very good at the moment. The offensive struggles showed up again, and the Suns had no answer for Colin Sexton, who had 30 for the Bulls in their win, but they'll need to figure things out quick as the New Orleans Pelicans come to town tonight. Tip-off is at 7 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Cardinals yesterday released linebacker Akeem Davis-Gaither and D lineman Bilal Nichols to save $11 million in cap space as the NFL nears closer to the start of their new year. And Molly Miller and her Sun Devils upset Iowa State in the Big 12 Conference Tournament yesterday, 77-68 to advance to the quarterfinals today against West Virginia at 4:30. And some Arizona Diamondback split squad spring training action. Both teams are on the diamond today at 1:10 this afternoon. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, the proof is in the reviews. If you have any AC or plumbing issues and need a second look, they're online at readyservices.com. Proud sponsors of the Arizona Sports app.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
The world.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinnie has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning, Valley sports fans. Happy Friday to everybody in the audience. If you're already up and on your way to work, congratulations. You've got a great work ethic, and you're probably checking out around noon today.
Well, you either have a great work ethic or a really terrible schedule.
You
could have both.
Yeah, how about it? Before we get started today, I just ran into a fascinating little thing on social media, and it's basically about the death of sporting logos, how they used to be creative and colorful and wild. You might have snarling dinosaurs like the Toronto Raptor, or roaring grizzly bears for the Grizzlies, or fishermen for the Islanders, and now all have become very plain and homogenized. Have you noticed this?
Yes, if you look at when franchises go through redesigns, whether it's colleges or pro teams, it's very, very stylistic, but also very similar to everything else. And the word marks that go along are all very similar. There's almost zero individuality with teams when they go through redesigns now.
Yeah, and I don't quite know why that is, but people are speculating that you have to simplify these things for smaller screens. For the amount of time people spend on their phones or on social media, that if you've got a logo that you want people to see and recognize, the more detailed and the more weird it is, the harder it translates on smaller screens.
Yeah, go ahead, Jared.
I was going to say, I just think people
prefer simplistic, clean, clear stuff.
Do they?
People.
Minimalist works to a degree. I don't necessarily agree with you on that.
Like everything, people now have nostalgia for all those mid-'90s designs you were just talking about. But in real time, they were terrible. Like the Detroit, you remember the Detroit Pistons logo?
Yeah, the horse and all the colors.
The Houston Rockets, how everyone hated that.
Hated those looks.
I was living in New York when the Islanders changed their logo. It was awful. Everyone hated it, called the Gordon Fisherman logo.
Right.
Yes.
And they had to change it after 2 years.
I loved.
Did they hate that, really?
Yes.
They had a mutiny. I loved the logo. I think they went overboard on the jerseys, and that's what turned people off more.
I went to turquoise because everybody was going to turquoise
yeah,
and
it was
teal
the
at that
90s.
time.
Yeah, I loved that logo. I still love that logo.
The Tampa Bay Rays used to have an actual ray swimming in their logo.
Yeah.
They took it out. It's just like a...
Yeah, they used to. Now it's more of a sun ray.
They used to be called the Devil Rays.
They used to be the Devil Rays. Now they're just the Rays. But they also had the rainbow kind of the spectrum pattern of colors in their logo. They don't have that anymore. They just went to blue. Blue. But I will say this.
Yeah.
I appreciate that more than businesses, especially local businesses that don't necessarily have the marketing backgrounds and come up with their own stuff. How many times have you been driving down a road where you see a local business and you can't figure out what the name of the place is or what it is?
So bad.
Because the font and the logo are so bad.
I've seen that.
The simplification, we saw it right here with the Coyotes. The Coyotes had one of the great logos, multicolored uniforms. They went to red and white.
Yeah.
For years, just plain red and white uniforms.
And it's not just sports teams. It's this thing points out that it's corporate logos as well. Everybody's doing this.
It's
cleaning
not just
up,
logos.
scaling down.
Have you followed the trend in buildings, in architecture?
Yeah.
For like fast food restaurants and restaurants? Like McDonald's, Taco Bell, Pizza Hut used to have very, very recognizable architecture. It doesn't exist anymore.
Wow.
I think
because they're designing it for the next business to take over. It's cheaper just to come in, change signage than it is to like try to battle what the identity of the last place was.
Yeah, I think I've seen that for sure. You could,
Wow.
You see that all the time where people have nostalgia for the way the old Taco Bells or Pizza Huts looked.
Yeah,
because you could literally picture what they looked like in your head. Now there's nothing unique. I think it extends even to houses that people live in.
Yeah.
Interior design now is very all just clean and clear and nondescript and non-unique and
very little personality.
Right.
You're right.
Are we moving?
Everything gets worse.
Are we moving into that stage of civilization where we're just all slaves to the system and there's no art or magic in life?
No,
I don't know about you. I've been here for 20 years.
And then there's me. See?
Yeah. And then there's Jared Carlin.
Got my lemon pepper steppers on today. Got the lavender pants.
He's
got
getting ready for
everything going
Magic
on.
City night with his lemon pepper steppers.
Start the show, Lemon Pepper Ferret.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
A truly frustrating 48 minutes of basketball turned in by the Suns in a 105-103 loss to the Bulls on Thursday night. Suns' offensive struggles continued, were coupled by allowing a parade to the rim by Chicago guards on the defensive end. After all of it, the Suns could not cash in on a chance to steal a win. Jalen Green missed a driving layup with the Suns down 1 with 4.5 seconds to go, and then Phoenix failed to corral a rebound on a missed free throw by Bulls center Nick Richards that would have given them the opportunity at a final shot. Colin Sexton torched the Suns' defense with 30 points. Trey Jones added 21 for Chicago. Right back at it tonight, New Orleans Pelicans providing the opposition at Mortgage Matchup Center. Suns finished off a 4-game sweep of the Kings earlier this week. They'll try to do the same against the Pels. But I'll tell you what, don't expect it if you get an effort like last night.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Tip-off 7:10. You can catch the action right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app with pregame kicking things off at 6. Suns will be without center Mark Williams for the next 2 to 3 weeks, at which time he'll be reevaluated. Williams dealing with a stress reaction in his left third metatarsal. Before you grab your Google machine, that's in his foot. Thursday night in the NBA, the Spurs won a clash of the Titans. They downed the Pistons 121-106. Victor Wembanyama had a monster night, 38 points, 16 rebounds, 5 blocks. Denver slowed down the Lakers 120-113 behind Nikola Jokic's 28-12 and 13 triple-double. The Boston Celtics will host the Dallas Mavericks tonight, and they're expecting the return of six-time All-Star Jason Tatum, who has not played all season, recovering from a torn Achilles tendon. He suffered last May 12th in a Game 4 loss to the Knicks in the Eastern Conference semifinals just 298 days ago. What a return.
Wow.
Right. He had surgery like less than 24 hours after the injury and has just busted it on his way back.
Wow.
So the Celtics getting better, potentially.
Yeah, they're going to be dangerous.
In football, the Cardinals announcing some roster moves on Thursday. They released linebacker Akeem Davis Gaither and defensive lineman Bilal Nichols. Davis Gaither signed a 2-year, $10 million contract before last year. He was second on the team with 117 tackles. Nichols inked a 3-year, $21 million deal before 2024 and had an injury-marred stay in Arizona, playing in only 10 of 34 possible games over 2 seasons. $11 million created in cap space. Also a report from Jordan Schultz that the Cardinals won't tend to restricted free agent running back Emari DeMercado. He'll become an unrestricted free agent. He ran for 312 yards on 44 carries last season, and of course his fumble on a 71-yard run against Tennessee totally derailed the season.
Well, it kind of did.
More movement in the NFL as the beginning of the new league year looms on Wednesday. The Bears. They got a wide receiver, DJ Moore, from the headed to the Bills. They're sending DJ Moore to the Bills.
They lost the wide receiver.
Moore will head to Western New York with a 2026 fifth-round pick in exchange for a 2026 second-rounder. He had his least productive season in the pros last year, 50 catches for 682 yards and 6 touchdowns. Saints all-time sack leader Cameron Jordan, a graduate of Chandler High, set to become a free agent. He's been with the Saints since 2011 as the 24th overall pick. Only 3 active players from that draft class, the first round of the draft. Von Miller, Cameron Hayward, and Cameron Jordan. College basketball weekend, final game of the regular season for the in-state schools. ASU on the road at 6th-ranked Iowa State Saturday at noon. That's on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app. Second-ranked Arizona closes out at Colorado. GCU will host Fresno State tomorrow night at 6 with our man, Bick, on the call, Darren Sutton. Big win for ASU women's hoops at the Big 12 tournament in Kansas City. They knock off 7-seed Iowa State 77-68. Big game for Gabby Elliott, 22 points, 10 rebounds, 8 assists. Sun Devils into the quarterfinals today. It's their third game.
Conferences
and it's quarterfinals. They're too big.
Is that enough?
They take on second seed West Virginia at 4:30. There was speculation. Charlie Cream, who's like the bracketologist, he's the Joe Lenardi of women's basketball, was kind of speculating that a win over Iowa State might be enough. That's 24 wins.
Yeah.
They win today, they should be in.
No team
definitely.
that's had 24 wins has never not gotten in.
Really?
How many negatives can I put in one sentence?
Wow. Just following that. That was a good one.
That was like a quadruple negative.
That was ridiculous.
Which turned out to be a total positive.
I loved it, yeah.
D-backs clubbed by the Cubs in Cactus League play Thursday. Ryan Nelson, 2 2/3 innings. He allowed 3 hits, 2 runs with 3 strikeouts. Former D-backs Dansby Swanson and Carson Kelly both went deep for Chicago, 2-run shots. Diamondbacks split their squad today, half at Salt River Fields against the White Sox and half in Maryvale against the Brewers, both games at 1:10. Team USA opens up pool play in the World Baseball Classic tonight in Houston against Brazil. Logan Webb of the Giants gets the start for the Americans. That game starts at 6. Japan routed Chinese Taipei 13-0 in World Baseball Classic play. Shohei Ohtani in midseason form, 3 for 4, a single, a double, a home run, and drove in 5. All within the first 2 innings of the game.
Unbelievable.
And a big racing weekend at Phoenix Raceway. The Indy Circuit makes its return to the Valley with the Good Ranchers 250 on Saturday. Then on Sunday, the NASCAR Cup Series Straight Talk Wireless 500. Tyler Reddick, a big American winning machine, looking for his 4th straight Cup Series win in that one. There you go. There is your splash. Just a jam-packed splash on this Friday morning, March 6th. Coming up, was that the worst Suns loss of the year?
Yes.
Spoiler alert, yes. And we'll tell you all the reasons why next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Rebound knocked loose. Dunn tries to save it. It is going to be thrown straight up in the air, and the Bulls are going to come out with the win here tonight. 105-103, the final score at Mortgage Matchup Center. The Suns streak is over at 11 wins against the Bulls. They hadn't lost in nearly 7 years.
Moore reacts to last night's L versus Chi-Town, and we preview Suns Pelicans on the home of Suns basketball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home, and then you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. That's the way to do it, and you know what? Orchard gets it. That's why their Move First, Sell Later program exists, because with Orchard, you can buy the dream home now. Don't waste time, just go. Then sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy, move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. You ever tried to do a double move before? You don't want to do any double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. And once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. They can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town, with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, basketball fans. Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
Baseball fans, spring training is here, and Cosmic Daydream IPA from Four Peaks Brewing is now invading game days across Arizona. Whether you're soaking up the sun, watching from home, or meeting your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub, before or after the game, Cosmic Daydream IPA is brewed to keep the good times invading all spring training long. Plus, for your chance to win tickets to a D-backs game, text SEATS to 620-620. Cosmic Daydream IPA from Four Peaks, brewed for every inning. Best and data rates may apply.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13 and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Hey, it's Luke. Did Jalen Green and Devin Booker continue to show improved chemistry against the Bulls? We'll be reacting to Suns Bulls at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, good morning to everybody listening, watching, following the show in Deer Valley this morning. We appreciate you in Deer Valley.
I thought first quarter we some of the shot making didn't go our way there early. But that's the game of basketball. You turn it on every night. Some nights it doesn't go in. At some point over the course of the game, you hope it breaks your way. We never quite got there. And again, I think we tried to pick our spots. There's just too many possessions we wasted early. We talked about it at halftime. Couldn't come out and fix it. And then I thought Amir's energy really helped us as the game went on. And we tried to win some of those 50-50 balls when some nights it just doesn't fall for you.
Yeah, Jordan Ott, the head coach, on what went wrong last night, and there was a lot to choose from for the Phoenix Suns. They lose to the Chicago Bulls 105-103. We're playing the promo with the final call from John Bloom. Chicago had lost 11 straight games to the Suns. They walked in 2-15 in their last 17 games, and nobody available last night.
Mm-hmm.
All their best players in street clothes. And they did to the Phoenix Suns what the Phoenix Suns have done to other teams.
Exactly
They
right.
just tried harder. And sometimes just trying harder will get you a victory. It doesn't make it any less excusable for the Suns. That was a completely inexcusable, unacceptable performance.
Yeah, completely. I couldn't believe at how that Bulls team jumped off the television screen. First of all, best road unis in the NBA. Fight me on it. Second of all,
don't at me.
Yeah, exactly. Second of all, they were playing like the team that was seeking to catch another team for the 6th seed in the playoffs.
Yes.
And the Suns look like the Bulls. A team that didn't win a basketball game in the month of February.
Yeah, and instead the Bulls did all of those things. You're exactly right. While their front office is probably going to work today going, what the hell was that?
Yeah.
We didn't want to win that game.
We didn't want to win that game?
Don't worry, they tried. They tried.
You're exactly right, Sammy. For as bad as it was and as frustrating as it was for the Suns, a couple of buckets at the end of the game, and we're talking about a frustrating win today, and they couldn't cash it in.
Which made it even more that frustrating. It was another bad night for Jalen Green. Had a chance at a winner, couldn't pull it off. It was a bad night for them down under the basket. Their bigs got pushed around. Kaman Maluach got thrown out of the play on a play when you need a rebound.
After he was brought in specifically for rebounding purposes.
It was, listen, that was the kind of game that you're like, okay, when are they going to get serious and win this game?
Yeah.
And it never happened.
And let's face it, to win that game would have taken maybe a 2-minute run, a 3-minute run of responsible, buttoned-up basketball on both ends, and they couldn't do it.
At any time of the game.
How many times the Bulls got a layup after a Suns made basket?
Yes.
That was exactly what I was going to say. It's like every time you thought, okay, here it comes. They made, Suns made 2 baskets in a row. Every time that happened, the Bulls just, and it wasn't even like, the Bulls hit a miraculous shot. It was like the Bulls went right down, hit a layup, or hit an uncontested shot.
Colin Sexton and
no
Trey
momentum
Jones,
at all.
Possession after possession after possession, right to the basket.
Yeah.
Old school basketball, right to the basket.
Colin Gillespie struggled last night, played only 25 minutes, 10 seconds, 1 for 6, 5 points, was a -7. He talked about what went wrong.
We didn't really create too many turnovers. This straight line drove us a lot, got to the rim a ton, put a ton of pressure on our defense, and we didn't guard well enough. So I think that was the real main thing, especially in the first half. And then when you give a team confidence, they'll run with it. So, yeah, they did a good job. You got to give them credit, and we got to come ready to play tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, too. They looked like they were already on the second night of a back-to-back. They weren't. It was the first night, and now New Orleans coming in with
great point.
With a little wind in their sails after they won on the road last night at Sacramento. That's not a good team either, but it doesn't matter. That was what was proven. It doesn't matter who you're playing in the NBA from night to night. If you're going to get out-efforted that distinctly, you're going to lose the game.
Yeah. Well, and then you got to ask yourself, okay, how is this basketball team going to hang on to what they've built, not only without Dillon Brooks, but without Mark Williams, who's going to be gone for 2 to 3 weeks? Mark Williams, the Mark Williams that led the Suns to where they're at, has been gone for about another 2 weeks before that. You know what I'm saying? The Mark Williams that we've had the last 2 weeks hasn't been the Mark Williams that was instrumental in the Suns having enough to beat lesser teams.
But you know what? Sign me up for that version of Mark Williams if you had a choice, even though he was struggling and there was a talk that he had hit the wall, and I don't disagree with that. But, I mean, Oso Ighodaro had to play 36 minutes. And don't take this as me giving up on Kaman Maluach. It's far from that. I didn't expect him to do much this year. He's very inexperienced. He's very young. he is so raw.
Mm-hmm.
But for the, come on, Malowacz has to play more crowd, no, he doesn't. He can't, I mean, he will get better. But he is so weak with the basketball. When he does catch it, it gets ripped out of his hands. They're just feasting on his inexperience right now.
I know. I got to be everything. I'm agreeing with everything you said. I thought he was a little more down the road as a player when they drafted him. I didn't know he was this much of a project.
I mean,
this raw.
He's only been playing basketball for a few years, and he had 1 year in college. He did. I mean, I will say this: there were times during the Final Four run with Duke that he looked completely unstoppable, and he caught everything and dunked everything at a certain point. But college basketball is a different animal. He's not the reason for this loss.
No.
There was another interesting development, and that was a guy that you can normally count on in Royce O'Neal, just not getting any minutes down the stretch. And he was not good early, but I think he played 5 minutes in the second half.
He clearly just went to Amir Coffey and Grayson Allen. Grayson Allen, he's been coming off the bench, but he
was trying to manufacture some defensive urgency to get the offense going, and it started to hum a little, but it never got there.
Well, he talked about that too, needing to go to like a blitz double team near midcourt just to ratchet up the energy because that requires energy, and the Suns just had none last night.
That's a coach's way of forcing your team play.
Yes.
And that's it. I mean, the further, the bigger picture topic that we're going to get into all show is that, that was the most glaring game yet about how much they miss Dylan Brooks and how that maybe they just can't replicate everything he gives the team.
Yeah, and I'll throw Jordan Goodwin into that.
And Jordan Goodwin, yeah.
But we looked at this stretch of schedule that is coming to the end now. They had 16 home games in a 19-game stretch. I thought it was going to be a chance to really make up ground. It has been hang-on mode. And in their last 12, they're 5-7.
Oof.
The Green for Brooks switch out, we said maybe they could replicate the point total, but there's a big difference between those two players and how the team looks.
Oh, there's no doubt about that.
Oh, we'll have a lot more on the Suns' loss to the Bulls last night as they get ready for the Pelicans. Coming up next, what did yesterday's roster moves mean for the rest of the Cardinals' offseason? We'll jump into that category, or that subject next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I tell you, Wolf, and I know I said I'm starting to wrap my head around this earlier this week. Mel Kiper Jr., who I put a lot of stock in what he says about the draft, likes Maui Noah. That might be too high for him to take him. He'd like to trade down. Jeremiah Love makes a lot of sense, except you need an offensive line. I go back to what I was saying on Tuesday. If there's another way to build your offensive line with your second-round pick and your third-round pick and free agency, then maybe Jeremiah Love is worth taking.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
Jackson Hewitt handles your taxes and your stress. Inhale our no surprise price of $149 or less. Exhale, paying more for complicated taxes. You won't. Inhale new tax law knowledge. Exhale, missing out on your biggest refund. Certainly not. Don't miss paying $149 or less. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas. And Matt, taxes. They're one part of retirement that most people never get ahead of.
That's true, and no one also plans for them. So once you start taking income from your accounts, taxes can impact everything. If you don't plan it right, you're going to pay Uncle Sam more than you should.
But you help people take control of that.
Absolutely. We look at all of your accounts, IRAs, 401ks, Social Security, all these taxes to build a strategy designed to reduce all these unnecessary costs over time.
And the difference adds up?
It absolutely does. And smart tax planning can save you thousands of dollars over your retirement years.
And listeners can start that process today.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary tax review.
Hey, if you want to keep more of what you've earned, make the call.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns had maybe their most questionable loss of the year last night to a Chicago Bulls team that was 1-11 in their last 12, but the slow start, lack of focus, and offensive struggles led to a 105-103 loss for the Suns, who need to figure things out quickly as they are right back on the hardwood tonight against the Pelicans at 7 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And as spring training rolls on and the Diamondbacks season gets closer and closer, there's still lots this baseball team has to sort out before then. For more, head to arizonasports.com. And as the calendar has turned over to March, college basketball fully ramps up, and the Sun Devils are at Iowa State tomorrow at noon over on ESPN 620. GCU will be home for Fresno State tomorrow night at 6, and the Arizona Wildcats wrap up Big 12 play Saturday night against Colorado, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Bickley and Murata.
Ball on their 30, and the play clock hits 0, but they allow him to snap it. And then Lawrence throws another pick. It's intercepted by Davis Gaither at the 40-yard line. The Jaguars wish they would have thrown a delay of game penalty now, as Lawrence throws his second interception, and the Cardinals in business.
Dave Pasch on the call back on November 23rd. The one interception Akeem Davis Gaither had as a member of the Arizona Cardinals, which looks like it came to an end yesterday. The work begins in the offseason for Monty Austin-Fort and company. Yes, earlier in the week we got the determination and the report that next week, when it becomes official, the Cardinals will waive Kyler Murray, but other players now on the chopping block as well. Akeem Davis Gaither, one of them. Bilal Nichols, defensive lineman, another one. And look, sometimes you got to make these decisions. Davis Gaither, I thought, filled in okay for Mack Wilson. His raw numbers were okay, but again,
he was really up and down.
He was up and down. And to be honest with you, I wanted to come back with a Bilal Nichols highlight.
Well, you didn't find one.
Couldn't find one.
That's funny. That's pretty funny.
I have to go back to the beginning of the 2024 season because we spent actually a pretty good amount of time. Monty Austin-Fort invested $51 million in trying to improve the interior of the defensive line with Justin Jones and Bilal Nichols. And we had the discussions back and forth, and I was way more excited about these acquisitions than you were. You were right. I was wrong. You were like, big deal. And I said, well, look, they're looking for guys to stay healthy on that line. You got two guys who come in here, and they play every game. They didn't play at all. Justin Jones, who was let go at the end of the season, 3 games in 2 years, 4 tackles. Bilal Nichols, 10 games in 2 years, 3 tackles. For $51 million.
You could add up Justin Jones, you could add up Bilal Nichols, you could throw in Akeem Davis-Gaither, and it still wouldn't equal the miss that Jonah Williams was as a big dollar offensive lineman they brought in, which is to say Monty Ossenfort's endeavors and foray into free agency has largely been a disaster. Prove me wrong. Where are the Now listen, I'm going to say this because this is something that I have learned over the years of watching football. I believe it more and more and more and more. When you and Wolf says this all the time. Hey, no, he doesn't say that all the time. Although he does say that all the time. What he says all the time is, "Hey,
hey, it's Wolf."
What he says all the time is that smart football teams do not let good football players leave their building as free agents. The ones that do, there is something wrong with them. Something seriously wrong with them.
Very, very
wrong with them. We are going to get weird today, man. It's been that kind of week.
Yes.
All right, so Jonah Williams, Justin Jones, Sean Murphy-Bunting, Bilal Nichols, Akeem Davis-Gaither. I'm sorry, Dalvin Tomlinson hasn't been half the player I thought he was going to be.
No.
And then there's Baron Browning, whom I don't know yet.
I don't think he's going to be here.
The one you can point to is, and he was a guy that was very good on the team. Josh Sweat was very good.
Josh Sweat is the exception.
And it was a splash, but all the margin free agents that you were hoping that were going to make a difference simply did not.
No, but also, let's go into how it affected other decisions when you say letting good football players leave your building. It didn't get a lot of fanfare. We did talk about it, but the signings of Jones and Nichols in 24 and the signing of Dalvin Tomlinson in 25 opened the door for Roy Lopez to leave in free agency. And Roy Lopez was a very, very accessible player.
Workmanlike.
He was workmanlike. You know what he did in Detroit last year?
He was pretty good.
He played in 17 games.
He's pretty good.
He had 2 sacks and he had 30 tackles. And you might say, oh, those are not big numbers. He's an interior defensive lineman.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. You probably shouldn't have let that guy go, but So again, I'm hoping that this year the 3rd time will be the charm. 4th time, what year are we in now?
I don't know. What year is this again?
Again, it's very, very depressing to be coming off a 3-14 season in year 3 of a rebuild. Those numbers just don't add up. So a lot of these players that Monty Ossenfort has drafted in the previous 3 years, a lot of them better blossom big time this year.
Yeah, and then now we're just on the doorstep of another free agent cycle. What are the Cardinals looking at? Everybody is focusing on the quarterback position, rightfully so. They have Jacoby Brissett there. They have Keaton Slovis there. Kyler Murray won't be there to kick around anymore. Are they going to find their long-term starter this offseason? And a lot of the attention is going to Malik Willis. And there's a lot of people talking about Malik Willis. Greg Cosell was on the Ross Tucker podcast, and he shared what his biggest question about Malik Willis is going into free agency.
The question becomes, and no one knows the answer to this, is what happens if he's your starter and there will be games where he has to drop back 35, 40 times. That's going to happen. That's the nature of the NFL. We don't know the answer to that. I certainly don't know the answer to that. I'm not going to pretend that I do. But in today's NFL, with his movement ability and the fact that he adds significantly to your run game, the design run game, plus his scrambling ability, that has become a major factor in the way teams evaluate quarterbacks and the impact that it has. And I think that's one of the reasons he's in such high demand. No one really knows, in my opinion anyway, Ross, how he will be as a consistent pocket player if he has to do that 40 times a game.
Fair question. You brought up Kurt Warner's assessment that, Malik Willis's entire market and availability and interest level is being based on 28 dropbacks. 28.
That's wild.
You want to talk about your gambles, and again, I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and say I'm an expert on Malik Willis. I would be scared as hell to give $30 million plus annually to a quarterback with that workload and that experience level. Absolutely, and I mean,
we've seen it time and time.
If the Cardinals do it, it might just be an indication of how desperate they are.
And we've seen it time and again of it not working. We've every time we talk about it with Kevin Cobb and Matt Flynn, with Scott Mitchell, I think back, like all these guys that. Can you think of an example of it working, of a guy who barely had any starts, signed on potential to be a starter somewhere, and then that's it. They found the guy.
So I looked it up.
There are. I'm trying to remember who it would be. What do you guys say?
Well, The Athletic did a good piece, and I'll bring it up more later. But of guys that have started less than 5 games that have got a big deal, the only 2 ones in recent memory that have kind of worked were Kirk Cousins and Jimmy G.
Okay.
Which I think they turned out to be pretty decent, but
Kirk Cousins got the deal with the Redskins at the time.
Yes.
Like it wasn't like then he went to another team, but he played a lot with Washington. He just was the backup for RG3.
And that was such a weird example because Washington drafted 2 quarterbacks in the same draft, and Robert Griffin III was unreal as a rookie and couldn't stay healthy. So really, it's Jimmy G.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because he had the 5 starts and then he went somewhere else.
Yeah, who might be the guy here?
Who might be the guy here? Look, I say this again about Malik Willis, though. The Cardinals have very, 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 very good information on him.
They do.
So this is a decision one way or another they should be able to ace. That's my opinion on it. They know far more about Malik Willis than we do. I watched his breakout game at the end of last year. He was sensational, but he couldn't even stay healthy through that game.
Yeah, but I'm not disagreeing with you that they've got a great amount of information at their fingertips.
Mm-hmm.
But is it right? How much of it is clouded because it's coming from the Green Bay organization? You know?
Yeah, listen. I understand that, but if you believe like I do that Matt LaFleur is going to do everything he can to help Mike LaFleur, I firmly believe that. They're tight like that, if you will. I think that they will give them a very, very clear picture as to whether this kid's worth it. And Nathaniel Hackett should have a little bit of information as well. And I'll trust them to make the right call as it relates to Malik Willis. I'm just not sure that is going to be where the Cardinals go.
I'm right there with you. Next week's going to be very interesting on this show and around the NFL. Coming up next, back to the NBA. Are the Houston Rockets having buyer's remorse on one Kevin Durant? We'll get into that and more next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Friday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
1-2. That one swung on and drilled. High and deep. It's got a chance on its way. Gone! A go-ahead 2-run homer for Jorge Barosa. It's a 6-run, 6th inning, and the Diamondbacks in front 7-6.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Sports fans know on the court, on the diamond, on the football field, the 3 magic letters are MVP, most valuable player, but on the roadways, the 3 magic letters are BMW, the ultimate driving machine. And if you're in the market for a new ride, make it the ride of your life. That is what you're going to get from my friends at Chapman BMW, Arizona's #1 BMW dealership, your premier destination for luxury and performance. You feel the difference at Chapman BMW the minute you walk into either of of their 2 locations, and those 2 locations mean you are going to get the best selection you are going to find in the Valley, no matter what you're looking for. And as many of our listeners will attest, they deliver an exceptional car buying experience. And here's the best part. Once you become part of the Chapman family, their state-of-the-art service center, staffed by BMW certified technicians, ensures your vehicle will receive expert care. They are that good at Chapman BMW. And remember, you've got a hookup at Chapman BMW. Find what you like and ask for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He has vowed to hook up every member of our listening audience. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 plumbing inspection that includes a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion, and pressure issues, a water heater flush and safety inspection, a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs or damage, and a peace of mind report. Go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Low T, start for free. That's right, get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. You have more energy, stamina to help you lose belly fat. You also think better, sleep better, your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. The sound of a seatbelt. It's one of the most important sounds in our car. It means everyone is ready and everyone is safe. The more our kids see us put on our seatbelts, the more natural it is for them to put theirs on too. Make it a priority. Buckle up every time. Hear the sound? Make it a habit.
Paid for by NHTSA.
Hot rods, muscle cars, trick trucks, and more. America's favorite car show returns to Arizona. The Good Guys 16th Fi-Tech Fuel Injection Spring Nationals. Over 1,500 classics. Experience the high-octane fun of Good Guys autocross racing action. Explore the Square Body Syndicate GM truck get-together and more. And it's all happening March 13th and 14th at Westworld of Scottsdale. Details at good-guys.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
A lot of focus, obviously, on the Suns' loss to the Bulls last night, but there were some marquee games last night. We mentioned in the splash, the Spurs beating the Pistons pretty handily last night, and Wemby going off. There was another game that the Suns had an eye on between Golden State and Houston, a game that went to overtime. Golden State finds a way to win in Houston, 115-113, as they're still dealing with life without Steph Curry. Pretty solid win for the Golden State Warriors to win there. But people are talking about the end of game sequence by one Kevin Durant at the end of the game. I didn't see the game. Obviously, I was at the at the Suns game, but Kevin Durant had a chance to, well, maybe sway that that outcome the other way for Houston and came up real small.
Yeah, Kevin Durant got fouled on a three-point attempt. The Rockets were down by 3, and at the time, Kevin Durant had made 34 consecutive free throws. He made the first 2, but then he missed the third with the chance to tie the game, and immediately social media started eating Kevin Durant alive. And then later, he was fouled with the Warriors down by 3. Or was it 2? I forget. No, it was 3. He missed the first again, so now he's missed 2 consecutive free throws. Then having to miss the second one to get the offensive rebound, he somehow made it while trying to miss. And then to make things worse, Draymond Green threw the ball off him out of bounds to end the game.
Yes.
That little
Yes.
That final little bit of indignation. So,
well, the other level of hate, and we'll just touch on this and move on. The other level of hate that KD is getting online from gamblers with the missed free throws at the end of the game. His over-under was 24.5 last night. He ended up with 23 points.
Wow.
So I even read some reaction this morning saying, he missed those on purpose.
Yeah.
Just to screw me.
Yeah, so that's funny. So for the Rockets to lose that game to a Warriors team that didn't have Steph Curry and other players, that's a bad loss for them too.
It is. But look, Jarrett crafted the tease and asked the question, are they having buyer's remorse on Kevin Durant? I don't think it's there yet, but I will say this. I don't think, and Kevin Durant's been decent this year, and the Rockets have had an okay year. I don't think they've overachieved by any stretch.
They don't seem better.
They don't seem much different than they were last year.
That's a great point.
Kevin Durant was brought into Houston for what reason? Because they couldn't get buckets at the end of games. And what happened last night? He had a chance to deliver to be that guy, and he didn't do it. Yes, it's one game, and others are to blame. I mean, Jabari Smith Jr.'s stat line last night was an abomination. He played 42 minutes, didn't score, and had 5 turnovers. That's rough.
The good old cardio.
But we had Dan Devine on from Yahoo Sports yesterday, and the final question I asked him was about the number of teams that could win a title, and I had the number set at 8. And he was going through just mental Rolodex, and he got to Houston in his little mental rundown, and he glazed over it, and we didn't elaborate on it. But he said, Houston, I don't trust their offense down the stretch of games or in crunch time.
Yeah.
Wasn't that the whole reason for the trade?
Yeah, listen, I do think this. I do think as Kevin Durant gets a little bit older, his ability in the clutch, I don't know if he's as clutch as he once was. And I think last night was kind of testament to it. Now, obviously, he made a great buzzer-beating shot to beat the Suns when he kicked us out of the arena at the Toyota Center. You remember that? But there's got to be a lot of pressure on him. You already know how that dude gets lost in his own head at times. There's a lot of pressure on him because he was brought in for that very reason, to be the difference maker with the Rockets. You know, it's funny, man, because you see this sometimes. Teams go and they build and they build and they build, and they think this is all we need to get where we need to go. This is the one piece we're missing. And they go out and they get that piece, and they might give up other pieces in the process. And what happens is they lose something very important that they had begun to not even know was there.
Boy, I can't remember ever seeing something like that.
Well, yes.
The Rockets they're doing the exact same thing that the Suns just did.
It's very relatable to Phoenix Suns fans. Very, very relatable. But you go searching for that little piece that's going to push you over the top, and you let go of something. It can be internal. It can be mood. It can be players. It can be anything. But it's part of the mix that got you there, that got you right near the finish line, that made you think you need a player like Kevin Durant. And then you end up letting go of a big chunk of stuff that you need.
Dylan Brooks.
Look,
they wanted to get off Jalen Green. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, so do I.
And they were able to do that.
Too soon?
Some people might say that. We'll have more on Jalen Green coming up.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't.
But we see teams do this even after the Milwaukee Bucks, to me, is the biggest example. They won a championship with a team that was designed and built a very specific way. They got distracted by the shiny object of Damian Lillard. They broke up that team, and they've never the same. So much so that a few years later, they might have to trade Giannis.
Yeah. But look, it's easier to justify their maneuvers because they have the title in their back pocket.
Yeah.
The Rockets don't have that. And I don't know.
No.
I don't think the Rockets were title contenders had they not made that trade for Kevin Durant. I don't think that at all.
But again, like you said, they just don't look any better this year.
They really don't. Another note from the NBA we wanted to get into, the Sacramento Kings lost again last night at home by 10 points to the New Orleans Pelicans, who are in town tonight. 133-123. Russell Westbrook is doing what Russell Westbrook does. He shows up every night. He plays. He's one of the few guys that's actually playing for the Kings. 33 minutes last night, 19 points, 10 assists, but they can't win a game. 50 losses on the year for the Sacramento Kings. And during his post-game press conference, he decided he was going to turn the tables on the press and interview them.
What y'all think, though? Because y'all got a lot of answers and y'all always be talking.
No, I got no answers, buddy.
It's very interesting. Y'all don't got no. You guys have a lot of opinions about how we do what we doing. What you got? No, you. Me? Yeah, you make a lot of statements and broad statements that you have no context. So, where do you get your context from? Are you in practice?
No.
Are you at our film session?
No.
Are you anywhere around the building?
Yes.
No, I haven't seen you at practice.
Not inside the practice.
So the false context of, and actually, do you know me?
I know you.
No, you don't know me.
Well, 90%.
You don't know me. You don't know me. But you make a lot of comments as though you do know me.
I'm commenting about your basketball.
No, you don't. My intent, I see it. But I'm asking you now.
Wow.
But you don't know me, right? So you don't know anything about me.
Not you personally, no.
Thank you. That's good. Anybody else? You guys have any comments about how we play, what we doing? You guys are quiet today, but you guys have a lot of comments when the game's going on. After the game, what we doing, what we should be doing, how we should be doing it.
I would love to know specifically the comments that he's talking about. But for a team as embarrassing as the Sacramento Kings are, that's 10 times more embarrassing.
That's very embarrassing. For a 50-loss team,
oh my goodness,
that's very embarrassing. If you're a 50-win team and you're dealing with some of those issues, maybe. You're a 50-loss team. Come on.
Russell Westbrook has been in the league how long and doesn't realize team performance isn't based on what happens at the practice facility?
Listen, just the other night, the Kings were playing the Lakers, and Luka was cooking, right? Russell Westbrook screamed at Luka, "Ball don't lie." After something happened, after Luka missed a free throw. I know what happened. I remember the play now. They called Russell Westbrook on a foul. It was kind of an iffy call. Luka went to the line. He missed the free throw. Russell Westbrook screamed to him, "Ball don't lie." Luka looked at him incredulously and said, "You're down 20. Stop talking bleep." That's Russell Westbrook.
It is.
You talk about somebody without context.
There's so many things about Russell Westbrook to like. The fact that he, at this point in his career, he still plays hard every night, plays with his hair on fire.
Yeah.
But we just talked about Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant is not nearly the most sensitive player in the NBA.
No.
Not nearly the most sensitive player in the NBA.
That's saying something.
Imagine being a reporter in that room just trying to go write your local column for another Kings loss, and Russell Westbrook rolls in and starts asking you questions.
Oh, now you got a really good column.
You don't know me.
Exactly.
Wow.
And by the way, we only played a minute of that. It's 6 minutes long.
Oh.
That went on for another 5 minutes?
So then he goes on to talking about more in depth about how he doesn't like the false comments that all these people are talking about. And then they get in like 2 actual questions in at the end. It's hilarious.
Wow.
I got 5 minutes of audio.
Best, aren't they?
I got 5 minutes of audio to listen to on my breakfast today after the show. Coming up next, Suns' worst loss of the year to the Bulls. A deeper look in Vinnie's view. Straight ahead, Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Friday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
A lot of people dealing with something, but almost nobody wants to talk about it, and that is struggling with private student loan debt. When you are struggling with that private student loan debt, it feels like a weight you're dragging around everywhere you go. But if that's your situation, you don't have to keep dragging it. Hi, it's Vince Murata, and that's because Why Refi works specifically with people who are struggling with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. They help you refinance into a low fixed rate payment that fits your actual budget, one that you can afford. and they do it without judgment, constant questioning and grilling about how you got into the situation that you're in. They just want to help you start fresh. I've heard from people who felt completely buried in this situation, like they had zero options left, and then Y-Refi steps in and gives them a real path forward. And let's face it, when you're in a situation like that, it's powerful knowing someone's actually willing to work with you. You can't change what happened with your student loan debt, but you can actually absolutely change what happens next. Call Y-Refi today, 888-Y-REFI-85, or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort are two of Scottsdale's most iconic entertainment destinations, elevated by one premier loyalty experience, Salt River Rewards. Earn points on gaming, dining, and purchases. Then redeem for free play, cash, or exclusive savings on dining, spa treatments, and hotel stays with breathtaking valley views. Join today and get up to $25 in free play. Salt River Rewards at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hey, I'm here with Tim Lee, the owner of Moving Team 6. What separates you from other companies that are out there?
We have a protocol of how we do a move. It's more of a military style, and people are like, wow, who does this? I really believe it's people on our team. I'm a firm believer it starts with the people at the top. When the people at the top believe in everything they're doing, the people will follow.
The standard is the standard.
Yeah.
Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Ready! Hey, it's Chris with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. We are a family-owned and operated business, and we have been since 1957. Our goal is to leave every customer satisfied and a smile on their face. Ready Services doesn't want to leave your home without leaving you with a 5-star experience. At Ready Services, we believe that we can do a great job at a fair price. Learn more about how we can help you at nofeeemergency.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9. Restrictions apply.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns suffered their most frustrating loss of the season last night, 105-103 to the Chicago Bulls. The offensive struggles showed up again, and the Suns had no answer for Colin Sexton, who had 30 for the Bulls in their win. They'll need to figure things out quick as the New Orleans Pelicans come to town tonight. Tip-off will be at 7 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Cardinals yesterday released linebacker Akeem Davis-Gaither and defensive lineman Bilal Nichols to save about $11 million in cap space as the NFL gets closer to the start of their new year. And Molly Miller and her Sun Devils upset Iowa State in the Big 12 championship tournament, or Big 12 conference tournament yesterday, 77-68 to advance to the quarterfinals today against West Virginia at 4:30, and that's what's trending now.
That boy is good. It's
It's Vinnie's View on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports.
One of the things that's been so refreshing about the Phoenix Suns this season is the pride they've taken in effort. Coming off an era in which effort was spotty and certainly not a hallmark of the team's identity, this plucky group brought juice every night. Then Thursday night happened. Suns rolled out the ball against a tanking and injured opponent and got reminded about what can happen when you don't max out your effort in a galactically frustrating 105-103 loss to the Chicago Bulls. Yes, Devin Booker is back, but the Suns' offensive struggles persist, and they're evident early in games. Last night, the Suns shot under 35% overall, hit just 2 of 12 three-point attempts, and scored 20 points in the first quarter. Since the All-Star break, Phoenix is averaging just 23.8 points per game in first quarters, and they've been trailing after 12 minutes in 6 of their 7 games since the break. But the more difficult swallow on Thursday were the defensive issues. The Chicago guard trio of Colin Sexton, Trey Jones, and Rob Dillingham spent more time in the paint than Michelangelo, babe. That triumvirate combined for 19 buckets in the paint, and the Bulls outscored the Suns in the points in the paint category, 68-44. It was the worst loss of the year because the Suns didn't do what they do. They didn't beat an opponent they should have, something they'll immediately have an opportunity to rectify Friday night against the Pelicans. That is today's edition of Vinnie's View.
I mean, that's been our MO all year. You know, we see what happens when we do it, and then tonight's an example when we don't. So, you know, hopefully this is a learning lesson for here on out.
We shouldn't be this frustrated on a Friday morning. It should be a feel-good Friday
Yeah,
morning.
no, I agree.
That's exactly what I was thinking last night. As I was trying to fall asleep, super frustrated. I was like, this is going to suck when I still wake up and I'm still pissed off.
I agree with you. I've had many nights where I've gone to bed thinking the exact same thing, where I'm like, I'm still going to be very angry when I wake up, and I don't like this feeling. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
But those offensive struggles early, and I mentioned it in Vinnie's View, they've been trailing after the first quarter in 6 of their 7 games. The other game, they were tied. They haven't had a lead after the first quarter in a long time. 23.8 points. You might not think that's a big deal, but that equates to about 92 points per game.
Yeah.
The Suns' offense, when the three-point shot is not falling, it's hard to watch. And early on in that game, too, Chicago was getting to the rim and missing a lot of layups. Had they made their layups early, it would have been a 20-point differential.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. That's what made me even more angry, that getting into the fourth quarter, even though the Suns had given up 58 points in the paint in the first 3 quarters, and even though they could not make a bucket from deep, their three-point shooting was abysmal, they were only down 6, and I thought, this is wild.
At halftime, it was a terrible first half.
Yeah.
They were down 5 at the break, I think. And I texted my kids, because I have one kid who's ultimately just the most positive person ever, and one who's the most pessimistic person ever.
Which one takes after you, Vinny?
That's fun.
That's fantastic.
That was a terrible first half, but the Suns will win this game by 15 because I thought they would make some sort of adjustments. And look, that's not on the coaching staff. The coaching staff didn't coach them to play the way they did in the second half. It was just a lack of effort last night.
Yeah, it really was, and that's what's so stunning about it. So what in that mix last night allowed that to happen? That's again, it's just a loss. You can get by that, but to me, it's you got to drill down deeper and ask, how did that happen? Because you mentioned all the factors that should have prevented that from happening. A Bulls team that was missing pretty much everybody. The first game of back-to-backs at home. You've had a practice. You've had time to prepare. There was no excuse for it. So how does that happen?
We've praised them all year that they haven't lost these games they're not supposed to lose.
What was your stat earlier in the week? 20-5 against teams with losing records?
That's it.
Well, not anymore.
Not anymore.
It was the first time, and you're hoping this again is not the Dylan Brooks and Jordan Goodwin factor. The first time it looked like they thought they could just roll the ball out, and this is a much lesser team. We don't have to give 110%.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Why did that mentality? Why did that lackadaisical approach kind of creep into the mix? Doesn't seem to make sense, especially with all the good vibage around the team. You know,
Yeah.
listen, I went to shoot around yesterday, and there was this fresh energy about Rasheer Fleming and what he's bringing to the team, and what it might mean if he continues to develop, and then Oso and the way he's kind of found his footing as a big in the NBA, and then you just add those to any number of great stories we've witnessed this year, and it just felt like last night should not have happened.
No, it shouldn't have.
I will say this. Last night was a reminder that when he's right, Colin Sexton can annihilate you.
He's an absolute pit bull.
Yes. When he's right, he can annihilate you. I had forgotten about him because I don't watch a lot of Bulls.
Well, he's been on very irrelevant teams.
Well,
for
he was on the
majority of his
Cavs,
career.
obviously.
Yeah. And, he was a divisive player.
Mm-hmm.
When he was with the Cavs, there were all those reports that his teammates were talking behind his back saying, he doesn't know how to play the game. Well, last night he showed he knows how to play the game.
Yeah,
But he smelled blood in the water.
He was relentless.
He identified a defense that wasn't going to make any adjustments.
That's
and the perimeter defense was just so leaky last night. It was.
And I love that comment because that's exactly what really bothered me probably the most. The way that Bulls team sort of just punked the Suns.
Yeah.
Kind of said, okay, these guys aren't even trying. And to the rim, to the rack, layup line.
Yeah. I don't want to pin this on one player, and that is not my goal here. But in my frustration last night, I was thinking about it. Because there are stats that jump off the page at you from this game. One of the stats is Jalen Green's shooting line. He was 5 for 20 last night. So I created my own statistic. This is a new category that I just created last night. It's called miserable shooting nights.
Oh,
yes.
The parameters,
MSNs.
15 or more field goal attempts, hitting under 30%.
Okay, I like that.
You would be shocked.
Oh, man.
At the number of games. Jalen Green has 4 such games. He's played in 14 games. He has 4. That's the 4th highest total in that category in the entire league this year. James Harden has the most, 7. Derek White has 6. LaMelo Ball and Jalen Brunson have 5. Cade Cunningham, Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, Jalen Johnson. Too many Jalens in the NBA. So many Jalens.
It's my
in the
new
NBA.
favorite song,
Brandon
man.
Miller and Shaedon Sharp have 4, tied with Jalen Green. What all of those players not named Jalen Green have is they've all played in at least 46 games this year.
That's unbelievable.
So
that's a fan. Give it up to Vinnie for that stat.
That was well
So
done.
almost in like
Seriously.
a third to a quarter of the amount of
Yeah,
games.
and we're waiting. Look, I'm not holding my breath waiting for Jalen Green to be an efficient assassin of a scorer. He's never been that.
No.
But he's also never hit this low of a percentage of his shots. And the frustration, the cherry on the frustrating Sunday last night was that big possession with under 5 to go, and Devin Booker gave the ball up. And, and Green got to the rim.
He did.
And just he missed
Smoked
a bunny.
it. Yeah.
He missed a bunny earlier in the game with a couple minutes left. That would have been a huge bucket.
I think either last game or a couple of games ago, he went 7 for 16. Also not great, but you can live with that. 7 for 16.
He's only hit 50% shooting in one game all year long, and that was the first game he played. He was 10 for 20.
Yeah,
and looked phenomenal, by the way.
You know me. I've had my radar up from day one because I got a scouting report from somebody in the know early on that said this guy's going to drive you guys crazy. Just the basketball decisions he makes, the inefficiency, and all of that has been on display. There's a feeling that, hey, he needs time. Hey, he had to get healthy. Hey, he needs to assimilate. It's a new team. It's going to take him. Oh, wait, Devin Booker's got to get healthy. How many more excuses are we going to put in front of this guy? Shouldn't a player of his caliber be able to step into a situation and contribute?
Yeah,
that's all. Look, I don't want to get too nutty with it either.
No, I'm fully confident it will get better, but in real time, I mean, that's alarming.
It is. It is. I mean, the shooting percentages have just been dreadful.
Yeah.
And like you said, the play at the rim last night, I feel this way about the elite players in those moments. They find a way to make the pass. They find a way to make the catch. They find a way to score the basketball. God, I hate that saying.
Yeah, you keep using it.
I know. Well, it's just...
It's become your bell cow go-to.
But props to you for coming up with that stat. That is amazing that he's in the company of guys who have played 3 times the basketball games.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Coming up next, what are the latest rumors on Kyler Murray and where he goes next? Well, we'll tell you. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
All right, so March has arrived, which means it's window madness time in the Valley, where you can score a slam dunk of a deal at Advanced Window Products, where you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows during their March Spring Special. And if you need fewer windows, don't worry, they will prorate the discount so everybody wins. Advanced Window Products gives you a distinct home court advantage. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public, which means there are no middleman markups, which means you're getting great pricing, and they're celebrating their 40th anniversary, which means they are a trusted veteran you can rely on. They'll deliver you a triple-double, where they'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life. You'll also get full court coverage with a warranty that is transferable, which adds value if you ever sell your home. And at the end, you'll get fast break installation, big league quality, all at minor league pricing. Call Advanced Window Products today at 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss, because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13, and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission, no cash access, and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. If the Cardinals trade down in the NFL draft, what should they expect in return? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Good morning to our audience in Apache Junction this morning, taking the show in on YouTube, on radio, via the app. We appreciate the support coming from Apache Junction today.
I always thought there was potential untapped, just like they did as well. Anyone with that ability, his athletic ability and his arm and his ability when he is absolutely playing his best. I mean, I think about the 40 burger he put on the Rams just, a season and a half ago against at the beginning of 24. And you think of him at his best, and he's produced really well at an NFL level. And yet, you heard about some of the shortcomings, but I also think you could just see it on the film that you're right. He was never a top 10 consistent quarterback. I think the relationship with Jonathan Gannon seemed to be working, but in terms of fitting him into the right offense in Arizona, it was never a great fit. And sometimes you just got to start fresh. And that made sense to me when Michael Flood came aboard.
That is the voice of Greg Rosenthal from the NFL Daily Podcast. You joined Burns and Gambo on the moving on from Kyler Murray. Just look, it was time.
Mm-hmm.
We've come to that conclusion. We came to that conclusion long ago. But what is next for the Kyler Murray career? What is next for the Arizona Cardinals at the quarterback position? That's where things are going to get real interesting starting next week.
All right, so let's. I want to make this observation now because this is really wild to me, watching the Cardinal fan base kind of vacillate and try to absorb what has gone down in the last 48 hours. What's happened very recently is that all the talking heads across ESPN, Fox Sports, wherever, now they're showing all the great clips of Kyler Murray. They're showing all the highlight reel stuff. And they're highlighting the fact that some team is probably going to get him for the veterans for a minimum salary next year, 1.4 million, whatever it is.
Yeah.
So you're going to get this potential for dirt cheap. And it's drummed up another debate inside the Cardinals fan base about should they have done it? Should they not have done it? Then people are saying, well, all the people who are hating on Kyler Murray, you better not blame the organization if this works out for him. If he goes to Minnesota and blows up the league, I don't want to hear one peep from anybody who hated on Kyler Murray. This is all happening before he's even on a new team. This dude and this story, we've been through 7 years of this. 7 years of this.
Yes.
Tantalized, teased by that young man's incredible improvisational ability to make huge plays out of nothing. But we lived it for 7 years. And what did it get us? Stugotz.
Yeah. I heard Luke Lipinski make an interesting point.
Whoa!
You ever heard Luke Lipinski make an interesting point?
Well, I think there was an eclipse a couple days ago.
There was a blood moon, remember that?
Yeah, so that only happens once every 5 years, so maybe...
Look, there's no way to quantify what Luke said, but he said... There's nobody on this radio station that's been talked about more over the last 7 years than Kyler Murray. If we were able to quantify that, I think Luke would be absolutely correct.
LeBron James last night set the NBA record for most field goals made in a career. It's 15,000 and something.
What took him so long?
I think that's the number of Bickley Blast allocated to Kyler Murray. 15,138.
That will never be approached.
It's probably not going to be.
Positive and negatives also, by the way.
Right.
Not just very... And I think part of the...
No, it wasn't. Bickley ran him out of town.
Bickley, you're the reason he's here. You're the reason he left.
Well, I keep bringing up DeAndre Ayton because their parallels are obviously both number one picks, had their moments. I feel like there is more dread with Kyler because he had much more spectacular moments and brief periods where he was an MVP candidate, that people do fear that maybe he could be something somewhere else. I think with DeAndre Ayton, people kind of knew he was what he was, and no matter where he goes, he was going to be that. So I do agree with you that there's going to be Cardinals fans talking themselves into, oh, we made a mistake. He's going to blow up.
What are we letting this guy go for?
Yeah, but I will say this. While I agree with the amount of talk on Kyler Murray and the tantalization, all of that, I think And it's impossible to get away from the parallel or the comparison to DeAndre Ayton because of the timetables, because they were both number 1 overall picks. I think the vitriol in real time was hotter on DeAndre Ayton because the Phoenix Suns were ready to win a championship. They were right there for 3 seasons. They were up 2-0 in the NBA Finals, and in the next 2 years, they were NBA title contenders.
Yeah.
And it didn't happen.
No.
Kyler, yes, divisive, lots of heat on the discussions on both positive and negative. But the fact of the matter is the Cardinals were never close to being an elite team in 7 years with him. Not saying it was his fault. It's the Cardinals. That's their history.
Yeah.
They have blips of success.
Yeah, so yeah, that's exactly right. But I think what Cardinal fans have consumed mostly in the last 24 to 36 hours is a lot of people showing the bright side of Kyler Murray and how tantalizing this might be to the right team. And it's following the narrative arc of Sam Darnold and reclamation projects. And then that leads to people ripping the Cardinals. I have not heard the Cardinals being ripped as an organization as frequently as I have in the last 3 weeks.
I guarantee you, if he signs with certain teams, but let's say he signs with the Steelers or the Vikings, every headline is going to be, are the Vikings a Super Bowl contender now that they have Kyler Murray?
Yes.
Because it ain't going to be, they signed a quarterback who's too short. They signed a quarterback who has a homework clause.
A quarterback who has no leadership ability. A quarterback who has a lot of fear factor in him. All that.
Because what'd you say yesterday? This is the time in the NFL. It's the maybe.
It's maybe season in the NFL.
Season.
Maybe season.
And what if, right?
Yeah, and what if.
Uh-huh. In retrospect.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I think those are, if Kyler goes to Minnesota, I think that's a fair question because it's a testament to how good the rest of the roster is and how bad the quarterback position was last year.
You got DeAndre Hopkins going on Twitter fueling this. Oh, boy, him and Justin Jefferson, right?
Mm-hmm.
D-Hop leaves out the fact that by the end of it, he couldn't stand Kyler, which is partly why he left.
Look, but one thing we don't know in all of this is how Kyler Murray, being a number 1 overall draft pick and getting released by the team that drafted you and gave you a gigantic contract, that will knock you down a peg more than anything else that Kyler Murray's gone through. We talked about how he attacked the rehab on his knee injury. He attacked it with fervor.
Yes, he did.
He was very workmanlike in getting back, and you couldn't notice a difference. And I mean this in a good way. You didn't notice a quarterback, hey, that guy's coming off ACL. He played exactly the same way. This is getting knocked down a peg. This is a humbling situation.
Mm-hmm.
How hot does it burn inside Kyler Murray now reacting to maybe the first time he's been knocked down a peg to that level in his entire sporting career?
I was having a conversation about him yesterday and about the way that he doesn't seemingly want to compete for a job and the way he's been here and what was given to him in Arizona rather than what was made to be earned. And it was reminded that the way Kyler Murray was raised, he was raised as the chosen one.
Mm-hmm.
Very much the way LeBron was raised. And so that has always been his mindset. So if you're wondering why a player would take a benching, theoretically, why a player theoretically would take a benching as poorly as maybe Kyler did, that's why. He was raised with, you're the chosen one. So when Kyler's worried.
But he backed it up at every turn,
too.
he did. Until he got to the NFL.
That's it.
Because the NFL is a cruel, cruel business.
Cruel place.
Yep. Coming up next, Sammy's going to catch us up to date on the big stories on this Friday and the Rush Hour reboot. Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
You hope this doesn't expose Kamon Malawach is not ready for the moment, because that's problematic also. He's the 10th pick of the draft. It's been 60 games. They've had plenty of time to get him ready for this moment. I hope this goes well for him, because if we get to the end of this 2 to 3 week stretch and he hasn't played well, those doubts are going to start creeping in about whether they picked the right guy at number 10 or not.
That's a fair point.
If it doesn't work out over these next 2 to 3 weeks and he doesn't play well, the doubters about their move moves to get him and his long-term viability, they're going to come floating right to the surface.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and then you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. That's the way to do it. And you know what? Orchard gets it. That's why their Move First, Sell Later program exists, because with Orchard, you can buy the dream home now. Don't waste time, just go. Then sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. You ever tried to do a double move before? You don't want to do any double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. And once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. They can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town, with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's orchard.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns had maybe their most questionable loss of the year last night to a Chicago Bulls team that was 1-11 in their last 12, but the slow start, lack of focus, and offensive struggles led to a 105-104 103 loss for the Suns, who need to figure things out quickly as they're right back on the hardwood tonight for the Pelicans at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And as spring training rolls on and the Diamondbacks season gets closer and closer, there is still lots this baseball team has to sort out before then. For more, head on over to arizonasports.com. And as the calendar has turned over to March, college basketball fully ramps up, and the Sun Devils are at Iowa State tomorrow at noon over on ESPN 620. GCU will be home for Fresno State tomorrow night at 6, and the Arizona Wildcats wrap up Big 12 play Saturday against Colorado. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort has one premier loyalty experience, Salt River Rewards. Join and get up to $25 in free play. Visit saltriverrewards.com to get started.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Milano Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
All right, the Friday edition of the Rush Hour Reboot. It is 7:30. I'm Sammy Cebulka, and we're going to get you caught up with the big sports stories going on. And we're going to start, again, with the Suns. We've talked about them all morning, but
Sammy Cebulka was wearing a diaper.
Wow.
What? Wait, when did this?
I just said that.
He probably made a reference to something happening back when Sammy Cebulka was wearing a diaper.
2001.
And Jared Carlin with some suspicious editing.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, I remember. I remember
in
this
their
now.
own words.
That's
all I
fake
play.
news, Carlin.
Fake news.
By the way,
I'm just glad you didn't cut off the out cue.
I don't know if any of you have noticed this, but Twitter X is it's a cesspool now.
Oh man, it
Now?
is.
Well, I mean, really now. Now every other thing you see is fake.
Oh, it's brutal.
It is unbelievable.
Yeah, I recently got. Well,
I remember that.
Exactly. Oh man, it's a problem.
All right, Sammy, take it away.
All right, so we know we won't have Dylan Brooks for some time now for the Phoenix Suns. Jordan Goodwin's working on getting back, and Mark Williams, as of yesterday, will miss 2 to 3 weeks. What are we going to learn about this team in this stretch coming up without those guys?
If they can withstand those losses. I mean, those guys, it's an unofficial title, those guys have been the juice bringers this year. I would throw Colin Gillespie into that mix too, and unfortunately Colin had a rough game last night as well. But when you don't have the guys who bring the intensity defensively that can turn around the game, and I think Jordan Goodwin has been really instrumental in that. Dylan Brooks is there possession to possession, and he's the guy that's going to get in your ear in the huddle too when it's not going well. Jordan Goodwin can ignite the crowd with his defensive intensity. You're going to find out if they can withstand that. To withstand that, they have to be better offensively.
Hey, listen, during my round of golf with Tim Kempton, I think I shared this with you, and I asked him about how the Suns were going to get over the loss of Dylan Brooks. He was more worried about Jordan Goodwin and all the stuff that guy brings to the court. And you're right, defensively, they were putting Jordan Goodwin on like the other team's best player, and he was just giving them that incredible energy. It was all missing last night. To me, it was just very, very disappointing that Jordan Knott had to manufacture and gimmick up defenses to manufacture some fuel on the defensive end. That's bad at this point in the season. I wondered for a minute last night if the fact that the Suns don't feel threatened about falling out of the play-in, if that's working against them. That if they had the urgency of, hey, if we don't come every night, we might not even make the play-in.
Well, maybe, look, as bad as last night was and as frustrating as it was, maybe on that front it can be a positive. Yeah. Because that was cold water over the head.
Yeah, you're right.
You're not that good.
Yeah.
Yes.
You got to keep playing
That's a good point.
And so this next question, it could be a little nitpicky, but would you have liked to see Devin Booker shoot that last shot last night?
Yes.
In hindsight, yes. In real time, yes.
This, I'm not going to do breaking news, but this just in from TMZ. Sun star Dylan Brooks arrested for DUI in Scottsdale.
All right.
No way.
Wow. That's just out today.
This is 6 minutes ago from TMZ.
Okay.
Doesn't mean it. Friday morning is. Oh, that's today.
Yeah.
Yep. I just
not
looked it up.
not great.
Not good.
Yeah.
We'll wait for more reports on that until we actually talk about it. So yeah, you guys both would have liked to see Book shoot that last shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have. I just, again, the quality of look that Jalen Green got, he did what you're supposed to do. He went to the rack, but he smoked the layup.
He did. Okay, a couple quick NBA hitters real quick. Jason Tatum is reportedly going to be back for the Celtics today. Should that mean the Celtics are now the favorite in the East?
I'm amazed that he is back and ready to just roll with this.
298 days.
Yeah.
And torn Achilles.
And I love his attitude, too. He's like, I'm going full bore. I'm going after this. I'm like, good for you, man. Look, I'm kind of unhappy because that man, Joe Mazzulla, is going to take Jordan Knott's Coach of the Year award from him. Yeah, you can already see it coming.
Yes. As far as their favorite, look, I had 4 teams from the East with a possibility. Detroit's really good, but the inexperience factor, how much does that weigh in? The Celtics have been there even with a new cast of characters, and they have a really intense head coach. I'd throw the Knicks in there.
Okay.
I want to see Cleveland do something with Donovan Mitchell in the playoffs before I anoint them, but the James Harden addition to me is interesting. It's one of those 4 teams. I mean, I probably would put Detroit, New York, and Boston all on the same level. So, yeah, as favorites.
There we go. Okay, so the Arizona Cardinals, they cut 2 players yesterday, freeing up $11 million more in this awesome, infamous cap space everyone loves to talk about, all right? The Cardinals have $39 million in cap space. Will they use it all? And B, how do you think they will use it?
They won't use it all. Okay. They never do.
Never do.
Most teams don't because of what happens during the course of the season.
Mm-hmm.
I look, a lot of free agency and a lot of the draft, quite honestly, is luck, and they've had no luck on either front, really. I would just, whatever they decide to invest in free agent-wise, I would just like to see a little bit of good fortune.
You would think, again, I think the Malik Willis thing is the great wild card here because Mike LaFleur is in the honeymoon period of his tenure in Arizona. Yep. And if he came in here and you saw how the Bidwill family, to their credit, rolled out the red carpet for Mike LaFleur and his family. If Mike LaFleur went to Michael Bidwill and said, Mike, look, I'm telling you, this Malik Willis kid is the real deal. This is our way to get back as fast as possible. Then I think they do use some of that salary cap space. I do think that if Malik Willis, if they stood on tables for him, it probably happens. Okay. I still think the Garoppolo thing makes more sense to me.
Okay, and so right into Malik Willis. Again, we talked about some of the guys that did work out with 5 or less career starts getting big money. Guys that didn't, Matt Flynn, Josh McCown, Kyle Allen, Sam Howell, Kevin Kolb. Those names can continue. Would you put your faith and, more importantly, your dollars in Malik Willis?
How many dollars?
You're going $30 million a year again.
Upwards of 25.
I don't want to keep falling back on this, but I've watched one football game with Malik Willis as a starting quarterback. He was terrific. He got hurt in that very same game.
You were watching his games in Tennessee?
Dude, those were bad.
He was terrible in Tennessee. What I've read, he's gotten markedly better while he's been in Green Bay. I am going to defer to the LaFleur brothers on that. They know better than I.
Defer to the LaFleur.
There you go. Right?
Hard to say.
Defer to the LaFleur.
I think Bick nailed it. Look, I would be hesitant to do it, but as an organization, trust the people with the experience with the player and the individual.
Okay, there you guys go. Friday edition.
Sammy.
Rush Hour reboot.
Thank you, Sammy.
You're welcome.
Coming up next, more news around the NFL not having to do with Malik Willis and Kyler Murray, including a big trade going down, a wide receiver going to a team that needs wide receivers. That and more next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Rebound knocked loose. Dunn tries to save it. It is going to be thrown straight up in the air, and the Bulls are going to come out with the win here tonight. 105-103, the final score at Mortgage Matchup Center. The Suns streak is over at 11 wins against the Bulls. They hadn't lost in nearly 7 years.
More reacts to last night's L versus Chi-Town. And we preview Suns Pelicans on the home of Suns basketball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Sports fans know the sideline is no place to be, and if joint pain is holding you back, if it's keeping you from doing what you want to do in life, there is a way for you to get real relief without the surgery, without the downtime, without putting your life on pause. My friends at QC Kinetics specialize in and deliver advanced regenerative treatments that help your body restore and repair damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting. And check this out. The satisfaction rate among QC Kinetics clients is a staggering 92% nationwide. That includes me. I've leaned on him twice, both times to dramatic results. It includes Emmett Smith, who raves about QC Kinetics, and these treatments happen right in their office. You get your treatment, you walk back out the door, you go about your day. Simple procedures that deliver life-changing results. And look, for years, athletes would go overseas for these treatments. Peyton Manning did it. The late, great Kobe Bryant did it because these treatments were not available in America. They're here now. They're in our backyard. You can find them at QC Kinetics. They got clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get a free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, homeowners, if you're thinking about moving this spring, you've probably run into this problem. You can't buy your next home until you sell your current one, but you don't want to sell until you know where you're going. So you wait and miss out, or you rush and lose money. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty has your solution. With Carol's Buy Before You Sell program, you can buy your next home, then sell your current home the right way for top dollar without carrying two mortgages. Don't miss this opportunity. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Spring in the AZ, the best time to be outdoors, right? But does your backyard meet the moment? I tell you, Casa Calvisi, we wanted more. We needed California Pools and Landscape, Arizona's most awarded pool builder. Speaking of more, California Pools handles everything. We're loving our new decking, landscaping, turf, shade structure. Start now so you can swim this summer. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul and see our before and after pics at calpool.com/Paul.
With Sun Devil women's basketball, it's not just a game, it's a show. The speed, the swagger, the no-look passes that make the crowd gasp, the intensity that feels like it could light up the court by itself. Every night, this team brings fire, fast breaks, big moments, and defensive energy you can feel from the top row to the hardwood. If you want basketball with heart, hype, and pure showmanship, you want Sun Devil women's basketball. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people enter retirement without a real roadmap.
They do, and it's really risky. You need to know how your income works, how taxes affect it, and how long your savings will last.
And you help people understand the whole picture.
Yes, we build complete retirement plans that are simple to follow and designed to protect your future.
And listeners can get a complimentary consultation?
They can. Call 844-726-9116.
Investment Advisory Services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
All right, instant DJ Moore reaction from a wet, disgusting New York City. My first reaction is I like it for Buffalo. Buffalo needs players who can make huge plays in huge moments. That's DJ Moore. Top to bottom professional wide receiver, can do anything on the field, not afraid of any big moments, not afraid of anyone covering him. really good guy in the locker room, community. Josh will get along with him really, really well. As far as the Bears are concerned, it's pretty simple. Whatever Ben Johnson says, I roll with. He signs off on this move, then I like this move. Bears are going to need huge, huge plays from Luther Burden III next year. He has the talent for it. And let's be honest, Roman Dunze is going to have to make a big jump. He's going to have to become a guy next year. DJ Moore was a really cool Bear at a fun time. If I'm a Bills fan, I'm not fixating too much on that last play against the Rams. I'm a Bears fan. I'm not choosing that play to remember him by. I'm choosing to remember him by making one of the biggest plays in Bears history against the Packers in the walk-off. I think the Bills got a really good player. Bears fans, trust Ben Johnson. Bear down.
That is Kyle Brandt, NFL Network, giving his instant reaction to the DJ Moore trade, which happened during the tail end of our show yesterday.
Was he giving it while hiking or something there?
He was in a very rainy New York City.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like he was on a Stairmaster.
Yeah.
How would you know what us being on a Stairmaster sounds like?
I've walked past gyms.
I could use that same joke for myself, Chad. I didn't mean to drag you down. I mentioned this in the splash. DJ Moore, a lot of what Kyle Brandt says, you agree with. He is very well respected. He's been very productive. The production was down last year, but that was probably by design. The Bears had 4 wide receivers. I mean, Colston Loveland was their leading receiver with 58 catches, which is a low number in today's NFL. But they had 4 wide receivers. Moore had 50 catches, Burden 47, Roma Dunze 44, and Olumide Zacchaeus had 39. So they really spread the ball around a lot in that offense. So I brought up his least productive year, but I guess that's not a concern to Buffalo because he's probably going to get a bigger lion's share of the targets there.
Yeah, but DJ Moore, he came up with the winning touchdown pass in the Bears' playoff victory against the Packers. That was their first playoff victory in 15 years. It happened to be his second game winner against the Packers in the span of 3 weeks. He had made a tremendous over-the-shoulder walk-off catch earlier in the year.
Yeah, which might have been the play of the year.
Might have been the play of the year. Yeah. So listen, it's funny because I'm hearing people really split in how they are perceiving this trade. I've heard some people think this is a great trade for Buffalo, and I've heard people say this is a great trade for the Bears. I don't know how this is a great trade for the Bears. I know they got a second-round pick in return, right? That's what they got. Second-round pick. And you're also dealing with a football team that now needs a center when they didn't think they needed one a week ago.
But the scuttlebutt is that they're going to be hot and heavy against around Tyler Linderbaum, Linderbaum, excuse me, the free agent center from Baltimore.
Okay.
So they could fill that hole quite nicely. It's going to cost them a lot more money than Dahlman commanded probably.
Yeah.
Before he retired.
So you're probably shedding DJ Moore's salary then, maybe to accomplish that.
Partly, yes, but also you have to consider how the Bears are equipped to deal with that loss at that position. And I mentioned those guys that they still have in Dunze and company. Luther Burden. They appear to be comfortable with what they have at that position. And Luther Burden is an intriguing guy. He was one of the top wide receivers collegiately, fell in the draft process, but has a ton of potential. This might be one of those deals that works out for both teams. Because from the Bills' standpoint, it's impossible not to love the player in DJ Moore and what they need and anybody that watched them and how many storylines were there going into their last playoff game about, wow, they got no wide receivers healthy, and they didn't.
I know.
Not the reason they lost the game, but he certainly would have helped in that instance.
Yeah, if you're Buffalo, you need to fuel every year that you've got Josh Allen. You're a Super Bowl contender. Every year you have Josh Allen, so the move makes sense. I guess now it's all up on Ryan Poles now, the Bears GM, to sort of kind of finish the job. He's now got picks 25, 57, 60, and 89. That's so 4 of the top 90 picks he's got.
On the negative side for the Bills' return and getting DJ Moore, Mike Tannenbaum from ESPN, not convinced.
I think what we have to look at is scouring for a wide receiver for the Buffalo Bills in terms of DJ Moore is a great start. He's under contract for the next 4 years at very reasonable numbers, but I don't think he's a number one bona fide wide receiver at this point in his career. I would love for them to still go maybe draft somebody at 26. This draft is loaded with wide receivers, as we know. Maybe the A.J. Brown trade still potentially in some sort of, limbo relative. Does he get traded to New England? Does he get traded to Buffalo? Does Philly keep him? So I think DJ Moore is a great start, but they have more work to do. If they want to win a championship with this nucleus, they're in a win-now mode. mode. I don't think DJ Moore is a number one at this point in his career.
He hit on something very interesting, and we're going to get more into next week as we get closer to the league years. The A.J. Brown situation in Philadelphia. I don't think Philadelphia can keep him. They're really, and they've shown they're adept at dealing with drama, but the drama, and maybe this is the year it seems like the drama wins every other year in Philadelphia, and when they don't, when it doesn't win, they make it to the Super Bowl. So maybe this is the year that happens, but it just seems like that's run its course in Philadelphia. If Buffalo was able to trade for A.J. Brown and add him to DJ Moore, that's pretty intriguing.
Wow. Yeah,
for a team that
would be pretty good
in win now mode. Because the only guy that really paid for the lack of success in the playoffs this year was Sean McDermott.
You can't be in more of a win now mode than making the playoffs, winning a game in the playoffs, and then still firing your coach. That shows you that expectations are really high now.
Well, yeah, and the fact that not only did they fire McDermott, but they promoted his offensive coordinator, pinning all of the responsibility for said loss on Sean McDermott. This might be the last ditch effort by Buffalo to try to get back to the Super Bowl. We'll see. But do you agree that the Eagles need to move on from A.J. Brown?
Without a doubt. Yeah, there's no way that mix can exist any further.
That could be one of the great addition by subtraction moves. Because obviously they probably won't replace his talent.
Unless A.J. Brown has been right all along. Unless what A.J. Brown is saying about the team and the offense is right all along.
That's a good point.
Yeah, but again, gauging what he said, and people understood the frustration because it wasn't functioning the way that it should have. But do you need to be that vocal about it when you're still winning games? That's what turns people off about those type of comments.
I agree.
That's what turns people off in general about the quote-unquote diva wide receiver. It's like, what's the goal here? Is it for you to get targets? Is it for the Philadelphia Eagles to win football games and go to Super Bowls?
Or, okay, I do think that that's probably more the case. The other option is that maybe A.J. Brown looked at this team and said, we aren't going to win. We're not going to win a Super Bowl like this. And this is eventually going to come back and bite us. And I don't know. I do agree that destination, somebody's going to get a great wide receiver in A.J. Brown.
I think he's going to New England.
Wow.
Reunite with Mike Vrabel there. They were together in Tennessee before A.J. Brown went to Philadelphia. Yep. They need a wide receiver. Stephon Diggs is gone.
Yep.
That's another question, too, is what the interest level in Stephon Diggs is going to be with some off-the-field issues that could have him suspended with some legal problems.
Yeah, not a fan of that guy, so I would stay away from him. I'm also curious if and whom Max Crosby is going to get traded to, if he gets traded.
There seems to be some smoke with the Bears there, too. Need another pass rusher.
Be a great fit there.
Not the Bears.
What world are we living in? Really? We're talking about the Bears going out and spending big money for a great offensive lineman, trading and accepting Max Crosby. Yeah. What has happened to that team?
They're the new power team in that division. If the Vikings do get Kyler and they're a power team again, and then you're Detroit and you're thinking, did we somehow miss our 2-3-year window in this division?
You forget their big addition, though. Drew Petzing.
Oh, that's great.
Don't forget.
All 4 teams in the NFC North going to the playoffs.
That would be funny, wouldn't it?
Coming up next, Bick kicks off the second half of the Friday show in style with the Blast. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
This year's crop of quarterbacks for the Arizona Cardinals and the potential of drafting one, yeah, I could see that happening. Not in the first round, of course, but in the second round.
Maybe even the third.
Maybe
honestly.
even the third.
That's
absolutely.
I just, the reason I keep bringing that up is I don't want to just punt for a year and just say, there'll be a great one in 2027. There might be, and if you take one in the third round this year and it doesn't work, you can still take that guy in the first round in 2027 if you have to.
I think I'd be okay in the third.
Third, because you're not.
That'd be nice.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. I have got a whole file of success stories and incredible, grateful clients who couldn't believe something as cool as the Life Changer loan existed. Here's my favorite one. It's the story of Vince and Jody. He's a fireman. She's in education. They had an interest rate below 3%, but they had 26 years of mortgage payments left. Plus, due to some medical issues, they had about $30,000 in credit card debt on the Life Changer loan. They're going to pay off that mortgage, all of that credit card debt, and both of their vehicles in just over 6 years. And it is further proof of what can happen when you have all of your income working towards paying down all of your debt without any fear, because you always have access to your equity. That is the power of a Life Changer loan, where you literally do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. 5 years is the average length of time it takes a Life Changer loan client to pay off your home. And then that does a lot of things. If you're a little bit older, it sets you up perfectly for retirement. If you're younger, you now get decades to build personal wealth, while everybody else, probably chained to that 30-year fixed rate mortgage, otherwise known as a death sentence. Give them a call. Find out if you're a good fit. If you are, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did a ton of research on this. And why is it such a good value at Aria Dental Implant Center?
One of the things I liked about Aria Dental is their wide range of plans that you can choose from. So it doesn't matter what your range of income is or what your finances are, they can make it happen for you. And I didn't find that in other implant centers. That was a key game changer for me.
The pricing, they worked with our pricing. Because, we all have bills and everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they made it work.
You need to make one call to Aria Dental, and that's all you need to do. They will take care of the rest.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA Dental Implant Center.com.
Low T, start for free. That's right, get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi, you have more energy, stamina to help you lose belly fat. You also think better, sleep better, your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today at RedMountainWeightLoss.com. That's RedMountainWeightLoss.com.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13, and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission, no cash access, and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When it comes to protecting your family and your legacy, whom you choose matters. That's why many Arizona families trust Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm.
Hello, I'm Tim Hall, Senior Partner at Morris Hall. I have the great privilege of helping clients design plans that are thorough, thoughtful, and built to stand the test of time.
And I'm Ashley, one of the paralegals at Morris Hall, and also Tim's right-hand man.
Which means I couldn't do it without her.
Now, Tim, how many team members do you have, and what can you provide for your clients at Morris Hall?
Our team, which currently has 32 members, guides our clients through the process of creating a specialized estate plan for them and for their posterity.
And Ashley, what's your role?
My specific role is to work with the attorneys, answer day-to-day questions, keep the process moving, and make sure nothing slips through the cracks.
If you think we are the right fit for you, please visit morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns suffered their most frustrating loss of the season last night, 105-103 to the Chicago Bulls. The offensive struggles showed up again, and the Suns had no answer for Colin Sexton, who had 30 points in the Bulls win. They'll need to figure things out quickly as the New Orleans Pelicans come to town tonight. Tip-off will be at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Cardinals yesterday released linebacker Akeem Davis-Gaither and defensive lineman Bilal Nichols to save about $11 million in cap space as the NFL gets closer to the start of the new year. And Molly Miller and her Sun Devils upset Iowa State in the Big 12 Conference Tournament yesterday, 77-68, to advance to the quarterfinals today against West Virginia at 4:30. And some Arizona Diamondbacks split squad spring training action. Both teams are on the diamond at 1:10 this afternoon. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Required minimum distributions can trigger a tax bomb, raising taxes, Social Security costs, even Medicare premiums. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The Suns lost more than a basketball game on Thursday night. They dropped their guard. They strayed from their standard. They lost their way. Now, there was a time when Matt Ishbia promised we would always feel proud of these Suns, a team he revamped in his image, a team he swore would always bring a winning effort. Well, that promise was broken last night, a game that was easily the worst loss of the season because the Bulls were missing most of their best players, 8 of them in total, because this was the first game of a back-to-back, because a victory would have allowed the Suns to gain a precious game on the Lakers, and instead, like a sleepwalker who falls down the stairs, the Suns couldn't find the urgency or the care factor to play high-quality defense. Meanwhile, Jalen Green, oof, what a nightmare. Has a Suns player ever parlayed a first impression into such a terrible first season? Good news is the only thing truly lost was one game in an otherwise magical season, and let's hope this one is the slap in the face, the bucket of cold water over the head, the 5-alarm wake-up call for a team that cannot afford to squander any more winnable games, for a team that cannot afford to leave their hard hats at home. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Why so many Jalens in the NBA? I think it's way too many Jalens in the NBA. Went to sleep and it was 10 Jalens in the NBA.
Woke up, now it's 30 Jalens in the NBA.
We got Jalen Smith on the Bulls and Jalen with a wide playing for the Timberwolves.
Legitimately a
This
good
might
song.
be one of the better lyrical compositions I've heard in a while.
I listened to it yesterday. I did notice something. He's got Jalen Smith playing for both the Bulls and the Pacers. You can't have it both ways.
You gotta pick one, man.
But it's a brilliant song.
It really is.
Loved it. That was yesterday's song of the day, Rainy, Jalen Invasion. It's kind of
fantastic.
It's picking up steam, too.
Yeah.
People are paying attention to it. Jalen Green, yes. In honor...
Lay out the stat again.
In honor of his night, last night, I came up with my own metric. This is mine and mine alone. Miserable shooting nights. 15 or more field goal attempts, hitting under 30% of those field goal attempts. That was the 4th time Jalen Green has hit those parameters this year. He's tied for 4th most in the league, despite playing only 14 minutes. I do have to point out one of those miserable shooting nights was against Orlando, and he hit the game-winning 3. So
right.
There's that caveat. But then when we talked about this earlier, we started talking about, hey, what were you getting in Jalen Green? Are you getting this efficient assassin of a scorer? He's very talented. He's very explosive. He can score in bunches. He's never been that efficient of an offensive player. It's just not who he is as a player. But on that same realm of miserable shooting nights, again, 4 such nights in 14 games for Jalen Green. The previous 2 years in Houston, he played in 164 regular season games and had a combined total of 5.
Wow.
So this is even out of the ordinary for him.
For him.
Which gives you, I mean, in one way, it gives you hope It can't remain.
Oh, he can't get
remain
any
this
worse.
rusty.
No.
And look, he is coming back from the injury. He's been pretty open with how he's dealt with it. It did affect him. He went through a long process of learning to trust the hamstring again. I noticed last night body language that would indicate a real lack of confidence. And there was a couple of times down the floor where, and I don't know if this was just instinct or he just got used to it, but after missing a shot on a couple of possessions back on the defensive end, I noticed him kind of massaging his hamstring again.
Yes.
Now, it didn't cause him to leave the game or anything. He did miss the big shot at the end of the game. This is about as low as it can get, I think, for Jalen Green. I think there's only one way up.
I would hope so, because I will say this: his recovery time was beyond the pale, to the point where there were players who were starting to make little jokey jokes about it that were getting very close to being serious commentary about it. Right? You remember what Dylan Brooks had to say and all that stuff. So
on leave, I think was
right.
the phrase.
That's it. And so I think at some point in time, a basketball player needs to be a good basketball player, and it's how much time do you need? It's one excuse after another. He needs time to get used to his new team and his new teammates and his new city, and we got to get Devin Booker back because he can't do it by himself. And that's a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
That shouldn't be blocking a player as talented as Jalen Green. But again, this is sort of as I said, he had such a great first impression. That first game he gave this market.
When he came back and he played only, I think, around 20 minutes, but exploded for 29 points, was hitting his outside shots, just had his whole bag going early. And wow, this guy overcame the rust pretty quick.
Yeah.
33 games is a long time to be out, but it should be coming into form.
I would think so. I mean, he's not a rookie.
But, again, you can't pin this loss on Jalen Green. It was a rough night for Royce O'Neal. It was an uncharacteristic night for Royce O'Neal, who didn't get crunch time minutes in a close game. And Jordan Knott made the determination to go with Amir Coffey, and I think Amir Coffey did some good things, although he missed a couple of really crucial free throws. Free throw shooting was a factor last night. Suns, if they hit their free throws a little bit better, they win that game. It was a rough night for Colin Gillespie. He was only 1 for 6. And Grayson Allen was 6 for 19. He took 16 three-pointers last night, Grayson.
Didn't they miss like 15 threes in a row at one point last night?
Yeah.
Felt like it.
They've had some of those really, really unseemly kind of droughts from deep.
Well, and then the frustration bleeds over into Friday morning, too, because as Jarrett let us know, and TMZ is reporting, and it's out there now, that Dylan Brooks arrested for DUI early this morning.
Oof.
Reading from their website. Authorities tell us the small forward was arrested in Scottsdale around 2 a.m., was released from custody around 3:20 a.m. We're told he was respectful and cooperative before being released. There's no further information on blood alcohol content.
TMZ got that story in about 4 hours. Wow.
See what happens when you pay a lot of people?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do see what happens. Yeah, listen, this is very, very unfortunate. We don't have any details. Obviously, not a good decision. And we'll kind of follow this as it goes along. Suns have not responded to what has happened with Dylan Brooks yet. But now you got a game against the Pelicans, who had Zion Williamson in tow last night, who played a really good game. Will he play the second of a back-to-back? He only played 29 minutes last night.
Yeah, even if Zion doesn't play, the team the Pelicans will field out there is miles better than what the Bulls did last night.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, that was so stripped down what the Bulls put out there.
Like, oh my gosh. It was from the beginning of, Colin Sexton, remember him? He's kind of nice. Oh, he just had a couple buckets, and then he couldn't stop scoring
was ruthless
last night.
Yeah.
How about Trey Jones?
Yes. Trey Jones was fantastic. Real heads-up play by him at the end of the game as well.
Yeah,
falling out of bounds, throw that ball to the ceiling.
Yeah. Last night in that win for New Orleans in Sacramento, you're under 29 minutes for Zion. He did play well with 23 points, 10 of 14. So I guess he could be available. We never know with Zion. And his track record of playing in Phoenix is just not very long. They also didn't play DeJounte Murray last night because he's still getting back into shape. So he could play in the second half of a back-to-back as well. So I think a much tougher group coming in here than came in last night, but we'll see if the Suns did indeed learn their lesson, because to a man last night they were talking about, we can't do that. We can't have no intensity defensively until the fourth quarter. Devin Booker used the term cruise control. We came out in cruise control. We can't do that. So maybe a learning lesson for the Phoenix Suns moving forward. We shall find out. Suns and Pelicans tonight, 7:10. You can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coming up next, we will talk Arizona Cardinals and NFL as we get closer to the beginning of the league year. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, will join us next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Rebound knocked loose. Dunn tries to save it. It is going to be thrown straight up in the air, and the Bulls are going to come out with the win here tonight. 105-103, the final score at Mortgage Matchup Center. The Suns' streak is over at 11 wins against the Bulls. They hadn't lost in nearly 7 years.
More reacts to last night's L versus Chi-Town, and we preview Suns Pelicans on the home of Suns basketball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
A lot of people dealing with something, but almost nobody wants to talk about it, and that is struggling with private student loan debt. When you are struggling with that private student loan debt, it feels like a weight you're dragging around everywhere you go. But if that's your situation, you don't have to keep dragging it. Hi, it's Vince Murata, and that's because Y-Refi works specifically with people who are struggling with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. They help you refinance into a low fixed rate payment that fits your actual budget, one that you can afford. And they do it without judgment, constant questioning and grilling about how you got into the situation that you're in. They just want to help you start fresh. I've heard from people who felt completely buried in this situation, like they had zero options left, and then Y-Refi steps in and gives them a real path forward. And let's face it, when you're in a situation like that, it's powerful knowing someone's actually willing to work with you. You can't change what happened with your student loan debt, but you can actually absolutely change what happens next. Call Y-Refi today, 888-Y-REFI-85, or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait, and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Baseball fans, spring training is here, and Cosmic Daydream IPA from Four Peaks Brewing is now invading game days across Arizona. Whether you're soaking up the sun, watching from home, or meeting your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub, before or after the game, Cosmic Daydream IPA is brewed to keep the good times invading all spring training long. Plus, for your chance to win tickets to a D-backs game, text SEATS to 620-620. Cosmic Daydream IPA from Four Peaks. Brewed for every inning. Best data rates may apply.
Spring training is here, and Talking Stick Resort is your home base for all the action. Stay minutes from Salt River Fields and turn games into a getaway. Enjoy luxurious accommodations, incredible dining, non-stop gaming, and a perfect spot to relax after the final inning. Plus, take advantage of complimentary shuttles to and from the games at at Salt River Fields. Book now at TalkingStickResort.com. That's TalkingStickResort.com. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Bickley and Marotta.
I want to send a quick good morning shout out and a thank you to our audience Guadalupe this morning. We appreciate you taking in the show in Guadalupe. Yeah, the Cardinal decision, at least on the Kyler Murray front, has been made. When the league year starts next Wednesday, Kyler Murray will be released. He'll be a free agent. Here to talk about that, the NFL, and the rest of the Cardinals offseason. From Pro Football Talk, Mike Florio rejoining us here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Mike, thanks for joining us. We appreciate it.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
We're doing good. I assume zero surprise level that this was the Cardinal decision on Kyler Murray. I know there was reports that they tried to trade him. They tried to work some angles at the Combine in Indianapolis, but here we are, Mike.
And I think this became a no-brainer the moment he got put on injured reserve. He had that foot injury he was in the process of recovering from. Jonathan Gannon had that vague comment before the Monday night game against the Cowboys, which ended up being, as you know, the last game the Cardinals won last year, about Kyler possibly having a role, and then all of a sudden he's on IR. That was the point where, and we've seen this every year since 2022, starting with Derek Carr. It was Russell Wilson in 23. It was Daniel Jones in 24. And it was Kyler last year, where you've got a significant guarantee for injury that vests the following March. If the player's injured and can't pass a physical, you can't cut him before that next wave of guarantees becomes full and complete and unavoidable. That's when a player gets put in bubble wrap. So that was the clear move at that moment. And I did some digging right before the trade deadline to see if there was maybe a player we weren't thinking about who could be on the move. And I poked around on Kyler Murray. And the reality at the time was the contract was just too much of a complication. Too much would need to be worked out in order to make a move happen. And when we get to the end of the day here, you look at how much money was committed. Kyler would have to do some sort of a restructuring, some sort of a rearrangement. Why not just take the $36.8 million bird in hand that the Cardinals owe him this year, and he can go somewhere, play for the minimum like Wilson did. Wilson stuck the Broncos with the balance of nearly $40 million, played for the Steelers for $1.21 million. Kyler can play somewhere for $1.3. Cardinals pay the rest, and then Murray can lay the foundation for whatever his next act is going to be, whether he stays with the team that he joins this year or whether he goes somewhere else. So this thing was coming, and these contracts are just very hard to trade because you get to a point where you almost have to do what the Texans did in 2017 with Brock Osweiler and what the Rams essentially did as part of the Jared Goff, Matthew Stafford trade. You have to give the team that takes Kyler Murray's contract a draft pick or two in order to make that deal happen.
Mike, a lot of Cardinal fans now, we've all lived through Kyler Murray and we've seen his flaws. Some of them think they're fatal flaws at that position. But now Cardinal fans are seeing all the highlights on all the national sports talk shows, and they're wondering, did the Cardinals mess this up? Is Kyler Murray going to go blow up the league elsewhere? Was that contract homework clause that stuck in the contract sort of the beginning of the end and a portent of bad things to come? Your thoughts on what might await Kyler Murray in the future?
Well, and let me address the independent study clause that the team initially put in his second contract, and then once everyone heard about it and reacted negatively to it, they removed it. I said this earlier in the week, and I believe it. The moment that the thought enters your mind as you're evaluating the question of whether you're going to give a second contract right now after 3 seasons to your first overall pick, who was very good his first 3 years, but if it enters your mind that we don't trust this guy enough to do the job the right way, the way a franchise quarterback does the job, which is all in all the time with no contractual requirement to put in a certain amount of hours away from the confines of the usual practice day. If you think that, if you believe that, that's when you trade him. That's when you sell high.
Yes.
That's when you send him to another team that isn't going to know, oh, we got an issue here. Now, they may have done their due diligence. They may have talked to people. They may have decided, we better be careful here. But once you tell the world that there's an issue that we believe, right or wrong, we believe there's an issue with his overall commitment, you've got to have a quarterback who is all in all the time, taking the tablet home, staying late, being the first guy in, the last guy out, never touching a video game controller except when, he's playing with a kid or a nephew. You have to have that. And if the Cardinals believed that was an issue, they had a prime opportunity to trade him after his third season. Now people would have said, oh, what the hell are you doing trading Kyler Murray? And they could have leaked some of these things after the fact, as teams often do when they move on from a guy. But that's where this thing went sideways. You either trade him then or you just deal with it. You sign him and you deal with it. Once that clause was put into the contract and once that clause came to light, I think it created a permanent wedge between the two sides. And look at what the 4 years have been since then. And really, look at what hasn't happened for the Cardinals and flip it around. If you traded him, you would have picked up at least a first-round pick for Kyler Murray, and you definitely wouldn't owe him $36.8 million on the way out the door, minus the $1.3 million he's going to get from a new team, and net of $35.5 million that the Cardinals are out on top of the $100 million plus they've already paid him. Mm-hmm. So that was just a disaster. It was a disaster, and you blame it on the coach, you blame it on the GM, you blame it on the team president. Who's the team president? Oh, it's the owner. As we know.
Yeah. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, our guest here on Bickley and
Next question.
Yeah.
Next question.
I'm getting to the next
well
question,
done.
Mike.
No, well done.
That is pretty funny. This is an interesting year for any team looking to acquire a new quarterback because it's not the strongest draft class, as we know. The free agent class is not sterling either, but it does create maybe some more interest in some of these guys. And the name that we keep hearing, Mike, is Malik Willis. Could be the prize of the free agent crop. And he's got very little experience, even though that experience recently has been positive. What do you think the market will be ultimately for Malik Willis? And do you think that makes sense for the Arizona Cardinals?
This is a rare, if not unprecedented situation where you've got a guy who has never been a full-time week in and week out starter, who had 2 years in Tennessee where the first year did not go well. The second year, he was buried at the bottom of the depth chart. The third year, they gave him to the Packers for a seventh-round pick. And then when we've seen him play in 2024 and 2025 with Green Bay, he's been spectacular. The numbers are off the charts, 134-plus passer rating, average per attempt of more than 10 yards, just incredible. And you watch him play, it's like, holy crap. So I've been saying for the past couple of weeks that the two teams that are the litmus test for Malik Willis are the Dolphins and the Cardinals, because the Dolphins now have a GM and a head coach who were in Green Bay the last 2 years. They know him as well as anyone. And in Arizona, you got the brother of the head coach who turned Malik Willis into what we've seen the last 2 years. So if neither of those teams are chasing Malik Willis, that's a red flag for anyone else who may be considering him. And there's more and more momentum building of Arizona being the team that gets Malik Willis. A GM last week pegged the value at $20 to $25 million per year. I've seen numbers as high as 30. Now, that could just be the agent trying to lay the foundation, and it could be at the end of the day the contract technically averages $30 million per year, but there's like a phony final year or two that jacks up the average. We see that happen from time to time where it's not really the average, but it looks a hell of a lot better. But look at it this way. Sam Darnold, coming off of 14 regular season wins with the Vikings in 2024, got $33.5 million from the Seahawks, mainly because they were the only team that was chasing him a year ago, which is amazing in hindsight. So 30 would seem kind of high. 20 to 25 seems right. It could be a deal that is trumpeted by all of the insiders on Twitter as 30, and when we dig into it, it's really not 30. That won't surprise me.
Yeah, there you go. All right, last question for you, Mike. In the NFLPA report card, Michael Bidwell got another F, and I'm troubled by this because this F came after he let the team and his players know last year that new facilities were coming. I know you've talked on your show that you've got friends or family members who are actually a Cardinals fan. Is there hope here? Will Mike LaFleur get a chance to get this thing back? Because I've been worried for a couple of years that this team seems to be reverting to the team they were for most of the last century.
It's amazing. I've got a nephew who's now 21, and he became a Cardinals fan just kind of out of the blue when he was a boy. And he's never, ever gotten off the bandwagon through thick and thin, up and down, high or low. He's probably the only Cardinals fan in West Virginia. He's definitely the only one who's been a Cardinals fan loyally for more than a decade. I don't know if he's just a masochist or what, but here's what it comes back to. And no offense to Michael Bidwell, but there are bad teams in the NFL, and they stay bad. And the league is set up with parity, with the draft, with free agency and salary cap. Like, it's set up for all the teams to have a fair shot, an equal shot every year. And when one team, and it isn't just one, when a cluster of teams is bad year after year after year, at some point the common denominator becomes ownership. And one of my lines that I dust off as needed, you have to pass 2 tests to be able to drive a car in most states. You got to pass the written, and then you got to go out and show you can drive a car. You don't have to pass any test to own an NFL team. You just either have to show up with the biggest bag of money or be the person who's named in the will. You have to have no proven knowledge, acumen, football ability, skills when it comes to running an organization. You make yourself the president if you want to make yourself the president. Hell, you make yourself the GM if you want to, like Jerry Jones did. I'm surprised he hasn't made himself the coach at some point in the last 37 years. And this is the problem. Every fan is stuck. If you have an owner that's dragging down the team, you're stuck. And the reality is, and I can't think of another industry like this, where you can be bad when it comes to the superficial indicators of what makes a team successful or unsuccessful, but they're all making a ton of money. Mm-hmm. We get so caught up in chasing playoffs and Super Bowls as fans, and they lean into it because they need the fans to renew season tickets and show up for games and care about the team. But even if you don't win a single game, you're still getting an equal share of the billions of dollars that the NFL carves up. I mean, it's $10 billion a year in TV money, $625 million per. Wait, no, that's high. It's $360, $70 million per team right now, based on what they're splitting up. And my math may be off again. They told me there'd be no math in this job, but either way, you get 1/32 at $10 billion. You can do the calculation on your phone. It's a lot of money, and you don't have to be any good. That's the problem. And as Jed York said, when the 49ers were going through a stretch of dysfunction before they hired Kyle Shanahan, York said it out loud. You don't fire the owner. And that's the problem. There's no way for a team that is saddled with an owner that is the common denominator between years and years of failure. There's no way for the fans to change it.
Yeah. Mike, thanks so much for making time for us today. We appreciate it. Always good.
See you guys.
Thanks. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, joining us here on the Arizona Sports Line. We'll stay on the Arizona Cardinals as we're the week before the league year starts, the latest on all of what Mike Florio said and what the Cardinals could do. Next, Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Rebound knocked loose. Dunn tries to save it. It is going to be thrown straight up in the air, and the Bulls are going to come out with the win here tonight. 105-103, the final score at Mortgage Matchup Center. The Suns streak is over at 11 wins against the Bulls. They hadn't lost in nearly 7 years.
More reacts to last night's L versus Chi-Town, and we preview Suns Pelicans on the home of Suns basketball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Sweet James, and maybe you've wondered about that name, Sweet James. What is that all about? Well, his name is James Bergner. He's a world-class attorney. The Sweet nickname came from our pal, Petros Papadakis, who could not believe a Bulldog attorney could be so nice outside of a courtroom, and it just kind of stuck. But know this, Sweet James and his accident attorneys, anything but nice, anything but sweet to the insurance companies you are going to be battling if you are ever injured in an accident. This is what they will do for you. They'll get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. They'll get your car fixed. Then they're going to go out and get you the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve. They're going to treat you with compassion every step of the way. They're a law firm full of award-winning, extremely talented accident attorneys who have a ton of trial experience, who are not afraid to litigate, and that gives them tremendous leverage when dealing with those insurance companies. It's why Sweet James not only wins 98% of their cases, big and small, they consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in in the country. Remember, you pay nothing until they win your case. And if you're injured in an accident, do not settle for less. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... Let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13, and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission, no cash access, and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
The best in women's college basketball, the brightest stars in the game. And for the very first time, it's happening in the desert. The NCAA Women's Final Four is coming to Phoenix. 4 days of free family fun with tailgates, a concert, viewing parties, and more. April 2nd through 5th in downtown Phoenix. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'll be straight with you. I don't usually talk supplements. I'm skeptical by default. Most of them sell shortcuts, and shortcuts don't work. That's why I take M-Drive. I've been taking it for years. Not because it's flashy, because it makes sense. It's about routine, showing up every day, respecting what your body can still do even as it changes. Look, if you're still working, still competing and grinding, you probably noticed it. Energy dips, weight sticks around longer, burning it off gets harder. That's not laziness, that's biology. M-Drive Boost and Burn was built for that stage of life. It supports steady energy, a healthy metabolism, and fat burning. So the work you put in actually counts. No hype. M-Drive's been around nearly 20 years. High quality, clinically tested ingredients made right here in America. It fits my routine. Simple, consistent. You can find M-Drive Boost and Burn at Sprouts, Amazon, or at mdriveformen.com. Taking care of your health matters. Don't put it off. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns had maybe their most questionable loss of the year last night to a Chicago Bulls team that is struggling. But the slow start, lack of focus, and offensive struggles led to a 105-103 loss for the Suns, who need to figure things out quickly as they're right back on the hardwood tonight for the Pelicans at 7 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And according to TMZ, Suns forward Dylan Brooks was arrested early this morning on DUI charges in Scottsdale. And as spring training rolls on, the Diamondbacks season gets closer and closer. There's still a lot this team has to sort out before then. For more on the Arizona Diamondbacks, head to arizonasports.com today. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Bickley and Murata.
Minnesota Vikings, I know he is in their first batch of quarterback options that they're looking at. I would call it tier 1. There will be a second team that gets involved eventually. Will it be the Jets? Could it be the Atlanta Falcons, who need a bit of a bridge with Michael Penix still hurt coming off that knee?
Jeremy Fowler. Injury. Jeremy Fowler, ESPN, talking about most likely landing spots for Kyler Murray. The usual suspects coming up there. Minnesota, he mentioned. The Jets, he mentioned. The Falcons, he mentioned. The Falcons could be an interesting thing. But let's focus on the New York Jets for a second. Because this just dropped in our lap this morning. Connor Hughes, who covers the Jets for SNY in New York, had a pretty long post on social media today. He wrote, the Jets might not target just one quarterback and free agent. free agency. Belief from agents who met with them at the NFL Combine is that they prefer to add 2 if they can, similar to what the Giants did a year ago with Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston. Kyler Murray was discussed, but he is expected to sign with the Minnesota Vikings per sources. No Kirk Cousins, but watch Geno Smith and Carson Wentz. There is interest there. Jacoby Brissett, too, if the Cardinals can be convinced to part, was told that's doubtful with Jimmy Garoppolo expected to stay in L.A. Garoppolo signing with the Cardinals would change that.
Yeah, I've always believed that if they do go out and bring in a replacement, a new starting quarterback, Jimmy Garoppolo, and for people who are like, well, Jimmy Garoppolo isn't better than Jacoby Brissett, and you might be right about that.
You might be.
But for those who don't know, and we went over this a couple of days ago, Mike LaFleur has got a deep, long relationship with Jimmy Garoppolo. Whatever offense Mike LaFleur is hoping to install here, it's going to be something very rooted in Kyle Shanahan and parts of Sean McVay. And Jimmy Garoppolo was with Mike LaFleur in both places. So if you want to hit the ground running as an offense, Jimmy Garoppolo makes a ton of sense. Now, again, how good is he at this age? Can he stay healthy? I don't know. But if you go out and you get Jimmy Garoppolo and give him the job, it makes perfect sense to me that you would trade Jacoby Brissett because I think, A, you'd want to do him the solid, right? Seeing that he won the job last year. B, you probably could recoup something from trading for him.
Sure.
And I think there would be demand for Jacoby Brissett, especially given his contract. It's very affordable.
Yeah, you'd get a day 3 draft pick for Jacoby Brissett.
Maybe.
But
so you get a little something.
I agree with everything you said, but if the Cardinals do go down that road, Garoppolo's their guy. They're handing him the keys. There is the connection with LaFleur. He was in that offense, the McVay-LaFleur offense for 2 years in L.A. What do you do then if you're the Cardinals? Don't you have to go out and get another veteran to be your backup quarterback? Are you just putting yourself behind the 8 ball on that front? Or are you trying...
Keaton Slovis.
Well, that's why I said at the very end of last year, the last game or two, why not just give Slovis... When things were absolutely lost, give Slovis 1 game, 2 games.
They
just something. Just see what you have.
But
just
then they're taking the chance. If Slovis played really well in one of those games, he might be commanding $30 million.
Imagine they could be in the position to trade him right now. Yeah.
We got a tweet this morning that was pretty interesting. I want to read it. This is from Buddy. Not advocating for Willis in the least, but I'll point out that a sample size of 68 dropback plays in the NFL is 68 plays more than any of the quarterbacks in the draft have. Absolutely
That's
right.
Very well said.
But if the Cardinals can somehow go down the Ty Simpson road in the second round, the financial difference is vast.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Willis could get $30 million a year. There was a quarterback drafted in the second round last year, Jalen Milroe in Seattle, didn't play. 4 years, $6 million and change. There's a big difference on the books there with a lot less. I mean, your second round pick makes everything more palatable. But I don't know if Simpson's going to last until the second round.
I'm not sure Ty Simpson's going to last beyond pick 10, to be honest with you.
But then you start thinking, okay, you draft somebody in the third round, a Carson Beck, a Garrett Nussmeier. Cade Club. I still can't say Cade
Drew Eller.
Yeah.
Cade Klubnik. Cade Klubnik.
The kid from Clemson.
Yeah. Cade
Klubnik. happens to go to a school with CL.
Cade Klubnik, the kid from Clemson.
Right. Put on your cleats, Cade Klubnik, Clemson.
Clem Kadiddlehopper. So, I mean, there are options there, but that Brissett thing is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that the Jets might want to go down. And the Giants went down that road, and they brought in Wilson, and they brought in Winston, and handed the keys to Jackson Dart very early on. So they had 2 very veteran insurance policies for a season that went nowhere.
Yep.
It would be genius of the Jets, perfect, if they brought in Kyler and Jacoby Brissett and just tried to recreate the brilliance that was the 2025 Cardinals season.
That'd be like the Sacramento Kings. Trying to recapture the magic of the Chicago Bulls, who never did anything more than make it to the play-in round.
So I guess knowing what you know, would you rather go the Malik Willis route or the Jimmy Garoppolo route?
Garoppolo.
Yeah.
I don't know, boy. The only thing Malik Willis has to me is he does have that unknown.
Mm-hmm.
Like, are you going to have your next quarterback in the next 10 years? You found him, and this guy's going to be. Garoppolo is so much cheaper. It gives you money to do other things with, but it is just a stopgap, most likely for 1 or 2 years. I don't know.
Losing and downward trajectory can change what you feel. And if I know I'm not alone when I say this, but there's almost a feeling that's creeping in that leads you to believe if Willis signs with the Cardinals, it won't work out. If Willis goes anywhere else,
He'll blow up.
He'll be the guy that blows up
Yeah.
and earns the $30 million.
The thing is, Malik Willis has shown he can blow up a good defense. Were the Ravens a good defense last year? Let me rephrase that. I'm not sure that they were.
Not up to their
not usual.
Their
Fully
historical
Take away
standard.
the logo.
Yeah. Ever since losing Mike McDonald, they're not quite what they used to be.
Well, they were banged up too.
But he still showed the ability to put together a 348-yard, 3-touchdown game against the Ravens.
They also lost that game by 17 points.
Well, yeah, they did. Derrick Henry ran roughshod. You remember what Henry did to the Packers that night?
Yeah.
Oh, it was unbelievable. But you're right. They also lost the game. And he got hurt in the game. So I don't know. This is why, even though it sounds very wishy-washy, I'm just going to defer to LaFleur.
I got to get a drop for that. Defer to LaFleur.
Mm-hmm. That's almost as good as yesterday. Athletes who are as weird as you feared.
You're a poet.
And I don't even know it.
I wish I had one to follow up with, but I just don't.
Yeah, right.
Coming up next, Jalen Green getting a lot of heat right now for the Phoenix Suns. Is it fair? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Southwest Gas fuels the moments that matter the most. Hey, it's Vince Murata. Southwest Gas committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. Southwest Gas is also proud to support the lifestyle of Arizonans. Take cooking a meal, for instance. Natural gas, the fuel of choice for chefs, whether you enjoy outdoor cooking at home or in the backyard for a barbecue with family and friends, or for nights getting cozy by the fire or roasting marshmallows for s'mores. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. If you'd like more information about how Southwest Gas helps fuel life's important moments and supports a sustainable energy future for our community, please visit their website, swgas.com.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 AC inspection that includes a complete system performance test, a safety and efficiency review of your compressor, your coils, and your wiring, plus tune-up recommendations to extend the system life and lower your bills. Go to cbrothers.com to book it or call 602-222-3535.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Hey, it's Luke. Did Jalen Green and Devin Booker continue to show improved chemistry against the Bulls? We'll be reacting to Suns Bulls at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I hate to ruin your whole show, Luke, but no.
Yeah.
The answer is no. That didn't happen.
Talked about their pace, how fast they play, and they drive it right to your chest. We couldn't stop them. They were just coming right downhill, right at the rim. They lived at the rim, couldn't keep the ball in front of us. And then we left them hang around, leave them hang around, let it up to a 50-50 call both ways, and then try to grab a rebound. Couldn't grab a rebound, so left them hang around. I thought in the fourth we tried to pick up our intensity. This is the NBA. Those guys are a competitive bunch. Give them credit. They continuing to play through. I mean, Colin Sexton has done this for years. Like, he finds ways to impact games by his overall tenacity and toughness. He did again tonight.
Jordan Knott, head coach of the Phoenix Suns, on a ultimately frustrating night for the Suns. We haven't even brought this fact up yet, that not only did the Suns lose, the game was reachable. I mean, the lead was reachable all night. That was a wire-to-wire win.
Yeah,
for
it
the
was.
Chicago Bulls.
It was.
Even though the lead never got more than 12, and it was within arm's reach the entire game.
That's what was so
the Suns
frustrating.
could not make a run because they could not get a stop, and you heard the reasons why. Jordan Knott just outlined them.
Yeah. And then you get to the Jalen Green factor, who's taken a lot of heat from Suns fans this morning. I believe he's a minus 64 over the last 6 games. Somebody pointed out that Jalen Green shot distribution. He's shot 80 long threes, 45 shots at the rim, 30 from the long mid-range, 29 from short mid-range, 13 from short three. Pointed out that the shot distribution isn't that bad, other than the fact that he isn't making any of them.
This is true. Even last night, as someone that's watched every Jalen Green game, and you kind of hope to see him get more comfortable getting downhill and try to get more explosive, he was trying last night. I thought he went to the rim more than I've seen him in any game last night. And it just comes back to it. He wasn't making the shots, but at least last night he looked more comfortable to me, at least.
I mean, I was listening because you know what I do on my way home. I listen to the post-game show, and there was a lot of people talking about just the lack of confidence right now, which is it's weird to see because Jalen Green, I think, throughout his career, because he knows he's supremely talented and explosive, you don't see him struggle with the confidence. And look, the shot number obviously is not dissuading his confidence to the point where he's passing up shots. But that is, again, something I saw team-wide. I saw it with Devin Booker a couple times last night. Not necessarily passing up a shot, but passing up an earlier shot that's open and then settling for a tougher shot.
Right.
Even like after he gathers. Like giving the opportunity for the defense to recover and make a shot more difficult. Now, Devin Booker can still make those shots, even though he was only, 9 for 21 last night from the floor. But I think Suns fans, for as frustrating of a night as that was, would have felt better. Had the result been the exact same, would have felt better with Devin Booker taking the last shot the Suns got off as opposed to Jalen Green.
I think so. Listen, I agree with that. In real time, in hindsight, however you want to couch it, I do agree with that. And so, look, man, this is, as we've said all morning long with this, This was a must-winnable game, and they didn't get it. And they've got to learn from this. They cannot let this happen again. Because without Dylan Brooks and with Mark Williams being on the shelf for 2 to 3, look, I'm really frustrated with Kaman Malawach. I'm going to be honest with you. I know he's young, and I know I probably shouldn't be. He got thrown around on the biggest when they need him to go get a rebound.
It's kind of amazing that when he was drafted, before we knew how this season was actually going to play out, so many people were saying that Malawach had to contribute right away and had to be like a star in his rookie year, when it seems like he was so raw now in retrospect.
Look, and again, I think Vinny's right. I think there is a lot of project to him, and I think we were all applauding the arc that they put this young man on. Well, you don't need him. You're winning. You've got the position in lockdown. Slow grow the guy in the G League. Okay. But for the 10th overall pick, you would hope he could hold his own on the blocks against Isaac Okoro and get a rebound.
Yeah, but I will say this, too. It's no longer a hypothetical. There was a lot of people saying, oh, come on, Malawach needs to play more. He absolutely has to play more. He's the 10th pick in the draft. They need to get something from him. They were equipped from a roster standpoint to make that a hypothetical. You know what? We're going to develop him, and we're going to take our sweet time doing it because he is the 10th overall pick, and we don't want to throw him in the fire. This Mark Williams injury now makes Kaman Malawach a necessity.
Yeah.
He has to play in the rotation.
Yes.
And maybe it will work wonders for him, but I'm like you. He's the easiest guy in the world to root for because his attitude, his story,
great guy.
Amazing.
Yeah.
But he does get pushed around. He does look out of place quite often on an NBA floor right now, which is somewhat startling because his recent forays into the G League, and I know it's a different level, and I know there's not a lot of defensive intensity right now in the G League, and you get some really inflated numbers, but he's one of those guys that was putting up inflated numbers in the G League. And he's still getting, spot minutes here and there, but they don't have a choice. He's the backup center right now.
That's it. And I've seen some Suns fans kind of a little anxious. Why didn't the team go out and get a big at the trade deadline?
Well, last night, another thing that I wanted to bring up about last night's game.
Yeah.
One of the players that was linked to the Suns through all of it, Gershon
Yabusele,
who was available in the buyout market. And he went to Chicago, and he is a useful player. He's big.
He's a big dude.
He can step outside. He gives you he stretches the floor, which is not something any of the Suns' bigs can make the claim right now because they just don't shoot outside. And that's even when Mark Williams is healthy. I think he would have been a valuable pickup. And
more so than a Haywood Highsmith.
Yeah, and
who hasn't played yet,
He's been available to play for 2 games. He has not cracked the rotation, which seems to be shrinking a little bit, even though Fleming is in it. And Amir Coffey did some good things, but that's been that revolving door of who's going to get those minutes at the 4. And nobody's been able to really grasp those minutes on a consistent basis. Maybe Highsmith gets a shot soon.
There was one really cool moment when Rasheer Fleming drove baseline and fed the ball to Kaman Malawach for the slam. And I'm like, look at that G League magic, baby.
Yeah.
Look at that.
But I also had the thought, too, coming out of a timeout when Malawach first came into the game, both rookies were on the floor. And we're like, okay, this is
different.
This is stretch run basketball in the NBA. There's 20 games to go, and the Suns are in position to be a top 6 seed. So the pressure's on those guys to deliver a little bit more because they are going to get the opportunity.
And like I said, Lakers lost last night, so it's still 2 games behind them. But now you're 3.5 behind the Nuggets. So to me, it's going to be 6 or bust. You're not getting higher than 6, in my opinion. Not with these injuries you're facing. Mark Williams is going to be gone 2 to 3.
Yeah.
So 2 to 3 weeks, that is. And so this is something, this is going to test this basketball team.
Reevaluated in 2 to 3 weeks. The dreaded reevaluated.
The other thing that made last night difficult was a guy that was languishing on the end of the bench wearing sweats every night was a factor in the game for Chicago. Nick Richards was...
Yeah.
He only made half of them, but he shot 10 free throws.
Yeah.
He rebounded the ball well. He had 11 rebounds in the game. And he was a physical factor.
Yeah. No, listen, there was something the Bulls, their whole mentality blew my mind. I thought that this team had shifted into tank mode. I did not expect them to come out with the kind of pop that they had. They really had it last night.
It was either that or it just magnified the Suns' lacklusterness.
Maybe, but it looked like the Bulls from the gate came at them with a lot of tenacity.
They did, and it was just never met. Join us April 11th for Pat's Run, presented by Tech Systems, a 4.2-mile run walk that honors Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. You can learn more. Sign up today at patsrun.org. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies to kick off the 9 o'clock hour next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios here at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If they don't go get Kenneth Walker, if they don't get Travis Etienne, that might be the biggest tell in the world. We're drafting him. We didn't go get a running back. Instead, it's a good point. We invested our free agency dollars in the offensive line to free us up to be able to take Jeremiah Love, number 3. I think in some ways, the next week will be a giant-sized tell about their intentions of drafting Jeremiah Love and if they don't spend money on a running back.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Garrett, I just saw where you guys actually have hit over 1,000 five-star reviews.
That's absolutely true, and we don't do it without our team, and obviously to our amazing customers that are willing to trust us and support our team along the way.
Talk a little bit of the importance of Moving Team 6 and the teamwork that goes into it.
The thing that separates Moving Team 6 obviously is our team. We can all go to work every single day and feel like, hey, we got to get a job done, but they've got to know that they're part of something bigger than themselves. Our team at Moving Team 6 believes that every single day they walk into a home, it's bigger than what they think, and they're making a big impact in someone's lives and taking away stress that they can't deal with that day, and we want to take it on for them. You can't pick up a dresser and carry it up and down stairs, and the whole word pivot of taking a big couch up the stairs, so you need somebody to help you make that move happen, and we're the team for you.
Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
We'll admit, we've already thrown in the towel on the New Year's resolution.
Yeah, and we made it through dry January. But one healthy new habit we're sticking with is Active Liver from New Nordic. Did you know your liver works around the clock processing food, sugar, alcohol, and everyday toxins? All things that can really impact your health.
That's why daily support matters. Active Liver is designed to help protect normal liver function and support your body's natural detox process.
With trusted ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and artichoke extract, it's gentle enough to take all year long.
No harsh cleanses, no extreme detoxes, just simple daily liver support. We really feel the difference.
Yup, more energy and the peace of mind knowing we can enjoy the good things in life while giving our liver the love it needs.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. we get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Space Solutions didn't start in a warehouse. It started at a kitchen table. When Noah and Jen's kids were little, they dreamed of building something crafted with their own hands. Over 20 years later, those kids work alongside their parents, helping Arizona families transform closets, garage, pantries, laundry rooms, and more. If you have a dream space, they can build it. Space Solutions, a family legacy and the experts in custom closets crafted in Arizona. Call today or book your free design consult at spacesolutionsaz.com. That's spacesolutionsaz.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns suffered their most frustrating loss of the season last night, 105-103 to the Chicago Bulls. The offensive struggles showed up again, and the Suns had no answer for Colin Sexton, who had 30 points in the Bulls win. But the Suns will need to figure things out as the New Orleans Pelicans come to town tonight. Tip-off will be at 7 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7, and the Arizona Sports app. And according to TMZ, Suns forward Dylan Brooks was arrested early this morning on DUI charges in Scottsdale. The Arizona Cardinals yesterday released linebacker Akeem Davis Gaither and defensive lineman Bilal Nichols to save about $11 million in cap space as the NFL gets closer to the start of the new year. And as per ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, the Cardinals are hiring former Steelers defensive coordinator Terrell Austin as a senior assistant, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, it is 9 o'clock on a Friday. We've turned for the home stretch on the week, and that can only mean one thing. It is time for Social Studies. We are at Bickley_Murata on X. If you want to interact with our questions we post daily, we are at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook. And if you want to watch the show at all, we're at Arizona Sports on YouTube. All right, guys. So the first question we've got for you today is for Suns fans. What made last night's loss to the Bulls so frustrating, disappointing, and concerning, and why? And here are the 4 options. Was it a lack of effort and energy? Clearly missing Mark Williams? Clearly missing Dylan Brooks, or that Jalen Green continues to struggle?
Yeah, listen, you can make a case for all, but I'm voting for the first one. Just they did not bring the requisite effort that has been the definition of this team. They did not meet their standard, and that's what's most troubling.
And they had an opportunity to rectify it at halftime, and were really unable to turn it around. That's it for me.
Yeah, the lack of energy and effort got 50% of the vote. Coming in second, 36% is the Jalen Green continues to struggle. And then 11% that they're clearly missing Dylan Brooks, and only 2% for Mark Williams. And Bruce says the defense was terrible, almost as bad as Jalen Green was last night. Would love to have maybe seen Highsmith get on the floor since he's supposed to be a defensive stopper. Missing Brooks and Goodwin's defensive intensity also very much hurt. And then Doug said a combo of Green struggling and lack of energy. As for the lack of defense, it's inexcusable. I mean, even Jarrett or Sammy could have scored on a pick and roll against the Suns last night. Hey, Doug, I respect you, but I'm not hitting any buckets on the Suns defense.
I suck at basketball.
See, there we go. So I don't know if we would have scored. The Jarrett and Sammy pick and roll would have been a minus yesterday. All right, so Cardinal fans, yesterday they released Akeem Davis Gaither and Bilal Nichols, and then obviously Kyler Murray's being planned to be released, and he was the number 1 overall pick. All right, so who is the biggest bust in Cardinals team history in your eyes, and why?
From
Matt Leinart.
From a player that they drafted?
I believe so. Right, Jared? That was the.
I mean, you could interpret it however you want.
Yeah, I think. Wow, I mean.
There's
the two
names.
Quarterbacks they picked at number 10 overall, certainly in a neck-to-neck race.
Leinart wasn't a bigger bust than Rosen. I mean, Leinart.
I had much more. Hey, listen, Matt Leinart won a national championship in college.
One of the greatest college football players ever.
Listen, and the hype around Matt Leinart, Dennis Green called it a gift from heaven.
God,
yeah.
Nobody called Josh Rosen a gift from heaven.
No.
Trent Dilfer.
Both, though, Josh Rosen and Matt Leinart shared a love of hot tubs.
They did.
And
so the Cardinals have learned their lesson. Don't draft a quarterback number 10 overall from an LA school who loves hot tubs.
Exactly.
Josh Rosen. Josh Rosen. There's some pretty funny and interesting names.
So let's hear them.
So Tom Foss, he said Garrison Hurst. Coming out of college, he was an unbelievable running back, 4th overall pick. Cardinals wouldn't pay him, so he didn't even go to training camp, and his career with the Cardinals lasted 3 years and was miserably disappointing.
He had a 1,000-yard season, and there was an ACL tear in there as well.
So there we go. Chuck Harris said
And he went on to have a good career elsewhere.
Okay.
The Jets? Was that? Yeah.
He went to San Francisco.
So Chuck Harris said any answer other than Andre Wadsworth is wrong.
Ooh.
Wendell Bryant, he said, is second.
We focused on the quarterbacks. On the defensive side, the excitement over Andre Wadsworth, who was considered a no-brainer pick in that spot, that was a tough one.
Boat Rocker said Robert Kimdichie, Josh Rosen, Isaiah Simmons, Levi Brown, Matt Leinart, and Andre Wadsworth. that was one of the
They ran out of characters.
Yes.
Josh Rosen.
Josh Rosen.
Isaiah Simmons is a good one.
Yes, Isaiah Simmons is good. 2 more here. Wookie said, from a coach standpoint, Buddy Ryan. He told us we had a winner in town, and that did not happen. And then Rich White, he includes a if you know, you know at the end, but he said Clyde Duncan. No close second. If you know, you know. I had no idea who that was.
That was before they got to Arizona.
Okay, so there we go. All right.
But in those days, once upon a time, they drafted a kicker in the first round of the draft.
Oh, boy.
Remember that, Bick?
Yeah, I do.
Steve Little.
Was he good?
He was great in college.
I mean, was he good as?
No.
Oh, okay.
And he actually died a tragic death at an early age in a car accident, I believe.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
All right, our last question. At the beginning of the show, we were talking about some things that are in society that are losing some personality or uniqueness or flair, okay? So what is the biggest example of something in today's society that is losing uniqueness, personality, flair, compared to how it used to be? And what are your thoughts about it?
I don't know, just conversations with other human beings, maybe?
Man.
Hey, look up from your phone. I'm talking to you.
Do you miss that, though? Like, do you wish you could have more interaction with people, talk more on the phone with people?
I cannot stand. I felt this way during COVID, that just how soft we have all become as a nation. Can't deal with hard times, can't deal with strife, can't deal without your cell phone in your hand at all times. I'm going to go somewhere else with my answer, though, because I like what you said earlier about buildings all looking the same. You go to great cities, and some of the older buildings all have real ornate features to the exterior, to the facade of the building, just beautiful craftsmanship. You don't see any of that in new buildings anymore. None of it.
No, it's true. And it's really driven home here because we're a newer city.
Mm-hmm.
If you go to the East Coast or the Midwest, some of the established cities there, or Europe, from what I heard, never been, but certainly that. I don't know why I had this thought. I don't know what spurred it the other day. But Americans and their phones now, it is what it is, and we're basically held hostage by our phones. Why didn't the phone companies effort to make landlines and wired phones more cool and functional? I kind of miss talking on a landline.
You could still have one. They did. They tried it. You know, they went wireless and.
But that was all they did was make phone calls.
Oh,
that was it.
Oh, I see.
Like
I see what you're saying.
Smart home phone.
I thought you were saying like the shoe phone. That was cool.
Those always
phone like a banana.
Yeah, a banana or a burger or a shoe or something like that.
So they tried to make them cool,
you would
man.
see those on TV and you'd be like, I want that. And then you'd use it and be like, I can't hear you.
That's right.
There are some pretty good responses. So Sun Devil Phil said, music festivals. They used to relatively be rare and each had their own personality. Now they all are exactly the same. Pick a genre, all the same. So I haven't been to many music festivals, but I feel like aren't they're still a little different? No,
they're much more homogenized than they used to be.
Yeah, I don't know how to address this because I haven't been to a lot of festivals outside of Arizona.
Here. All right, gotcha.
Yeah, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing though for music fans.
Right.
Be able to go see 2 or 3 of your favorite bands as opposed to paying $500 to see one.
I agree. Wes Whitaker said mom and pop shops and restaurants up and down, quote, Main Street. William said the Vegas Strip. Again, I've only known it as one thing. And then
there's very little charm left on the Vegas Strip.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay.
There used to be a lot of charm.
Oh, that was a double two-pronged attack there. First, in the 90s and early 2000s, everything had to have a theme. And they tried to be family friendly.
Yes.
And everything had a crazy theme. Then, since then, the exact opposite. Every new hotel has no personality at all, and it's all just supposed to be like, oh, it's classy, expensive.
Upscale, modern.
Right.
Yeah. And, by the way, leave your kids at home now.
Right.
Yeah, right. Yeah. You never should have brought them in the first place. I made that mistake once. Never again. You know the famous Welcome to Las Vegas sign?
Yes.
Because social media currency is so important to everybody now, you wouldn't believe maybe you would if you guys have been to Vegas recently. The amount of people you will see waiting to take a selfie in front of that sign. It's gotten so bad that they had to cordon off the area and make a little mini park because people were just running across traffic.
No way.
To take the picture.
That's what I used to do.
Now it's so crowded around there from people who just need that shot.
I've gotten the shot, but
okay,
it was a while ago, and there was no park there. It was again running across traffic. But there you guys go. We're at Bickley_Murata on X, at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook, and go watch us at Arizona Sports on YouTube. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Sammy. Coming up next, are we any closer to the Diamondbacks naming an opening day starting pitcher? That and more straight ahead on the Friday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Dylan Brooks was reportedly arrested on DUI charges in Scottsdale. Mark Williams' injury allows the Suns to explore more options at center. And the Suns lost all focus and took their worst loss of the season to the Bulls. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know what's better than buying a new television from my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance? Buying one and get one free, and I've got a deal for you so good you should get in your car this weekend. Head on down to Waltz. Now through the end of March, if you purchase any 75-inch Samsung QLED or OLED television or larger, they're going to give you a 43-inch Samsung television for free. Buy one, get one free on Samsung televisions. That is a great offer from Waltz, and by the way, not long ago, I purchased the 83-inch OLED television, Samsung model, tremendous for live-action sports. One of many reasons you head on down to Waltz. They'll give you great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. They've got an incredibly knowledgeable staff that can answer all of your questions, give you the insight you'll never get from the big box stores. They'll match any price you bring to them. They'll give you same-day delivery 7 days a week, and their service and expertise is unparalleled. Finally, one added bit of incentive. When you're at Waltz, drop my name. You're going to get an additional 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner. It is right behind the IKEA. You can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com and start saving.
Low T? Start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
WTF. Yeah, you heard right. Desert Wind Harley is willing to finance. Come down to Desert Wind Harley's WTF pre-owned sale event this week. Good credit, bad credit, no credit. We can help. We must sell 50 pre-owned bikes by this Sunday at Desert Wind Harley. Willing to finance. 10 event ends this Sunday. On group credit.
Hey, it's Gambo. Could the Miami Dolphins and Arizona Cardinals essentially swap starting quarterbacks this offseason? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey, good morning to everybody in Sun City. Taking in the show, Bickley and Murata mornings this morning in Sun City. We appreciate you.
I tried to do that as early as possible, and it kind of backfired on me because I didn't want to have that situation, and I knew Merrill was going to be the opening day starter. But we'll try to get to it as soon as possible. We want to make sure we get that all ironed out
as soon as possible. Something that was predicted by Jarrett Carlin last week on his weekend checklist that did not come true. The Diamondbacks.
Stay tuned to 9:45.
Yeah, I got nothing.
What, for the weekend checklist?
Yeah, I got nothing.
Yeah. I'm kind of done with it.
I'm kind of done with it. We got no football games. I'm done with it.
There's a lot more to pick from when football season's around. The Diamondbacks have not named their starting pitcher for opening day yet. There appears to be two candidates, Zach Gallen being one, Ryan Nelson being one.
Mm-hmm.
Last week on the show when we talked to Alex Weiner, Alex had kind of connected the dots. And we know how important scheduling is. We know how important the calendar is and routines and all that. And he connected, hey, this lines up with Ryan Nelson's calendar.
Yeah.
So don't be surprised to see Ryan Nelson.
I would
on the
really
mound
like
March 26th.
that. Listen, and I know that that Zach Gallen has been here a long time, but I think it is time now to honor somebody else with that. And I think Ryan Nelson has been terrific for a couple of years. He's accepted what we have called demotions to the bullpen, and I think this would be a great little boost for him if he gets it. So I'm hoping, with all due respect to Zach, whom I like a great deal. I think it's Ryan Nelson's opening day start to be had.
Yep, Torey Lovello said yesterday as well that everybody's still in the mix.
I think everybody is, yeah, for sure. We're not exactly sure what it looks like right now, but we're going to build it out and try to win as many games as possible. So it'll be well beyond opening day when we're looking at this whole schedule.
Look, largely opening day starter in a lot of cases is a cosmetic honor. It doesn't mean that much in the grand scheme of things. but there is anticipation for opening day.
Yeah.
The more important thing is Merrill Kelly getting back to the rotation in whatever slot it is as early as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in the days leading up to the reporting of Merrill Kelly not making that opening day start, there was talk of, hey, it might not be that long. He could maybe be on the back end of that rotation in that first homestand against Detroit. He is working his way back. Here was Torey Lovello on how Merrill Kelly's bullpen session went.
Merrill's bullpen was great, 26 or 27 pitches. It was all pitches. I got a chance to speak with him directly after the bullpen, and he said he feels really good. Everything came out as good as he hoped. What the next steps are, at this point, I'm not sure.
Yeah, so look, if that's still the case and Kelly can be this year's version of Corbin Burns and be the fifth starter,
yeah,
that sets up pretty well. And hopefully, fingers crossed that can still happen.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you on that. All right, let's shift over to the World Baseball Classic, if you don't mind, because there's been a couple of interesting things that have happened this morning. 2 different occasions, a batter has come up to start the game, and he's reached out to shake the catcher's hand, and the catcher's like, nope. And people think, oh, wow, there's a lot of smoke going on here. What it really is the catcher doesn't want any pine tar in his hands.
Is that what it is?
That's what it is. Yeah. And so I don't know whether
or is that just a convenient excuse?
Well, maybe. I don't know whether these hitters are trying to trick that catcher. Hey, you want a nice big goopy handshake there, Mr. Catcher? Good luck throwing out base runners after that.
They should goop up with pine tar and wear a hand buzzer.
There you go. Go full-on Joker.
It could be an excuse, though. I'm not shaking your hand, Cretin from another nation.
Cretin.
Don't you know we're competing for something very big here?
Okay, so the WBC this morning, Shohei Ohtani had a grand slam, a single, and a double in the first 2 innings.
Yeah, how did Japan do? They won 13-0. They one-hit Chinese Taipei, who got run ruled. Only a 7-inning game.
Oh.
And so I was going to ask this in the reboot, but the ideal final for this would again be Japan, United States, right? Or
absolutely.
Because I think the Dominican Republic has a lot of high-level MLB players and a great crowd.
Those are the 3 best teams for sure.
Right. But
Jeff passing on that was
Japan, USA is the one we all want to see again, right?
Definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. Because the end of the previous one with Shohei striking out Mike Trout, that was a magical way to conclude that tournament.
Yeah. But they were still teammates at the time. That was cool. Shohei was pitching. That was cool.
It was in Japan, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it was in Japan, yeah. And Mike Trout's not on the American team this year. Or is he? Is he on
I don't believe
I don't think so.
I didn't see him on
No, I don't think so.
So we'll never get that moment again. But if you want the 2 best teams, probably. It's easy, and I'll say this. It's hard not to consider the Dominican team because it's an all-star team. There's just no other way around it.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing about the Japanese team is we're not familiar with so many of those players, and the Japanese professional league is so much better than we give it credit for.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, testament to that is these players coming over. Jared it was you that asked the question, right? When was the last time a Japanese player came over and didn't make it?
No.
Who? Somebody asked that question of me.
I don't know. No, I don't remember it on this show, but whatever.
I'm trying to give you credit. Take credit and run.
Oh, yeah, great, yeah. It was a good question. Then I remember saying that yesterday. Everybody said, oh, Jared, you did it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, but, I would probably, if the Americans are in it, obviously we're pulling for that.
Yes.
Yeah.
But any combination of those 3 teams, I think, would be a treat for baseball fans.
Yeah, I agree with that. This is, I think this is going to be good. The Team USA, it gives you an idea of just how, relative to what we talked about yesterday, the resurgence of baseball in America, you can see it right on that Team USA roster. They're loaded.
Yeah, this is the best team they've ever fielded in this
without
tournament.
question.
They play today, yeah?
Tonight,
I think tonight.
So they're 9.5 run favorites.
Who are they playing?
Brazil.
Okay.
Yeah, well.
Jared,
who's your favorite
go
Brazilian?
find a Brazilian who says, if you put a soccer ball on the field, it will be a different result.
And he literally did this with his hands. It was fantastic. Well, it is funny though because it is part of this the MLB trying to grow the game in markets that it's not big in at all. Because the 3 markets we just mentioned, Dominican Republic, USA, and Japan, and broader regions around them, huge. Baseball's been huge for years and years and years and years. But there's teams from Great Britain and Italy and Brazil and these places that just don't play baseball. And they all stink at this, by the way. But
That's the other question.
It is interesting if this, 20 years from now, we're going to see anything.
Do you need 20 teams in this tournament? The answer is no. I understand they want to do pool play leading up to it, and you have to have a lot of teams to have pool play to get the best of each pool. But yeah,
come on!
Here's the separation between top and bottom in this tournament is so vast.
I think 58-year-old Sean Green is still playing on Team Israel. Come on!
Wasn't there a brawl at Chase Field in the WBC way back when?
Ooh, I'd have to research that.
I think Canada and Mexico got into a brawl at Chase Field.
Now you're ringing a bell.
I wonder if we're going to see a brawl in this year's WBC Classic.
Somebody gets some pine tar in somebody's hand and it is on.
Right here. Canada-Mexico WBC brawl in 2013.
Yeah.
Good memory.
Yeah, look at that.
13 years ago.
Good memory.
Look at that.
Yeah. Now I got to go watch that video.
Yeah, wow. Oh, that's someone's laying on the ground. Oh, that's a good one.
It was that official from the women's basketball game.
No, I think it came out of a play at second base, if I remember correctly. That's how most baseball
I blame
brawls
Chase
begin.
Utley.
Do you? Is that who you blame?
Coming up next, it's Friday, 9:30. That means Jared's got the stage for his weekly sports kebab. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Rebound knocked loose. Dunn tries to save it. It is going to be thrown straight up in the air, and the Bulls are going to come out with the win here tonight. 105-103, the final score at Mortgage Matchup Center. The Suns streak is over at 11 wins against the Bulls. They hadn't lost in nearly 7 years.
More reacts to last night's L versus Chi-Town. And we preview Suns Pelicans on the home of Suns basketball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey, it's Vince Murata, and how would you like to win free pizza from Spinato's Pizzeria for a full year? Yes, you can do it. Spinato's has brought back their pizza competition for a third year. It works just like the game Horse. And you can enter and show off your shooting skills for a chance to win 4 tickets to a Suns home game. If you win the competition, you get one shot on the court during a Suns game, timeout, to win Spinato's Pizza for a year. You've got one more opportunity to get qualified and have that opportunity, and that qualifier is coming up Thursday, March 19th at Spinato's Central Phoenix location, 7th Street and Missouri. Suns will be in San Antonio taking on the Spurs. Come on out. Even if you're not participating, it's a great time. It's a Suns watch party, so you can watch the game on all of Spinato's TVs, hang out with fellow Suns fans, and, of course, enjoy all the delicious food at Spinato's in Central Phoenix. The championship event happening in Gilbert in April. If you want more information on locations for Spinato's, menus, and how to get entered into this year's pizza competition, head to SpinatosPizzeria.com.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Gleason Roofing.
Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20 plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Sammy Sepulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns had maybe their most questionable loss of the year last night to a Chicago Bulls team that was 1-11 in their last 12, but the slow start, lack of focus, and offensive struggles led to a 105-103 loss for the Suns, who need to figure things out quickly as they are right back in action tonight against the Pelicans at 7 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And according to TMZ, Suns forward Dylan Brooks was arrested early this morning on DUI charges in Scottsdale. And per ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, the Arizona Cardinals are hiring former Steelers defensive coordinator Terrell Austin as a senior assistant. And as spring training rolls on and the Diamondbacks season gets closer and closer, there is still a lot this baseball team has to sort out before then. For more on the Arizona Diamondbacks, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford is, will Mark Williams be the Suns' starting center next season? Yes or no?
I'm going to vote no.
I would lean towards no as well.
Oh, okay. 54% of the vote, no. 46% yes. So a close one, but definitely something to monitor as the rest of the season goes on.
Well, definitely over the next 2 to 3 weeks before Mark Williams' reevaluation, too, something to monitor. That might change the Suns' thinking.
Yeah, how about it? That's a good point.
That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Stand-up comedy is a social bonding mechanism that relieves tension and connects people. Laughter is a universal response, and there are 4 different ways we can gain laughter from an audience: surprise, relief, absurdity, and
The Sports Kebab.
I always wonder what the 4th thing is there on that
list. It's the Sports Kebab.
No, I think he was going to say fart jokes.
Wow.
Because those always work.
Like I said, it's the Sports
Jared,
Kebab.
you spliced it. What did he say is the 4th?
I didn't make that note. JV made it.
Oh, got it.
No, that was solid production work. You know, Jared didn't.
Yeah, it didn't have any references from 60, 70 years ago. But what might have that is the Sports Kebab. It is sports news skewered. But I have to start, guys, by saying happy birthday to my dad, Jackie the Jet. Yesterday was his birthday. And we celebrated by going to one of those all-you-can-eat Brazilian steakhouses.
Oh, you went to Fogo de Chão?
Oh, they purposely didn't mention the names, but...
I'm sorry. My apologies.
But...
There's more than one.
Yeah. But holy moly, have you ever been to one of these?
Oh, they're fantastic.
Oh,
Yes,
it is
have.
fantastic. It's indulgent. It's amazing. You might be saying, what makes it a Brazilian steakhouse rather than a regular steakhouse? Well, I think at a Brazilian steakhouse, the floors are waxed. But, But my goodness, did I eat sirloins, fillets, ribeye, and the way that they do it is they slice it from this giant hunk of meat. You've seen this, right?
Yes.
I mean, this is the biggest steak someone took in Arizona since Rob Walton bought into the T-Fax.
Oh, boy.
Oh, man, did I eat, guys. I ate so much. I think I gained 10 pounds. I'm not saying my body was bloated, puffy, and covered in hair, but Shea Gilgeous-Alexander wore it to a post-game presser. And I think I really impressed my dad by taking him there. For the first time in my life, he actually looked at me and said, "Well done, son." It was when I asked him how he wanted his steak prepared, but still.
Take what you can get.
Yeah. But seriously, they have a huge buffet, and then they come around to your table, and they just keep bringing you meat, and you could eat more and more and more and more, and you don't have to pay any extra the more you eat. I mean, goodness gracious, I left that place with more free food than Robert Condici when he shops for groceries. Yes, former Cardinals first-round pick Robert Condici was arrested this week for stealing groceries. Very sad situation. He was apparently very obvious with his shoplifting, getting caught putting steaks in his clothes. Apparently, Condici had more meat stuffed in his pants than an Olympic ski jumper.
Wow.
Apparently.
Or a French pole vaulter.
Yeah, and reportedly, this was not the first time Condici did something like this. It turns out the reason he fell out that window in college was because he was chasing after a ham that fell out of his pant leg.
Hate it when that happens.
Pants ham. It really is too bad, though, man. He had so much potential, and Cards fans were excited, but he just didn't work out. I mean, in the end, he flamed out of Arizona even worse than his cousin, Byung-Young Condici.
I had no idea they were related.
I know. Well, yeah. Speaking of Cardinals flameouts, the end of the Kyler Murray era is all but official, as it was reported that the Cardinals will release the former #1 pick. And the whole thing just stinks. We had such high expectations. It turned out it was all false hype. I mean, it turns out our hopes were more bright and fake than Boog Shambi's hair.
Wow. Boog catching a stray.
I know. There were flashes of greatness, though, with Kyler. Nothing sustained, and things really seemed to go south after the new contract and the infamous study clause.
Oh, there it is.
Damn study clause in his contract. That was the only thing people wanted to talk about. The only thing people focused on, and it had such a negative impact. I haven't seen someone get screwed by a clause like that since Santa's wife. Man. Ho, ho, ho.
You are going from great joke to brutal joke like you're on a teeter-totter.
Well, stay. Well, this is a good one right here. Then it was the most damage-inducing clause since I ate that spoiled lobster, and ironically, that also led to a Call of Duty. Unbelievable, you just said. And it just sucks, man. It sucks. The old Cardinals regime drafted quarterbacks in the first round back-to-back years, and neither one of them worked out. The last few years and the roster turnover really showed how bad Steve Keim was. I mean, seriously, the last time I saw a boob exposed like that, Luke Cornett protested it. So Kyler Murray joins the QB carousel, and it's crazy how many of these quarterbacks change team each year. Look at the Jets, the Browns, the Falcons. These teams seem to be changing quarterbacks every single season. I mean, NFL QB has more job turnover than Ayatollah. And that brings us to... Oh, it's been a while, but we are back with Jarrett Karnak, the Magnificent. All right, first one here. The Supreme Leader.
The Supreme Leader.
Supreme Leader. How would you describe Diana Ross? All right.
Okay.
Next one. Americans during the current war and people in the car with me after Bean Night.
Oh, boy. Americans in the current war and people in the car with you after Bean Night.
Yeah. Name someone paying a high price when they receive gas. And finally, in conclusion of the Sports Kebab and Jared Karnak, here we go. Iran. What did Kyler Murray say he always did instead of stay in the pocket? There you go, the Sports Kebab.
Is there actually a Bean Night at the Carlin house?
Well,
or is this just
use your
Actually,
imagination.
the last one was not at the Carlin house because he had to drive home.
That's right.
That's true.
That's a good point, see? There you go.
Bean Night.
A smorgasbord of beans.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Beans,
I have
lentils,
a question about today's Sports
legumes.
Kebab.
Yeah.
Something that just didn't make sense to me.
Really?
Why did Mrs. Claus have to study?
Well, because they're magical, how that works.
Oh, well done, Jared. The Sports Kebab every Friday. Adam Silver and Andy Reid free once again.
Yeah, see?
No, I like it. No, hey, I enjoy that Sports Kebab.
If I could do fart and poop jokes, I don't need to lower myself
that's
to.
Exactly.
You can follow Jarrett on Twitter at JarrettGC, JarrettGC. We will be back with some final thoughts as we put the wrap on the Friday and the week next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I remember when we first started the show, and that was the 2021 season, and that's the season the Cardinals started off on a tear, and Kyler was getting MVP buzz the first half of that season, and rightfully so. And then they trailed off after that. But you were saying even at the time, you have to be able to play all different kinds of ways on offense.
Kyler was the crown jewel of that offense. That's exactly the kind of quarterback you would want to go out there and run the spread offense. It would be Kyler Murray and all of his talents. And then all of a sudden, the game just changed overall.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Low T? Start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and if you've been grinding at work for a while, I think we all know the anxiety that comes with the big question, the one we all have to face at a certain point in our life. Do I have enough to retire? Will my money last? Will I end up having to take a job in retirement to supplement my income? Am I missing anything? If that sounds familiar, highly recommend you call my friends at Trajan Wealth, because if you're like most people, you may not have the peace of mind you need or you deserve, because it's one thing to save for retirement. It's another thing to feel totally prepared. That's what you'll get from my friends at Trajan Wealth. They are veteran-owned. They're locally operated. They're fiduciaries, which means they are duty-bound and obligated to act in your best interests at all times. They're going to review your current portfolio to see if there are any huge gaps, and they'll give you personalized strategies and tailor-made plans that are built around your needs and your desires and what you want from retirement. At Trajan Wealth, it all begins with relationships. I met with them, super impressed with everything they do. That's how I became a client. And if you want to get that anxiety out of your life, call Trajan Wealth. Get your plan started today. 480-360-7900. Online at TrajanWealth.com. TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and then you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. That's the way to do it. And you know what? Orchard gets it. That's why their Move First, Sell Later program exists, because with Orchard, you can buy the dream home now. Don't waste time, just go. Then sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. You ever tried to do a double move before? You don't want to do any double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. And once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. They can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town, with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations: Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
Getting all grungy again this morning.
Yeah. Going to some Soundgarden.
A little Soundgarden. Jarrett was talking about the Malik Willis situation being the unknown. I would go a step further. I think it's the super
unknown. Ooh, I like what you did there.
This song is 32 years old. By the way, I saw, speaking of anniversaries that make you feel old.
Yeah.
Last night, I believe, was the 28th anniversary of the Philadelphia 76ers being the last team, as it currently stands in NBA history, to not shoot or make a three-point shot in an NBA basketball game. 28 years ago.
Wow.
In the height of the Allen Iverson era.
They didn't shoot 1 3?
No. 0 for 0.
I don't know if I could have played.
Anyway, super unknown Soundgarden. Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
According to reports, the Arizona Cardinals making a hiring to their coaching staff.
Yeah.
Bringing in a senior assistant, Terrell Austin, who was a one-time assistant coach with the Cardinals all the way back in the 2000s.
On the Super Bowl team.
On the Super Bowl team. Most recently, the defensive coordinator at the Pittsburgh Steelers, but according to Jeremy Fowler, bringing him in as a senior assistant.
Nice.
61 years old. This is good on 2 levels because he doesn't have head coaching experience, but he's been in the league for a long time. And so you aid an inexperienced head coach in Mike LaFleur. And Nick Rawlis didn't really have that in place in his first 3 years as the defensive coordinator as the Cardinals, too. It can only help on that front.
Yeah. So, listen, I applaud this move. This is something that needed to be done. Get some experience on this coaching staff. Somebody that can oversee what Nick Rawlis is doing. and that way you can complete this idea that, all right, with Nick Rawlis, at least the terminology, the base defense, all that is going to remain the same. So there's not going to be any newness you have to work through, but now you got some real experience backing him up. He becomes the second coach on Mike LaFleur's staff with 10-plus years of NFL experience.
Is Hackett the other one?
Hackett is the other.
Yeah.
So this is good. This is something that I think was a weakness, and it was a weakness born from, I don't know why. They didn't see the need for it last year, but I applaud this. This is smart thinking by the Cardinals.
Yeah, because again, going back to last year, the trajectory up until about week 5 was up, and to the right. They're on the right track. Year 3 of the rebuild's going well. Then week 5 happened. And that was the first time it fell off that track, and there was very little in terms of answers for the Arizona Cardinals. So positive move there.
Good move for them.
The other big news this morning, again, reported early this morning that Suns forward Dylan Brooks was arrested on a DUI charge in Scottsdale. TMZ had that about 4 hours after it happened. Been no statement to my knowledge from the Suns yet, nothing from Dylan Brooks. But be listening all day for the latest on that situation.
The Sun said they are aware of the situation,
which is usually the first response from any organization on a situation like that. Unfortunate, and hopefully, that's one of those situations too where you just, foolish decision by Dylan Brooks, but you just you're thankful that nobody got hurt in the incident. But it was just him getting pulled over, arrested, detained, and released.
The Suns said they are aware of what happened. They're looking into it. They're gathering information, and they have nothing more to say about it. It's an unfortunate thing to happen here at this particular juncture, particularly when Dylan Brooks isn't playing basketball with the team. It's really all I can say.
Suns and Pelicans tonight as that homestand continues. Suns have an immediate opportunity to wash away the stink from last night's loss to the Chicago Bulls. We talked about the World Baseball Classic. The Americans get underway on the heels, and you brought this up earlier this week, the heels of the Olympics, and most notably the Olympic hockey competition of both women's and men's play, with the heat that existed between the U.S. and Canada.
Yeah.
And will that spur any more increased viewership? And I think it will. And me personally, I'm kind of ashamed to admit I didn't watch that much Olympic hockey until that Sunday morning of the gold medal game. And then I was kind of kicking myself for not watching more of it. I'm going to tune in to
so am I.
A good portion of the World Baseball
Yeah,
Classic.
listen, the geopolitical tension, it can't be ignored. It can't be shut out of all of this, and it's going to be sort of a backdrop for every international competition that we have. And there's it's raising the stakes, if you will. There's no doubt about that. I had something else very profound to say, and it just...
Don't you hate it when that happens?
Yeah, just like a butterfly flying away, and I can't grab it.
You'll be on your way home and you'll be like, damn it!
That's what it was.
Just call in to Wolf and Luke.
That's it. You just reminded me. Luke Lipinski said something brilliant. I'm not kidding you, man.
No wonder you couldn't think of it.
When Team Canada was down 3-1 in that semifinal, he said, I'm not worried. They're going to find a way to roar back and win the game. And they did.
I was listening and was watching his activity on social media that day.
Yeah.
And I didn't go home and watch the game, but when I found out that they came back and won, I was like, man, he's like a hockey soothsayer.
He nailed that one. Give that guy a listen, Jarrett.
You might change your mind.
Might change your life.
It's going to do it for us. Have a great and safe weekend. Thanks to Mike Florio for joining us. We're back Monday morning. Wolf and Luke are up next. We leave you with this.
Joker's supposed to have some sort of comedy and funniness and entertainment.
Wow.
Whoa.
I'm going to turn my mic on, and I'm going to agree with Vic.
The gigantic fat guy, and he used to put just like a harmonica in his mouth and just go...
You know what time it is in the PHO?
Yeah. Bob Love, Norm Van Leer, Jerry Sloan, Rick Barry, Whistler, Victoria, Vancouver, Moose Jaw, Louisville, Louisville.
Ah, my nerve.
Oh, my intercostal. It's irritated.
Ryan Waldsmith.
Haywood Highsmith for one.
Hey, it's
it's Wolf. Hey, it's Wolf.
Oh, yeah.
Keep my name out of your mouth.
Michael
Parson.
Buddy, and basically win some third downs more than we did last year. And so I think that would be the area you would see me bust the budget.
Patrick Dumont.
Yeah. The most important meal of the day, Vinny.
Let's see what happened if we throw a soccer ball on the field. You guys suck. This is how you're going to be, you overhyped losers.
Baseball, Ray.
They might be giants, boy. They might be giants.
When I am down. Sammy Sabulka was wearing a diaper.
The real cheeks of the cheeks.
You should consider being a eunuch then, Jarrett.
Devastatingly punched in the crotch.
There might be somebody with a couple dollars in their pocket that wants to see Jarrett's feet.
Buttgate.
Give me that ghost pepper sauce, please.
We got a lot of ugly-ass people listening to the show.
Zippy, Pippy, and Chippy.
Zippy, Pippy, and Chippy.
Zippy, Pippy, and Chippy.
Zippy, Chippy, and Bippy.
Sometimes you got to do stuff to amuse yourself in this job.
I can't believe you slipped in that dumb joke again.
Coming up, is Mark Williams' injury a cause for concern? Or do I need a lozenge?
Yeah, you need something, man.
High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. It looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. The sound of a seatbelt. It's one of the most important sounds in our car. It means everyone is ready and everyone is safe. The more our kids see us put on our seatbelts, the more natural it is for them to put theirs on too. Make it a priority. Buckle up every time. Hear the sound? Make it a habit.
Paid for by NHTSA.
There's nothing like it. The rush when the band plays, the roar when the Sun Devils take the court, the energy that shakes the building and pulls you to your feet. This is Sun Devil men's basketball, where every night brings the sound of something electric, something unpredictable, something you have to feel to believe. From the first tip to the final buzzer, Sun Devil Hoops is where passion lives. Be a part of it. Bring the noise, and let's light up Desert Financial Arena together. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
Okay, raise your hand if you're excited about feeling older faster than you should. Exactly. Yeah, I didn't think so. If ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, there is good news. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, jumping back into life at full speed. The QC Kinetics medical professionals use the latest regenerative treatments backed by real science. Treatments that take the tiny, powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. That's how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running. Patrick's golf game is on fire again. All real QC Kinetics patients. The sooner you start treatment, the sooner inflammation eases and the sooner joint damage slows down. Find out if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. Your visit and consultation are free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Spring in the AZ, the best time to be outdoors, right? But does your backyard meet the moment? I tell you, at Casa Cal BC, we wanted more. We needed California Pools and Landscape, Arizona's most awarded pool builder. Speaking of more, California Pools handles everything. We're loving our new decking, landscaping, turf, shade structure. Start now so you can swim this summer. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul, and see our before and after pics at calpool.com/Paul. Paul.
Heart issues don't always come with warning signs. That's why early detection matters. It's Gambo for Lifeguard Imaging. Right now, you and someone you love can each get a coronary artery heart scan for just $69 combined, saving over $1,000. In only 3 minutes, you'll learn your risk of heart disease before small problems become serious. Quick, comfortable, no claustrophobic tubes. Do it for yourself. Do it for each other. Do it today. Text SCAN to 620-620. It could save your life.
Message and data rates may apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns suffered their most frustrating loss of the season last night, 105-103 to the Chicago Bulls. The offensive struggles showed up again, and the Suns had no answer for Colin Sexton, who had 30 points in a Suns loss. They'll need to figure things out quickly as the New Orleans Pelicans come to town tonight. Tip-off will be at 7 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And according to TMZ, Suns forward Dylan Brooks was arrested early this morning on DUI charges in Scottsdale. The Arizona Cardinals yesterday released linebacker Akeem Davis-Gaither and defensive lineman Bilal Nichols to save about $11 million in cap space as the NFL gets closer to the start of their new year. And per ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, the Arizona Cardinals are hiring former Steelers defensive coordinator Terrell Austin as a senior assistant, and that's what's trending now.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, and my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Friday morning. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. John Lund is in for Wolf. What's going on, John?
I am feeling wonderful today.
Are you? Why?
I don't know.
Okay.
Not because of Dylan Brooks, not because of the Suns. Yeah, I don't know. It's Friday.
Hey, look, I appreciate the optimism. I'm just going to need some hard reasons here at some point because right now you just sound crazy coming in here.
That's normally what I do.
That's what I do. With your good attitude. Boy. I don't even know where to start with the Suns. We're going to talk to our own Alex Weiner in a little bit about the D-backs. The World Baseball Classic technically got going yesterday, but it really gets going today. Team USA has their first action from Houston today. Kevin Ray is going to join us later in the show because the Suns do play again tonight. Or maybe I shouldn't even say again because I'm not sure they played last night. What was that? Something that has been a pretty reliable characteristic of this team this season is that they don't just mail it in against a bad team. That's what it felt like for about 3 quarters last night.
Honestly, I don't know how to get into the mind of an athlete because I'm very unathletic myself, but I've been doing this long enough to know that at this point of the season, with as much as what's on the line, and they got lucky last night because Denver beat the flopping Lakers, but if they had won last night, that might have been it. There's 10 games to go. They're 2 up in the loss. It would have been 3 at that point. I know you have the tiebreaker and you're playing one more time, but that might have been it. And so I honestly scratch my head in situations like that because Jordan Ott after the game is talking about effort. Mm-hmm. And I've always just been a big proponent in, okay, the ball may not go in there. We can talk about any sport in this way. You may not get a hit. You may not pitch the ball correctly. You may not make a play. The ball may not go in. Whatever sport you want to make. But the least that you can give every single night is effort. You may not be great on a certain night, but give effort. That shouldn't be a question ever, ever, ever. And Jordan Ott after the game is having to question effort and talk about how I had to try to get some kind of an energy out of my team. I don't understand that.
Yeah, I mean, we're all watching Trey Jones put up 21 against the Suns and Gershon Yabusele going out there and seemingly dominating for stretches of the game. And the Suns there's a lot of different ways to go with this. Jalen Green, 5 of 20. That we might just do the whole second half of the show on Jalen Green. But to your point on the effort, and this is what I'm trying to figure out here with this team, because they have been such a good effort team all season,
but it hasn't been as good the last couple weeks. It hasn't been as good since the All-Star break. So I don't know if they are hitting a wall, if something's off, because they don't have Dylan Brooks, and we'll get to that in a second. Or if it's a matter of this team has such a little margin for error that they were locked in. They were the high effort team better than any other team all season, and that's why they were winning games. And if they, Oklahoma City can go out there and give 5 out of 10 some nights and still win. Mm-hmm. Like, you don't want to. I'm sure Mark Dagnall doesn't want them doing that, but some nights it happens. It seems like if the Suns aren't giving 10 out of 10 effort, they just lose. And it makes me sort of appreciate what they did for the first 50 or so games, but it's also pretty concerning now.
Well, yeah, and look, I think you hit it right on the head, which is they've got such a small margin for error. So all of a sudden what starts to happen is, and this happens to every team in every sport, which is take this guy, take this guy, take this guy out. Well, in the NBA, it's kind of regimented. This is when you go in, it's the rotation. So now the rotation is totally thrown in flux, and certain guys go in, and we're going to get into Maui Watch too. Like you said, this is a really deep dive into everything. But I think what happens is, and you and I have said this before, when you come down the stretch run like they are, so, right out of the break, there was, 20-something games, and it get to 15, now we're down to 10. Other teams get the desperation that the Suns have had the entire season, so you're not going to get by. And then the misconception with the team that is quote-unquote tanking is the front office is tanking. That's the difference here.
Not the players
right,
when they're playing.
When players come on the floor, they know that they're playing for a job, maybe not with the Bulls, but with somebody. So they actually effort really hard because there's a bunch of guys on the Bulls who aren't very good who are going to be on another team next year. So they're auditioning. So players don't tank. Teams tank. Front offices take guys off the floor, put them on injured lists, all that kind of stuff. So the Bulls weren't going to come in and not play hard. So they played harder than you last night, and it's really concerning because now the way that you win basketball games, you can't really do that anymore.
No, it's the Suns, the advantage they created for themselves earlier this season. I think this was a worry a lot of people had was – they created this advantage because they just outworked teams. And they knew they had to, and teams say they're going to do that, but then they don't do it. And the Suns were doing it to the point where they looked like they were going to be a playoff team, and they're at least going to be a play-in team. But you're so right. You get to this time of year, and any team you're playing that's a contender is turning it up. I mean, unfortunately, that's basketball. As far as that's the NBA, teams that are good don't give maximum effort all season. They just don't. Not all of them, but most of them don't. Whereas, like in the NFL, for the most part, you feel like if you play a team in week 3 or week 11, you're still going to get their best effort. Guys might be hurt or whatever. But in the NBA, we all know this. The good teams really start to lock in this time of year. And so that advantage the Suns had admirably created for themselves is gone. They have to find other ways to win. And I can tell you one of them is not having Jalen Green go 5 for 20 from the field. I don't want to overreact to one loss. They haven't looked right in a while. And I pose this question to you in our pre-show meeting. If you're not going to make your shots, can you just not take 20 of them?
Exactly. Well, what's starting to happen is, everybody knows this, but they have advanced scouts come in, and there's a reason why they give you certain shots. So, like when you're wide open, right? So that's what they do. Here's the biggest concerning thing about Jalen Green. I was looking at his shot chart over the last number of games. The last time you and I were together, he was just missing a lot of shots, and he's got to remember that he's got to mix up his game. He's a driver. He's an athlete. Get to the rim. He's doing that, and he's still missing the shot. So, in other words, he's not just sitting out on the perimeter jacking threes. He is trying to get to the rim. I don't have a problem with his final shot. It's a layup that he probably makes 9 times out of 10, but given what he was doing last night, he had a layup to win the game, and he missed it, and you're scratching your head going, wait, you're 5 of 20 and 1 of 8. And you're mixing your shot selection up. This isn't you jacking. I know it's too early to say this, but I've been saying this consistently. He doesn't fit this team.
Well, I want to make sure I say this the right way. This is not like a definitive, like it's always going to be this way, but right now they're worse with him out there. Like they are. There's no way around that because he's taking too many shots, and so he's missing too many shots. Like, yeah, you have a layup with a chance to win the game, take the shot, And I understand to a certain extent you got to shoot your way out of this because he is not this bad. He just isn't. He's in a terrible shooting slump. But there are other shots in the game that you don't have to take if you're hitting 25% of your shots. And I understand. I see it from both sides. I see like last night you're playing the Bulls. You figure like, hey, this is the team to shoot your way out of it. Get right because we're going to start playing good teams here. And now in just a couple games, really. I mean, Charlotte's good right now. Milwaukee's better with Giannis back. So that stretch of 6 games that was supposed to be easy, you've burned through 2 of them. You're 1-1, and 2 of them on the back end are not easy. So I understand you're trying to get Jalen Green right, and if you're Jalen Green, you're like, I usually make these shots. Again, he's not the world's greatest shooter. We knew he wasn't efficient, but he's not this inefficient. But, man, when you're missing 15 shots in a game and you lose by 2 to a bad team, it's not the only reason you lost, but it's the first thing everybody's going to point to.
No, there's no doubt. And he's just got to also realize, too, let me just double-check on this. He went to the free throw line twice. When he's not a shooter, he's a scorer. So what he's got to understand is rim. Okay, my shot's not going. Don't settle. There was a corner 3 late in the game, and like you just said, in your head. And I know athletes can't think like this because everything just happens so fast. And I also understand how the league works. But you have a corner 3. You haven't shot well all night. There's no one within 15 feet of the guy. Drive to the rim. The worst thing that's going to happen is you're going to get fouled. Yeah. The best thing that's going to happen is you've got a layup.
Yeah.
But he takes a shot in which he's honestly, no one's around him. Woo, woo, woo. You know why there's no one around him? Because the scouting report says you can't hit that shot.
They want you to take that shot. He's like the guy you're playing pickup basketball, and he's like your friend that shows up, and he just has like all the confidence in the world, and he's just missing every shot. And it's just.
And so they're like, until you make something, we're not going to run at you.
It doesn't hurt us if we're going to leave you open and you're going to miss that shot 9 out of 10 times. The one time you make it, fine. You got 3 points on 10 possessions. Like, we're going to let you keep missing that shot. Again, I know he is better than this. He's a better shooter than this. But
there are ways to get out of it, and the way to get out of it is not 2 free throws. It's get to the line, get to the rim, see the ball go through. Shooters tell you this all the time. We had Eddie Johnson on last week.
Yeah.
There are different ways. You're not a shooter, you're a scorer. And what scorers do is they mix things up, and when they're not hitting shots, they still score because they force the defense. And then the other thing is if you continue to go to the rim, then they start collapsing. You kick the ball. It's easy shots for everybody. That's the way that a scorer mentality has to be, not just I'm going to shoot my way out of it.
Yeah, and we'll get into this too. That was last night, and then we get the news this morning that Dylan Brooks is arrested for a DUI in Scottsdale. So this is not a great time for the Suns. On and off the court, not a great time for the
You're
Suns.
You're being very nice.
Uber,
right. Dude. Uber. I mean, how really? You've made $100 million in your career.
Never.
I don't know what you could have. Couldn't he just have like a driver, like someone just sitting outside? I'm sure there's people right now that are just like, dude, I'll sit outside as your personal Uber driver.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, I'd do it 100%.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure he's got what has he got? I'm sure he's got a bunch of cars, maybe a Bentley or something. Just, I'll just sit outside. I don't care how late you go to the bar.
Yeah.
4 or 5 a.m., whatever.
And whatever the highest priced Uber costs,
Right.
It's worth it when you have that much money. All right, when we come back, John Lund is in today. We haven't got to talk to you yet, John, since Kyler Murray officially got released, even though he hasn't officially been released yet, but you know what I mean. So we're going to get John's thoughts on the end of the Kyler Murray era and what's next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Rebound knocked loose. Dunn tries to save it. It is going to be thrown straight up in the air, and the Bulls are going to come out with the win here tonight. 105-103, the final score at Mortgage Matchup Center. The Suns streak is over at 11 wins against the Bulls. They hadn't lost in nearly 7 years.
More reacts to last night's L versus Chi-Town, and we preview Suns Pelicans on the home of Suns basketball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
For decades, Morgan & Morgan has represented hundreds of thousands of people at their hour of need. Injuries on the job, car crashes, medical malpractice, and nursing home abuse, Social Security claims, dangerous drugs, and dangerous products. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason, and no firm is even close. Then we got to thinking, what if we could prevent these terrible events before they occurred? So we built the AI-powered People Protector. Simply visit peopleprotector.com and type in the product you have questions about before you buy it. Children's toys and accessories, cars, drugs, products, you name it, we got it. With our success, we decided to pay it forward for all of America. Our way of saying thank you for your trust all these years. Morgan & Morgan, protecting America. And if you've already been injured, just visit us at forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
So my friends over at Pure Talk have been sending me customer feedback from consumeraffairs.com, where thousands of people rate and review the top wireless providers. Here, for instance, is a nice note from James in Raleigh, North Carolina, who writes, quote, "After hearing Mike Rowe's ad, we made the switch to Pure Talk, and we couldn't be happier. We went from spending $1,200 a year with T-Mobile to $420 with Pure Talk. Thanks, Mike. Switch today!" Exclamation point. Pure Talk is saving James $820 a year. And because he literally wrote the words "switch today" in capital letters with an exclamation point, I'm going to go ahead and dedicate this commercial to him. So folks, take it from James in Raleigh, North Carolina. Pure Talk can give you unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month on the same 5G service the big guys are overcharging you for. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. You'll also save 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 to save an additional 50%. Thanks, James.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, I got a great tax guy. He does a good job for me every year, but I'm always keeping 5 years of records from behind. He never looks forward and has a plan for me going forward. But when you work with you and Asset Preservation, you guys have a tax plan for the future.
Absolutely. Look, most people think that their tax plan is when they file taxes, but that really is just looking backwards. You must look forward. Tax planning is about how you can save taxes in years to come. If you don't have a financial plan that includes a tax plan, I think you're missing out.
And most financial advisors do not have a tax plan for you going forward, which is why I recommend you make the phone call right now and get a free portfolio review with the same guy I work with, Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Call 602-877-PLAN or go online at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
At Sonic, the All-American Smasher is at the top of the burger food chain. Get it hand smashed and made to order with a side and medium drink for just $6. That's not just a big deal. That's a giant, massive, gargantuan, humongosaurus rex of a honkin' big deal for just $6. A deal this big shouldn't cost this little. Get the Sonic $6 All-American Smasher meal today.
Tax not included. Exclusions apply. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
If you want to live free, yeah.
It was impossible to trade him because of the contract.
Well, one of the worst kept secrets at the Combine was Kyler Murray not being on the roster next year for the Arizona Cardinals.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
All right, let's start with a shout-out to Maricopa. What's going on, Maricopa?
What's up?
It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf. And so, John, that means that we really haven't gotten your take on the Kyler Murray situation since it was announced that he's going to get released. Now, there is still a possibility that maybe some team would be like, well, if you're just going to release him, we're going to lose a bidding war, so maybe we'll give you a sixth rounder for him or something. That's still out there, but that also hasn't happened in the couple days since this was announced, so it's getting more and more likely that the odds he gets released are going from about 99% to 100% here real soon. Either way, he's not going to be on the Cardinals. So you have an interesting perspective on this, too, because it's not like you've been here for all of Kyler's Cardinals career, but you've worked in the division. Mm-hmm. So you've seen Kyler sort of from the other side for some of this. When you look at the 7 years in totality, good and bad, what are the first couple things that jump out to you?
Well, first of all, because I covered the 49ers for a lot of years and talked to Robert Saleh and all the people that were the people who were supposed to try to stop Kyler Murray, they were afraid of him.
Yeah.
They were scared of him, but they also knew and pointed out there were a lot of holes in his game. So for the obvious reasons of the mobility, he was just always seemed to be really good against the 49ers. The one I'll always remember is a pandemic game, actually, that was at Levi's Stadium. Was the weirdest thing ever. And the Cardinals came back, and Kyler Murray went right down the field and beat the 49ers during the pandemic with nobody in the place. And I don't know if they'd have done that because they'd have had a crowd, but he did it. So I do know, in talking to a lot of 49ers defensive coordinators and so forth through the years, is they were very scared of the way that he played. And he tended to play pretty well against the 49ers, but also there were a lot of holes in his game. So we didn't talk about a lot of things about his leadership and all the different things. It was just Kyler Murray on the field. And I just know this. They were as afraid of him as anybody, and the 49ers never played mobile quarterbacks well. And one of the things and why Kyle Shanahan drafted Trey Lance back in the day is because he saw what Murray did. I remember talking to him about it, and he wanted to add the element of mobility to what the 49ers were trying to do. So if you could imagine that offense with somebody mobile who could actually read the defense, he obviously didn't turn out to be that way. But just, again, talking from the other side, he scared the 49ers defensive coordinators and coaches at a high level.
So there's something Kyler did for the Cardinals. He forced the 49ers to draft Trey Lance.
He did.
Put that on his resume.
Yeah.
It's funny you say that about, what the perception is of him from other teams, because I remember, being on a lot of the conference calls, especially earlier in his career, probably the first 3 or so years of his career, because obviously not since I started doing the show with Wolf, but being out there and being on the conference calls with the other team's head coach on whatever that was, that Wednesdays, I think it was, it's exactly what you said. Like, he stressed other teams out. But when you get into stuff like leadership and consistency, if let's say I'm the Rams and I'm playing the Cardinals in week 4, I don't want to deal with Kyler Murray. Well, the Rams are a horrible example because they always beat Kyler Murray. So just I'll just use the Niners, okay? I'll use the Niners as an example. I don't want to deal with Kyler Murray. He's a headache for me, especially as a defensive coordinator. I remember them always talking about, we got to do the mush rush and we got to keep him in the pocket and this and that and all these different things. And he was clearly stressing them out. But that was for that 1 week. And typically, even though he stressed them out, they would figure out a way to beat him.
Yep.
Leadership and consistency and all that stuff doesn't affect me if I'm just facing him one time.
Right.
So
the other side of it, though, the other side of it, and talking to Kyle Shanahan about it, the other side of it was what would have driven him crazy is here's what coaches want out of their offense. They want predictability. They want to know because they've got a call sheet in front of them, and they say to themselves, okay, this play should get X, this play should get X. Shanahan would always talk about, and this is now a big analytical thing in the NFL, is expected yards. Mm-hmm. So what he looked at a play, and he wouldn't necessarily think a play, as crazy as this sounds, that went 60 yards for a touchdown was a great thing because he had a certain thing in his mind, and he would say, this is what this play should get. That he based it on expected yards in his mind that his plays would get. He wants consistency. He wants to know what's going to happen. He sees himself as a super genius and says, this is how it's going to play, and then I'm going to play this play off this, and then later on in the game I'm going to do this. And with Kyler Murray, that's what you didn't get. You didn't get the consistency. So the other side of it was, as much as people respected from a defensive standpoint what he could do to stress them out and kind of the backyard plays that he would make, but from an offensive standpoint, and hopefully what the Cardinals will now get is consistency in the play calling, consistency play to play, and what they're going to do.
You couldn't really plan around him,
because
even if you were the Cardinals.
What he didn't like was unpredictability. And while that puts stress on a defense, it puts stress on a play caller because they get upset because you could lose 7 by scrambling backwards. The play is designed to do a certain thing, and plays are in a sequence for a certain reason, and they set up things later in a game. And Kyler, because of his inconsistencies in 1, 2, 3, the ball's out, he doesn't do that and didn't do that.
I think it's what makes it, because there's certainly a portion of the Cardinals fan base that's like, I can't believe this is all the Cardinals' fault. Kyler was held back. He didn't give him the right coach. He didn't give him the right pieces around him or whatever. And I think that's a fairly small portion of the fan base at this point because it's been 7 years. And I mean, he had a Hall of Fame receiver when he first got here, and DeAndre Hopkins is pretty good. And Trey McBride's pretty, he had pieces. It's just, it's on the Cardinals and it's on Kyler that this didn't work. But I think if you're a Kyler fan and you're like, no, it's all everybody else's fault, you like the unpredictability because that's fun. It is fun to watch.
Fans love it.
If you're not a Cardinals fan, Kyler's a fun quarterback to watch. But if you're the Cardinals, you can't count on it. He's a constant X factor, but he's an X factor in week 4 against the Colts or something. You know what I mean? Like he's an X factor for better or for worse. He can make the crazy plays like he made against the Raiders that one year that most guys, even in this league, can't make. But to your point, as an offense or as a team, you can't count on him either. So it'll be like, I'm interested to watch him when he ends up on Minnesota or Atlanta because I will have no emotional investment anymore. And he is entertaining. But if you're a fan of that team or you're invested in that team, he's not really helping you win.
Well, especially the way that offenses are done. Like he goes to Minnesota, that's a McVay, Shanahan offense. That's what Kevin O'Connell does. So what that relies on is, and people look at like a Brock Purdy and go, well, he can't do it. His superpower, though, is quickly getting through reads, accurately throwing a ball, and he's not going to throw it through a wall or anything like that. So from a physical standpoint, Kyler Murray is far and away better. So most people would draft Murray over Purdy, but they'd be wrong in this offense, and that's where I would question it. is like a lot of people are talking about he's going to go to Minnesota and he's going to tear it up and he's going to do this and that. Well, that's his skill set is not really what this offense is. Now, you can add those elements into the offense, but at the core of this thing, what you have to do is 3-step, 5-step, 7-step. The ball comes out to the right people. You got to read very quickly all the receivers, and you got to get the ball out accurately. Does that sound like Kyler Murray in any way, shape, or form?
Not especially the last couple years.
For other teams and other fans, he's a big deal because they just see the highlights. They just see the cut-ups. Yeah. And it's almost like, when like in your personal life, somebody, they go out and they see this person who's, gregarious and bubbly and fun.
You only see the best stuff on Instagram.
Right. And then they get home and you're like, whoa, you're not that same person. That's Kyler. So then he's going to go to another team and they're going to see all those things because they're going to be around him every single day. They're not going to just see the cut-ups and the highlights.
Yeah, we all have to brace ourselves in this city for Kyler Murray's going to make some ridiculous plays next year for Atlanta or Minnesota or Pittsburgh or wherever he ends up. He's going to make some ridiculous plays. We are going to see ridiculous plays that he makes. And depending where he ends up, I mean, if he's throwing to Justin Jefferson or Drake London with Bijan Robinson behind him, I mean, we've seen Kyler go on a 7 or 8 game run before where his team is winning a bunch of games. But I don't know. Like if I set the over-under at, 2.5 playoff wins in his career, are you taking the over or the under?
I'm taking the under.
Yeah.
He's a highlight reel and he's fun to watch, but he's an inconsistent player that will drive coaches crazy. And I think really what's going to happen, even though we're bracing ourselves for this guy to all of a sudden be what he wasn't here. Look, this was a long sample size.
Yeah.
A long sample size.
7 years is a career
exactly
for
right.
most guys.
And you just mentioned it. It's not like, and if I looked at even though the Cardinals record-wise haven't been as good, but you look at certain organizations, the quarterback's going to fail. It's the very reason that Dante Moore went back to Oregon. He was going to get taken by the Jets, and he's like, no.
No, I'd rather just play in college another year.
Think about Ty Simpson. Ty Simpson could go 16 to the Jets. He could go to the Browns, or they could wait to the end of the round if he goes to the Rams. Does anyone think that if he goes to the Jets or the Browns, he's going to play well versus going to the Rams and sit behind, Stafford for 2 years and be mentored by Sean McVay? A lot of it is where you go, but the Cardinals gave him those pieces. The Cardinals are not the Jets. The Cardinals are not even the Raiders. I'm nervous for Mendoza, not because he can or cannot play. He's getting drafted by the Raiders.
Yeah.
So a lot of it does have to do with the team, but the Cardinals gave him good teams at times, and he still didn't take full advantage.
They definitely gave him offensive weapons to work with, and they're certainly flawed, and the Cardinals have done more than their fair share of things wrong that have gotten them in this position where they're not. I totally get all that, but look at some of the guys. He's had Trey McBride for however the last few years, and he couldn't find him in the end zone like barely ever. And then Jacoby Brissett, who is fine. Jacoby Brissett's fine, but there are much better quarterbacks out there than Jacoby Brissett. All of a sudden, he comes in and Trey McBride's scoring a touchdown every single week. And Michael Wilson goes from third rounder, who can he be a number 2 receiver, to puts up 1,000 yards in half a season. That was the eye-opener, I think, for everybody. And people, sometimes people take that as like, well, you think Jacoby Brissett's amazing? No, and that's the point.
But he's running the offense, and when people say that you're a system quarterback, that's a bad thing. It means that you're reading, reacting, throwing accurately, and you're doing what the offense is supposed to do. That's the problem with Kyler.
The Cardinals are hoping to be more boring and win more games. That's the goal here now. All right, when we come back, that Suns loss to the Bulls last night feels like the worst of the season. Was it? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
Here's the pitch. Swung on. That's it on the line to right center field. Meckler racing, can't reach it. That's going to fall. Thomas scores. Waldschmidt hustles into second. It's a sliding RBI double, and it's now 6-5.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. I had LASIK performed about 25 years ago, but with age and time, my vision has changed a little bit. So I met with Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein at K2 Vision and received a thorough examination, complete with great information about my eyes and my vision, and more importantly, what options I have should I choose to address my changing vision. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have combined to perform over 300,000 procedures, and I know from my personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you, whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or refractive lens exchange. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Downtown Phoenix is turning up the volume with the NCAA Women's Final Four Super Saturday. It starts at the Super Saturday practice presented by Samsung Galaxy at Mortgage Matchup Center. One last practice for the final two teams. Plus, the Super Saturday concert presented by AT&T, a free live performance at Hance Park. Super Saturday, April 4th in downtown Phoenix. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
When it comes to protecting your family and your legacy, whom you choose matters. That's why many Arizona families trust Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm.
Hello, I'm Tim Hall, Senior Partner at Morris Hall. I have the great privilege of helping clients design plans that are thorough, thoughtful, and built to stand the test of time.
And I'm Ashley, one of the paralegals at Morris Hall, and also Tim's right-hand man.
Which means I couldn't do without her.
Now, Tim, how many team members do you have, and what can you provide for your clients at Morris Hall?
Our team, which currently has 32 members, guides our clients through the process of creating a specialized estate plan for them and for their posterity.
And Ashley, what's your role?
My specific role is to work with the attorneys, answer day-to-day questions, keep the process moving, and make sure nothing slips through the cracks.
If you think we are the right fit for you, please visit morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to TMZ, injured Phoenix Suns forward Dylan Brooks was arrested on DUI charges in Scottsdale this morning at about 2 a.m. For more on Brooks' arrest, head on over to arizonasports.com. The Suns will try to bounce back from their tough loss to the Chicago Bulls last night, tonight at home against the New Orleans Pelicans. Tip-off is at 7, pregame coverage begins at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks have 2 split squad games today. They host the White Sox at 1:10 and face the Brewers in Maryvale at 1:10. This report is brought to you by the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Suns fans get $1,000 off LASIK at Schwartz Laser Eye Center when you book your exam by April 12th. Restrictions apply. Visit teamidoc.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Could the Miami Dolphins and Arizona Cardinals essentially swap starting quarterbacks this offseason? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, welcome back. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf. John, this is symbolic of the game that we are about to talk about here. My phone with the charger plugged in just refuses to even charge. Like, I'm just watching the battery go down, and it's plugged in.
Oh, no.
I'm a conspiracy theorist, man. It was just time. They're like, oh, he's had that phone. How long have you had the phone?
I don't know. It was fine until like a week ago.
Yeah, that's how it works.
That's what they do. They shot you a virus and went, oh, we got to get sales up, man. They just target a bunch of phones. Like, this one's brand new. And because, mine did the same thing. It just started to go. It just started to go. But I'm not one of those guys, like, I don't need to get the newest phone or whatever.
It's plugged in, and it's not charging.
I'm telling you.
Like, what?
Conspiracy theory. You had it too long.
So
remember when they used to make stuff and it would just last forever? Yeah. No.
So there are 2 options for you here, Luke. So number 1, you can get a new phone.
Okay.
Which is what they want you to do.
Yes.
Number
2, you can get one of those charging banks. So you just set your phone on top of it and it charges it.
Well, it's gone down 2% since we started having this conversation, and it's plugged in.
Yeah, well,
I'm telling you, man.
This
It's
thing
the
you wouldn't
man.
have to plug in. Like, you would just set it there.
Yeah, but then you got to bring that around. It's very inconvenient.
Here's my charging station.
Yeah.
It's not.
You
it's
walk
not
around the
that,
charging
They're not
station.
that bulky anymore.
Well, we have one here, right? Like, this is kind of, I could set it on this charging pad right here. I mean, it's not working. I have it plugged
I
in.
have no
and sitting
idea.
on the
I
charging
thought that
pad.
was just like a hole.
Is that
in
really
the...
a charging pad?
One of these is, yeah.
Try it.
I think, or maybe, well, I did.
Your phone? Nah.
I
Who's
had
selling
it.
flip phones nowadays?
Wow.
Maybe I should just go back and get a
I'm
flip
telling
phone.
you.
They never went out.
I'm telling you, it's the man, and they want you to buy a new phone. They got it.
My mom's boyfriend has a flip phone in 2026.
Like a new flip phone?
I don't know how old it is, but it is archaic. Like, you can't text him videos.
How did he get
Come
mine?
on. How do you live nowadays without that?
I don't know.
I'll tell you in about 10 minutes.
Exactly.
He doesn't have a TV and he uses a flip phone.
What?
He just uses his laptop to watch stuff, and then he,
Is he
uses the flip phone.
92? No offense. I'm not. This is
he's
no
like
ageism. I'm just saying.
Mid-60s.
He's probably happier.
Does he come to you like during football season and be like, "How do I find the games?"
No, not the biggest sports guy in the world, but he'll just act like he finds his way to stay informed and stuff.
So he didn't even have to watch Amari DiMercato drop the ball at the goal line. Like, he's just living a simpler life. That's
He is probably happier.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, you're gonna have to get a new phone. I mean, that's it.
Well, I don't know how to get one because I'm down to 5%, and I need my phone to get a new phone.
Oh man.
All right, let's talk Suns, and this is oddly symbolic.
Darn, I was having so much more fun not talking Suns. But okay.
Tell me that they're not the NBA version of my phone right now. Tell me they're not running out of battery because.
Did you do that on purpose?
Well, no.
That was well done right there.
But at least if I'm going to have to drop $1,000 on a phone or whatever they cost now, I'm at least going to get a Segway out
Threaten
of
to
it.
change carriers. That'll get him. At least he'll pay $500 instead of $1,000.
Nice. Okay.
That's a good thing.
You guys
to do.
hear that out there?
No, you do. You threaten to change I got a bad
carriers right now.
Whatever the carrier is, I'm not going to give anybody free ads.
no,
anyway,
none of that.
I guess we got to talk Suns. Okay, go ahead.
Is it just a loss? Are they just in a rut here? How much do they miss Dylan Brooks? And also, I mean, we got to get into this. He got arrested for a DUI last night in Scottsdale. That's not good no matter who you are, but he has become a leader on this team. So I'm not going to get into the legal aspect of it because I don't know any of the legal answers to this. Obviously, weren't there. You know what I mean? But just looking at it from the basketball perspective, it would be bad if anybody on the team got one, but he's one of your leaders. He's one of the guys that you're pointing to right now and saying, man, you know what? Something's missing, but it's going to come back when Dylan comes back.
It took until March 6th of 2025, or excuse me, of 2026, and the season started, mid-October, for this to happen. What I mean by this is what they were supposed to be. They were supposed to be lethargic. They were supposed to be bad. They were supposed to lose to teams like the Bulls. Dylan Brooks was supposed to be a big distraction and a big pain, and this is what it is. This is the team they were supposed to be. Now, it took a bunch of injuries and all these different things, but before the season, at least I did, I thought that they were going to be one of the worst teams in basketball, would be actually what the Bulls are, which is a tanking team. And I thought that Dylan Brooks would be a big distraction, and that's what they were last night. You have to give effort. And so if we're asking the question if this is the worst loss of the year, and I know that we're stuck in this whole thing in sports and in life in general is we're a prisoner of the moment, but I don't know how it could be worse than this. To not give effort, which is the minimum you have to do in life, is give effort. To have Jalen Green shoot the way that he shot, to have multiple opportunities. You're going in the fourth quarter, you're down 6. Okay, you've played a horrendous basketball game. Lots of teams in this league have the huddle before the fourth quarter and go, guys, we have sucked the entire game, but we're down 6.
Yeah.
We got this. You have the best player by far on the floor in Devin Booker who has to say, okay, this is a game that I guess I have to win because nobody else is in it. And yet you can't win. You're at home and you're up against a team that most of them have their golf clubs in their car with about 10 games left, and you lose, and then your leader gets a DUI at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I mean, when we were putting together these notes and the question came up, was this the worst loss of the season? That was before any of the Dylan Brooks news even came out. It was just, it's everything you said about that game last night. It's the fact that the Suns, this stat it's not as concerning as Jalen Green's shooting percentage, but it is concerning. In the last 7 games, the Suns have been trailing after the first quarter in 6 of them. And the 7th one, they were tied in. Like, they're getting off to such miserable starts in all these games, and it's not like they've played amazing teams in the last 7 games. And, you go back 7 games is San Antonio. Okay, so you played San Antonio's great. Okay, fine. Portland, Orlando, Sacramento, and Chicago are in there. And you're starting every game out trailing. And, yeah, last night, okay, you were down by 4 at the end of the first quarter. Fine. I mean, sometimes that happens. But when it's becoming a trend and it's against bad teams, you're digging yourself this hole. And then you watch the fourth quarter last night, and you're like, okay, wait, here they go. Like, they're going on this run. They almost came back and won. But you can't play one quarter against an NBA team, even if that NBA team is sitting most of their NBA players. No,
this team definitely
you can't. Here's Devin Booker after the game.
Yeah, we just tried to, turn up the intensity. Be the more physical team. But, we have to be first to the fight every night. Teams to get confidence, and we'd be surprised when they start making shots that we feel they're not supposed to.
Here's more from Booker.
We started the game pretty much in cruise control, thinking we can turn it on at any point, and it's not that point of the season.
Yeah, he said it right there. It's not that point of the season. And you said this earlier. I look at the teams like Boston, who they played the other night. Boston's been playing hard all year. They are where they are because they've been playing hard. But look at some of these teams that are coming up on the schedule, like a Minnesota or a Denver, later on in March, or Charlotte is looking good now, or Houston, I would say. Looking at teams that were already supposed to be good all season, that have been good, but they haven't been great. They're going to be great now. They're going to ramp it up. But also, and you mentioned this earlier, a team like Chicago's they got nothing to play for as a team, but once the game starts, those individuals are playing for jobs. Yeah. And if you let them hang around.
Well, here's the thing is you give them confidence. So in other words, if you bury them in the first quarter, you can play one quarter against a team like that, but it's got to be the first. Yeah.
That's good.
So you're up 20 and they're like, we're out of here.
Yeah.
And that's just how they play.
Yeah.
But what the Bulls did, and again, I'm talking about pre-scouting. So what essentially they said to their team, I'm sure before the game, what Billy Donovan said was, we will challenge their manhood tonight. There is no Dylan Brooks to set a tone. There is no Mark Williams physicality. Let's go at them. I mean, if you watch Colin Sexton last night, he essentially, every time he got the ball, he was going to the rim. They got outscored the paint 68-44. They never led in the basketball game. So what they continue to do is say, okay, now again, Mark Williams isn't playing great lately. I get it, but he has some size.
He is still something out there.
So they basically said, we will go to the rim at every opportunity, and they allowed them to. So they kept going and going and going and going, and they never did anything to stop the ball or any kind of physicality or any kind of message sending or anything like that. The Suns didn't do any of it all night long.
Yeah, and then they got a loss to a team that had lost 15 of their last 17. And
they didn't win a game in February.
Yeah, it's only 1 month.
They didn't win a game in the whole month.
It's the shortest month of the year, okay? Give the Bulls a break.
Well done.
When we come back, and it wasn't even leap year, so it was an even shorter month. All right, when we come back, less than 3 weeks to opening day for the Diamondbacks. Which major decisions are still left to be made in those less than 3 weeks? We're going to talk to Arizona Sports D-backs reporter Alex Weiner. He joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The Arizona Cardinals explored all options to trade Kyler Murray at the Combine. Those trade discussions did not go anywhere. This was the best situation they could make. They would have preferred to trade him. Nobody wanted him. They were trading the contract, not the player. It will be official on Wednesday, and now they have the long road to go to try to find a quarterback through free agency and the draft.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Jackson Hewitt handles your taxes and your stress. Inhale our no surprise price of $149 or less. Exhale, paying more for complicated taxes. You won't. Inhale new tax law knowledge. Exhale, missing out on your biggest refund? Certainly not. Don't miss paying $149 or less. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Cool cars, cool people, good tires. It's the Good Guys 16th Fi-Tech Fuel Injection Spring National, featuring over 1,500 hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. And it's all going down March 13th and 14th at Westworld of Scottsdale. Bring the family and shop Arizona's biggest automotive swap meet at Vendor Midway. Enjoy the free family fun zone, live music, and so much more. Details at good-guys.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Would you like to walk with the pros? Bunker to Bunker, the golf show, has teamed up with Shady Ray Sunglasses to send 2 lucky listeners VIP style to the 2026 LPGA Ford Championship, presented by Wild Horse Pass, March 26th through the 29th, to walk inside the ropes with the pros on championship weekend. Runner-up contestants can win premier hospitality to the Trophy Bar Hospitality venue or tickets to the event. Go to bunkergolf.com and register for our Walk with the Pros contest today.
Don't miss out on some of the biggest matchups of the 2026 season when the Blue Jays, Mets, and Dodgers visit Chase Field. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
All right, we are less than 3 weeks away from opening day for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and there's a lot of questions to be answered here. So we're going to make our next guest answer all of them definitively. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf today, and our own Alex Weiner is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line right now to talk about this team. Alex, what's going on, man?
Hey guys, how's it going? I hope I have some answers for all of these questions. There's a lot of them.
Okay, well, here I'll start. I'll start with Jordan Lawler, who has had, at least numbers wise, a pretty good spring. You're out there all the time. What is the feeling around what he's done so far? Because I know you can only read so much into spring production, but also this is his chance to kind of show them where he should be starting the season.
Yeah, it's a big year for him, and it's been a big spring for him. So far, so good. Obviously, there's been a lot of curiosity about what he would look like in center field. Yesterday, just made a really smooth play going back towards the wall and good route and everything like that. He's had some good jumps. So I think for the most part in these games, small sample size, but he's looked pretty solid and pretty natural out there in the outfield. He's obviously got the athleticism for it. And then offensively, the big thing was, approach and, laying off in certain pitches. And I think he's done a pretty good job. There's still some strikeouts there, but he's walking a lot. Yesterday, he roped a single to left field on a slider away, and so it's just a good sign to see him kind of on that pitch a little bit more. So I think there's a lot to be encouraged about, but obviously we've got to see when the games really count there, if he can make those adjustments.
Hey, Alex, you've got Ryan Nelson on your feed right now, and he gave up some early runs, but as you point out, retired the last 7 hitters. We never know what guys are working on in spring training, so I don't get too worked up on ERAs, numbers, things like that. But just in terms of how he's throwing the ball, how would you assess that?
Yeah, I thought it looked good yesterday. Just a couple of, pitches over the middle to the first couple batters. There was a lost challenge there. I don't know if that threw off any sort of rhythm, but the velocity is up. He's, obviously he's got a lot of rise on that fastball. He's been working to kind of sharpen up his secondary stuff over the past couple of years, and that's steadily gotten better. So stuff-wise, it looks good. He's only thrown a couple of outings so far from what we've seen, but he's a guy that they're really going to have to count on to build on what he's been able to do the past year and a half, just based on some other questions in the rotation.
We're talking to Alex Weiner. Alex, as far as the rest of the rotation, and again, like John just said, you can only read so much in numbers, but Zach Gallen hasn't given up a run. Erod hasn't given up a run. Brandon Pfaadt hasn't given up a run. Ryan Nelson hadn't given up a run until yesterday. And these guys have all only pitched like 2, 3, 4 innings or whatever. But what are you looking for specifically from Erod and Pfaadt?
Yeah, well, Erod actually did give up a couple runs in an exhibition game for Team Venezuela the other day against Washington. His next start will be in the World Baseball Classic. So for him, it's a little bit different just because he's away from the team. It's going to be put into a competitive environment there in a tournament setting. So I'm just kind of interested to see what he looks like there. Obviously, he had a good, relative to, his earlier Diamondbacks tenure, the earlier months of his Diamondbacks tenure. He finished the season relatively strong, and he was pretty optimistic about how it all finished. And then for Pfaadt, a lot of it's just consistency and landing the pitches that he needs to get out of big spots. Because last year there was so many starts where he could have been 6 innings, 2 earned runs, but he gave up that one big hit, and it turned into 5 2/3, 4 runs. And so just limiting the damage there. He seems to be healthy after he had little side tightness during the offseason. He's back out in his normal progression. So all good there. But, yeah, for him, it's really just evening things out because he had a real, highs and lows type of season last year.
In terms of some of the young guys, you look at the numbers for a guy like Tommy Troy, who's 11 of 21. I mean, you can't ignore that kind of stuff. And we're just talking about, Jordan Lawler and Ryan Waldschmidt and guys like that. But all of a sudden, a guy goes 11 for 21. What kind of attention does that get for the Diamondbacks? And is he a guy who could make the opening roster based on what he does in the spring?
Well, it's got a lot of attention now, considering how many guys are not here. So there's a lot of opportunity for those younger guys to get good playing time. I mean, he's hitting the ball hard. He's, it's a lot of kind of spraying the ball all over the place is what you like to see. He's got a great hit tool. I would guess he probably doesn't make the roster out of spring just because he would be kind of a backup utility role player and he could play a lot more regularly in AAA. At least to start the season, that seems to make a lot of sense to me. But there's no doubt that his ability to kind of hit the ball hard the opposite way. His defense at second base has been a standout. Torrey has talked about that. So he's kind of doing everything he can to prepare himself and put himself in a good position to be a player to watch early on for a call-up at some point.
We're talking to Alex Weiner. Alex, I guess answer this however you want, but just don't include pitchers, I guess. But is there a hitter on this team that you think really swings the season one way or the other, for better or for worse? And I'll give you just an example of what I'm asking. I look at Gabby Moreno. If this guy can stay healthy and just hit, close to his potential, I feel like this is a playoff team. If he's hurt or he can't hit, then I think it's tougher. Is there a player in your mind that really could swing things one way or the other?
Yeah, I feel like we kind of know what to expect from the top of the order with Marte, Perdomo, Carroll. I would clump Gabby in there. He's been steadily improving every single year offensively. In terms of being a plus offensively and a plus defensively as a catcher, he adds a lot of value there. But you're right. It's been a lot of how many games can you really expect from him? Last year was ironic because he came into spring training in great shape and was I'm not getting hurt this year. And then a ball ricochets and hits him in the hand. And that's how he ends up missing a bunch of time. But I think that's a good one because you're looking for breakout guys or guys who can take steps developmentally and kind of deepen the lineup the way that it is. And so it's not so top heavy after some of the guys they lost last year at the deadline. So Gabby's a good pick for that. I think Lawler's a good pick for that. Getting a bounce back season from Nolan Arenado would be highly impactful. And then I'm looking at a guy like Alec Thomas because it's kind of the time is now if it's ever going to happen for him to make at least a positive step forward offensively after it's been a little bit stagnant for him over the past couple of years. So Gabby and Lawler would probably be the top 2 on my list, but there's definitely a handful of guys you can go with.
I'm just curious. I was at a spring training game the other day where 4 consecutive pitches were challenged. And they're averaging at about 14 seconds per. So it took a minute out of my entire life, which by and large, in and of itself, is not really that
what
big.
you could have done with
big
that
of a deal.
minute.
Yeah, but it's a minute of my life I will never get back. And then I saw a tap off yesterday, which, it's not as fun. And then they got to challenge it and all this kind of stuff. From your viewpoint, you're out there for a lot of games. It kind of ticked me off, but I get it and I like it. But I'm a little bit on the fence of it right now. What are your thoughts in going to a lot of games and seeing a lot of these ABS challenges already?
Yeah, I think we're seeing it. I think we're seeing more challenges earlier in games than we will when the regular season gets here. And maybe we'll see that to an extent when the regular season starts, and it'll start to even out a little. Data from last spring training and from the minor leagues last year, there's, about 4 challenges-ish per game. And they'll probably be a little bit more spread out than they are. But guys are testing it out, right? And a lot of the starters who are playing early in these games are testing it out. This is not something that the Diamondbacks going to want to have happen much, but Gabby Moreno yesterday lost them 2 challenges in the first 3 innings of the game. So that's not something that I think you'd expect a whole lot of this season. But I do think it's probably going to be more noticeable now in spring and early next season when teams are trying to, figure out their strategies on how to handle this. And then it'll be more saved for high leverage situations down the road as we get into it.
Alex, I'm not going to ask you to predict who's going to close or what the bullpen's going to look like unless you already know the answer. Then feel free to go ahead and throw that out there. But in your mind, what's the ideal way for them to begin this season? Like, who would you have in the 7th? Who would you have in the 8th? And who would you have close in a perfect world for the Diamondbacks?
I would guess it's going to be Seawalls in the back end, and you kind of run with the familiar faces with like Ginkel and Thompson, and then maybe Loaisaga could be somebody who slides in there. I really like Loaisaga's stuff as long as he stays healthy, just based on track record and what I've been seeing so far. I understand kind of the familiarity and comfort they have with Seawald, and if his stuff picks up better than it was last year when he had kind of a lackluster season, I can see that argument. I think in a perfect world, I would like the guy to have some more answers, and I think Loaisaga with his sinker and some of his breaking stuff would be a really intriguing option for me. And then as you go down, throughout the season, maybe a guy like Dre Jameson, based on the stuff, could be an intriguing person to put in the back there. He's not going to be in the back end of the bullpen to start the season, it seems like. So I would guess we're going to get some familiarity to start things off, but I am intrigued by what Loaisaga could potentially give them as a guy who's done it before on a different team.
Well, Alex, we appreciate this. I'm sure we'll catch up with you again. We'll see you out there next week. So thanks so much.
Perfect. Sounds good, guys.
All right. That's Alex Weiner, our own D-backs reporter here at Arizona Sports, joining us right there on the Arizona Sports line. When we come back, Mark Williams is going to miss more than a game. He's going to miss a little time. So how much is that going to impact the Suns down the stretch? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Spring in the AZ, the best time to be outdoors, right? But does your backyard meet the moment? I tell you, at Casa Cal BC, we wanted more. We needed California Pools and Landscape, Arizona's most awarded pool builder. Speaking of more, California Pools handles everything. We're loving our new smooth decking, landscaping, turf, shade structure. Start now so you can swim this summer. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul. And see our before and after pics at calpool.com/Paul.
Low T? Start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Do you need glasses or contacts and you're now at the age where you also need readers? K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to eliminate the need for all those. Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. Andy, for those nearing age 50 or so, refractive lens exchange can be a great alternative to LASIK.
That's right, Joe. K2 Vision RLE is a terrific permanent solution for a lifetime of great vision. The older we get, we experience the dysfunction of our natural lens, which affects both distance vision and requires the use of reading glasses. Plus, after K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
And like LASIK, K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless. The question is, which procedure is right for you?
With the experience of over 150,000 procedures, the doctors at K2 Vision will know which procedure is best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to TMZ, injured Phoenix Suns forward Dylan Brooks was arrested on DUI charges in Scottsdale this morning at about 2 a.m. For more on Brooks' arrest, head on over to arizonasports.com. The Suns will try to bounce back from their tough loss to the Chicago Bulls last night. Tonight at home against the New Orleans Pelicans. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage begins at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks have 2 split squad games today at 1:10. They host the White Sox and face the Brewers in Maryvale. This report is brought to you by the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Suns fans get $1,000 off LASIK at Schwartz Laser Eye Center when you book your exam by April 12th. Restrictions apply. Visit teamidoc.com.
Nobody pray for me. It been a day for me.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. We're going to react to how the Phoenix Suns fared against the Chicago Bulls and look ahead to tonight's game against the New Orleans Pelicans. The Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6, right here on Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf today. John, in the middle of all the, hey, the Suns lost, and they still don't have Jordan Goodwin, and they didn't just lose, they lost to the Bulls, and they don't have Dylan Brooks, and now Dylan Brooks is getting arrested for suspicion of DUI. In the midst of all that, the Mark Williams injury news isn't great. that, it's kind of getting lost in the shuffle. This is all in the last, not even 24 hours, like the last 15 hours, basically. So, we've been talking a lot lately about how Mark Williams has not been the same guy in the second half of the season. Like he hasn't. He has trailed off, and there's no way around that. But I tell you, even with that, you notice how much they miss the presence of just like a true big man last night against Chicago.
Yeah, it just the toughness of it. Chicago just said before the game, we're going to the rim, and we'll see if anybody can stop us, and they didn't. They got 68 points in the paint. They were plus 24 in the paint last night. And you could just tell Colin Sexton right to the rim, to the rim, to the rim, to the rim. Nobody was stopping the ball, and at least there's got to be some ramifications. I get it. It's not the 80s. This isn't the Pistons, and Bill Laimbeer and Rick Mahorn are not waiting for you, and they're not going to, throw you down or whatever. But you've got to have some kind of a presence, and then if you can't stop the ball, then there's got to be some physicality. There's got to be some things. So, look, we're not in the habit of criticizing Jordan Ott, and players play coach as coach. So I'm not saying anything about the way they came out. That's not, to me, on Jordan Ott. It's on the players.
There was a guy who called into the post-game show last week and said they need to fire Ott.
Oh, boy.
And that was before they lost to the Bulls. So
was he out, is it too soon to make this joke? Was he out drinking last night with Dylan Brooks? I mean, what? You're not firing jokes. Yeah, probably too early. Okay, a little too soon. But the reality of it is that the non-ability to have somebody step up last night, there had to be something, and maybe there was, at the bench that said, guys, no more layups, nothing to the rim. I don't care what you have to do. Do I have to put someone in to actually be physical? And again, I'm not saying that like the Pistons, but you've got to send some sort of a message that you're not going to just parade to the rim, and that's what they did all night long. That is in direct reflection of Mark Williams. And I know we'll get into, Maluach and all those kind of things, but somebody has to step up and say, okay, we're taking that element away. If you're going to beat us, you're not going to beat us with layups all night, and that's what happened.
Yeah, I think this is why so many people got frustrated watching that game last night. The Suns basically allowed Chicago to beat them with layups, and the Suns aren't making layups or even taking that many
right.
of those. You know what I mean?
It was a miss at the end that lost it, yeah.
Yeah, generally speaking, it's if you're the better team, and they clearly are the better team than the Bulls because most teams are the better team than the Bulls, you don't want to go into a game and say, all right, we're going to flip a coin. Hopefully we hit more threes than you, or you're going to get twos every time down the floor, and we're just going to try and beat you with a bunch of threes. You do that when you are the 14 seed in March Madness playing the 3 seed. The 3 is the great equalizer for you. When you're the better team, you want to try and figure out different ways to beat them. And it doesn't start with just letting them walk right to the hoop and lay the ball up. And where I was saying that this kind of got lost in the shuffle, Mark Williams he's dealing with a stress reaction in the third metatarsal of his left foot, and he's going to be reevaluated in 2 to 3 weeks.
Thank you, doctor.
When we did the
what
show,
is a metatarsal?
Well, that's
Anyone?
Obviously. It's right there next to the megatarsal.
Exactly. Yeah,
but
exactly.
It's
you sounded like, wow.
Not as good.
Thank you, doctor.
That's the minor tarsal. So it's
that's very nice.
Of all the tarsals to hurt, I would say this is right in the middle of all of it.
Exactly. Very nice.
Thank you. But yesterday at this point, we thought, hey, maybe he's missing a game, and now he's being reevaluated in 2 to 3 weeks because of obviously the metatarsal injury.
Well, and here's what this complicates as well is it I was going to say it's not the worst thing, but based on one game, it is the worst thing. But it does allow you to look at Maluach and say, okay, Mark Williams is a free agent at the end of the year. Maluach is anybody else going to step up, or do we actually have to make this a thing to sign Mark Williams? Because even though he has struggled, he's only making about, by NBA terms, $6 million. So, I mean, you're probably going to have to, triple that number next year for a guy who can be a double-double. The problem is that he hasn't played these games, and part of the reason I think he was, now we see an injury, but it's almost like college where a guy comes in, plays X amount of games, and then he hits a wall as a rookie. Well, Mark Williams has never played this many games. Now he's hitting a wall. Now he has an injury, and it really complicates things. On one hand, you're like, okay, is this what we have to go on to sign this guy to an extension? Or are there some guys behind him, especially the guy that we just took with the 10th overall pick? And we knew that Maluach was going to be an issue. But for those who have been screaming and yelling, you got to play him, you got to play him, he is in no way, shape, or form.
Not ready for a playoff.
No.
And he shouldn't be ready
And
yet.
he's not physically ready. I mean, he's getting pushed around. It's like football and leverage. Like he doesn't have the strength to do it. So last night, not a great group of centers for the Bulls are just pushing him around underneath. And he couldn't be, at least on one end, be enough of a presence with his length to stop the parade to the rim, and that's concerning.
Yeah, it is concerning because now you're talking about a guy being reevaluated in 2 or 3 weeks. So that doesn't even mean he's necessarily going to be back in that time frame. everybody's different. What it's kind of been with the Suns when they say a guy's going to be reevaluated in 1 to 2 weeks or 2 to 3 weeks, that guy typically has come back at the end of that timeline. So like Jordan Goodwin is being reevaluated in 1 to 2 weeks. I need to go back and see what the timeline is on that, but I'm kind of expecting him to sort of just be back at the 2-week mark. That's, that there's no, I know I sound like a doctor because I know all about metatarsals and stuff, but truth is I don't know these things. So I don't know when he's coming back. I'm just kind of going based on past Suns injuries, but I think Mark Williams is different because he's dealt with a lot of injuries in his career. I don't know when we're going to see him again. And if not having him looks like last night.
Well, what do you think every team's going to do? I mean, think about tonight. New Orleans is not a great team, but what does Zion Williamson do? He goes to the rim. What's he going to do tonight? He's going to go to the rim. And Charlotte's not that kind of a team. I mean, they're basically a jump shooting team.
They're a better team.
But if you're any team who just saw that film last night, and I'm pretty sure that New Orleans, Charlotte, and the rest are going to do that, the first thing they're going to do without Mark Williams' presence in there and physicality is to say, we're going to parade to the rim until they stop it, then we'll make an adjustment off that. But that's going to be game plan number one, is go to the rim and challenge these guys. You can expect it tonight.
Yeah. Here's Jordan Ott after the game last night talking about the process of figuring out rotations without Mark Williams this late in the season and what that now means for the Suns.
They were just seeking for 5-man minutes. And then we love also with the second unit. That's what we tried early to try to take them out, bring them back with the second unit. Second unit didn't function like it normally does. So that's the things we're going to have to learn real quick. That when you take a guy out, a guy of that magnitude that has been so consistent for us, that's why the injury thing is unfortunate. So you remove one thing like that, it's just a trickle-down effect. But we'll have to find solutions pretty quick.
Yeah, we saw the full ripple effect last night where you have this guy that's not playing as well as he's been in Mark Williams, but then he's out and you see his absence because all of a sudden Oso's got to do other stuff. And then the second unit doesn't have Oso. And for the most part for the Suns this season, the second unit has been pretty consistently there for them, road or home, whatever, even, depending who the opponent is, they've been pretty consistent. Not that the bench guys are winning the Suns games every night, but kind of goes back to what you were saying about an offensive coordinator in football liking to know what he has in his quarterback. Jordan Ott has pretty consistently known what he has in his bench this season, and that gets disrupted now with no Mark Williams because you got to move other guys around. And again, last night is one game, but it was not encouraging, and they have another one tonight, so we'll see. When we come back, is Ryan Nelson the front runner to be the Diamondbacks' opening day starter? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, I've got some good news for you. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, turning back the clock, jumping back into life at full speed. The medical professionals at QC Kinetics use the latest regenerative treatments that are backed by real science, treatments that take the powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. This is how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running, how Patrick's golf game is on fire again, and how I am back in the gym lifting more than I have in a decade. We are all grateful clients of these cutting-edge treatments that pro athletes have leaned on for years, and the sooner you start treatment, the faster you heal. Find out if these cutting-edge options work for you. You can find QC Kinetics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes Oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
If you're sitting there thinking, I'm drowning in private student loan debt and nobody's going to help me, let me stop you right there. Why Refi will help you. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and helping people escape distressed or defaulted private student loan debt is exactly what they do. Why Refi works with you to build a low, fixed-rate payment plan that actually fits your life. Not a Band-Aid, a real path forward. And here's the thing. They're not going to make you feel bad about it. There's no judgment, no endless questions about how you got here. They know life happens. They just want to help you move forward. If other lenders have told you no, don't assume that's the end. Why Refi was built for people who've been told no. Your student loans don't have to control your future. Take back control today. Call Why Refi at 888-WHY-REFI-85 or visit whyrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Arizona Sports.
And a swing, that's gone. Good Lord, high and deep, way back, heads up back there, upper deck, home run.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
Shout out to New River. What is going on, New River?
New River.
We're just watching Mexico versus Great Britain in the World Baseball Classic. No big deal. Jack Anderson working his way through the first inning.
Yes.
Is there a more British name out there than Jack Anderson? I guess he could have been like King Charles. I guess that could have been his name. I don't know, but that's about it.
I always think it's funny that they'll show players, and you and I were just looking up. We're like, is that Jazz Chisholm on Great Britain?
I was staring at him for like 10 minutes, like that guy looks a lot like Jazz Chisholm. And then it was. He's on Great Britain now.
Yeah, so. You see that all the time. Like it's like I'm 2% this or that, so he can go play for that team.
I
guess
he could have started for the U.S., couldn't he? Or he could have at least been on Team USA.
Yeah,
pretty good.
Man, that's a pretty good. That team is good.
It is a good team.
If they don't, well, we won't get upset.
We'll get into whether or not we're going to get upset later
we'll do
on the
that
show.
later.
We're going to bring Rick and Jamal in on this too when we do that because they're going to get.
Rick in his new Pete Alonso jersey?
Yeah, Rick is rocking. Every time you come in here, you see the evolution of Rick's fandom for Pete Alonso.
Well, the last time I saw him, he was I can't remember the exact circumstances, but he was jumping up and down. So then we went into the studio. We're like, what's going on?
Is everything okay?
Pete Alonso had hit his first at bat like a spring training home run.
He had a home run in his first spring training at bat, and we thought, Rick, that you won Powerball. That was the reaction.
It was like
We're
that
like, man,
much.
Rick won Powerball. And then you ran out of the room, so we were trying to look at Jamal, and Jamal's like, I don't care. Like, that was what the look on his face said, and now here we are.
Star players don't come to my teams a lot, so I get really excited.
That's fair.
Like, John, you missed him yesterday when Trae Young was going to make his debut for the Wizards.
Yeah, so, I'm Trae Young, not the biggest fan. Wasn't the biggest fan of Trae Young, I'll be completely honest. Yesterday, when he made a couple plays, I was like, oh, yeah, we got a star.
Did you order a jersey?
I already have one.
He wore it yesterday.
Mitch Vareldis got it for me for
what a guy.
My birthday, early birthday present.
Wow.
There you go.
Trae Young, huh?
As I said when Pete Alonso hit that home run to start spring training, I appreciate and respect the enthusiasm. But it's funny, every time John's in here, he sees the next level of it.
Yeah.
You haven't worn the Pete Alonso jersey yet, have you?
Yeah, I have a couple.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't
So you
think
got
John's
it like the
been here.
day he signed, you got it? Or
I
very
got
quickly
it
thereafter?
2 days later. I ordered it like 2 days
No
later.
Adley Rutschman jerseys anymore?
I have an Adley Rutschman jersey.
That's
That'll be in the rotation.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
And you feel good about the Orioles this season?
Oh, yeah, I do.
And you did not last year. You were ready to, you did not want to talk about that team.
No, because they were very injured, like the D-backs were.
Okay.
Yeah, but no, my rotation of baseball jerseys is Adley Rutschman, Pete Alonso, Ketel Marte.
That's a lineup right there.
Wow.
Put all those guys on Great Britain, and they would be winning this game against Mexico.
It'd be better than Jazz Chisholm.
Is it when you wear your Trae Young? Is it Suns Out, Guns Out, or you got a T-shirt under that?
A T-shirt under that.
All right.
But you're working towards it, right?
Sure.
So you can. So when the Wizards are beating the Jazz, you can be full flex next year.
That'll be
sure.
Wizards in 4.
All right.
What are we even doing?
Well, we were going to talk about the Diamondbacks opening day starter, but now I've lost everything. So Ryan Nelson or Zach Gallen. It's probably going to be one of those two starting opening day. I think this is a real debate. Look, I don't think it defines their season by any means. I think the bigger picture here is those are your two guys. Those are your two guys you're counting on right now. You need a 3, 4, and 5 starter. We know Brandon Pfaadt has really good upside. I would like to see what his ERA. Maybe I'll try and do this during the break because his ERA wasn't good last year, Brandon Pfaadt. But Brandon Pfaadt did have a lot of good starts last year. But he had that one against the Nationals where he didn't record an out, and I don't remember how many of those runs he got tagged with, but I remember it being 10-0 in the first inning. Right. So just how much did that blow up his ERA last year? Obviously, it happened. You know what I mean? You can't be like, well. It's not like in college where you can drop your worst test. That didn't happen. But to try and get a better feel for what his overall numbers were last year. But either way, you're now counting on all those guys. But specifically, Ryan Nelson and Zach Gallen, whoever starts opening day, they both need to be really, really good for this team to have any chance.
Yeah, and we'll get into this a bit later. I mean, the national media is kind of thinking highly of this lineup. And I'm starting to get more and more encouraged because I know people will freak out and they see certain numbers and everything, but we've both seen this where you'll see 10 or 12 ERAs in the spring, and all the spring is about is just not getting injured, or in the Diamondbacks case, more injured. Because when they do, and this is kind of like a Suns thing, but especially the pitching staff, when they get everybody together, actually I think this could be a top 10 or 12 pitching staff, but I'm also talking about Corbin Burns at the top. I'm gonna assume for just 1 second, which is dangerous, that Zach Gallen is not the guy we saw last year, but we've seen for the majority of his career. And then that would make Nelson just in the pecking order like a 3, but I do think he's going to start opening day. Zach Gallen has already said he's kind of earned this thing, so it's not going to be where if Zach Gallen doesn't get it, he's angry. I think it's something that you give Nelson to say, hey, thanks, appreciate it. And yesterday, he was good enough. I mean, a couple of early runs. I don't know what he's working on. This is what people have to understand. Is he working on a cutter? Is he working on a curve? Is he throwing straight fastballs? You go through progressions as you get through spring, as your arm gets stronger and stronger. So I don't know what he's trying to do, but I know this. He retired the last 7, which is a great sign.
Yeah, exactly. And, with Gallen, I mean, he got here just a couple of days late this spring. He wasn't signed yet, but a couple days for a pitcher throws everything off by potentially a week, pushes him back. I'm with you. I don't think Zach Gallen's going to be like, oh, they didn't start me on opening day. Why did I come back? I think he'll be fine starting, game 2 or game 3 or whatever. Ryan Nelson's got to be the guy if that's the case. It would be a cool honor for him because he has done everything they have asked, and they've asked a lot of different things in a lot of different pinches over the last couple of years, and Ryan Nelson has consistently come through. So it would be kind of cool to see him get to be the opening day starter because it's an honor that you saw how much it meant to Merrill Kelly, and he's not going to get to do it, and he's never got to be the opening day starter before. Zach's got to do it in the last 3 years. If he had been here from day one, he probably would be the starter again. But it's not like Ryan Nelson would just be like, we need somebody, you're okay, you go do it. He's been really good, especially last year. So, but either way, those two guys are going to have to carry this team because I completely agree with you. You get Merrill Kelly back and you get Corbin Burns back, and by the second half of this season, this could be one of the best rotations in baseball, assuming Corbin Burns comes back and is immediately Corbin Burns, which is not a given with this injury.
No, it's not, but more and more, and we'll see kind of a ramp up to the whole thing. He'll throw X amount of pitches, X amount of innings, but by the end of the year, I mean, you could be looking at guys, like a Rodriguez is a 5, and so if you're looking in that situation,
so much better.
Right? So all of a sudden now, and what a 4 and 5 in this league is, and everybody outside of the Dodgers or some of the elite teams. But I mean, if you have a solid, really, really solid 3, you want a really good one at the top obviously your 2, 3, 4, 5 are going to fluctuate for every team.
Yeah.
So we sit here all day long and people go, whoever is going to be he's terrible. Well, everybody's 5 is terrible. Everybody's 4 is kind of iffy. Your first 3 becomes solid. If this lineup, and we're starting to see some young guys, we were just talking about this with Alex, Tommy Troy is 11 for 12. Waldschmidt has looked really good, hasn't looked overwhelmed. I think a couple, and you don't want to overdo spring, but a couple of these guys look like they're going to come through. So all of a sudden, okay, now it comes down to, for me though, the worry becomes the bullpen. Because again, we were talking about Alex, who's going to be the guy. And I thought they were going to do this right out of the gate where, you've got a veteran guy who's done it before. I was here the day that they signed him and we were debating the whole thing. And so I think that's where they're going to go to be safe. But again, it comes down to injuries when you get those guys back and all that. But to me, if you blow some games in the bullpen, that loses confidence in your team. So that's where I am. I think the starter's going to be solid. I think the lineup be good enough. What's the bullpen going to do?
The difference, though, just to kind of illustrate what you were saying about the starters, because I've seen people kind of push back on this. If you get to the point where Brandon Pfaadt and Erod are basically fighting to be your 5th starter, and I know there's other stuff that goes into that. Erod's getting paid a lot, and I still think Pfaadt has really crazy upside. But right now, the way it breaks down, like let's just say, let's look at the opening series. Okay, you're playing the Dodgers, so let's say Ryan Nelson starts the opener. And let's just say Zach Gallen starts the second game. He might even get pushed a couple. I don't know. But let's just say Ryan Nelson, Zach Gallen, and then Brandon Pfaadt is starting game 3 in Dodger Stadium. Well, I mean, if you get to the point where everybody's healthy, that's Corbin Burns in the opener, Gallen, and Merrill Kelly.
Right.
Now, I know it's the Dodgers, so at some point it doesn't even matter who your pitchers are, but you get the point.
But you could match up. I mean, I get it. I know what the Dodgers are, and they're just kind of different. But in those 3 guys that you just mentioned, you could go into what percentage of series, 80, 90% of series, and think to yourself, right, you're at least even, if not better than most. And again, we're talking about health, and we know what the Suns, maybe a team never gets healthy, but at Tommy John isn't what it was. You can come back from that. He's going to come back from that. It's going to be a second half of the season, but once you get that, you're going to go into any series and think to yourself, we can at least be even to better with most of the teams that we play.
And I didn't even mention Ryan Nelson there in that hypothetical that's not a hypothetical because these guys are all on the Diamondbacks. They're just hurt. But maybe that's the best way to put it. You have a guy that's probably going to start opening day in Ryan Nelson, and he's earned that. But when everybody's healthy, he's your number 4 starter. You know what I mean? Like, how many teams could feel confident running their guy that's their number 4 starter out there on opening day? Take the Dodgers out of the equation. Let's just say the Diamondbacks are starting with the Rockies or whatever. You know what I mean? Ryan Nelson, if he's starting opening day, nobody's going to be like, oh, we're screwed. They don't have a good pitcher. But really, he should be your number 4 starter right now. So I'm with you. If it just comes back to if they can survive enough of the season, then they should be good in the second half. Real quick on Brandon Pfaadt, I was doing the math before. So
did you do this while we were doing the show?
I did it on the air. Well, with a calculator.
So what?
So
pretty impressive.
A 5.25 ERA last season. It's not great, but anybody that watched last season, you're like, yeah, okay, that is not good. That's not a good season number, 5.25. But it felt like he had some pretty good games in there. I think he led the team in quality starts. They have to go back and look at that.
He led the National League in walks per 9 innings, like in a positive way.
Yeah, and he was pretty high up there in quality starts too. If you just take that one game out, and again, I'm not saying that you can do that, but for evaluation purposes, if you take that one game against Washington out, where he gave up 8 runs in the first inning, didn't record an out, his ERA for the entire season drops from 5.25 to 4.83. It's almost a full half point. 4.83 is not great either, but 4.83 is more in line with what I saw last year, where half the time he was giving you like a quality start, and then half the time he has a bad inning, and when he has a bad inning, it's a very bad inning. But I don't know. The difference is Pfaadt can still get better. I understand that, but I feel so much more confident with him as, dude, this guy is he's your number 5 starter, and he could give you a quality start every time out, as opposed to he's your number 3 starter, and he has to beat the Dodgers in his first start, you know? All right, when we come back, legal tampering begins in the NFL Monday. So who should the Cardinals be legally tampering with when legal tampering starts? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Rebound knocked loose. Dunn tries to save it. It is going to be thrown straight up in the air, and the Bulls are going to come out with the win here tonight. 105-103, the final score at Mortgage Matchup Center. The Suns streak is over at 11 wins against the Bulls. They hadn't lost in nearly 7 years.
More reacts to last night's L versus Chi-Town, and we preview Suns Pelicans on the home of Suns basketball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy, Febreze. La, 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 la.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
At Sonic, the All-American Smasher is at the top of the burger food chain. Get it hand-smashed and made to order with a side and medium drink for just $6. That's not just a big deal. That's a giant, massive, gargantuan, humongousaurus rex of a honkin' big deal for just $6. A deal this big shouldn't cost this little. Get the Sonic $6 All-American Smasher meal today.
Tax not included. Exclusions apply. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
If you want to live free, yeah.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss, because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Scottsdale Police has confirmed that injured Phoenix Suns forward Dylan Brooks was arrested on suspicion of DUI in Scottsdale this morning at about 2 a.m. For more on Brooks' arrest, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. The Suns will try to bounce back from their tough loss to the Chicago Bulls last night. Tonight at home against the New Orleans Pelicans. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the D-backs have 2 split squad games today. They host the White Sox at 1:10 and face the Brewers in Maryvale also at 1:10. And that is what is trending now.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
That's Wolf and Luke on a Friday. John Lund is in for Wolf today. Legal tampering begins on Monday. So this time of year, you can already see teams like positioning themselves.
Yeah.
And, hey, we're dropping this guy. Hey, and we got the annual Jerry Jones being like, you know what? Cowboys are going to spend a lot of money in free agency this year.
Don't dismiss any possibility. It's unlikely.
Man, you had that queued up. You didn't even know I was going to bring up Jerry.
Oh, he knew. He knows you.
It's what it is what it is. And we'll work through it, or we will not work through it.
By the way, personal appearances should not be show fodder, but Jerry Jones up close is a scary-looking man. Very plastic.
That doesn't shock me. I've never seen him in person.
I'm telling you, it is just like, I remember the first time I met him, an elevator opened and I went, ah! Like, it is just.
I hope that was your actual reaction in the moment.
Almost.
Right.
Not quite.
I'm trying to.
I embellished, but
you weren't. What is this happening on this TV? So I'm listening to Jerry Jones. I'm watching Rowdy Tellez run out a ground ball to first, and somebody's painting, which I'm assuming they're painting Rowdy Tellez running to first base. There's a lot of stuff going on over here. Yeah.
Very weird.
Well, anyway, free agency gets going next week. And ESPN, I mean, everybody has these lists, right? But I'm going to go to ESPN. They ranked the top 100 free agents available. So you can use this as a kind of, hey, what maybe the Cardinals should address this position, who's out there, this, that, whatever. And we're going to get deeper into this list later because they have Kyler Murray on it, but they don't have him real high, honestly, on the list. So take that for what it's worth. But just in general, John, when you look at this and some years I think it hurts a team that free agency comes before the draft. And some years I think it helps a team that it's set up that way because it's not set up that way in the other sports. I think for the Cardinals this year, it could really help them. Like you can go out there and I heard somebody in the Rams front office say this earlier in the week. We use free agency basically to figure out what we still need to address in the draft. Well, the Cardinals have a chance to go out there, and I would sure hope address the offensive line in free agency next week so that they aren't bound where they have to take Francis Mauigoa with the 3rd pick. If they want to, that's great. But everything you hear is that's kind of a reach at 3. So I'm sure they'd prefer to trade down to like 8 or 9 and take him there. But if you don't address it during free agency, you're not going to have a choice on draft night.
Well, there's a couple of reasons why I think they should go this way. If the rumors are true and it's going to be a guy like Malik Willis, then you have a responsibility to put around him as much as you possibly can because, look, I don't trust it, and we're going to get into this a little bit later. Kurt Warner did a breakdown of basically in his entire career, there are 28 plays for any team who's going to sign him. So it takes out screen passes, quick hitters, things like that, where he actually has to drop back, read a defense, make a throw.
In theory, a normal play. Yeah.
28, that's it. So what you have to do to improve your chances.
1 million per play.
Oh, God. So what you have to do to improve your chances on these crazy astronomical Vegas odds that you're throwing at this kid is get him the best possible players around him. So like a guy, and you hit it on that, Braden Smith of the Colts, for example, he's 7 on that list, which I think is pretty high. He's 30 years old. He's coming off a major injury. I don't think he's going to cost as much as what they're saying. But what free agency is to take those big holes away so that you're not forced to do that in the draft. So Smith would be a right tackle. Then you don't have to deal with right tackle. Elijah Vera Tucker is a guy who's been injured. They have him 63 on the list. There's a guard. You need both of those things so that the pocket is not collapsing around this kid because it looks like his automatic is run. So don't give him the opportunity to actually become a thrower because what people in this league value way too much, and we just got done with it, is a guy's the ability to run the ball from a quarterback position. You have to win from this league from the pocket, period. So if you do those things and protect him, and then there's one other guy like Wan'Dale Robinson who caught about 90 balls for the Giants in the slot, upgrade the slot, and if Marv can stay healthy, all of a sudden, and you got Wilson Jr. and you got McBride, and you have a guard and a tackle combination on the right side where, I mean, I know that's a lot to ask, but it's not really financially a ton. All of a sudden, you're looking at a team that can protect the quarterback, has a guy in the slot as an option, has the best tight end in the league, and two really good wide receivers, no matter what you think of Marv. And now you have a much better chance and odds of putting an inexperienced quarterback back there because he's got the things he needs to work with.
Where are you on Jeremiah Love? Because we on this show have gone through it this week where I finally came in on Monday. I was like, you know what? I'm kind of at the point where I don't think the Cardinals will do it, but I'm kind of at the point where I'm like, just do it. Just take him at number 3. But the only way you can do that, if you do that, it looks like, okay, where you're prioritizing running back over offensive line. No, it can't be that way. You still have to prioritize offensive line. You just have an opportunity to potentially draft a generational running back. You still have to get your offensive line addressed through free agency and then probably with your early second-round pick. Like, you still have to prioritize offensive line. You just have a chance to take him. They aren't going to have any freedom to do that if they're quiet during free agency.
Yeah. Well, you know, when people say that there's value at a position and we just hear experts say it, we just assume it's right, and then we become a bunch of sheep and we just follow the leader.
Yeah, that works.
So,
that's how you're supposed to think.
Exactly.
Okay. So
So this person said it on ESPN that that's a more valuable position, but it's by team. So if you look at the 49ers, how valuable is Christian McCaffrey? He's everything to that offense.
Yeah.
Everything. Because what he does is, even with the ball not on his hands, he has a rotational pull, almost like Steph Curry on the Warriors. Everybody is watching him. So what happens is it opens things up for everybody else. So if he's that, Bijan Robinson does the same thing in Atlanta. So let's say just
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Exactly.
And I will say this, just real quick, not to interrupt
go
your
ahead.
point, but like McCaffrey, I remember in college was just so dominant. Like, I remember him being more dominant than Jeremiah Love even. And Bijan, I remember even being a little more dominant. And I don't know. Jeremiah Love's been really good the last
But
year.
that's what I mean. So
But Jeremiah Love, his college career is so much better than Jahmyr Gibbs.
Absolutely. So who's going to impact a game more? Let's just think out of the box here for a second, not just listen to what people say on ESPN. I love David Bailey or Reese or somebody like that from the edge, and it's a more valuable position. Okay. So who's going to impact the game more for the Cardinals, especially with a young quarterback? Is it going to be a guy who can tote it 20 times, catch 5 or 6 out of the backfield, and change everything? And like I said, there's a gravitational pull towards Jeremiah Love if he's Bijan Robinson. Or is it going to be David Bailey, who, okay, he'll get at the end of the year maybe he's not going to get 1 sack a game, but it's the pressure on the quarterback, and I understand that, but maybe he'll get 4 or 5 pressures in a game and do decent against the run. So where am I going to get more impact? The guy who totes it 20 times, catches it 5 or 6, and makes the defense wonder where he is on every single play, or David Bailey. That's why when people say, well, this is the more valuable position, and they just go with it because an expert said it, I think that Jeremiah Love impacts the game more.
It is. And it's funny because you just threw out the 2 names I like the most for the Cardinals at 3. Like, if you're not going to go with Love, I do like David Bailey.
I do too.
But this is what I can't get past. And I know I've said it on the show this week, but I'll say it again because think about how you feel about the Cardinals right now. And you're just like, man, 3-14. They don't even have a quarterback. They're not going to score. They're in this division. Think about how you would feel about the Cardinals if they address the offensive line through free agency and then go ahead and do it with the 2nd-round pick too. And your skill position players were Jeremiah Love, Trey McBride, Marvin Harrison Jr., and Michael Wilson.
You're going to score.
That is, and I know you need the quarterback. You can't get him with the 3rd pick, though, the quarterback. Whether you get the quarterback this year or you find him next year, the pieces around him have the ability to be one of the most explosive offenses in football. I'm not saying they will be, but you at that point would have a seemingly generational talent at running back, a guy who's supposed to be a generational talent at receiver. We'll see what this looks like with Mike LaFleur now with Marvin Harrison Jr., the best tight end in football in Trey McBride, and a receiver in Michael Wilson, who I don't totally know what he is, but he just got 1,000 yards in basically half a season. You would have some of the best skill players in football collected together, which you don't expect from a 3-14 team.
No, exactly right. So that's what I mean about impact, though. You just brought it. Think about the way you say to yourself, you've got to be consistent in the way that you build. So you brought in an offensive head coach. I think you're going to bring in a really inexperienced quarterback. You have to build the line around him. But like you said, who would be more impactful for this football team that has a direction, which is you just hired an offensive coach? you bring in Jeremiah Love, and if he's what we think he's supposed to be, and all the so-called experts are saying he's the best player in the entire draft, and let's say he's Bijan Robinson, then he takes the pressure off the young quarterback. He makes the defense watch where he's going. There's all these – if he carries the ball and he's that good, then he takes time off the clock and the other offense doesn't get on the field. Like, people don't think about that at the position, but that's what it does in the kind of impact. And I love Bailey too, and I understand you got to heat up the quarterback. Seattle just won the Super Bowl doing that. But a running back can be impactful if he's a multi-dimensional running back, can do all the things that Robinson or McCaffrey does, and they're telling us Jeremiah Love can do.
But I the whole point of this right now is I think we're going to know by next week if they're even looking at him, because if they
got to fill these gaps first, right?
Yeah, if they don't do anything in free agency, if it's like, hey, we got a fourth linebacker and a fifth cornerback or whatever. If they don't address the offensive line during free agency, I think we know what they're doing in the first round. And if they go out there and sign a veteran running back, that maybe doesn't roll out Jeremiah Love, but if they don't address the offensive line at all during free agency, and I don't mean depth guys, I mean like a starter, then they're limited. Like, you always talk about how you don't want to draft for need. Free agency is what allows you to not draft for need, is if you can fill some of it there. All right, when we come back, if Jalen Green can't make a shot, should he be taking 20 shots in a game? That's next. This is like if a tree falls in the wood and there's nobody. It's Wolf and Luke. John London for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona, and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on The Kevin McCabe Show. The Kevin McCabe Show, Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, if you're having neck or back pain, then you need to go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. The reason you should choose them varies in need, of course, but they have award-winning doctors and provide a broad range of treatments for you, Basinonians. DISC provides pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue, and then they back that with proven success and trust, of course. Listen, the DISC doctors often train doctors from around the world on best practices and techniques as a world leader. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, then text SPINE to 620-620. Text SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona. And yes, they are making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 electrical inspection, which includes a full panel and circuit safety check, the GFCI and outlet testing to prevent hazards, an inspection for outdated or overloaded wiring, and a detailed report with safety upgrades and energy-saving suggestions. All you have to do is go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagus. And Matt, a lot of listeners tell me they're frustrated with the big box financial firms.
And I hear it every week. People get handed off from one advisor to the next, pushed towards products they don't need, and they rarely actually have a plan.
And that's the exact reason independent fiduciaries stand out.
Right. And at Bright Wealth Management, we're not tied to any parent company, any product shelf. Our only responsibility is to act in the client's best interest. No sales pressure, just real retirement income and tax planning.
And people can see the difference immediately?
Absolutely. Clear advice, more communication, and a plan that actually fits their life.
And you're offering that experience to anyone listening today.
Yes. Call us at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com and schedule your complimentary consultation.
If you want planning built around you, not a corporation, this is the time to reach out.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Low T? Start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
D-backs single game tickets are now on sale. The 2026 schedule includes home games against the Blue Jays, Dodgers, Cubs, and Yankees. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Dylan Brooks was reportedly arrested on DUI charges in Scottsdale. Mark Williams' injury allows the Suns to explore more options at center. And the Suns lost all focus and took their worst loss of the season to the Bulls. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
So not only did we go to break way too long, John, like way too late last segment because we were talking about Jeremiah Love. We then proceeded.
It wasn't my fault.
We proceeded to talk about you.
You run
kept
the show.
You kept saying, "Don't break." I have one more important thing to say. You had the hand signal for it. Then we spent the entire break talking about Jeremiah Love.
I know we did. I'm not done. We're not done at all. We have to go back to that. By the way, are you going to waste this segment too? Are you going to die? Because you just ate a bar that had been sitting out, and it's one of those refrigerated bars.
You said it
do
was
I look
fine.
like a doctor? Like you're a doctor.
You don't even know what a metatarsal is. Why did
no,
I
I
ask
have
you?
no idea what it is.
That's a huge mistake.
He came walking in, and there was a refrigerated bar, and he goes, "Do you think that's okay if I eat it?" And with no thought whatsoever, I went, "Yeah, go ahead."
Yeah, well, but you were convincing. It doesn't. Life isn't about being right. It's just about convincing people.
That's what we do
right.
every day.
And then I ate the whole thing in like one bite.
If you speak confidently, people will believe you. That's been my whole life.
But then I also thought, because you were like, well, hopefully you don't get sick. Then for some reason in my head, I thought, if I eat this faster, it'll be fine. Right? Like if it was out in the sun too long, that's fine as long as I eat it quicker.
You did wolfing down your lunch like 10 minutes early.
It was like a wood chipper. I was just like, and it was
anyway,
just gone.
So if Luke all of a sudden falls over, you'll know why.
I'll keep doing the show.
Go ahead.
You're fine.
Sorry. Okay. No, I think you're fine.
I think. Jalen Green.
Do we have to? Do we have to?
That was my biggest thought at the end of that game last night. Was just if you're not going to make your shots, don't take 20 of them. I know that sounds simplistic, and I know you got to shoot your way out of a slump, and I know that he.
Do you?
I don't
Do you
know.
have to? Because
not at the cost of a win,
right? And all I'm thinking the whole time, the thing that's concerning here is. When he first came back, he was just shooting jumpers, and then I looked at his shot chart this morning, and in his last few games, he's actually mixing it up, and he is going to the rim, and he's doing these things. He's missing long range, he's missing short range, he's missing mid range, he's missing layups, he's missing everything. And in your mentality as a scorer, and I don't know what Jordan Ott would tell him, but as a mentality as a scorer, you're supposed to be like, "Hey, I got this." But the one thing I would suggest to him, and because I'm not a scorer, I'm not an athlete, but they say. Scorers do. Eddie Johnson told us this last week. Go to the rim, get to the line. He had 2 free throws last night. You've got to see the ball go through the hoop. So if you, to your point of what you asked at the beginning of the segment, which is you can't just shoot your way out of a slump. I mean, people say that, but at some point, I got to imagine a guy like Book is going to walk over and go, "Stop shooting the ball."
Seriously, you almost hit me with the last one. No, the whole paradigm has shifted around him now. Devin Booker's out there. I understand when Jalen Green first came back, he was the only guy. Even Grayson Allen wasn't out there. And it's like, hey, Jalen, we need like 80 from you tonight. Like you're going to have to score it. But that has shifted. And I tell you, the other thought I had last night watching this is, I don't even trust him as the number 2 scoring option right now. Like, it's Grayson Allen. It's Book and then Grayson Allen.
By far.
So if you're going to make 25% of your shots, you're taking shots away from Devin Booker. And you're taking shots away from Grayson Allen, too. Maybe we don't put Grayson on that level or whatever yet, where it's like, hey, don't take shots away from Devin Booker if they're not going in.
Right.
And so I'm looking at his numbers, Jalen Green's. And again, I keep stressing this. It's not... I'm not blaming this slump that the Suns are in all on Jalen Green. I'm not saying that by any means. But he has shot 33 for 111 over the last 7 games, 8 games, which is 29% from the field. He's not this bad of a shooter. I know he's not an efficient shooter, but this puts you at the bottom of the league.
Let me ask you this. At what point, because I think there's a built-in excuse here. I don't buy it. But there's a built-in excuse here. We were just talking about it with Corbin Burns. So when you come back, there's a certain amount of time until we as fans say, okay, you should be back and you should be yourself. Are we at that point with Jalen Green? Because the organization has continued to say he's working back, he's working back. In fact, you and I had Eddie Johnson on last week, and Eddie made the analogy of, you're on the freeway and everybody's going fast, and you're topping out. You're on a moped going 45. You're Jim Carrey and Dumb and Dumber, right? And you're like, and it's like,
a June
so
bug.
yeah. So at some point, when can we fully say, okay, this is a problem? Because he is still fighting back, but to me, he looks like he's himself, and he's just not hitting shots. So he's not comfortable. Is there an excuse there? Is he not up to speed? Does he not understand the offense? I mean, to me, he's just missing shots, especially at the end of the game. There was a layup that could have won the game that he should make, and we should be able to say, hey, man, this is concerning.
Yeah, we're hitting that crossroads, I think, because there's a lot of validity to what Eddie said, obviously. And it's complicated with Jalen Green, right? Because when you brought him in, I think everybody looked at what he did at Houston. They're like, okay, this guy can score, but he needs to be better defensively and needs to be more efficient. And playing with Devin Booker, we're going to figure out a way to bring out a better version of Jalen Green. Well, currently we're getting a worse version of Jalen Green. Now, is some of that because of the injury? Yeah, I'm sure it is. Is some of that because the Suns lineup hasn't been consistent really even since he's gotten back? Yes, and the Suns lineup is not as loaded talent-wise as Houston was last year. Totally, like we all acknowledge that. But they've been winning games anyway. So I think we're at a point now where he at least needs to be the version we saw in Houston. And that's not when you brought him in, you were hoping you could bring out more from him. That can happen next year. I'm fine with that. If he's, I'm assuming he's here next year. But he needs to get to the point where he's not hurting the team. And right now, 5 of 20 is hurting the team. 5 of 20 against the Bulls, who give up 120 points a night and don't even play defense. And you're going 5 of 20. I understand some of his confidence. I like, you pointed this out. He is trying to find other ways to impact the game. But that's what I'm saying. He's got to keep adjusting. Get to the hoop. I guess the next step is put the ball in the hoop when you get to the hoop, but whatever. But, he's doing the right thing. But I think the next adjustment is if the shot's just not falling, there's a few of those you can pass up.
Well, and that's what great players do. And I'm not saying he's great, but what I'm saying is he's old enough in his career. He's not a young player anymore. He came straight. He played 1 year G League, but he's got to understand, okay, if my shot is not falling. Now, look, in the offense that they have, a shot created is a shot that must be taken. That's what the coaches will always say. So that's his role on this team. But what he's got to figure out as an individual is, can I play defense? Can I set up the offense? Is there other things I can do within the offense? Can I make that extra pass? And typically he's not that player. And that's why he's kind of damaging when he's not he is damaging when he's not making shots, because his specific role on this team, depending on who he's out there with, but he's definitely behind Book. He's definitely behind Grayson Allen at this point, but he doesn't do a whole lot. Not a great defender, not a great distributor. He's none of those things. So if he's not scoring, as they used to say in Office Space, what would you say that you do here?
Because you're the second person in the last 2 days to reference that line.
Damn it!
No, the other one was at least off the air. But, yeah, it's
well, what would you say you do here?
What is it you'd say you do? It's never good to hear your
but it's like that's last night.
Yeah,
when you go 5 for 20, 1 of 8, and you miss the game-winning layup. What would you say you do here?
Yeah, because last night it was, I guess I just take shots away from Devin Booker. I don't know. That's not really helping.
Think about that. If you miss 15 shots, that's 15 turnovers. That's not good.
Yeah. No, it's and maybe I think we're still like at the crossroads with the adjustment period here. And because part of the
do you give him a break? Do you say, okay, he hasn't played enough games, or are you just on no graded curve here? Do you just assess him on what he's doing?
It's not that don't give him a break. It's just I'm not giving him a break. Like, he's had enough games. He's an NBA player. It's not like he's played 2 games now. Like,
it's 14 at this point. Like, I feel like he's
enough,
got
right?
he's got to start picking it up.
I agree with you.
The one thing though, because this is what I'm specifically asking or hoping that he changes, is he didn't play a lot of them with Devin Booker. So a lot of those games you're not making your shot, just keep shooting. Now there's got to be an adjustment. If you can't hit your shot, Devin Booker will. So get in the ball.
Well, plus it's adjust your game. Like I said, he had a corner 3 that there was no one around him. Now, I get it. In today's NBA, if there's no one around you on a corner 3, you take it. But if you're struggling from the field, your mentality sometimes has to be, how about I drive this into somebody's face, dunk over him like he did against Sacramento the other night, gets a free throw.
He had a couple good plays last night.
Yeah, you have to somehow gain confidence and get yourself going. So if you've got that situation, go to the rim, dunk over somebody, hit a free throw, and go, okay, I'm back in it.
But you agree Grayson Allen right now is your number 2 scoring
by
option.
far.
Like, when you watch the games and you see Devin Booker make a pass from underneath the hoop, and you're like, okay, it's the Grayson Allen. There's a chance this is going in.
Yeah, I mean, even last night, what do you have, 4 threes in the first half, 4 or 5 threes in the first half? I mean, it's not even close.
We come back. We're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. It is 2026. Now, we're already like 3 months into 2026. If you're looking to do something big this year, maybe it is buying a new home. Well, you want to check out Orchard because picture this. You find a new place. It's your dream house. You move in right away. You don't waste time waiting around to sell your old place. That's exactly what you want to do. It's exactly how you want to do it. And it's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You still sell your old place, but you get moved into your new home first, and then you just do everything from there, which is a lot less stressful and a lot more convenient. So here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. You don't have to wait around a bunch of other people. Then the Orchard experts handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right kinds of buyers. Orchard agents are some of the most experienced around town, and they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. It's what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes this way, so it's nothing new to them. Their flagship program is Buy Before You Sell. You get the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, still get top dollar for your home. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, there's all these different phases to save in your life, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. But when you get close to retirement age, isn't it wiser to start to make sure that your money, you're more conservative with your money instead of more aggressive?
First of all, it all depends on your comfort level with risk. You don't want to mess up your retirement. You know, you see the finish line is close and you want to be done. Most people know this. People who want to be rich buy stocks. People who are already rich buy fixed income, which is why you've moved to a more conservative approach personally.
Yes, because it's important for me to make sure I protect the money I've been able to save so far.
That's why it's important to know exactly what your comfort level with risk is.
So if you want a financial advisor that can work with you and help you with the risk management, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax at 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Hot rods, muscle cars, trick trucks, and more. America's favorite car show returns to Arizona. The Good Guys 16th Fi-Tech Fuel Injection Spring Nationals. Over 1,500 classics. Experience the high-octane fun of Good Guys autocross racing action. Explore the Square Body Syndicate GM truck get-together and more. And it's all happening March 13th and 14th at Westworld of Scottsdale. Details at good-guys.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Scottsdale Police has confirmed that injured Phoenix Suns forward Dillon Brooks was arrested on suspicion of DUI in Scottsdale this morning at about 2 a.m. For more on Brooks' arrest, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. The Suns will try to bounce back from their tough loss to the Chicago Bulls last night, tonight at home against the New Orleans Pelicans. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the D-backs have 2 split squad games today. They take on the White Sox and the Brewers. Both of those games start at 1:10. This report is brought to you by the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Suns fans get $1,000 off LASIK at Schwartz Laser Eye Center when you book your exam by April 12th. Restrictions apply. Visit teamidoc.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It is noon on a Friday. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick, I assume these are nothing but NHL trade deadline.
Oh, I wish. Yeah. According to TMZ, well, now it's been confirmed by the Scottsdale Police Department. Injured Phoenix Suns forward Dillon Brooks was arrested on DUI charges in Scottsdale this morning at around 2 a.m. This followed a disappointing 105-103 loss to the Chicago Bulls last night. Are the Suns imploding off and on the court?
You know you're going to face adversity over the course of the season. This is not the first time the Suns have faced some, but you don't want self-inflicted adversity. You know, as much as we are all upset about that loss to the Bulls last night, you can get back on track with a win tonight. The Dillon Brooks thing is more concerning.
Yeah. For one night at least, this is what we thought they were going to be at the beginning of the season. They played a terrible basketball game. They didn't have energy. It was very uninspiring. They lost to the Bulls, who did not win a game in February, from wire to wire, and gave up 68 points in the paint. It was terrible. And then Dillon Brooks provided a distraction, or a negative, not a distraction, but just negative publicity. So that's what we thought. We thought Dillon Brooks would be a negative. We thought they'd play bad basketball, and for a 24-hour period, they are what we thought. Dennis Green, they were.
I didn't think Dillon Brooks would be a problem off the court. I'm not saying this makes him a permanent problem, but I didn't expect this.
No.
Yeah, I've never really heard about him having off the court issues.
Plus, by the way, I have no sympathy for someone who gets a DUI nowadays. It's just it's impossible, especially for a guy who's made $100 million in his career. Have a guy sitting outside, there's no excuse.
I would tend to agree. And what really bums me out about this overall is he's one of your leaders. He might be the leader on the Suns. And, now do the guys that, would get an Uber on the team, do they view him, lesser? They're not going to listen to him as a leader anymore. So, that's what bums me out about this and concerns me going forward. But, yeah, let's just move on. Sticking with the Suns, it was announced that center Mark Williams will be reevaluated in 2 to 3 weeks with a stress reaction in his left foot. More great news. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at ArizonaSports.com. And it asks, let me open it. Okay. I usually have it open.
It asks, are you going to open this?
Yeah. Will Mark Williams be the Suns starting center next season?
So he's an RFA, right? I think he's a restricted free agent next season, if I remember this right. Not to give you a Wolf answer here, where Wolf would answer your question with a question. I would love to know if they thought they were getting Malwatch in the draft when they traded the 2 first-round picks from him, because it all happened within 45 seconds in real time. If they knew they were getting Malwatch, because I know they didn't expect to get Malwatch at 10. If they knew they were getting him, if they wouldn't have made the trade. If you just move on from him, you just threw away 2 first-round picks. Not entirely. He was helpful earlier this season. This is, he's a reason why you have the record you have, for better or for worse. I don't know. I don't know that he's going to. I think I would almost lean no, to be honest.
Just based on last night, Maluach is a long way away, and being dominant in the G League is far different, as we saw last night. I'm not saying he can't make that jump in a year, but he needs to gain about 10 or 15 pounds of muscle, whatever the case. He got pushed around last night, so I'm just saying, based on the fact that there were 68 points in the paint, that Colin Sexton was like, "That's the way you're going to play interior defense. I'll just go to the rim every single time." Last night was the best advertisement for Mark Williams, and he didn't even play in the game.
Yeah, but that's the problem. Is you said this earlier. I mean, it's different because he is an RFA, but if it almost feels like the Suns have boosted his value enough where he's going to cost more next year, right. But now you haven't answered the question if you can count on him for more than 56 games as opposed to 44. So, did he price himself out of the Suns for next year because you don't know that you can count on him? It's a really weird spot with him right now. But I agree with you. I mean, even if you move on from Mark Williams, you're going to have another vet in there with Maluach.
Yeah, I'll go no, just because I think the injury concerns are just very high with him, and we're seeing it play out again.
Let me ask you guys this: because you gave up those picks, does that come into it, or you compound? In other words, does that not matter? Because if you don't keep him, then you lose those anyway, and you're compounding the problem if you don't want to have him around.
I think if it gets to the point where you just, I'm not at a point where I don't want to have him around, but if you get to the point where the right move is to move on, I don't think you can keep him because you gave up the 2 picks. But I think there's a lesson to be learned there of at least see who you're getting with the 10th pick before you give up those 2 first-round picks then. And Brian Gregory's done a ton of things great, and the Suns are in a great position. Nobody's perfect. I get that. But I think that's maybe a lesson to be learned because I have to feel like that trade would have been there a half hour later if they needed it.
I'm confident, though, that they will learn because it seems like
I agree.
So far
they seem
in
like
this,
they do learn.
In this regime, unlike some ownership groups in the past, we've seen, this ownership groups tends to adapt to their mistakes.
I agree.
And we don't see that a lot. I went with no, which is 55%, yes, 45%. All right, over to the Arizona Cardinals. They announced that they have released linebacker Akeem Davis-Gaither and defensive tackle Bilal Nichols. Those are moves that are going to create cap space. Nichols played just 10 games in 2 seasons for the Cardinals after signing a 3-year deal ahead of the 2024 season. How disappointing was his time specifically in Arizona?
His time specifically, I'm not even really exaggerating here for effect. When I got the email that they were releasing him, I thought for a second he had already been released, a few months ago. You can't control injuries, and that's a huge part of his story here, unfortunately. But that answers how disappointing it is.
Yeah, I think one of the good things about bringing in a new regime is they're not connected to anybody. They didn't do it. So they can even say that with Murray. They can say it with anybody that they cut. We didn't bring that guy in.
It really is like Office Space.
Well, it's nice.
Can't you see Michael Fleur just sitting there being like, what would you say it is you do? And you just need Lumberg.
Well, that's it. So you let
Nathaniel Hackett's
right.
Lumberg.
Yeah. But, I mean, they can release anybody and say to all of us, at least for this year, I didn't bring that guy in.
Yeah.
So they can do those kind of things. And then what it means on Monday is the big thing.
And then Kyler was his name Peter, where he's like, I'm just not going to come into work because I don't feel like it.
That is Kyler. That's exactly who it is. I actually do about 15 minutes of actual work because I have a lot of video games to play.
I don't really want to come in. He was ahead of his time. He was Office Space before the Cardinals
nailed
became
that
Office
one.
Space.
I do about 15 minutes of actual study time during the week.
That was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back to the Suns. Should that last shot of the game last night have been Devin Booker's shot? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
The 2-1 pitch. Swung on. That's hit hard on a line to center field. That ball's going to get down. It's cut off right before the wall. McLaughlin scores. Here comes Gruber. Throw to the plate. A good one, but not in time. It's a two-run double, and the Diamondbacks are back to within 2.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. When you imagine retirement, brothers, what do you see? You know, I bet all of us have different goals, of course, and different goals require their own unique plan for the future. That's where Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors come into play. Let Trajan Wealth help you craft a plan that will meet your goals. Call Trajan Wealth today. Basinonians, just like I did. I thought I had things in good shape until Trajan Wealth gave my plan a second look. Turns out there were some big opportunities I was missing. Now, of course, I've got a clear path to retirement and way more peace of mind. Pick up the phone and give Trajan Wealth a call, 480-360-7900, 480-360-7900. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, and a new year is a great time for something that's new and exciting. What do we have going on at Chapman BMW in 2026?
You're right, Big. There's never been a better time to buy a brand new BMW at Chapman BMW. Not only do we have a great selection, we have rates from 1.9% financing, the incredible trade values that we can give you right now, and let me help you put your dream into your driveway.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. How will the Suns recover from their brutal loss to the Bulls? We'll check out where they're at and what they're doing on Monday morning. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Shout out to Whitman. What's going on, Whitman? Wolf and Luke, John Lund in for Wolf on this Friday afternoon now. John, you watched me do this to myself during the break. For whatever reason.
Your phone is working fine now.
Yeah. Now my phone came back just so I could rewatch the final possession for the Suns. I don't know if I thought something different was going to happen or what, but I was like, okay, maybe I'll see something that I didn't see last night that'll make me feel better about the world. It didn't. The Suns lost, and Jalen Green basically missed a layup, essentially. Now, I mean, watching the possession again, it is scattered, like you were saying. I want Book taking the last shot. I think this is just going to be something that evolves over the next couple weeks, where it's just like, unless you have a completely wide open shot and they've got 3 guys on Book's taking the shot, because there's an adjustment here, right? Where earlier this season, yeah, Book's always your main scorer, but you were winning games other ways. Now you have like Jalen Green. The quote correct basketball play is what they did. Get the ball to Jalen Green. He goes to the hoop. It was contested, but he missed it, right? I would rather that in a vacuum than even Devin Booker hoisting up kind of an off balance 3 when he got the ball. Like he had an open look, but it was a 3. They didn't need 3. But at the same time, if Jalen Green's not going to make his shots, there's an adjustment period from earlier this year, and there's an adjustment period from last year where you had Kevin Durant out there. You know what I mean? Now at the end of the game, it's Book. And that's kind of it.
Yeah. Well, it's weird because Nick Richards makes 1 of 2. They come down the floor, and it's a horrible offensive possession from the beginning. They got to save a ball. They get back. And then all of a sudden, because it's kind of frazzled, here's Jalen Green coming up for a layup. And like you said, it's contested, but most shots inside in the NBA are.
I'm surprised they even got that good of a shot off, though, with the way the rest of the possession looks.
Yeah, and he's got to make that shot. And we'd be sitting here, it'd be a totally different conversation because a lot of warts are just covered up by winning. He gets that layup. They win. We laugh a little bit. It's horrid, but whatever. But like you said, they bring up this thing of the right basketball play. You know, Jordan gets it to Kerr in the finals. I'm not going to mention that he hits Paxson with that one. But, I just did. But,
too soon.
So he went too soon.
Too soon.
But so there is the right basketball play. They constantly talk about it. But given that, and you mentioned this earlier, like, okay, so you're 5 for 20 on the night. And I always thought this about a guy like Kobe Bryant. I don't care how many he would make. I just care when he made them. But because he was that kind of a player, I still would want it in his hands. But if
he's
I'm
Kobe Bryant.
Right, exactly
he's
right.
always going to make the next shot.
But the thing that you brought up is what I think, which is at the beginning of the possession, if Book has a shot, so if he's triple teamed, obviously make the right play. But if early in that possession you've got an open look, you take that look.
Yeah. Yeah, and this, again, I just think it's an adjustment that we're going to see because I like it when your best player makes the right play. You know, and earlier this season, this team was winning because guys were making the right play. So it's like I'm certainly not faulting Devin Booker for not making the right. He did make the right play last night. Jalen Green got off a good shot. I'm not even so much looking at last night in particular, like the specifics of that play, because in general, and I'd love to hear Jordan Ott's thoughts on this, but I'm sure he's like, no, I'll take.
He's going to say right play. That's what coaches say.
Yeah. I'd love to hear his off the air thoughts on it because I think in this case it would line up. He'd be like, no, I'd rather have the guy taking the shot from 1 foot away as opposed to anybody taking a 3 in that situation. But I just think overall, in general, we may see Book kind of taking over more at the end of games. Because earlier this season, it was, hey, everybody's making the right play. And Book's kind of the leader of that. And look at this guy. He could drop 40 on you any night. But we've seen the years where Devin Booker was putting up 40 and dropping 70 and the team loses. And he has evolved his game. I don't want to see him get punished for evolving his game. But I don't think the Suns are where they are right now if this whole season has just been like, Book, can you go out there and get a 60 every night? Because we've seen that before. And he can get you 60, but you lose the games. So he's doing the right thing, and you understand why he's doing it. This really all just comes back to Jalen Green needs to make shots.
Yeah. I mean, it was a layup that he's going to make or should make 9 times out of 10. But the way the game's kind of played, and the master at this was Jordan. Because what he would do is, at the beginning of a game, he was kind of, okay, let me feel the game out. And what they're trying to do, what star players are trying to do early in a game is they're trying to get the confidence of the players around them up. I understand that. But then when it comes down to the end of a game, he would always just take over. And I'm not saying Book is that. He's not. But he's the Suns version of it. So you spent the whole game trying to get other people involved and get the confidence. The prior possession, he gets that quick 3, which was great. So now it's time for him to come through. And so by nature, probably not going to be a selfish player. And Jordan Ott would tell you on the air or in a press conference that, you know, he made the right play, you make the right basketball play. Then he would then take Book aside and say, I need you to be selfish at the end of a game. Get others involved and gain their confidence early in a game. But if, especially lately, the way the offense has been running, you have to start to be selfish when others around you are not making shots. But that's how it needs to work.
Yeah, it is. But it's complicated, though. I mean, because, again, last couple of years, you had Kevin Durant out there, you know, and even Bradley Beal. I mean, when he was out there, he's a decent scorer, or at least when he got here. But you had Kevin Durant. So it's like, you don't have the shot, Give it to Kevin Durant. He's one of the best scorers of all time.
Yeah, he's unstoppable. He can't guard him.
Yeah. So, and then earlier this season, it's like, hey, we got to do this. It's got to be, whatever. The sum is greater than the whole of its parts, whatever that saying is. I always mess up. It's got to be like, we're not going to win on talent alone. You got to make the right basketball play. And they were winning. So, again, I can't fault Book at all because he got a guy who's supposed to be a really good scorer, basically a layup opportunity to win the game. But I do wonder what this looks like going forward because right now you cannot trust Jalen Green to score.
No, and I think so early in a possession like that, and I get it, you're trying to work it, you're trying to do the right thing and everything, but early in a possession as the lead scorer and the lead dog on this team, in a situation like that, then you take the shot early in the clock if it's open. I understand you got to move the ball. There's a certain play that's been run, but if it's there for you and you're Devin Booker, that's when you're selfish. Get others involved early, selfish late in the game, and that's what you've got to do. He should have actually done that a little bit earlier on in that quarter. You're down 6 going into the fourth. The fourth quarter should have been Devin Booker time. He should have said, look, we've messed around long enough for 3 quarters. I'm clearly the best player on this floor.
Yeah.
Let me take over the game. And then maybe it doesn't come down to a last possession like that if he's selfish a little bit earlier in the game.
That's the other. Oh, sorry, Jamal. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to say, I think that with Devin Booker, I don't think he knows when to take over, at least at this moment in time, because you don't want to take over, with there's 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. You can't build a rhythm.
Yeah.
And you don't want to take over too early or else you take other shots away from other guys.
Especially the way this team is situated. I'm sure Jordan Ott is team.
Yeah. Because that's been working.
Right.
It's been working
exactly.
all season. It's. I think it's one of those things, too, where because it was the Bulls, you just look and you say, like, Book could have just beat the Bulls himself.
Mentally.
But that's not sustainable. I mean, I can see this from both sides. I can see it from Jordan and Devin Booker's side because Devin Booker is trying to do the right thing. He's not looking to say, like, well, you know what, it'll just be me all the time, and we're going to go back to 2018 where Booker was one of the greatest scorers in the league, but they couldn't win games. This team is better than that. But this team, talent-wise, is not on paper as good as the team that went to the NBA Finals or – even on paper, as good as the last couple of years because you don't have another clear-cut scoring option out there. And we talked about this earlier, but I think at this point it's Grayson Allen. I think the pecking order at the end of games has to be Devin Booker and then Grayson Allen.
Right, but the mentality in every single sport, though, is fourth quarters or playoff games or whatever the case may be, you have to become selfish. You know you're the better player out there, especially in a game like last night. You're the best player on the floor. So even earlier in that quarter, like the mentality for Booker to me in the fourth quarter in a game that you've never led, that you're playing horrible, but you've got to pull it out of the fire. Great players, and that's why they're great, and that's why they get paid, and that's why everybody loves them, is because they take games that you should not win, and they take them over. And that's what he needed to do last night, earlier than just the last shot. Because look, Green, that's a great shot at the end.
Yeah,
that's a layup to win a game
for a guy that averaged like 22 points a game last year.
And there it is. But if I'm Book at the beginning of the fourth right now, especially when you're struggling to score, again, not the first quarter, not the second quarter, but you're walking into that game down 6, and your mentality, I think, no matter what Jordan Ott is saying, is I'm the best player on the floor. I'm going to do this right now.
It'll be interesting to see how that evolves because it forces you to go away from some stuff that's really been working for you this season. It really does. In a vacuum, it's like, hey, you want to win a game and you're down by 2 or whatever at the end, you have Devin Booker take the shot. Well, yeah, that's great. I mean, yeah, in theory, 100%, that's great. But it's not always that clear cut where he has a clear shot. And again, not doing that, not being selfish is part of the reason that they are where they are this season. But Jalen Green can't hit shots right now. And again, I don't fault any of them in the moment last night. Book made the right play. You got a layup opportunity to beat that team. The reality is you shouldn't be in a position where you need to hit a last-second shot to beat Chicago. That's the real issue. But I wonder what it looks like now going forward. All right, when we come back, if the Arizona Cardinals were able to trade down in the NFL draft, what exactly should they be expecting in return? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Rebound knocked loose. Dunn tries to save it. It is going to be thrown straight up in the air, and the Bulls are going to come out with the win here tonight. 105-103, the final score at Mortgage Matchup Center. The Suns streak is over at 11 wins against the Bulls. They hadn't lost in nearly 7 years.
More reacts to last night's L versus Chi-Town, and we preview Suns Pelicans on the home of Suns basketball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
Dan Bickley here, and there are so many reasons to shop at Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, where they'll match any price you bring them, where their service and expertise is unparalleled. And here's another reason. Stop by Waltz, you can enter to win a free Samsung Freestyle projector with no purchase necessary. And remember, drop my name, you get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. Find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, online at waltz.com.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com and start saving.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers. I'm working with Galaxy Lending Group and their Goal Loan, Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan. It helps you work towards retirement with your home paid off using the income you already make without changing how you live. If owning your home outright is part of your retirement plan, text GOAL to 620-620. That's GOAL to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Scottsdale Police has confirmed that injured Phoenix Suns forward Dylan Brooks was arrested on suspicion of DUI in Scottsdale this morning at about 2 a.m. For more on Brooks' arrest, head on over to arizonasports.com. The Suns will try to bounce back from their tough loss to the Chicago Bulls last night. Tonight at home against the New Orleans Pelicans. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage begins at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the D-backs have split squad games today. They host the White Sox at 1:10 and face the Brewers also at 1:10. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Required minimum distributions can trigger a tax bomb, raising taxes, Social Security costs, even Medicare premiums. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
All right, we are back. Wolf and Luke, John Lund in for Wolf today. And as we look at the NFL draft, where are you on this, John? Like with the number 3 overall pick, I know you said a few weeks ago you don't necessarily want the Cardinals to just go offensive line with the number 3 pick. Where are you in terms of keeping the pick or trading down? Because for me, it all hinges on one thing.
Philosophically, I looked this up over the weekend. When people think they get mad at Monty Austin Ford or any of this, this is crazy, but basically the first round of the NFL draft, and I'm just saying over the last 10 years, and I'm saying second contract. I'm not saying Pro Bowl, which I don't even know what the heck that is anymore, or whatever the case may be, but I'm just saying second contract.
You mean the game or whatever, the honor that Justin Fields turned down?
That Shadur Sanders on 7 touchdown passes and 10 interceptions. He's a Pro Bowler. Okay.
If you bring that up to Browns fans, a lot of Browns fans are like, yeah, I know it's ridiculous, but there are some that are like, you didn't watch the tape, man. You're just looking at the numbers. Like,
I didn't watch it.
Yeah, I don't want to watch that tape.
First of all, I didn't want to watch the Browns the first time. Why would you think I would ever watch tape of the Browns?
Let's go back and rewatch Shadur throw 7 touchdowns and 10 interceptions.
But when the rubber hits the road, it's about, am I going to give you a second contract? So over the last 10 years, in the first round, second contracts are at 55%. So essentially, for the sake of my argument, let's call this a 50-50 proposition in the first round, and then it drops to 40% success rate in the second, 35%, so 5% every round. Basically, by the time you get to the 7th round, you're at about 5% on a second contract. So everybody who sits there and screams and yells and says, my team doesn't know how to draft, it's 50-50 to a second contract in the first round. So my point in saying that is that the philosophy based on that should be more bites at the apple. So if you look at Seattle, the Rams, all the best teams, Detroit, Philadelphia, go look at their drafts over the last few years. And what they are is not just nailing the first rounder, and a lot of times they don't even nail that. It's the amount of players you get out of the draft. So what I'm saying
the
is
Patriots all those years in that
absolutely.
dynasty, they either never had a first round pick or would always whiff on the first round pick, but they'd hit in every other round.
So if you love someone at 3 and you're the Cardinals and you're Monty, fine, do that. But if you don't, then logic tells you that you should want more bites at the apple. You can get a great player at, like, I'm just using New Orleans. Okay, New Orleans wants to come up, even though there's no quarterback, there's not as much leverage to get up there. But let's just say New Orleans likes, Downs or something, and they're sitting at 8. Well, are you kidding me? I can get 8 and 42 for 3. Of course I'm going to do that. Or if I can get a third rounder, because remember, second and third rounders, those are still supposed to be solid starters for you. But if you start with 7 picks, based on the percentages, if you say take 10 or 11 players, then that increases your odds of getting a good player.
Basically saying if you're flipping a coin and you need heads to come up, you'd rather be able to flip it twice than once.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that should be the logic, unless there's a quarterback at the top that's going to change your team, or Monty falls in love, or the Cardinals fall in love with Jeremiah Love at 3. Because what people are saying is this is a strong draft at the least valuable positions, is what everybody's saying about this draft.
And so if it's a strong draft, but at the wrong positions or the least valuable positions, that changes things, because so this is where I am on this. I would trade down, and I'm firmly in the camp of you need elite players. If there were clear-cut elite players there, I would say you're not trading down. Just take one of the elite players. But the problem is, and we don't know what the Cardinals' big board looks like, but in general, the consensus seems to be Mendoza's going 1, and then there's like 9 or 10 players that could go in any order. So why wouldn't you try to trade down 6 spots? I wouldn't trade down to like 20 or whatever. You do need an elite player, but it seems like, and I'll use Maui Noah as the example because I know that's who Wolf really wants, and it's a position they really need. It seems like there's a pretty good chance you could get him at 8 or 9, and this is where you have to trust the Cardinals front office to read the tea leaves and know what's going on and kind of have a sense like, okay, Tennessee's not going to take him. The Giants aren't. Like, they got to know if they can trade down or not, if that's even who they really want. If this were so clear cut of like, well, there's an elite player right there, I would just say stay. And that's why this is where I am where I am on Jeremiah Love. He seems like a game changer. If you're gonna take him, I would just stay at 3. If you're not, it feels like there's a pretty good chance that you could either get Arvell Reese or David Bailey or Ruben Bain or Francis Mauigoa or Spencer Fano or some of them are going to be there at 8 and 9 and 10 because I just rattled off 5 players off the top of my head.
Well, and again, let's just look at the 2 teams in the division that are really, 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 really good. Seattle and the Rams. Okay, where did they get their best players? Seattle's got Devin Witherspoon, who was a 5th overall pick. That's it. JSN was picked at 20. Emin Wari was picked at 35. Byron Murphy, their defensive tackle, who's so great, was picked at 16. Just keep on going down the line. The Rams, Puka Nacua was picked in the 6th round. Kyron Williams was picked in the 2nd round out of Notre Dame. Like, just go on down the line. Jared Verse was picked in the teens. Fisk, their defensive tackle, was picked in the 2nd round. What it's about is, if you got those picks in the top, look, Matthew Stafford was a number 1 overall pick, but they traded for him. So I'm saying that the Rams and the Seahawks, Witherspoon's really good. they're not flush with top 5 guys. JSN was picked 20th. You've got to nail the pick after pick after pick. It's not getting one guy and then being great. It's about in a given draft for about 2 or 3 years to get to that level. You've got to get about 3 or 4 really good players out of that draft, and then you augment it with free agency in places that you are weak. Or in the Rams' case, you go out and you get a corner, you get an our-world corner that you're going to sign long-term. You gave up one of your first-round picks that you could because you did that deal with Atlanta last year. So, yeah, it's a mix of things. But you've got to nail 3, 4, 5 picks in a draft for about 2, 3 straight years. That's how you win. You don't win by just getting, if the Seahawks had stopped at Witherspoon at 5, they wouldn't be Super Bowl champions.
You would just have a really good guy in the second.
Right.
And that's why I'm so with you on that. But the Cardinals do need an elite player. It's just, I like David Bailey, but how much does he swing your whole season if you get him next year?
Well, look at Max Crosby of the Raiders. He's a superstar.
Couldn't be any
what
better.
else
Myles
do they
Garrett.
have?
Myles Garrett.
Right. You can have those players on your team, but if you're not chock full of those guys, you're not going anywhere. It's not the NBA where you get one player, which is all these teams are tanking for, one of those great players that are coming out of college ball, and that can change your franchise. Unless you have a franchise quarterback coming out, and I don't think Mendoza is, then the better play normally is more bites at the apple and more opportunities to get more players.
I just randomly pulled up a mock draft, and it has David Bailey going 10th. You know what I mean? And it's not like this is some crazy mock draft that pulled a bunch of quarterbacks up into the top. I mean, the way this draft is set up this year, that they've got, I'll just read you their order. They go Mendoza, Arvell Reese, Maui Noah to the Cardinals. But listen to the other players that are still there. Bain, Sonny Styles, Spencer Fano, Caleb Downs, Carnell Tate's going to go in there somewhere, Jeremiah Love, and then David Bailey. If you individually just love Reuben Bain and you're like, if we don't take him, we're going to regret it forever, then just take him. But otherwise, the only player I see from my perspective, because he's the only one that could be a game changer given his position, which I think is more valuable this year, because like you said, running back is usually devalued in drafts, but this draft is really only loaded in the devalued positions, or at least is only potentially great in those positions. So if it's all that way this year, the context matters and means this is a year you could take a running back high.
Well, and two, if you're a really good team, like the Rams, for example, have the 13th picks because it was Atlanta. They can be specific, but generally speaking, if you have the needs that the Cardinals have, you just take best player available. And the thing that bothers me is, and Wolf knows a heck of a lot more about this than I do, but they're saying that, it's not Trent Williams 3rd overall, a guy who, not only the Niners, but he's going to the Hall of Fame. If that kind of player is on the board, then I understand matching need with best player available, but clearly that's not the best player. And what you just read off, those players in all the different mock drafts, not that they mean anything, but I've seen all those players from 2 to 10 in some jumbled order.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you took Jeremiah Love, I don't think you're going to look back in 5 years and be like, if the Cardinals had just taken Spencer Fano, they would have won the Super Bowl in 2026. You know what I mean? Whereas the other way around, I don't really want to have Levi Brown, Adrian Peterson situation. That's talking about Hall of Famer. I'm not saying Jeremiah Love's necessarily going to be that, but that's how he's being talked about. I love the Dan Orlovsky cut on NFL Live earlier this week where he said people need to stop looking at this guy like a running back and look at him like an offensive weapon. And he compared him to Jahmyr Gibbs and Christian McCaffrey. If you knew he was going to be that, you have to take him at 3.
Well, Gibbs is the recent example, but what people are not seeing is Robinson, Gibbs, McCaffrey. We're seeing more and more of that in the league, whereas I understand the devaluing of it, but nothing against Derrick Henry. He's 3 yards in a cloud of dust. If you want to run that offense, that's fine, but these guys are evolving the position, and I don't care about the finances of what it means. I don't even care that running back may only play 5 or 6 years. As far as Cardinals quarterbacks, about coaches and GMs, they're not going to be here anyway. Yeah. So why are you concerned about getting a player that's going to play for 10 years? Well, you're not probably going to be here.
And that's the flip side to it is you could say, look, man, you don't know that Jeremiah Love's going to be great. There's no guarantee. But there's not any other players in this draft where you're like it's not like you took Jeremiah Love. You don't know he's going to be great, but Lawrence Taylor or Trent Williams were there. You don't know about any of these guys this yeure. There aren't any sure things in this draft. Whereas I know there's technically never a sure thing in it, but there are some years where you're like, everybody knows 5 or 6 of these players are really good, and you're risking something by passing on them. I don't know that you're risking a ton by passing on one of these players to take Love at 3.
Well, and here's the other thing, too. So I gave you the numbers on the first round, which is 55% hit rate going to the second contract, which is low. There's also hit rate on positions, and running backs are at the high end of that hit rate.
Really?
Yeah, well, because, and think about it, too.
You could have given me that information earlier.
Yeah, I know, but I was waiting. But the thing is about the hit rate is, so then you're also taking less risk. Okay, yeah, it might only be around 5 years, might this, that, and the other, but there are hit rates. And then the other thing about running backs is, generally speaking, too, when they come in, they can contribute faster than other positions.
Yeah. All right, when we come back over to baseball, how interested are you in the World Baseball Classic? And if you're not that interested, is it baseball's fault? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
You hope this doesn't expose Kamon Malawach is not ready for the moment, because that's problematic also. He's the 10th pick of the draft. It's been 60 games. They've had plenty of time to get him ready for this moment. I hope this goes well for him, because if we get to the end of this 2 to 3 week stretch and he hasn't played well, all those doubts are going to start creeping in about whether they picked the right guy at number 10 or not.
That's a fair point.
If it doesn't work out over these next 2 to 3 weeks and he doesn't play well, the doubters about their moves to get him and his long-term viability, they're going to come floating right to the surface.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Oh, here's the secret to a fast, smooth move in Phoenix and the East Valley. Moving Team 6. They know the city and all of Arizona inside and out, which means smoother routes, faster moves, and less stress. Their brand new Mesa facility serves the East Valley with the same trusted services, local or long-distance moves, residential or commercial, professional packing, and secure climate-controlled storage. I also love how they support veterans, giving them real jobs and proper training. Every crew member is a full-time, experienced, and ready to get the job done right, licensed, insured, and fully equipped dude. When they move you, it's clear. They take pride in their work, efficient, professional, on time, and careful with every belonging. They don't consider the job done until it's done right. Over 25,000 moves completed, 15 plus years in business, and still family owned and operated. For a stress-free move you can trust, go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, sounds like Liberty GMC's making big plays this month.
Yes, we are, Dave. Our Slam Dunk Savings event is in full swing. Lease a brand new 2026 GMC Terrain for just $239 a month or take advantage up to $6,000 off in total savings. Plus, the 2026 Yukon and Yukon XLs are arriving daily with lease options starting just as low as $799 a month. If you've been waiting for the right time, this is it.
Stop by Liberty GMC or make your best deal online all the time at LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. We will get you ready on what should be a whirlwind week for the Arizona Cardinals and the rest of the NFL. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, the World Baseball Classic is going officially yesterday. John Lund is in for Wolf today. Rick, you're in on this conversation, okay?
Oh yeah. I don't know where Jamal went.
I don't know where Jamal is, so you're gonna have to be command and control.
Does Jamal just disappear at times?
Jamal's like, I want nothing to do with this conversation.
Well, I'll be fair to Jamal. So Mitch, because of his schedule and how he works late for Suns games, he'll get in a little bit later. So Jamal goes out there and talks to the afternoon show producer Lauren to see if she needs any help with cutting audio or anything like that.
Makes sense.
It's good for him.
Team player.
Yeah, team player. Very much a team player, Jamal.
He is. I would 100% agree with that. Where are you guys on the World Baseball Classic?
Pumped.
Okay, John.
Yeah, I'm patriotic.
Okay.
I'm an American. I'm proud of our game, baseball. So yeah, I love it.
Okay, I am as well.
No, I don't see that.
You're not?
I see in your face that you're not.
Well, I can give you what my issue with it is, and I don't know if you guys are going to agree with this or not. A U.S. playing Brazil tonight, that's great. Yeah. I had to dig for that, like that schedule. That's not just prominently put out there. Do you know how many teams are in the World Baseball Classic?
No.
Okay, yeah. Rick, do you? Rick might know.
No.
Yeah.
You don't know?
There's 20. I had to research it.
Is there really 20?
There's 20 teams broken into 4 groups. This is all stuff that baseball needs to make readily available. You got to make it, I don't want to say easy for us like we're stupid, but like don't make us research it.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Sure. You got to make things easy.
Like
for sure.
March Madness is going to happen here in a couple weeks. This was the poll question I think yesterday. Are you more pumped for March Madness or the World Baseball Classic? Like when these World Baseball Classic games are going, I want to see the U.S. play. That's a great lineup. I want to see it. But when March Madness starts, I know
they have
here's the bracket,
and,
here's the teams. I know when Conference Championship Week is before. I know that's more established. I get that. But this is what baseball needs to work on. I shouldn't have to dig to find out who's in the U.S.'s group, how many groups there are, what they have to do to get into the knockout rounds. I shouldn't have to dig to see who's won the last few years. I shouldn't have to do research if you want me to do it.
No, you're right.
You do the research for me. You're baseball.
Yeah.
Rick?
Luke just doesn't want to do any work, it seems like. Just go to the website. Like, it's not that hard. I mean, come on.
Yeah, but you love this, and you didn't even know how many teams were in it. Like, why not make that prominent?
Because that just doesn't really matter to me that much.
Here's what I think will happen, though, is it will grow because, for example, and look, this doesn't make us less patriotic, but we as a country in general do not care as much about international competition than other countries. It's just, it doesn't matter what it is. It could be the Ryder Cup. It could be, like, we all got into hockey at the end because it was U.S. versus Canada. It was something cool. And like you said, it was something easy, so we got into it. Same thing here. We won't really get excited around here until it's like Ohtani versus, like how it was Ohtani versus Mike Trout.
I mean, that was great.
So like,
you couldn't ask for a better ending
But this morning
last time.
in Japan, like, he hits a grand slam, and you'd have thought that somebody won the World Series. Like, they go that crazy, and a lot of countries do. It's about their pride of their country. We really don't have that in sports.
Yeah, but like for me, it's more just about even like it's just like it's like a more pure form of sports than just like your regular professional leagues because it seems like they're playing more for the love of the game and than it is for the love of just like making money or compiling championships and all that stuff. I'm just interested in it because I love baseball. It's March. It's, I'm super amped for baseball. And, I don't want my only baseball to be number 89 running around out there, at Maryvale at the Brewers complex.
Yeah, I like that stadium.
Yeah, and no, I'm not saying spring training like games are bad. It's just like they're exhibitions. Like this is meaningful baseball, and not even just the United States. Like I'm interested in. I want to see how Mexico does because Alec Thomas is on Mexico. Like I hope he has a good World Baseball Classic. It'll be interesting to see how he
score with guys on second and third. If you want to know how Mexico's doing,
it'll be interesting to see how Alec does because he's changed his approach to the plate and his swing, and this is a really good opportunity that against pitchers actually trying, not just like working on their new pitch.
You don't have to sell me on it. I just want it more more readily organized. I want to watch the games and not have I don't want to have to look for USA Brazil tonight. Okay, I find it, and then I'm like, what does this game even mean? You know what I mean? Like, give me the stakes, give me the teams and the stakes. Get me to the point where if like the Dominican Republic is playing Puerto Rico, okay, like I'm invested in that too. By the way, they're in different groups. One of them's playing in Miami.
But what are they? Is everything on ESPN? Or because here's the thing: people complain about the tournament, but the reason why it's pubbed the way that it is because there's a lot of money to be made. Let's not be foolish here. Is that there's brackets and there's betting and there's all these different things. So all these different entities push it, and the people who have the rights to it have paid billions of dollars, and so they're pushing it and pushing it, pushing it.
And this is newer.
Right.
I mean, there's only been 5 of these.
Yeah, but it's been around a long time. And so what it is that the people that should be marketing, I put part of it on these people, and it's the ESPNs of the world. Look, they should be pushing more hockey after what we just saw. They should be, but they control things. The WNBA has gotten bigger because ESPN has embraced it and markets it. And so where I come in on this thing is, like you said, if you want a large mass of people to love this whole thing, they've got to get behind it, even though there's some money to be made. I don't know what they're paying for the rights to this, for example, but it must not be very much because they're not marketing it at the highest level they could.
It's on the Fox properties.
Rick is right.
FS1, FS2, Fox.
But they should market it more because I thought, okay, I see FS1, but for some reason I thought this was on ESPN.
They should have done it. What they should have done is, run it throughout football playoffs, and maybe they did, and I just didn't notice it.
I don't think they did.
That I think it's more on the networks than Major League Baseball.
Baseball itself, though, surprisingly,
it's just marketed.
Yeah.
Because Rick's right. Like the enthusiasm part, like how invested these players are. Like Corbin Carroll was distraught. He didn't get to play.
The players are jacked.
I mean, I know in hockey, like there are times where it's like, okay, you guys really like this means that much to go to the Olympics. Guys were pretending they weren't hurt at the end of the going into the Olympic break because they didn't want to get bumped from their Olympic team. Like I love the fact, like you said, it's a more pure form. These guys really want to represent their country. If you just market and organize it a little bit better, like give me the rosters. Again, I can look, but throw some up on TV and be like, hey, look, I mean, because you got great players on teams that aren't just the U.S. and Japan. It's cool. It's like an all-star tournament. But if I throw on March Madness in a couple weeks and I see Santa Clara versus Texas A&M, I immediately know what's on the line. If I flip it on and there's 6 minutes left, whoever loses this is done. Whereas you throw on a World Baseball Classic game, you're like, well, then they go to Chinese Taipei, and then maybe this will happen, and this game's going to be played at 2 a.m. Like, give me the rosters.
It's just kind of like how, in Olympic hockey works or the World Cup or whatever, where it's like it's group play, so you got to win your group, and then you finish as one of the top 2 teams. I don't really know.
Olympic hockey was marketed that well either. I think the World Cup actually does it better, believe it or not, because here's this many teams, the groups, you got to be top, like you know the rules going in.
But you do have to, for certain things, throw NFL out, throw college football out. But for sports fans, you have to hand it to us on a platter. You have to make it easy. And then one thing that they don't have, because if you don't have a certain vested interest, well, how do you do that? Well, you have fantasy, or you have betting, and they don't have that. And I'm not saying they should necessarily have it, but in these different ways, you have to make it easy on us. If you don't, the majority, not us, because we're in sports hardcore, but if you don't make it easy on the general public, they won't go find it.
I wonder how many people in the general public even know it really, technically started yesterday, or like the Dominican Republic roster's loaded. But how many people that you just walk down the street and you ask them, it'd be kind of a weird thing to do. Like, hey, did you see the Dominican Republic? They'd be like, wait, that's going on this year? I mean, you're facing an uphill battle when it's not yearly. I get that.
Go ask the news people. Last time I was here, the lights went out. Would they know? No, they wouldn't know.
So Garrett on our YouTube chat.
I don't think they want to talk to you anymore.
Garrett on our YouTube chat said, I like the WBC more than the MLB. I'm not a huge baseball guy. WBC is more interesting to me. And then Frederick said, I'd argue that NBC did a terrible job hyping the Olympics. I didn't even really know that they were coming or happening. I disagree with that just because I feel like every football broadcast this year I watched on NBC.
Sunday Night Football
was Olympics.
I think you're facing inherently an uphill battle when there's a major time difference. Like one of these groups, all the games are being played in Tokyo, so you're facing an uphill battle there, and then also this is supposed to be every 4 years, but it's kind of got bounced around. Like the last one was in 2023, but then one before that was 6 years before. Then it was 4 years before. It's just like and that wasn't their fault. I mean, you had the pandemic and everything in there, but you don't want to make people work to find your product.
That's what I mean. Is there's
the product is great.
Yeah, but there's so many entertainment entities going on. That what you're trying to do, you already have the hardcores. What you're trying to do is you're trying to get the average fan or people or persons to watch this thing, to expand it out. And really what we do, and again, I'm not saying the players, because I've covered these things. I was at the first one. I was in the Yankees clubhouse when Buck Martinez walked into the first one, and there was a bunch of Yankees in there. They care. Like, they really do care. But it's trying to get the fandom to care. Part of the reason, too, is in our minds as fans, we have a certain kind of a time clock go off. And spring training is not the time that we get intense in baseball. October is. And so to try to change our mindsets to all of a sudden this is important, you have to market really hard to do that, and they don't.
And especially coming off the last one, however many years ago, when it was Trout versus Ohtani, like you have the perfect launching pad to market this. All right, anyway, if you can find the games and you figure out which ones matter, it is good. It's great. I mean, I'm having fun watching Great Britain.
They just hit a home run to tie the game.
Wow. Do you know who hit it? You know Great Britain's roster pretty well, don't you? No? All right.
Isn't Jazz Chisholm hitting every piece of the lineup?
He's actually all 9 hitters, so he must have hit it with him on base. When we come back, is 28 plays of Malik Willis good enough to give him $30 million or more? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John London for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Devin Booker from downtown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, Macedonians, Ron Wolfley here. You know when it comes to finding the perfect vehicle, there's only one place I trust, and that is Santan Ford. Whether you're looking for a rugged truck, a sleek sedan, or a family-friendly SUV, Santan Ford has got you covered. And let me tell you about the Ford Bronco. The beast is built for adventure. With its powerful engine, advanced off-road capabilities, and iconic design, the Bronco is ready to take on any terrain. Whether you're hitting the trails or crushing through the city, the Bronco delivers an unbeatable driving experience. Their team at Santan Ford is dedicated to providing top-notch customer service and making sure you drive away in the car of your dreams. Plus, with their unbeatable prices and financing options, you'll get the best deal in town. So why wait? Head on down to Santan Ford and check out the incredible lineup of Fords. Tell them Ron Wolfley sent you. I am Santan Ford.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free.
Love that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax Free Edition. See if you qualify at TurboTax.com/free. No schedules except for Earned Income Tax Credit, Child Tax Credit, Student Loan Interest, and Schedule 1A.
When it comes to protecting your family and your legacy, whom you choose matters. That's why many Arizona families trust Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm.
Hello, I'm Tim Hall, Senior Partner at Morris Hall. I have the great privilege of helping clients design plans that are thorough, thoughtful, and built to stand the test of time.
And I'm Ashley, one of the paralegals at Morris Hall, and also Tim's right-hand man.
Which means I couldn't do without her.
Now, Tim, how many team members do you have, and what can you provide for your clients at Morris Hall?
Our team, which currently has 32 members, guides our clients through the process of creating a specialized estate plan for them and for their posterity.
And Ashley, what's your role?
My specific role is to work with the attorneys, answer day-to-day questions, keep the process moving, and make sure nothing slips through the cracks.
If you think we are the right fit for you, please visit morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
AMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Scottsdale Police has confirmed that injured Phoenix Suns forward Dylan Brooks was arrested on suspicion of DUI in Scottsdale this morning at about 2 a.m. For more on Brooks' arrest, head on over to arizonasports.com. The Suns will try to bounce back from their tough loss to the Chicago Bulls last night, tonight at home against the New Orleans Pelicans. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks have 2 split squad games today. They host the White Sox and face the Brewers. Both of those games get going in under 10 minutes at 1:10. And that is what is trending now.
Kyler Murray can choose where he'd like to go and play at the number that he'd like to play at.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
Final hour of the show live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Wolf and Luke on a Friday. John Lund is in for Wolf this afternoon. And, you know,
by the way, did I tell you the mistake I made like 2 weeks ago with Wolf?
No, you told me several mistakes.
Yeah, well, I do that all the time.
Okay.
But I did this. I said, are you ready? I said, the final hour of the show is like the fourth quarter. You hold it with the 4 fingers. He goes, oh, no. He got pissed. He's like, did somebody tell you that? Did somebody tell you to do that to me? What were you doing for the first 3 quarters? How come you didn't play the first 3 quarters hard? How come you got to wait till the fourth quarter to play hard? I was like, whoa.
That's a trap you
I
should
thought
not
I might have died.
into.
I thought I was going to die that day.
That was that's a Wolf staple right there. You gotta be key for you gotta be keyed in for the first 3 quarters. First 3 hours.
Yeah, why do you just play hard in the fourth quarter? I'm like, I don't know. The Suns didn't even play hard in the fourth quarter.
But to be fair,
anyway,
1:45 on a Friday, you can just totally check out. That is the other part of this that he doesn't bring up.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm looking at this list of ESPN free agent rankings, and I was looking at it more so to see, like, okay, who on here that I want the Cardinals to go out and get? But I couldn't help but look to see where they had Kyler Murray, and they have Kyler Murray 17th, okay? That is second among quarterbacks behind Malik Willis. I mean, look, it's hard to have that conversation here because we know Kyler doesn't work here. I think if I were Minnesota, let's say, I'd rather have Kyler Murray than Malik Willis. Kyler has proven a lot more in his career, and he hasn't really proven a ton, honestly. As far as team success, he hasn't really proven anything. But I'd rather have Kyler than Malik Willis if I were some neutral team. Obviously, if the Cardinals go out and get Malik Willis, there's at least more upside there than what they have with Kyler because it just wasn't working here. But I was a little surprised to see him lower on the list. But Malik Willis he's a major unknown, and some people love this guy. And if Matt LaFleur loves this guy because he's been coaching him or whatever, or Mike LaFleur loves him because he's heard about. But the amount of people are like Malik Willis, there's the answer. I haven't seen a lot yet.
Well, and I would suffice to say, and we're going to play something for you here, but I would even say that Matt LaFleur doesn't even know Malik Willis. And the reason I say that isn't, it's not that he doesn't know him, it's just he doesn't know. Because what Kurt Warner did, and you can go to his all of his social media, and he did a great job of this. But basically, this is what's crazy. This is like a 20-team parlay is really what Malik Willis is. Maybe that much, but it's crazy. He broke down, did Kurt Warner, 28 plays. This guy's thrown 155 total passes and has 6 touchdowns his entire career. Was a third-round pick in 2020 out of Liberty from Tennessee. Incredibly raw, ridiculously raw. And so Kurt took his entire career and found 28 total plays that were not quick passes, screens, bubbles, things like that, where you actually had to take the snap from the center and decipher a defense and make an accurate throw.
And he found 28 not because he chose that number. There only are
That's
28.
all there is.
Okay.
And so you're going to basically give him like $1 million a play potentially to do this because you're so desperate at the position.
Yeah, well, I mean, and somebody will. Somebody will, for sure.
So that's the backdrop here.
So here's Kurt Warner from Study Ball earlier this week, just evaluating Malik Willis overall.
This is a tough evaluation for me because I don't know exactly who he is. Didn't get the ability to be in the building every day and watch him every day in practice. I haven't had the opportunity to sit down and talk to him and get a sense of who he is. So I'm simply going off of the tape over the last couple years. Stuff to get people excited, stuff for me to leave you questioning and wondering what exactly I'm getting. So I can't wait to see how this plays out and who decides to invest what in Malik Willis.
So here's another cut, kind of going through what was good and what wasn't so good.
You tell me, who is Malik Willis? How much are you willing to pay him? How much are you willing to commit to him to be your starting quarterback? There is some really high-level stuff on the tape. There are some big-time second-level throws, starter-level throws on this tape, without a doubt. There's some other things that leave me scratching my head a little bit or asking questions, wondering why. Why did you miss this particular read? Why did you miss this particular throw? Where are you in your process? Where are you in terms of your growth to be a starter? Those are all things that I've got to ask as a general manager, as a team, as a staff, when deciding if Malik Willis is our guy.
Now, that's not some rando watching 2 highlights and being like, this guy's amazing. Look what he did on these 2 plays for Green Bay. That's Kurt Warner, who is Kurt Warner. So I feel like he knows football pretty well, and he knows the quarterback position. And he spent a lot of time. We just played you 2 cuts. I mean, there's a whole video.
It's a 30-minute video.
Yes. It's just, it doesn't all translate to the radio. You can go find it and watch the actual breakdowns. But, I mean, that was kind of his synopsis at the end. And that's a guy who knows that position better than almost anybody. And he's sitting there breaking down the film for you. And he's basically saying he's kind of an unknown, which is fine. And then now this is me talking, not Kurt Warner. That's fine, except if you have to pay him $30 million a year. If they could go get Malik Willis for the veteran minimum, do it. You know what I mean? But somebody's going to pay him $25, $30 million, and he is as much of an unknown as Ty Simpson right now.
Well, and maybe even worse, only because and this is why he's 14th in the free agent rankings. And actually, Greg Rosenthal of NFL.com has him number 1 because he's taken positional value into this whole thing. Not that he's necessarily good. But the problem becomes you're a team and you're the Cardinals, right? 2027 is supposed to be a much better draft. Would you really? And I look at this like Las Vegas odds. We all love playing the parlays and all the things. We all love, what's behind door number 2, the unknown versus the known. And
Vegas loves you doing that too.
Right,
though.
they do.
Yeah.
Because they know you're going to lose. But it's the same thing with Malik Willis. Honestly, if we sit here today based on 28 plays that Kurt Warner just broke down, and Kurt is a relentlessly positive person, and he comes out of it saying, I don't know. And this is why he should be probably part of the front office for the Arizona Cardinals, where he sits down. Look, I get it. Matt LaFleur, Mike LaFleur, I understand the connection there. But even Matt LaFleur had him, can't tell you unequivocally if this guy can play quarterback in the league. And so now you're going to take all this information and possibly for 1 year, because what they have to do, if they do anything more than this, they're absolutely positively insane. It's got to be a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
With after this year, there's no guaranteed money. But, there can be incentives or whatever, and we can keep you, we can pay you this. But you have to prove it. If it's anything other than guaranteed money, then you're in the exact same position you were with Kyler.
With Kyler, yeah.
And you at least knew something about him.
Yeah, and the problem with this is, I'm with you. Do it for a year, okay. But
and in 2027, you could at least go back into the draft and get one.
Yeah, but there are enough teams desperate for a quarterback that somebody's going to give him at least 2 years, maybe 3, maybe more. He might end up being good. Like this, there are plenty of times on the show where we say stuff that's just wrong, and you could send us the tape or whatever,
Not
like
me.
a year later. Well, not you, obviously. You're unimpeachable. But I'm just saying the collective we. But this is not one of those things because he might end up being great. I'm not saying he won't, but it's just he's going to get overpaid because of desperation.
So let me ask you this: You're in the front office. You're in the front office of the Cardinals.
Okay.
Do you take the risk?
No.
Based on what you know?
No, because here's the reason he's being ranked so high. Partially, here's the other quarterbacks on this list. Okay, so this is the top 100 NFL.
Get
free
a
agents,
vomit
okay?
bag.
So Malik Willis is the top ranked quarterback. Then Kyler. Then you have Aaron Rodgers, Kirk Cousins, Marcus Mariota, Geno Smith. These are the quarterbacks that are. Of course, he's going to be one of the top two.
If that was a restaurant, I'd just starve. I would just be like, I'll have nothing on the menu. What would you like to eat? Nothing.
But you wouldn't leave. You'd just sit there and give them a dirty look.
And drink. I'm not eating anything.
Can I just have some water?
I mean, my gosh, it's so terrible. But like you said, there's not enough of them to go around, and you got to have one. That's a terrible list. But what I would then do, I don't know, Bajent or somebody, here's the problem. I don't want to make a commitment beyond this year. Yeah. If I'm the Cardinals, the one golden rule I have is, okay, if I pay Willis $30 million, fine, but it's going to be a 1-year deal, and I can get out of it at the end of the year.
That's it.
And too many people are like, I got to find the next Darnold, right? I got to find the next guy who's overlooked, and they're thinking that this is the guy.
That guy's not there every year.
But you can't base it on 28 plays. That's asinine.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, and it's the same thing you're saying, I want an out at the end of the year. That's why I'd much rather just take one of these guys in the third round that was supposed to be a first-rounder before the year because they're as much of an unknown to me as Malik Willis, and if they're not good, I just move on at the end of the year. If I pay Malik Willis $75 million for 3 years, can't really move on at the end of the year.
Plus, something we're not taking into account here, I don't think Monty Austinfort can take this chance. His seat is hot.
Yeah, he's in a weird spot because I agree with you. He can't, but he also can't wait a year to look for a quarterback.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's a good point.
All right, when we come back, how are the Phoenix Suns going to respond to their loss to the Chicago Bulls tonight against the New Orleans Pelicans? We're going to talk to Suns broadcaster Kevin Ray for Game Day with K-Ray next. It's Wolf and Luke. John London for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If they don't go get Kenneth Walker, if they don't get Travis Etienne, that might be the biggest tell in the world. We're drafting him. We didn't go get a running back. Instead, it's a good point. We invested our free agency dollars in the offensive line to free us up to be able to take Jeremiah Love, number 3. I think in some ways, the next week will be a giant-sized tell about their intentions of drafting Jeremiah Love and if they don't spend money on a running back.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm John Morgan. There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Reason number 3. First, all lawyers are not the same. If my family had an injury case and I couldn't hire us, there are only about 3 to 4% of the lawyers out there that I would hire. And here's why. Most of them rarely, if ever, go to trial. They just take the last best offer. Hell, you can do that yourself. Do this. If you're looking for a lawyer, Google Morgan & Morgan results and see what comes up. It may shock you. Then Google the firm you're thinking of hiring and do the same. That may shock you as well. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. We won a lot. $30 billion and counting. Morgan & Morgan. For the people.com. Who would I hire? I'd hire us.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it. Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial. Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
When you struggle with private student loan debt, it feels awful. You feel stuck, you feel embarrassed, you feel like you've run out of moves. I hear from people all the time who are in that exact spot, but just know there is a way forward, and it's called Y-Refi. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and Y-Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That's all they do. And they won't judge you. They won't ask you why you didn't fix it sooner. They just help you get back on track with a low, fixed rate payment that you can actually afford. And if you've been turned down by other lenders, honestly, that's when Y-Refi shines. They build a plan around your real life, not some perfect version of it. Your student loans don't define you. They don't get the final say. Y-Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. Give them a call to find out more. 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Catch it in from the corner.
Wolf and Luke.
Brings the boom and catching bodies on his way to the rack.
Suns, game day with K-Ray.
I'm ready for whatever.
Shout out to Waddell. What's going on, Waddell? On Friday afternoon.
What up?
Wolf and Luke. John Lund in for Wolf. Kevin Ray is joining us on the Arizona Sports Night right now for game day with K-Ray. See, now Kay's not wearing the hat, and I am wearing the hat, and Wolf's just gone. So look at that. What's going on, Kay?
What up, Waddell? How we doing, boys?
Look at that, an extra shout out.
Yeah, it's man.
Very nice.
Give a bonus shout out to Waddell.
Very nice.
You're getting a shout out from Kevin Ray. It's a good day right there. All right, Kay. That game last night. Where do you even begin?
I thought I had texted you guys. We're not talking about last night.
I'm all in.
So what about Sunday?
You must not have gotten that text.
Right.
No. My phone stopped charging about 3 hours ago. It doesn't work
that
anymore.
is true.
All right. So
okay.
How about we just go down to how do you even get in a position where you need to hit a shot at the end? And then how do you feel about the shot selection at the end for the Suns?
Yeah, I mean, so many topics we could cover regarding last night, and you know, it really kind of an outlier. I mean, when we think about it, I know you guys have touched on it. We hit it on the broadcast about how well this team has handled their business against teams they're supposed to beat, teams below 500, 20-5 record. One of the best in the association. But while we've seen them get off to slow starts, and against Sacramento, they, a little bit like that, a little funky, missing some shots. But last night, I will tell you, like 6 minutes into the game just felt different. It felt different from the way the Suns were playing, and it certainly felt different from a Bulls team that, look, everybody that wants to talk about teams tanking, well, they didn't get the memo. They may have put their phone on D&D from management, because Colin Sexton, and this is a dude going back to his days in Utah, especially, for whatever reason, and I've never, heard anybody talk about it. I've never heard Book address, but there's been something kind of under the surface between Colin Sexton and Devin Booker. He, for whatever reason, he always seems to get up to play Book and the Suns. And my goodness, He not only came with the right mindset, but he delivered both ends of the floor. And the Suns, one of the very, very few times, you can count it on one hand and maybe three fingers, they didn't come with the requisite focus and energy, and they paid a dear price for it. Because I will tell you, and I'm sure you guys have touched on this already, a loss like this in December, you're like, that's a tough one. A loss like this, considering the stakes in March, that can have a lingering effect, and not lingering from the standpoint of, okay, tonight, but twice in the last week against Boston. And yes, the Suns were a lesser team in terms of healthy bodies, but that was a game they let slip away. The same night, the Lakers lost. The Warriors also lost. Last night, same thing, or at least half of that. The Lakers lost. So in the last week, you're looking at, had the Suns handled their business against teams they should have, they could be sitting here with a half-game lead at the 6th spot. And I know we can't go back and change it all, but wow, this one will leave a mark.
K-Ray, there's no doubt about it, and there's only about 10 games left. So like you said, the way they beat teams this year is because they do come out with more intensity, more energy. They do play harder, and it's inexplicable last night, it's, like you said, given the point of the season it is. But you started by talking about Colin Sexton, and clearly the Bulls had a game plan. Mark Williams isn't in there. His physicality is not in there. We're going to the rim. They got 68 in the paint. Sexton, every single time down the floor, it seemed like he challenged them inside. Is this now becoming a major problem? Because tonight, Zion Williamson's there. What does he do? He goes to the rim. So is every team that's going to come in this place say, we're going to the rim until further notice?
Well, you can have that intent, but it starts with personnel. And look, last night, and EJ mentioned it a couple of times, last night did kind of highlight for those fans who have been kind of frustrated with Mark's play over the last few weeks. Last night illustrated he's still got a high level of importance on the defensive end of the floor. But this is a Bulls team that wants to play with pace, but it starts with your perimeter defense. You can have a backline defender, but if guys are constantly getting straight line drives with the floor spread, yes, would Mark have been able to challenge some of those and make a difference? Yes, but it started out on the perimeter. And I'm sure that's where Jordan Ott, will spend most of his post game, I'm sure, last night, and then also for today. But yeah, to back up your comment, that was a Bulls team that was 11th in points in the paint. They scored 68. Tonight, you get Zion and the number one scoring team in the paint. So you better figure it out, because this is a team, don't look at their record. This is a team that's got some dudes that can hoop. They're long, they're athletic. You start with Zion in the middle. So it is going to take a high level of defensive impact to slow them down.
We're talking to Kevin Ray. Kay, I think one of the things that was alarming to Suns fans last night was that's not the sort of game they've been losing this year. They've been really good at taking care of business against teams like that. So it's hard to tell if this is – I mean, they've even had some wins lately where it hasn't looked great. The Sacramento game, they're starting all these games slow. They've trailed after the first quarter in 6 of the last 7 games, and the other one they were tied. From your perspective, does something look different about this team right now, or is this – I think there's this concern. Are they just in a slump, or are they running out of steam now this late in the season?
Yeah, and it might be, Luke, a little bit of each of those. I will say that, and while this team has not been whole seemingly all season, right? I mean, there's always been somebody out with some sort of injury for an extended period. But last night, I do believe was just, another, probably the 4th or 5th game that you really recognize the absences of certainly Dillon Brooks, but Jordan Goodwin. Goody's an easy guy to kind of just gloss over, like, he had a great game. But Jordan Goodwin has checked a lot of boxes for this team. And he was one of the guys that I thought, and I think I even mentioned on the telecast, like, he was a guy that when Colin Sexton got going, that was the guy that Jordan Ott could turn it to and say, stop that dude. And he would. Like he would give everything that he had to try to at least slow him down. And the Suns just didn't have that. And I think because of that, That's one of the reasons why they're looking different. No Goody off the bench, no Dylan Brooks. I think that now getting some of these guys back healthy now, Jordan Ott also trying to kind of tweak and play with the rotations a little bit. So I think that's also why it looks a little bit different. But certainly the first quarters have been very different for the Suns team. Just a little spotty offensively, have not found that great rhythm because first quarters were one of their kind of calling cards throughout much of this season. So that's something that's got to get corrected. I do think part of it is they're just in a slump. And look, let's not kid ourselves. This team has been great and fun to watch. They have achieved a great deal. But having said all that, with all of these guys being out, this team, even as well as they have played at times in some of their signature wins, their margin for error is not big. It's not big. And I think that is also a part of what we've seen over this last 2-week run.
Yeah, that's a great point. And especially the point on Goodwin, too. I mean, you feel like if they just had him last night, that would have been enough to get the win. And then we wouldn't be talking about this way. Okay, great stuff as always, man. We'll talk to you again next week.
All right, boys. Have a great weekend.
You too. Thanks. Kevin Ray joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back, all right, John, you found this list, and it angered Rick quite a bit. So we were like, well, we're going to talk about this on the air.
One spot angered him.
It did quite a bit. So, Rick, stick around for this, obviously, when we come back. It's also a list that is actually pretty encouraging for the Diamondbacks, too. So you got all these different things happening at the same time. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Cardinals informing Kyler Murray, you're going to be released. But look, there's a relief, too. There's a relief that this is all over, that this situation doesn't hang over the organization, that all the short jokes and work ethic jokes and homework clause jokes, they don't melt away. They become part of Arizona sports history, but it's not Arizona's problem anymore.
No. Off we go. It's the seminal day in Cardinal football history.
Yes.
The day you kind of knew it was coming.
The day you cut ties with the only number one overall draft pick you've ever had.
Wow.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When you've thrown over 4,000 innings like I have, you know joint pain isn't a maybe, it's a guarantee. For you, was it climbing ladders or too much heavy lifting? Hey, we're all in the same boat. But surgery, that was never my answer.
Baseball legend Roger Clemens knows there's a better way. That's QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No scalpels, no fake fixes, just real relief.
What I love about QC Kinetics, these are the most respected medical pros in the country that specialize in non-surgical therapies to get you moving again.
Don't mask the pain, fix it. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
I trusted QC Kinetics. You should too.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Homeowners, did your home expire on the market unsold? It happened to more than 30,000 sellers last year. Now, spring is here when homes can sell for more money, but you need the right agent. Call Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Carol has thousands of buyers in waiting and proven systems to create demand for your home. That's why she can guarantee in writing to sell your home at your agreed to price and time frame, or Carol will buy it. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree to price and possession.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Low T? Start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Baseball fans, spring training is here, and Cosmic Daydream IPA from Four Peaks Brewing is now invading game days across Arizona. Whether you're soaking up the sun, watching from home, or meeting your crew at Four Peaks, 8th Street Pub, before or after the game, Cosmic Daydream IPA is brewed to keep the good times invading all spring training long. Plus, for your chance to win tickets to a D-backs game, text SEATS to 620-620. Cosmic Daydream IPA from Four Peaks, brewed for every inning. Best data rates may apply.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Scottsdale Police has confirmed that injured Phoenix Suns forward Dylan Brooks was arrested on suspicion of DUI in Scottsdale this morning at about 2 a.m. For more on Brooks' arrest, head on over to arizonasports.com. The Suns will try to bounce back from their tough loss to the Chicago Bulls last night, tonight at home against the New Orleans Pelicans. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Some bad news for the Suns. Royce O'Neal is now questionable for Phoenix with foot soreness. And the Arizona Diamondbacks are playing in 2 split squad games currently right now. They're hosting the White Sox at Salt River Fields, and they're taking on the Brewers in Maryvale. This report is brought to you by the new Sonic All-American Smashers. Live free, eat Sonic.
Arizona Sports. And a swing, that's gone. Good Lord, high and deep, way back, heads up back there, upper deck, home run.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
I'm all in on this Great Britain-Mexico game. Did you see, I think it was when we had K-Ray on, somebody from Great Britain got thrown out at the plate to end the inning.
Oh, really?
I mean, I don't know who it was.
I did not see that.
I can only imagine the announcers were like, not since the Boston Tea Party. But we can't go to the announcers, yeah.
What do they eat? By the way, did Great Britain, they just eat our stuff? What do they eat at games? Is it different?
No, beans on toast.
Warm beer? What are they doing?
Beans on toast.
Yeah, that's like a food that they eat in England. Beans on toast.
Well, hold on. Now, let me spend 47 minutes trying to figure out what group they're in and where this game is being played.
Do that.
And then.
By the way, they don't do warm beer. I mean, they do warm beer, but they'd rather have cold beer. I remember I went over there one time, the first time ever, and I basically went on a tangent about, you drink warm beer? What is it? And then they cut me off halfway, and they go, we don't do that. And they just went on this whole thing about
that was an interesting British accent.
Yeah, it wasn't even close. I don't even know what that was.
Well, it's 1-1. It's top of the 8th. They're in the U.S.'s group, and they're playing in Houston. All right. You found this particular list.
Rick is going to get so angry. I can't wait. This is actually
I really just
the only reason we're bringing this up.
I don't even want to. It is an interesting list. I mean, it's a list, so take it for what it's worth. But they are ranking every team in baseball based on their hitters.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what they've got is this is the lineup they have for the Diamondbacks, and they give it an 83 overall score, and I'll tell you where they rank it, which is surprisingly good, actually. Perdomo, Marte, Carroll, Moreno, Arenado, Santana, Gurriel Jr., which maybe he's coming back sooner than we think because they've got him in their lineup. They have Lawler in center, not Thomas hitting 8th, and they have Pavin Smith, who I would imagine is a DH because Santana's the better defender. Mm-hmm. So that's their lineup. They say hit B-, patience B, hour C+, base running B+, blah, blah, blah. They put them 11th.
Well, they put durability D+.
Yeah, D+, and they're right about that. But they put them 11th. So because it's better for our conversation, that's basically a top 10 lineup is what they're saying.
Yeah.
If you have a top 10 lineup and your pitching isn't horrendous, which we'll get to in a second, then you should be in contention. Top 10 lineup is good.
Yeah, and it's a little different this year. I mean, the last couple of years, they have obviously built good lineups, but they've clearly been trying to build with pitching and defense. And yet most of their wins the last couple of years have come because of hitting. I mean, there was 2 years ago, they led all of baseball in runs scored, even ahead of the Dodgers. And even last year, they were really good at hitting home runs and scoring runs. And then obviously they traded away Josh Naylor and Eugenio Suarez, and then that trails off a bit. But this is the first year in a while where their lineup has taken some hits and has some question marks in it, certainly. And yet, to your point, yeah, they still have them 11th. And when you read off the teams in front of them, they're all pretty good teams or teams with high expectations. They have the Padres right in front of them, but then they have Philly, they have the Yankees, they have the Cubs, they have the A's. I don't know that the A's are going to be anything great as far as a team this season. That's just a weird situation, but they do have some fun hitters. Like they and some good young hitters. They go Blue Jays, Mariners, Mets, Braves, and then believe it or not, they have the Dodgers.
What?
With their 9 Hall of Famers playing in their prime. So we could talk about what's in front of them, John, or we could talk about the teams that are behind them, like Baltimore, who's behind the Diamondbacks. And Rick's reaction to this was, what was your reaction?
Wearing a Pete Alonso jersey today, by the way.
12th is pretty crazy for the Orioles. And, you know, Pete Alonso, Gunnar Henderson, I mean, that Adley Rutschman, like, they have quite the lineup this year. Taylor Ward they traded for. I mean, Colton Cowser, I don't know like what they're thinking with that 12th best lineup.
Didn't Adley Rutschman hit like 220 last
That's
year?
fine. He's gonna have a bounce back year.
Okay, well, okay. I was surprised.
I mean, I just think that like their lineup's pretty loaded. If you really like, if you know ball, like you're gonna know.
Just said ESPN does not know ball.
Well, I'm just saying if you know ball.
You're saying
you're going to know that the Orioles have a good lineup.
But like he's got him ahead of like Milwaukee. Milwaukee's got a pretty good lineup.
Yeah,
he's got Baltimore ahead of them.
Oh, come on. Milwaukee, they don't have Pete Alonso. The big thing here is Pete Alonso, one of the best players in baseball.
As he wears a Pete Alonso jersey.
I have never met a bigger Pete Alonso fan in my life.
He's
truly.
awesome.
Okay. So you're basing, because like Milwaukee's lineup, Jackson Chourio is one of the best young hitting outfielders. Yeah. Bryce Trang's one of the best hitting second basemen. William Contreras, Christian Yelich, Andrew Vaughn, Sal Frelick is solid. I mean, you get to
that's
the
better
bottom.
than Diamondbacks.
I don't know.
I also disagree with that.
No, that's a pretty good lineup.
It's not better than the Diamondbacks. The Diamondbacks have Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte, and Geraldo Perdomo. That to me is a top 10 lineup.
When you brought this up originally, John, it was funny you brought it up. You're like, they got the Diamondbacks 11th. And you kind of look for context. I mean, it's a list. Ultimately, it's just a guy's list.
But it gives you kind of an idea of, okay, they're in that neighborhood.
And you're like, I was like, yeah, you know what? That's good. I like that, especially when I look at the teams ahead of them. I'm like, that's
right.
That's
well,
actually
and especially thinking, okay, they lost Naylor, they lost Suarez. Like you're thinking, okay, they're going to be a little bit down. Plus, the guys they don't even have in that lineup, like, look, Tom, it's spring training. I get it. So let's call it what it is. But Troy going 11 for 21. Waldschmidt's look pretty good. Like they have Lawler in that lineup. We don't even know what he is. You know, they don't have Thomas. They have Lawler. So they could even get better than what that lineup is projected to be, depending on where Gurriel is in terms of his rehab.
It was just funny because we were all like, oh, that's pretty good for the D-backs. And then it was like the Orioles are one spot lower, and Rick was like ready to break computers. Yeah, I need a win total on the Orioles because you were so down on them last year. Give me a win total because remember, they have Pete Alonso.
And a fairly tough division.
They are going to win 92 games this year.
What if they don't?
What are we doing?
No, they're
92.
I think that
that's high.
I think that there are 3 contenders in the American League, and those 3 contenders are the Orioles, Mariners, and Tigers, and then in the National League it's the Dodgers. No, the Yankees will implode.
You didn't say
Blue Jays. Bo Bichette, that's a big loss. They lost Alejandro Kirk too, also a big loss.
They picked up Dylan Cease.
In baseball, you also have to get people out, right?
Yeah, that is.
Very underrated pitching staff in Baltimore as well.
They added. I mean, Okamoto is supposed to be pretty good for Toronto. I don't know, that team almost won the World Series last year.
Exactly. Let me throw one thing out. Okay, so we did ESPN, and they had the Diamondbacks at 11 from a hitting standpoint.
Yes.
I would have thought maybe not necessarily reverse, but then I went to FanGraphs. No matter what people think of this is their projection.
I'm not ignoring you. I'm just pulling up the Orioles win total in Vegas because I don't know.
Not 92. I bet it's 84.
Okay.
I haven't even looked. Right. Not that big of a degenerate. I've not looked at the Orioles win total. Do you know what it is off the top of your head or no?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I'm not that into that stuff.
But here's what FanGraphs has the pitching staff of the Diamondbacks 20th, and they only have Corbin Burns pitching 39 innings, and that's what they're projecting.
Yeah.
So to me, I mean, again, a lot of this depends on health. But if you look at the names, you're looking at. I already mentioned Corbin Burns, so they're only saying 39 innings, but Zach Gallen, I think, is going to bounce back. Merrill Kelly's going to be in. Nelson, we've been talking about quite a bit. Rodriguez needs to bounce back. But, I mean, to me, I'm not saying it's a top 5 rotation, but I think it's a top 10 or 12 rotation.
Better than top.
That's what I'm saying.
20.
They're saying 20th. So if you get the 20th starting staff and the 11th, you're not a contender. If you have the 20th ranked starting staff, you're not a contender.
Are they just completely ignoring the fact that Corbin Burns has said multiple times, All-Star break, All-Star break, All-Star break?
He's going to pitch more than 39
Yes. Like, come on.
But that's what they're projecting.
The win totals in Vegas, just as a reference point, the Diamondbacks, they have 79.5, which I think is low, but I understand why it is.
Yeah, there's a lot of ifs.
And the Orioles, they have it 85.5. For the season.
I was only 1.5 off.
So when they were good, what year were they good? 2024,
Never.
Right?
83 when they had Cal Ripken.
24. Yeah, 23 and 24.
So
83.
Both, so in 23 they won 101 games. 24 they won 91, and last year not as many. I'm gonna last year 75. Before we go to break, and we are late, Jamal, can I get a win total from you on the Baltimore Orioles?
92 is a lot.
Okay.
He's just going to say something to piss you off. That's all there is.
57. No.
57 from Jamal. Okay. Price is Right rule.
I can just see it.
I can see the look on Rick's face is like,
$1.
Are you not aware that Pete Alonso is Mickey Mantle and Hank Aaron rolled into one?
Look at the look that Rick is giving it right now. If you don't give me the right number, I'm going to crunch your face.
I don't believe in Chris Bassett to throw okay, I'll say legitimately 86.
86.
So you're still going over the number.
I'll take
now.
it. That's cool.
Yeah, 86.
Rick, what would your win total have been before Pete Alonso? Like, how much of this is Pete Alonso influence?
Like 82.
Okay, I respect that. Okay, that's cool. That's when we come back, what are we going to be watching for in tonight's Suns-Pelicans game? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
I think you need to look at the teams where Kyler Murray believes, or in a perfect world is told, you come here, it's your job. I think Minnesota can say that. We have speculated that Kyler Murray might have been deeply offended at being benched in Arizona, that it might have played into whatever mindset he had, however he began to feel about the organization, that might have been a breaking point for him. Mm-hmm. It's fair to ask that question. Can Kyler Murray, does he have the juice to kind of dictate that term? To find a place that's going to say, you're our guy.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Spring in the AZ, the best time to be outdoors, right? But does your backyard meet the moment? I tell you, at Casa Cal BC, we wanted more. We needed California Pools and Landscape, Arizona's most awarded pool builder. Speaking of more, California Pools handles everything. We're loving our new decking, landscaping, turf, shade structure. Start now so you can swim this summer. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul, and see our before and after pics at calpool.com/Paul.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you. And Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
What are we watching in tonight's Phoenix Suns game? It's Staring at the Suns with Wolf and Luke.
All right, welcome back to the show. It's
Are you going to say something?
No, we're not going to talk about it.
We can have Rick thrown in jail right now, but we won't. No, I'm not going to bring it up, I promise. But just what he asked you a question during the break, completely out of context. That just if nobody knew the context, which at the time we didn't, I had my finger on the 9 for 911.
Well, because they're behind the soundproof glass, Rick and Jamal, so he's got to go out
living
of
in
his
a
way.
totally different world, having totally different conversations.
You know what?
No, we won't. We won't bring it up. We promise. We won't.
It's kind of funny though, so I feel like I maybe should.
Okay, but what was the question? What was the question? With no context, what was the question you asked to Luke?
So John and I are in here talking about I don't even know what, and Rick gets in the talk back and says this.
I said, "Do you think I could pass as a high school student?"
Okay. No context.
No context at all.
How long did I wait to answer? Like 8 seconds before I said.
We kind of looked at each other like, "What is this going to be like? Some sort of like." What was the guy? Some NBC kind of a thing?
No, definitely not.
So
definitely
you met.
Not.
So what was the intent that you came to meet with this person with?
So I was thinking like undercover Channing Tatum, like Jonah Hill.
So this is what's happening, and hopefully nobody from the AIA is listening.
Nah, nobody's
currently. So I am going to my friend's brother's 5A boys basketball state championship game tonight, and I think $22 is a bit ridiculous to pay for a high school basketball game.
I'm with you on that.
So I bought the $8.88 student ticket.
So you even before you asked, you already
did it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can we get a GoFundMe for Rick so he doesn't have to ask us those uncomfortable questions?
Yeah, he's on the phone with me. Yeah.
Wow. We weren't even going to throw you under the bus, but
we were trying.
Luke was laughing so hard that I couldn't like not tell the story.
I feel like, what was our advice? Basically just...
Baggy pants.
I think you can
try to
pull
look
it
as
off,
young
Rick.
as you can.
I do. I think you have a younger looking face, but I
Yeah,
think you got to go
you
in
could do
like wear bigger clothes so you look smaller. even
Rampage, Flavor Flav's, and Soulja Boy's
Yeah.
2000s closet.
Yeah.
Anyway, shout out Central High School and John Ferendorf.
And probably don't listen to any advice Jamal's giving you right now.
Exactly. Because he just wants to come back on Monday and say that he said something to you that was totally wrong.
I have a clock for you right now that you can wear to the game.
And we need to know what happens. I'm not waiting till Monday to know. You're going to have to text us over the weekend.
That was a weird. I'm just saying that was a weird question.
It was the perfect.
Could I
delivery,
pass
though.
for a high school student?
It was perfect delivery.
What's the guy's name? Scott Hansen? No, sit right down.
Again,
who are you going to meet here?
No ill intent
No,
here.
I didn't.
Other than just the fact that the high school tickets are a little
Rick,
too expensive.
You'll be happy to know I immediately thought 21 Jump Street.
Yeah.
I thought you were
Good,
being
thank
sent
you. I'm
there
glad that
Can
you
we
think
get
of me better than
$14
John
rounded
Lund.
up so that he could just
You know how radio
Well,
is.
he's trying to play in the game, is the thing.
That's what I thought you were going to say.
Oh, no, I'm one of those high school students that you find out about that they're 28 just so they can go back and play high school basketball.
It's probably
High
legal.
school.
You could go play in college right now. You could go play in college if you're 75 years
Right.
old. There's no rules.
LeBron's actually, since he didn't play in college, is actually going to go back after
Yeah,
his
he's going to play
career.
for U of A with Bryce.
Yeah, you have 35 years of eligibility
Yeah,
if you didn't play. If you graduated during COVID.
And if you played professionally in the NBA, you have infinite eligibility now. You can just go play for Baylor or whatever.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah,
so
what are we doing here? Do we have a segment in
This
this?
is what we're watching for in tonight's Suns Pelicans game. So, no, Rick.
Somebody to pay correct prices when they go into the game is what I'm watching
I
for.
truly thought you were going to say their team has so many injuries they need somebody to play, and I'm going to play like power forward or something. Who we're going to watch in this game tonight specifically? Wow, you can go first, John.
Well,
I'm not emotionally ready to answer this question after last.
Well,
night.
K-Ray just joined us and said, you've got a team that never goes to the rim in Chicago and just scored 68 in the paint, and now you have the number one team. So what I'm watching is interior defense because Zion Williamson, that's what he's going to do. He's going to be a bull in a china shop, and he's not going to go anywhere outside of the paint, or they'll scream and yell and say, get back in there, because that's what they just did. Every team that's going to play the Suns for the foreseeable future is going to test the interior.
I don't want to say Jalen Green anymore. Like, I don't.
You just did.
And no, in fact, I'm going to try not to watch Jalen Green tonight. I'm going to try and watch the other 9 players on the court until he starts making
Just stand
shots.
in front of your TV, put your hand in front of it.
Yeah. Yeah, can we get... That's got to be a feature, right? Can I
that'd
just
be
airbrush
amazing,
him out
wouldn't
for a
it?
while? And then occasionally the ball would just get shot by nothing at the hoop.
Oh, look, it missed.
You know what? I try not to say this guy's name very often in this because it's a very basic answer, but Devin Booker. For the reason we were talking about earlier, this is a game, especially against New Orleans, where he routinely drops like 45 on the Pelicans. This is a game where he has to look at last night and be like, you know what? If we can't do it as a team right now, I'll just do it. So, yeah, Devin Booker is the answer tonight. And I try not to go to that well very often.
And you know what? Charlotte is playing really good basketball. So all of a sudden, if you don't win tonight, then you're looking at losing to a really bad Chicago team that didn't win a game in February. But it's a very short month, as you pointed out. So it's got that going for it, which is nice.
Yeah, it's the shortest month of
And
the
so
year.
you
That's
lose
fine.
tonight. Charlotte is just rocking and rolling right now. And then you hit the road.
Yeah. Yeah. Then you start to get into a stretch where they have 20 games left, and I believe 12 of them are on the road. Already you're in that spot.
Right.
2 of the home games are coming up right here. And yeah, then you're starting to go Milwaukee. Indiana's not good, but you know what I mean. You start getting to Boston and Minnesota and San Antonio at the end of that road trip. Like, stuff's got to get right. Hopefully Jordan Goodwin is back soon. My computer has been trying to run a system scan since 10:15. Is that a problem?
Probably is.
You know whose problem it is?
Not yours.
It's Dave Burns' problem. Coming up next. All right, that is it for us, possibly forever. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. John, thanks for filling in for Wolf.
Good time, as always.
For John Lund, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activities activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Heart issues don't always come with warning signs. That's why early detection matters. It's Gamble for Lifeguard Imaging. Right now, you and someone you love can each get a coronary artery heart scan for just $69 combined, saving over $1,000. In only 3 minutes, you'll learn your risk of heart disease before small problems become serious. Quick, comfortable, no claustrophobic tubes. Do it for yourself. Do it for each other. Do it today. Text SCAN to 620-620. It could save your life.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have performed over 300,000 procedures, and I know from personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Scottsdale Police has confirmed that injured Phoenix Suns forward Dylan Brooks was arrested on suspicion of DUI in Scottsdale this morning at about 2 a.m. For more on Brooks' arrest, head on over to arizonasports.com. The Suns will try to bounce back from their tough loss to the Chicago Bulls last night, tonight at home against the New Orleans Pelicans. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Royce O'Neal is now questionable for Phoenix with foot soreness, and the Arizona Diamondbacks are currently playing 2 split squad games. They're playing the White Sox at Salt River Fields and the Brewers in Maryvale. This report is brought to you by the new Sonic All-American Smashers. Live free, eat Sonic.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Streets up to the claw on this Friday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns alongside the one, the only, Sean Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
There was the delay, but we got it. Not much. What's going on with you?
I'm just getting some information, so I'm a little scrambled right now. Every time something comes out right before the show, so just working hard on some new information that is coming out.
Yeah, I mean we all saw the loss last night, and then we saw the news this morning. I read the news today. Oh boy, as John once sang in a Beatles A Day in the Life. We read the news about Dylan Brooks, and let's get right into our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
This morning, it was first reported by TMZ, later confirmed by Arizona Sports. Dylan Brooks was busted for DUI this morning. He was arrested in Scottsdale around 2 a.m. He was released from custody around 3:20 a.m. TMZ reported, we're told he was respectful and cooperative before being released. Got the mug shot, the whole thing. He was stopped on Scottsdale Road, just south of Thunderbird, around 1 a.m. due to traffic violations and was taken into custody a half hour later.
Yeah, okay. There's a lot to this story that I'm just trying to decipher now. My understanding from a source is that Dylan Brooks, 2 things here. 1, he was released without being charged. New information. He was released without being charged. Number 2, it was not alcohol. I am told that it was not alcohol, that it was marijuana.
Okay.
Now, in speaking with a police source on this as well, I am told that you're still impaired.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
That there's still like blood tests and urine tests and physical tests that they could do. A police officer could pull you over and you could smell alcohol and you could charge them, or you could smell pot or drugs. It still controls your fine motor functions. It still controls that. They could have a DRE. It's called a drug. I wrote it down. I was writing so fast. Something expert. A drug recovery expert. A drug DRE. I got to find out what that is. I'm sorry. I wrote too fast, and I didn't know what I was writing. But DRE, something drug, something expert, that could also play a part in this. But again, my understanding, Dylan Brooks was released without being charged, and that it was not alcohol. He was not pulled over because he was drunk, but he was still impaired. My understanding, it was marijuana.
Drug recognition expert.
Drug recognition.
Is a drug recognition expert.
I was writing so fast I didn't get it.
Thank Google for that. I mean, it's still the same. I mean, it's different, but it's the same, right? It still impairs. It still causes you to make poor decisions. And whether it was alcohol or marijuana, I don't think it takes away the impact of the very poor decision that Dylan Brooks made last night, right? Like, I mean, for me, doesn't change a thing in terms of now maybe the legalities of it change, and maybe the league will look at it differently because he was released without being charged, or maybe he's going to get charged later. I don't know. I don't know how the league's going to look at it. I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know if they're going to.
What night was this? This was
last
Saturday?
night.
This was last night.
Last night.
Right.
Yeah, last night after the game. At 1 in the morning, 1:30 in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning. So what we already know he's out. We don't know when he's going to be back.
Right.
He's already served a 1-game suspension for too many technical fouls. If there's another suspension coming, maybe a game, maybe 2, we don't know. I got some Kellen Olson tweets that might flesh it out a little bit, but the stance hasn't changed. He was driving while impaired at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, we're not
whether
going to
it was alcohol or marijuana, and it doesn't matter, right?
Still,
either way, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Listen, it's people automatically get the thing. You're drunk and you're driving around drunk, and it was not alcohol. However you want to play this in,
but if you're driving around stoned,
if you're driving around stoned, you're impaired. You're impaired. It affects your fine motor functions. It slows everything down. It does affect. I'm not making light of this. I'm just reporting. Dylan Brooks was released without being charged. But it is not alcohol. People think DUI. He was arrested for DUI. It was out. My understanding, it was not alcohol, but it was marijuana. To your point, absolutely, it is still. It's still something that makes you impaired and affects your ability to operate a motor vehicle.
Couldn't have come at the worst time for the Phoenix Suns. It really couldn't have. I mean, just for a variety of reasons. Number one, and we'll talk about this in the next segment, you're coming off of, if not one of the worst losses of the season, the worst loss of the season, one in which you really missed what Dylan Brooks brings on the floor.
Yeah.
The kind of loss where you go, man, when can Dylan Brooks get back? Because they needed him in last night's game. It also, and this is, this was my number one reaction when I saw the news this morning, and it really was. I immediately went to Dylan Brooks' Spot Track page, the one that keeps track of how much money he's making this year and how much money he's made in his career. Dylan Brooks has made $110 million in his career.
Yeah, you're going to be so right on this.
Get a driver.
Get a driver.
Get a driver.
Yeah.
Get a driver.
Whether you're smoking a lot of pot or you've had a couple beers or whatever it is, get a driver.
Allegedly doing, and I don't want to presume guilt here, right? Like, we got to be careful with that. We don't want to presume guilt. We don't know. But for goodness sakes, if there's anybody in this world who can afford to have somebody drive him around, it's somebody with career earnings of $110 million. That's a bad look. The fact that he was out till 2 o'clock in the morning, even though he's not playing, between games, they got a second night of a back tonight against the New Orleans Pelicans. And the fact that this is kind of how you're spending your downtime while you're away, it's just bad look upon bad look upon bad look. Now, here's what Kellen tweeted about this. Can I share this with you?
Yes, please.
Because this is really interesting. He tweeted, when it comes to Dylan Brooks' incredibly disappointing arrest for suspicion of DUI, the league has issued out suspensions in the past. That includes Devontae Graham's 2-game absence in 2022 for a DWI charge, and PJ Tucker's 3-game absence in 2014 for a super extreme DUI charge. There were a handful of 2-game suspensions in the NBA for DUIs back in the late 2000s and prior, which had set a standard of sorts. Those suspensions in the league have pretty much dried up since because of ride sharing.
Yes.
Nobody really does this anymore.
No.
Nobody really gets into this kind of trouble anymore with the NBA.
Because of ride sharing, because of apps. I could have an Uber. Right. I could have what's the other services? Uber
it's
and
Lyft, Uber.
Right. Within 5 minutes, you could have somebody there to pick you up and take you home. And then you could even have, my understanding is you could even have somebody go get your car for you. Like there's like services or something. You can even have somebody go get your car for you.
Of course.
Like if you're worried about leaving your car somewhere. I understand. In this day and age, in 2026, Dylan Brooks is in the wrong here. That should not have happened. It's an embarrassment to him and the organization. This is not something, that they should take lightly. There's no statement, right? You got to go through due process. So he was arrested on suspicion of DUI. There's a legal process, so you're not going to see any statement. My understanding is he was released without being charged because the case was submitted, waiting for the results of the blood in the urine. But he did blow a zero. So whatever that means. So there's the alcohol wasn't in his system, but the marijuana was. But again, to your point, yeah, I think in any case like this, I represent this company 24/7, and so do you. And it'd be a black guy in this company if I ever got in trouble like that. And I understand the responsibility I have in representing this company and the employees, and I take that very seriously. Now, I don't drink or smoke, so, that helps me a little bit, but a lot of other people do. And it is wise to make sure that you are in a position where you can get home safely and not affect anybody else on the road. So, but again, this is the information we're getting, and we'll bring more to you as we learn more about it.
Yeah, we'll see what the league does with it. Kellen's tweet also points out, and I had it on my screen here. I'll get it back here. Said it should be noted that the more current suspensions of Graham and Tucker came after they both pled guilty to the charge. So perhaps any suspension for Dillon might not happen if and when until that happens. If he pleads, I don't even know if it's going to get that far. I have no idea, but we have this kind of running line that we use here, the Dillon Brooks experience. And the Dillon Brooks experience this year for the Suns has been largely positive. Most people would say like 85 to 90% positive, where he's been a culture changer and he's brought edge and he's brought attitude, and it's all been necessary. There have been things that have been negatives about the Dillon Brooks experience. And this is certainly one of them. This is now kind of gone into that side of the ledger for Dillon Brooks, in addition to all the texts and the suspensions and the basketball play that sometimes isn't ideal. It's all part of the experience, and unfortunately, this goes on the wrong side of the ledger for Dillon Brooks.
This is something where you just are very grateful that nobody was injured and nobody was hurt. Okay, you're grateful that nobody was injured, that nobody was hurt. You're grateful for the police officer that was able to get him off the streets, and make sure he gets home safely. And this is a lesson to be learned by him and by everybody. And we'll just see where it goes. But there is a legal process. You'll have to wait and see what's next. The Suns have issued a statement. Dillon Brooks has not. I'm not expecting him to issue any statement right now, again, because of the legal process that has to take place.
When we come back, we'll turn our attention to on the court. Did the Phoenix Suns suffer their worst loss of the season last night? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Rebound knocked loose. Dunn tries to save it. It is going to be thrown straight up in the air, and the Bulls are going to come out with the win here tonight. 105-103, the final score at Mortgage Matchup Center. The Suns' streak is over at 11 wins against the Bulls. They hadn't lost in nearly 7 years.
More reacts to last night's L versus Chi-Town, and we preview Suns Pelicans on the home of Suns basketball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Love telling you about M Drive. It is the daily supplement I take every day to help me with my stamina, recovery, endurance, be able to go out there and do it every single day. Today, I did a 4-mile run just to get something in, because I always got to move my body. I want to stay in shape. I want to stay active. As you get older, it becomes harder, and that's where M Drive comes in. M Drive is the #1 men's health brand sold at Sprouts, and they have very strict standards. You could also go online at mdriveformen.com, put Gambo in the promo code, and get 20% off your first order right now. Boost and Burn is their #1 seller. It's very popular for men that are very active and eat well, and they do work out some, but they've got that stubborn belly fat, 5 pounds, 10 pounds, maybe 12 pounds. You don't want to lose 70 pounds, but you're like, man, I would look so much better if I could lose 10 pounds. How many of you are out there like, that's me? I would look so much better if I could lose 10 pounds. Boost and Burn. Give it a try. Go to mdriveformen.com. Put Gambo in the promo code.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, I've got some good news for you. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, turning back the clock, jumping back into life at full speed. The medical professionals at QC Kinetics use the latest regenerative treatments that are backed by real science, treatments that take the powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. This is how Mike week is training for a marathon instead of giving up running, how Patrick's golf game is on fire again, and how I am back in the gym lifting more than I have in a decade. We are all grateful clients of these cutting-edge treatments that pro athletes have leaned on for years, and the sooner you start treatment, the faster you heal. Find out if these cutting-edge options work for you. You can find QC Kinetics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Oh, here's the secret to a fast, smooth move in Phoenix and the East Valley. Moving Team 6. They know the city and all of Arizona inside and out, which means smoother routes, faster moves, and less stress. Their brand new Mesa facility serves the East Valley with the same trusted services, local or long-distance moves, residential or commercial, professional packing, and secure climate-controlled storage. I also love how they support veterans, giving them real jobs and proper training. Every crew member is a full-time, experienced, and ready to get the job done right, licensed, insured, and fully equipped dude. When they move you, it's clear. They take pride in their work, efficient, professional, on time, and careful with every belonging. They don't consider the job done until it's done right. Over 25,000 moves completed, 15-plus years in business, and still family-owned and operated. For a stress-free move you can trust, go to MovingTeam6.com. That's MovingTeam6.com.
Staples has hot deals and super low prices on everything for your business. And right now, brand your business at Staples with up to 30% off custom labels. Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. How will the Suns recover from their brutal loss to the Bulls? We'll check out where they're at and what they're doing on Monday morning. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Takes his dribbles, spins it in his hands, bends his knees, shoots, and missed in and out. Rebound knocked loose. Dunn tries to save it. It is going to be thrown straight up in the air, and the Bulls are going to come out with the win here tonight. 105-103. The final score at Mortgage Matchup Center. The Suns streak is over at 11 wins against the Bulls. They hadn't lost in nearly 7 years.
Before we talk about last night's game, shout out to our audience in Avondale for joining us on this Friday. We appreciate you out there in Avondale for listening to us. It's got to be the worst loss of the season, right? don't vomit. Please don't do that. That would ruin that nice equipment we have over there if you're going to puke all over it.
Oh, my goodness.
It was deplorable. It was a really bad night of basketball.
I root for the Suns to win. I do root for the Suns to win. But there was a part of me last night, like throughout the whole game, and I was sitting next to Doug Howler of The Athletic, and I was like, they don't deserve to win this game.
No.
They really don't deserve to win this game. If they steal it, they steal it, but they do not deserve to. They played like crap the whole game. It was a terrible game. It happens. We're going to write that one off. It was a bad. Couldn't shoot. Couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. What's with the Matador? Is that with the bull? Olay. Like it was like, here you go. Here, go right to the lane for a layup. Go right to the lane for a dunk. Go right to the points. Like almost every point was in the paint. They had their way with the Phoenix Suns, and still it was a 2-point game. And the Suns missed a layup for the lead after a turnover by Nick Richards. With 22 seconds left, the Suns had the ball and a chance to take the lead, and it didn't happen. They missed a layup. It was an ugly game. It was a bad game. It was a chance to pick up a game on the Lakers, and you blew it. Jordan Ott was not happy with the performance at all. The pace of the game was terrible. The shooting was terrible. Grayson Allen couldn't shoot. Colin Gillespie couldn't shoot. But you write it off. Like, you're entitled to a bad game every now and then. The Suns have not had many stinkers. Okay, they have not had many. Just wow, that they would do for one. Hopefully you get it out of your system and you move on. It was an ugly game.
I got a thought on that. I want to play this Jordan Ott sound first. You mentioned he was not happy. This is him last night. We let them hang around and we paid for it.
Talked about their pace, how fast they play, and they drive it right to your chest. We couldn't stop them. They were just coming right downhill, right at the rim. They lived at the rim, couldn't keep the ball in front of us. And then we left them hang around, leave them hang around, let it up to a 50-50 call both ways, and then try to grab a rebound. Couldn't grab a rebound, so left them hang around. I thought in the fourth we tried to pick up our intensity. This is the NBA. Those guys are a competitive bunch. Give them credit. They keep continuing to play through. I mean, Colin Sexton has done this for years. Like, he finds ways to impact games by his overall tenacity and toughness. He did again tonight.
You're right when we say they've built up enough credit with us that they're allowed to have a stinker every now and then.
Yes.
Here's my concern with that.
That should be a concern because they need that. You need to beat these teams.
They've been coming more frequently lately. That's my concern.
Okay.
My concern is that as of late, whether it was the Portland game, whether it was the Boston game, parts of the Orlando game, you know what I mean? It feels like the stinker ratio has really increased for the last, what do you want to say, month or so, 2 weeks, 3 weeks or so. And so while, I'll sit here and say, man, look, overall, they're still 2 games in the loss column out of the 6th seed. We got to give them some grace. We got to show them some flexibility. Overall, it's been a fantastic season. And, they've earned the right to play like this every now and then. I am a little bit concerned about the fact that over the last 2 or 3 weeks, it's happening on a more semi-regular basis. Yeah. And I think that's the potential red flag when it comes to this team that they better figure out, and Jordan Ott better figure out before this thing gets kind of sideways on them.
Listen, that was one of those games last night. I really thought Dylan Brooks would not have allowed them to lose that basketball game.
That's the irony of the news last night, isn't it?
He would not have allowed them to lose that basketball game. He would have willed them to the victory. But then we were talking about Mark Williams after the game, and did they miss Mark Williams? And we'll talk about Malawatch later because he got some run. It wasn't great. He turned the ball over a lot, so it wasn't great. But then it was a part of me just thinking, God, I miss Goodwin.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, do I miss Jordan Goodwin.
Totally.
Do I miss, you want energy? You want energy?
Yeah.
That guy gives you energy.
You want give a bleep? That guy gives a bleep. Because last night,
they missed him.
I didn't see a lot of give a bleep last night. Did you? I just didn't, and I hate to say that about the team that I love, but I just didn't see a whole lot of give a bleep last night.
I kind of felt like we're going to come back. Like, we're going to. We know we are.
Yeah.
We know we are. We're going to come back. Okay, we didn't play well. And all of a sudden, not playing well is like, you're still down.
Yeah.
They never led the entire game. They never led.
There was something Devin Booker said after the game. And I think, in retrospect, he's absolutely right.
We started the game pretty much in cruise control, thinking we can turn it on at any point. And it's not that point of the season.
I think they looked over there at that Bulls team and who they were starting and who they were not playing and who they were missing. And they're like, we got this.
Yes.
We got this.
Right.
Whoop. Downshift.
They didn't have anybody.
Automatically downshift. They look over there and they go, man,
he's not playing?
That's like a JV team they're putting out there.
Right.
It was like a JV team they were putting out there.
I called it last night the Island of Misfit Toys. All discarded lottery picks that nobody wanted.
Yeah.
It was the Island of Misfit Toys. Nobody wanted those guys. Nobody wanted Dillingham. The Bill said, okay, they are the Island of Misfit Toys. You're a discarded lottery pick. Come to Chicago. We'll give you a home.
And I think that's what the Suns did. I think they
took it for granted.
They looked at them and they're like, we could. All right, we'll get this. It's like when you're going into the office and you're leaving for the day at noon. You're like, all right, I'll go in and I'll eat a donut, have a cup of coffee, get a little bit of work done, but I'm taking off at noon, so I'll just leave when it's all done.
Well, that's everybody in this office on a Friday.
Ain't that the truth? Not here, though. Not on the Burns and Gambo show.
No.
Not
we
Jesse,
work till 6.
Not Lauren. Not Gambo. Not me. We're all in here.
Anybody want a tour of the office on a Friday? There's nobody here. We can show you around.
Working. That's what it was. That's what it was. And I'm sure we'll see a much sharper effort tonight, though I'll tell you right now, Royce O'Neal is already listed as questionable for tonight with a foot injury. Not that he played great last night. I thought he was, honestly, I thought he was one of the main offenders last night defensively in terms of the Olay crew.
And Grayson. They went by Grayson like he wasn't there.
And we'll
like he wasn't there.
Separate segment on Jalen Green because yeah, it's a different deal when you're giving grace to the Phoenix Suns given the season they've had. The sample size for Jalen is a lot smaller, and there's a little less room for grace because of it. Like it's been bad these last few games, and so that's something that needs to be addressed too. So we'll see how they respond tonight. It's nothing has been lost in the standings. They're still a 3-game lead in the loss column over the Warriors, 4 or 5 game lead over the 9 and 10 seed in the Western Conference play-in. Still 2 games back, although it would have been nice to have been a game back from the Lakers in the loss column after they lost last night to the Denver Nuggets. So you'd be knocking on the door. You still are.
Yeah.
Still got plenty of time left. It was disappointing, and it was disappointing to hear Jordan Ott talking about how long it took them to bring the defensive energy.
It's probably a credit to them. Some stuff. I mean, we're trying to blitz to create some energy. We shouldn't be asking for energy. Like, we want to get to march and play meaningful games. We shouldn't be asking for energy.
I'm just going to stop them right there. We shouldn't be asking for energy.
Right.
But I got to come up with gimmicky stuff to try to take the paddles to my basketball team to get them to bring the energy.
Yeah.
I got to come up with a blitzing defense just to see if I can do something to spark anything on our basketball team. That was tough to watch.
Yeah, it was. And I could tell, and Jordan's very level throughout all of his press conferences. But that point right there, I was sitting there when he said that. You could tell he was angry.
Yeah.
He was angry that his team didn't bring the energy.
When we come back, the quarterback carousel keeps spinning round and round, starting on Monday morning at 9. It might stop. Who is most closely linked to the Arizona Cardinals now? We'll tell you next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
1-2. That one swung on and drilled. High and deep. It's got a chance on its way. Gone! A go-ahead two-run homer for Jorge Barosa. It's a 6-run, 6th inning, and the Diamondbacks in front 7-6.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage Team, where they're ready to help you with all of your mortgage needs. Refinance, new home loan, getting pre-approved for a mortgage. They truly do it all at the Lund Mortgage Team. They're helping so many people right now get pre-approved for a mortgage for free. Those of you that are renting, this is a great time to purchase a home. You know why? Interest rates are down. House prices are down. A lot of people saying this is now you were smart. Like if you had waited the last couple of years, you're probably smart. You would have bought a year ago, 2 years ago, higher house prices, higher interest rates. Today, you're seeing the lower mortgage rates. You're seeing the lower house prices that people want, and they're jumping at it. But here's why you want to act. There's a lot of other people on that same boat that have waited as well, and they're jumping at that chance to get a house right now. So the houses are kind of getting gobbled up. So if you want to get yourself into a great house, call the Lund Mortgage Team at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, and a new year is a great time for something that's new and exciting. What do we have going on at Chapman BMW in 2026?
You're right, Big. There's never been a better time to buy a brand new BMW at Chapman BMW. Not only do we have a great selection, we have rates from 1.9% financing, the incredible trade values that we can give you right now, and let me help you put your dream into your driveway.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hey, it's Flo here to say drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds.
Nice. With my new savings, I'll get some hiking gear. It'll be great for my outdoor era.
I don't know if it counts as an era if you just buy stuff.
I got a cute hiking backpack. It's an outdoor era.
Well, you only bought one thing. I don't think it's an era.
Well, I think we're in a agree to disagree era.
Yeah, sure, you're probably right. Anyway, with the money you could save by switching to Progressive, you can afford to switch to other things in life. It's
my savings era.
Also, everything you do is not an era.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
With Sun Devil women's basketball, it's not just a game, it's a show. The speed, the swagger, the no-look passes that make the crowd gasp. The intensity that feels like it could light up the court by itself. Every night, this team brings fire, fast breaks, big moments, and defensive energy you can feel from the top row to the hardwood. If you want basketball with heart, hype, and pure showmanship, you want Sun Devil women's basketball. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Scottsdale Police has confirmed that injured Phoenix Suns forward Dylan Brooks was arrested on suspicion of DUI in Scottsdale this morning at about 2 a.m. For more on Brooks' arrest, head on over to arizonasports.com. The Suns will try to bounce back from their tough loss to the Chicago Bulls last night, tonight at home against the New Orleans Pelicans. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Royce O'Neal is now questionable for Phoenix with foot soreness. And the Arizona Diamondbacks are currently playing 2 split squad games. They're playing the White Sox at Salt River Fields and the Brewers in Maryvale. This report is brought to you by the new Sonic All-American Smashers. Live free, eat Sonic.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. We will get you ready on what should be a whirlwind week for the Arizona Cardinals and the rest of the NFL. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
If I'm reading it right, legal tampering in the NFL begins at 9 a.m. on Monday. Monday's going to be a real busy day. I don't know if it's going to be a busy day for the Cardinals. I presume if they're in on Malik Willis that Monday's going to be a busy day for the Cardinals. I don't know if they are, but I would think that could be an item that flies off the shelf given how much conversation there's been about Malik Willis. We'll see. It could be a busy day when it comes to Kyler. It could be a busy day when it comes to Tua if he gets released at some point by the Miami Dolphins. The quarterback carousel, Gambo, that we have been previewing and talking about and looking at it from this angle and this way and that way. Yesterday, we talked a lot about, hey, if Tua gets cut and you have the chance to sign him at $1.3 million, should you at least look into that if you're the Arizona Cardinals, right? There's 100 different ways of looking at this.
I posted that without a poll last night, and man, about 90% of the people are like, no, they don't want him. They don't want him. They don't want to.
Even at 1.3.
I was shocked. I was shocked at it. I posted last night or yesterday. Let me just see if I can find it. If the Dolphins were to cut Tua, would you want him in Arizona if he came for the vet minimum? There's a lot of replies. Hell no. No, thank you. Blank no. I would prefer Kyler to Tua. The guy who can't throw past 35 yards, I'm good, thanks. One guy said vet minimum, absolutely. But the majority of people are like, I don't want him. No, I don't want him. Even at the vet minimum. Absolutely not. He's one more concussion away from living in a group home. People are just like, no, they don't want the guy. Nope, too short. Like, I was surprised because he's different than everybody else. You've got Malik Willis, young, no starts under his belt. He's got 6 games played. No real sample size. And then you've got this other older guard, Garoppolo, Cousins, Geno, Russell Wilson. You've got all these I don't want that guy. Tua's the guy in the middle. He's the only guy in the middle. He has a lot of good years left if he's healthy. He's had a lot of success. He's got the concussion history, no doubt about it. It's a problem. But he's different than Malik and then the group of aging veterans. Yeah. So that's why I was a little surprised because it gives you another option. Do you want steak or lobster or how about some halibut? It's just a little bit different. It's a different option.
Is Tua a fish? is Tua a fish in this?
I'm just saying, Jesse back here said, well, he is a dolphin.
That's true. That's a good point.
Yeah, okay.
Reminds me of the movie when Harry met Sally, when Sally says to Harry, is one of us supposed to be a dog in this scenario? Who is the dog? I am the dog? I am the dog in this scenario? Tua's like, I'm the fish? I'm the fish in this scenario? Yes, Tua, you're the fish in this scenario.
Good point by Jesse. He was a dolphin.
That is true. So everyone's trying to figure out where it's going to stop. Everybody's got their best guess. I saw it today on ESPN.com. Dan Graziano, he took a shot at his best guess. He had Malik Willis to the Cardinals on a 2-year, $44 million contract with $34 million guaranteed. You sent me a story from CBS Sports in which they try to take their best guess. They've got Malik Willis to the Dolphins. They've got Kyler Murray to the Jets. They've got Tua to the Cardinals as a backup to Jacoby Brissett.
As a backup. Now that changes the dynamic a little bit too. Bring in Tua, don't guarantee him the job, let him compete with Jacoby Brissett. No, but if I'm Tua, I'm like Kyler. I want to go somewhere and play.
Absolutely.
I'm young. I've had some success in this league. I don't want to go somewhere and be a backup.
So if I'm Tua and I'm going to go do that, okay, I'm going to go somewhere like Baltimore where I can learn playing behind Lamar Jackson. I'm going to go somewhere like the Rams where I can get coached up by McVay. I'm going to go somewhere that's got a great offensive mind. No disrespect to Mike LaFleur, but a great offensive mind who can help me pull out the best parts of my game. Kind of, honestly, what Sam Darnold did with Minnesota before he went to Seattle.
Is LaFleur not on that list?
What is Mike LaFleur? He didn't even call plays. Is he already a great offensive mind in this league?
Call plays for Jets.
I mean,
does that go very good?
Is he on the same level as Kevin Stefanski?
No, but he's an
or Kevin
offensive
O'Connell.
guy.
I mean, I don't think he's there.
But he learned from really good guys in San Fran and LA.
I don't think he's the kind of guy you say I want to go learn from him. I'd rather go learn from McVay or Shanahan or O'Connell or Stefanski or something like that. So if you're Tua and you're going to deliberately take a backup job, I don't even think the Cardinals are that appealing as a backup. I'd rather go someplace like that. So I think you're right. Tua's he's just like Kyler. I'm going to want to go somewhere where I can start. And if you're telling me I'm going to be a backup, I'm going to go be a premium backup somewhere where I can really reestablish value. And that just might not be with the Arizona Cardinals as a backup.
They owe him $54 million guaranteed.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
It's a great.
Oh, my goodness.
It's a free look.
It's a free look.
At Tua. I mean, it really is. Say whatever you want about his concussions, which are an issue. About his size, which is an issue, about his coachability.
He's taller than Kyler.
He is. I mean, he's
by a couple of inches.
But he's still not, he's not big. Considered a classic NFL quarterback.
He's not, right.
But my God, it's a free look. It's just
that's why I was surprised at the response. The amount of people like, no, I don't want him.
Yeah.
What do you want? Okay, if you can't have Malik Willis, and we don't know if you can get him or not. A lot of people still think he's coming here. I mean, Tua or Garoppolo? Let me just ask you, Tua or Garoppolo?
Tua
or Kirk Cousins?
Oh,
Tua or Geno Smith?
Tua.
Like, I just don't like. Okay, if you can get Malik, I'm in. If you can't get Malik Willis, why not Tua for a year?
But understand, in that rapid fire sequence you just gave me, my answers are based more on the option that's not Tua than Tua. You know what I mean? The option, the choice you're giving me is more the lesser of two evils rather than the greater of two goods. It's way more about.
Yeah, like if I took your three least favorite vegetables, you could have one of them. You'd be like, I'll take this one.
Yeah, pretty much, right? Like that's why I'm answering that way. As far as the Willis market, here's Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk. He was on Bickley and Murata today. Here's what he said about that.
This is a rare, if not unprecedented, situation where you've got a guy who has never been a full-time week-in and week-out starter, who had 2 years in Tennessee where the first year did not go well. The second year, he was buried at the bottom of the depth chart. The third year, they gave him to the Packers for a seventh-round pick. And then when we've seen him play in 2024 and 2025 with Green Bay, he's been spectacular. The numbers are off the charts, 134-plus passer rating, average per attempt of more than 10 yards, just incredible. And you watch him play, it's like, holy crap. So I've been saying for the past couple of weeks that the two teams that are the litmus test for Malik Willis are the Dolphins and the Cardinals, because the Dolphins now have a GM and a head coach who were in Green Bay the last 2 years. They know him as well as anyone. And in Arizona, you got the brother of the head coach who turned Malik Willis into what we've seen the last 2 years. So if neither of those teams are chasing Malik Willis, that's a red flag for anyone else who may be considering.
Here's the number I was looking at when it comes to Malik Willis. And again, this was on today, ESPN.com. Dan Graziano took like the top 20 free agents, and he just took his best guess. Malik Willis, contract projection, 2 years, $44 million, $32 million guaranteed. Predicted landing spot, Arizona Cardinals.
I think that's right at the top end of where they would go. I think 20 a year is the top end, but now you're stretching it an extra $1 million or $2 million, so maybe you can make it work. Like I said to you, I don't believe the Cardinals will go to $30 million for Malik Willis. I don't believe they will go to $30 million. It's there's only so much cap space they're going to have available. They freed up some money yesterday, but again, you got to take into account the draft and practice squad and the injured reserve, and that accounts for a lot of money that many people don't take into account. I don't think 30 is a doable number, but if you're saying it's closer to 20 now, I think that might be in the range to get something done.
As far as Kyler goes, it's also going to be a busy Monday for him. It sounds like he very much wants the Vikings. We'll see if the Vikings want him. This is Peter Schrager from yesterday.
When you're talking about a guy with all that talent, all of those real game experiences, both in college and the pros, and you can get him at $1.3 million, which is about the same cost as a 4th or 5th round pick in the draft, like that is what makes him so appealing. So personally, if I'm Kyler, I'm not looking at price tag because it's all an offset anyway. I am looking at best situation. And yes, the situation in Minnesota makes a ton of sense. You go there, you compete for the number 1 job with J.J. McCarthy.
You're winning the number 1 job.
You get the tutelage from not only Kevin O'Connell, but from Josh McCown and from Wes Phillips and from those offensive coaches, which is basically an incubator for quarterback play. And then you come out the other end and you're either A, the quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings making a big free agent deal next year, or B, you're back at the door and you're able to sign a big deal somewhere else. So to me, Minnesota makes a ton of sense. And for a guy like Kyler, it makes more sense for me to go to a Minnesota and even say I'm not the definite number 1 than go to a Jets or go to a Miami.
Arizona sports. Breaking news.
The Arizona Cardinals Football Club today announced the team has released defensive lineman Dalvin Tomlinson.
9.4.
That's a lot of money.
Another 9.4 added to the kitty. Now, that's 11 yesterday. So now we're up to about 20, shade over 20 that you've created. There's still another 14 to 15 easily sitting there with James Conner and Sean Murphy-Bunting. And I hate to speak of these people like they're tradable commodities on the stock market, but that's kind of what we're looking at. So we're at 20 million now.
Okay.
You can get to $35 million in cap savings like that.
Okay.
Like that.
Now again, like I've said, they want to bring back 3 or 4 of those guys at different deals. So we'll see. But Tomlinson, that was the big piece of the pie.
Yeah.
That was the highest. When we looked at who could be cut by the Arizona Cardinals, that was the biggest nut. That was the biggest nut they had was his. Almost $10 million saved. Boy, I'll tell you though, Bernsey, that was a bad signing. I mean, you bring him in here and you 1 year, and now he's gone. Like when you signed him, there was a lot of excitement when they signed Tomlinson.
Well, and it also, and I mean, we talk about cutting these guys, but there's the other side of the coin too. Boy, your defensive line just became a priority for you to address this offseason because it's Darius Robinson. Who knows? It's Walter Nolan. Maybe if he's healthy, are you bringing back Calais Campbell at age 39? Does he want to come back? Does he want to play another year? You know what I mean? Like suddenly you're cutting to save room, but you're just going to have to fill those spots with guys in free agency or the draft or somehow, some way because you are really thin. You were thin anyway on the defensive line. You're even thinner now just in terms of the bodies you have.
That was a 2-year deal worth $29 million with $16 million guaranteed. They get off of him. They save some money. Now, who's the guy directly behind him? I think it's Walter Nolan, right? So, you draft guys to replace guys like this. So if you've got Walter Nolan coming in and he's healthy and he can give you what Tomlinson did and more, then good. And he's probably going to be a better player than Tomlinson. So hopefully, Walter Nolan's ready to go and he'll take advantage of this.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show. Wait, how many spring training games does Corbin Carroll say he wants to play in? Huh? Next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hi, this is Brent with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. It's that time of year again where it's extremely important to keep up on your plumbing and air conditioning maintenance. At Ready Services, we provide our Ready Preventative Maintenance Program, where our technicians come to your home and conduct those preventative checks in order to keep your home life as comfortable as possible. We'll do everything to catch the little problems before they become big repairs. Reach out to us at nofeeemergency.com for information on how to become a member and ensure that your home is in the best hands possible.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Low T? Start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, in steps Lauren with today's Twitter poll question of the day. Hi, Lauren. We haven't had a chance to say hello. Thanks for breaking in on that breaking news about Dalvin Tomlinson.
I will say there will be no other cuts today by the Arizona Cardinals.
Okay.
I can report today there will be no other cuts today.
Okay.
So that's the only time you'll play at Dalvin Tomlinson. Nobody else is being cut today.
Oh, she could still play breaking news.
You can play, but it won't be
Just,
just
it will be
other
things. It could be all sorts of things. Who knows? But not for any other cuts. Okay. Gives them, I mean, again, free agency legal tampering begins 9 a.m. on Monday. So I would still, this weekend, the James Conner, Sean Murphy Bunting thing, I mean, unless, to Gambo's point, if they want some of these guys back, maybe you're working behind the scenes. I'd be really shocked, though, at either one of those guys coming back. I'd be really surprised if James Conner or Sean Murphy Bunting are two of the ones they're working on behind the scenes to bring back. I could be wrong.
I'm going to pause on Sean Murphy Bunting.
Really?
What if you could get him at a lower rate? I mean, his rate's not high anyway. I'm going to pause on Sean Murphy Bunting.
He's $7.2 million against what you'd get in cap savings.
Okay.
He's 7.2.
At a position of need.
Yeah.
At an experienced guy at a position of need. I'm going to pause on cutting Sean Murphy Bunting.
Okay. Interesting. Probably has nothing to do with the poll question today, does it?
No, absolutely nothing.
What is the poll question? What is the poll question today?
The poll question today has to do with the Arizona Diamondbacks, and we're asking which young Diamondbacks player are you most excited to watch at some point this season?
Okay.
Jordan Lawler, Tommy Troy, Ryan Waldschmidt, or other?
Oh, this This could go a lot of different ways.
Yeah.
That's why it's a poll question.
But I'm gonna stick with Jordan Lawler.
Yeah, I think because Lawler's included on the poll question, you almost have to. We're gonna see him play a lot, unless things go horribly wrong, and so far they haven't. If I were not voting for him, I would actually vote for Tommy Troy over Ryan Waldschmidt. He's Troy. I mean, Waldschmidt's been great. Boy, there's a lot of swing and miss in Waldschmidt that we've seen this spring. Tommy Troy's been a contact machine, man. And he might be your future second baseman at some point if you're going to move Cattell to first base, a DH role more often.
Yes.
Tommy Troy could be your second baseman of the future. So I'm going to vote for Lawler, but if he weren't on the poll, I'd say Tommy Troy.
Jordan Lawler leading the way with 46% of the vote. 43% of the vote going with Ryan Waldschmidt. 8% of the vote going with Tommy Troy, and 2% going with other.
Okay. Poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo Twitter page. Thank you, Lauren.
Also, you guys will be back out at spring training on Monday, so
we
you can
will
lay your eyeballs on them then.
Yeah.
It's a busy day to be out of spring training with the boss. But
who better to manage it than us?
Yes.
We'll be fine. We'll be great. Corbin Carroll wants to play in 10 spring training games before the season starts.
How many spring training games are you kind of hoping to get? 10. 10? I think that's okay. So you have to get in pretty quickly then.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Did you see the video of him? Did you see the video of him today
answering that question?
No, the video of him taking live BP today.
No.
Yeah, live BP and roping a double into the right center field gap.
Oh man.
I mean, just he's in there, two
Think
hands
I
on
got
the
no
bat,
power?
full swing. He's taking live BP off a live pitcher. Whack! The ball gets in a right center field in about half a second. It's like, oh, looks fine to me. Go get him.
He's good.
He went on to get in more detail. He does want to play in a couple of spring training games.
It was just our plan, like just kind of moving along with the steps to getting back to playing and hopefully get a couple spring training games in. I think that's definitely the plan. Yeah.
I mean, if you're already taking at bats, it doesn't seem like you might not be too far from getting in a game.
No. Yeah, close. Should be pretty close.
What are you laughing at?
I'm just laughing because they took out a bone in his hand.
Yeah.
What, 14 days ago?
Yeah.
Jesse, Lauren, look that up for me. When did they take the bone out of Corbin Carroll's hand? How many days is expired?
This is not NBA players. This is MLB.
Yeah, this is like your hands. An MLB scout told me years ago, the most important body parts for a baseball player are their hands and their feet.
Yeah.
They're the ones that get hurt the easiest. They're the ones that take the longest to recover from. It's all hands, it's all feet, and when they hurt, it's hard. Jesse, you looked it up for me? When did he have his hamate bone removed?
February 11th.
Okay, it was a little longer than I thought.
So
Listen, if he was in the NBA, he'd be out for the year.
Are you saying NBA players are soft, Gambo? Is that what you're saying?
I said he'd probably be out for at least 3 months.
It's been 3 weeks and 5 days. 3 weeks and 5 days since he had his hamate bone removed. And he's like, yeah, I'm ready to go. Put me in. Put me in, coach. Ready to play right now.
I just want to go back to that song, the hamate connected to the...
They never mentioned the hamate
T-bone.
They never mentioned the hamate bone in that.
They don't mention the hamate bone?
I don't believe the hamate bone is part of that song. No.
What was that from? School of Rock?
Electric Company,
the
Sesame
Electric Company,
Street.
the hamate, the connected to the...
I like that that's how you guys know it. I know it from that Simpsons bit where he's going out on the table and the doctor's singing the song to try to figure out how to do the surgery for him.
See, that would be Gambo if he were a doctor. The leg bone's connected to the hip bone. I guess I'll go ahead and put the leg here with the hip, right?
That's why they Sharpie mark what they're doing the surgery on, so they know.
That's right.
It's called them bone. Them bones.
They'll write on the arm, not this one.
The toe bone's connected to the foot bone. The foot bone's connected to the ankle bone.
So that's good news from Corbin Carroll, obviously. The good news keeps on coming from the Diamondbacks because Merrill Kelly came out of his bullpen session feeling good. He will throw live batting practice on on Sunday, according to Torey Lovello.
Wow.
So he's on his way
There
back.
we go, Merrill. Let's go.
It would seem. The World Baseball Classic is fully underway. Did you see Shohei Ohtani's night last night, by the way?
Yeah. He hit a grand slam?
He
hit a grand slam.
He did a grand slam.
And he went 3 for 3?
That's part of it. He was, after the second inning, he was 3 for 3 with a single double, a grand slam, and 5 RBI. In the second inning, it was 10-0 Japan. They run-ruled the team. There was actually a mercy rule in the WBC, and Japan mercy ruled. I can't remember who it was they played.
Chinese Taipei?
Was it Chinese Taipei? It was.
I think it might have been Chinese Taipei.
They just absolutely destroyed them.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. No, that's Team Mexico. Team Mexico won 8-2. I'm trying to see if Italy won.
Italy didn't play today. Italy didn't play today.
Okay.
I looked at the schedule for you. Italy is not playing today. They're playing tomorrow.
I think I'm looking at a big hit by Alec Thomas, or Alec Thomas scoring a run right here.
For Mexico, yeah.
For Mexico.
That game was on right over there for a second.
Right.
Team USA is on tonight. They're taking on Brazil at 6 o'clock on Fox.
You know what that means for Brazil.
Bad news for Brazil.
That's right.
Logan Webb is going to start for the U.S. tonight, but I believe Italy plays their first game tomorrow.
Okay,
if I'm
tomorrow.
not mistaken.
Okay.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, let's have yet another painful, awkward, but necessary conversation about Jalen Green.
Okay, I got it. Is this therapy? Can we get a therapist for this?
A Jalen Green therapy session.
Can we have a therapist call in and just talk us through this?
Yeah, let's.
I need a therapist.
You need a little help on this one?
Yes.
Coming up next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why? When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-7098. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-7098. That's 800-575-7098. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Did you know GoodRx can help you save on medication, manage prescriptions, and get trusted health information? If you're one of the millions living with a heart condition, check GoodRx for an easier, more affordable way to manage your health. GoodRx offers common heart medications for under $30. Just search for your prescription, find the best price, then show your pharmacist the GoodRx coupon. And it works whether you have insurance or not. To start saving and better manage your heart health, download the free app or visit GoodRx.com today. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Do you have at least 1 month worth of food in your pantry? If not, you should definitely go to MyPatriotSupply.com right now. My Patriot Supply is America's #1 supplier of long-term storable food. They've helped over 3 million Americans get prepared. And for a limited time, when you order their best-selling 4-week food supply, you'll get an additional week of food absolutely free. There's no catch, but act fast because this offer ends soon. Claim your free emergency food kit now at MyPatriotSupply.com. That's MyPatriotSupply.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. This just in, the Arizona Cardinals have announced they are releasing defensive tackle Dalvin Tomlinson. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Cardinals will create $16.2 million in cap space with this move. Scottsdale Police has confirmed that injured Phoenix Suns forward Dillon Brooks was arrested on suspicion of DUI in Scottsdale this morning at about 2 a.m. For more on Brooks' arrest, head on over to Arizonasports.com. The Suns will try to bounce back from their tough loss to the Chicago Bulls last night tonight at home against the New Orleans Pelicans. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Royce O'Neal is now questionable for Phoenix with foot soreness. And the D-backs are playing 2 split squad games right now. They're taking on the White Sox and the Brewers. This report is brought to you by the new Sonic All-American Smashers. Live free, eat Sonic.
Hey, it's Luke. Which version of the Phoenix Suns are we going to see against the Pelicans and Hornets? The one from earlier in the season or the one from the Bulls game on Thursday night? We'll be reacting to the games Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Just keep shooting. Keep working. That's all I can do.
And then you're getting to the point where it's probably get frustrating saying that over and over again.
For sure.
Almost impossible to make out what Jalen Green was saying in that soundbite, which is probably all for the better anyway. Because this Jalen Green situation, I'm starting to think more and more, Gambo, that you're right. This is just going to be a lost year for Jalen Green, and it's going to put a lot of pressure on him next year to make up for this year being a lost year.
I just don't know how it's not a lost year. He just wasn't healthy most of the year. He missed so much time, and he's on a new team. It's not like he's going to a team he's familiar with, and he's trying. He's playing terrible. Okay, there's no other. He's playing terrible, and he's taking a lot of shots. And he's like Dillon Brooks was taking a lot of shots and playing good. Jalen Green's taking a lot of shots and not playing well.
Because Dillon Brooks was contributing defensively. Dillon Brooks was bringing that edge. Dillon Brooks was bringing that attitude, and most importantly, they were winning basketball games. And not that these losses are all Jalen Green's fault, not that everything that happened last night was Jalen Green's fault. But if I were to identify one player last night who kind of stood out above all the rest in that mess of a basketball game for the Suns, it would be Jalen Green. His drives don't look good. His decision-making doesn't look good. His finishes don't look good. I saw our guy John Voight over at Bright Side of the Sun.
Did a nice piece on him last night.
He tweeted out a stat where Jalen Green, just to get to his career three-point average, okay, the 34% he's averaged for his career, he would have to hit his next 12 straight threes just to get there now this year. That's how far behind he is. His numbers, since he's been back, they're terrible. I mean, they're terrible.
That's what I was saying. We got to have a one of those moments right now. We kind of figure this out. I don't think he should start. I think he's hurting the team more than he's helping the team. And I know you want to try to get him going. But you got to win basketball games right here. And I think it would be wise for the brass to sit down and kind of say, can we really afford to have Jalen Green try to work himself into figuring out how to play while we're playing all these important games? I mean, these numbers, 5 of 20 from the field.
Yeah, 5 of 20 from the field.
1 of 8 from 3.
1 of 8 from 3.
12 points, a -5 in almost 32 minutes.
Yeah.
Even the end of the game, he missed a layup.
Yeah.
Tried to go around a couple guys, still missed a layup. The shot's not falling. There's a couple moments here or there, right? It's just like you see these glimpses of, that's a great play. That's a great play. But it's not a consistent run, right? You don't see. The other day we saw Rasheer Fleming hit a three, grab a rebound, grab another, scored an alley-oop. You get these 6-7 minute spurts out of a guy. With Jalen, to me, and I don't know if you're seeing the same thing, I'll see a play that's, okay, that's, look at that. He blew right by him. He got to the basket. That burst. But it's never a spurt. It's never a 3 or 4 or 5 minute run. Jalen Green pops a 3. Jalen Green steals the ball, goes in for a layup. Next possession, Jalen Green hits a mid-range. It's never a spurt. It's one moment here and there, and that's it.
I would agree. I've noticed almost exactly the same thing, where there's just no consistency in terms of his contributions, and I do think he is, while he's quick enough to stay in front of guys, he's a defensive liability. He was one of what I thought was the main offenders last night against the Bulls in terms of guys getting into the paint and kind of doing whatever they wanted in the paint. I thought Jalen Green, Royce O'Neal wasn't great. Grayson Allen wasn't great. There were a lot of guys who weren't good about that last night, but I thought Jalen was one of the main offenders. Since his complete return from the injury, he's played 9 games. The only game he missed was that one right before the All-Star break on the second night of a back-to-back when they played Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
Other than that, he's been back. Since he's been back, he's averaging 2.3 assists per game, 2.3 turnovers per game. He's a -57 in those 9 games when he's been on the floor. 33% from the floor, 20% from 3, 72. I mean, it's just after another. And I know they're shorthanded, and I know they're in a tough spot right now. I imagine when Jordan Goodwin does come back, we talk about how's this going to – I think when Jordan Goodwin comes back, Goodwin's playing, and he's playing a lot.
Yeah.
Because he brings all the things that this team has kind of been lacking or at least has been inconsistent with the last couple of weeks. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if you're right, if Green goes to the bench, if his minutes get slashed, if he's not, and they just
playing 3 to 4 minutes spurts here, and that's it. We're not going to play you for long periods of time.
I think the bigger question, and I agree with you all with everything you've said in the short term about what to do. I think in some ways the other question is maybe not bigger, but it's certainly important too. The long-term effect of Jalen Green. And our long-term confidence in Jalen Green. I mean, we're going to talk about it a little later on. You found a story in which they looked at what they consider to be the worst contracts in the NBA.
He's got one of them.
Jalen Green's got one of them.
Yeah.
And you wonder, evaluating this trade, looking at this trade, but always looking at Jalen Green as kind of this big important piece that you got back from Houston. How many seeds of doubt are planted moving forward, knowing that this year does look like a lost year for Jalen Green?
Here's what I would say. And I know how bad this year has been. And one of the stats that kind of blew me away on John's story was effective field goal percentage is 41.8%. Again, I don't really know what that means. But he goes, to put it into context, among players who have appeared in at least 14 games, Green currently ranks 428 out of 448 in effective field goal percentage. I'm assuming that's not very good. So
your assumption
that
would
is
be
the
correct.
statistical neighborhood he occupies right now, and those numbers paint a clear picture of the struggle. So I thought that was interesting. What I will say on Jalen Green is you got to pay him $72 million over the next 2 years. It'd be almost impossible to get off that contract now. I'm going to bet on Jalen Green getting back to being Jalen Green next year with a full off season and a training camp and everything. And I'm going to write this season off, and I'm not going to hold it against him. And I know that may be hard to do, but that's what I'm going to do. He's still a very young, under 25, he's 23 or 24 years old. He's been a dynamic player in this league. He could score. It's a lost year. And if you write it off as a lost year, then you got to have the belief that he can come back next year being more of himself once he gets this year past him.
Yeah, you just might not have a choice if you're the Suns, but to hope that or to believe that.
Right.
It's and if they had a choice, is that your therapy? You're cracking open a beer to.
We go to break in 4 minutes.
I know. Gamble couldn't wait for 4 minutes to crack open a beer to help him deal with. No, that's a bubbly. He's not drinking a beer. I know. It just
like you guys like. I know everybody wants me to care about this video thing, and I just.
Well, no, it wasn't even the video. Just hearing the sound of the pop top on the can.
We actually have
right.
The fact that it was so close to the mic.
I know.
Too. You were like right here.
Right on it.
They can't. My arms can only reach so far. Where do you want me to open it? The mic's here. It's going to be within a foot.
It's not the video. It was the sound.
You'll see when we go to spring training Monday. We're going to have a new table for my drink. They got a new table.
Okay.
Because because I had my drink on the table the other day. So.
Okay. Well, I know nothing of this.
I'm going to play along. Whatever they need, I'm going to do. I'm going to be a good team player here.
No, I'm not. You're going down that's not the direction I'm going down. I just thought maybe you were. It sounded like you were opening a beer on the air. I just wanted to point out it was a carbonated beverage that you're drinking. It's nothing. It's nothing more. Nothing less.
It's a strawberry sunset
carbonated beverage. Yes, the microphones. The microphones are getting everything.
Watching Jalen Green play could drive you to drink. I do agree with that. Like it could.
Yeah. Well,
you got to write this year off. I mean, I know you don't like it, but you just got to write this year off, and you got to bring him back next year. And if you don't think he's a long-term plan, you got to get him playing well before you trade him, and that's not now. So I don't think you can get off him in the off, and I don't want to get off him in the offseason. I still want to, but for this year, he's got to come off the bench. He needs to come off the bench.
Yeah, he does for this year. And just hope that he had a full offseason. It was his training camp where he got hurt. You hope that next year becomes closer to the vision of what you thought you were getting with him. And if it's not, and if it's more of the same for Jalen Green next year, that's trouble. You know, that's now you're in a real danger zone of, boy, that's a lot of money to pay for somebody who's shooting 20% from three and 33% from the floor.
Right.
You know,
I know. It becomes a problem. It does. And he's got an option year too, right? He's got a team option, a player option, I think, on his contract.
I have to look to that sounds familiar. Join us on April 11th. It's Pat's Run. It's presented by Tech Systems. 4.2-mile run/walk honoring Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org. Is Devin Booker no longer capable of taking over games like that last night when the Suns need him? Should we get a therapist for that conversation, too? Next,
new therapist, new one.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Cardinals informing Kyler Murray, you're going to be released. But look, there's a relief, too. There's a relief that this is all over, that this situation doesn't hang over the organization, that all the short jokes and work ethic jokes and homework clause jokes, they don't melt away. They become part of Arizona sports history, but it's not Arizona's problem anymore.
No. Off we go. It's the seminal day in Cardinal football history.
Yes.
The day you kind of knew it was coming.
The day you cut ties with the only #1 overall draft pick you've ever had.
Wow.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Early detection saves lives. Lifeguard imaging saves lives. A lot of our insurance, you don't find out. You got an issue, and by the time you go in and you find out about it, it's too late. A simple heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging can save your life. A simple heart scan. And right now, Lifeguard Imaging is offering heart scans to our listeners, 2 for $69. They might say, okay, that's really, what's the catch? There's no catch. The $69 is just because they want you to be serious about it. It's savings of over $1,000. Like, you will save over $1,000. If you got 2 images, it'd be $1,200. You're going to do it for $69. So it normally is $1,200 for 2. It's $69 for 2. You get a heart scan. It's simple. It can detect early plaque buildup in your heart vessels before small problems become serious. It can help you prevent a heart attack, a stroke, and just make sure your heart is strong. You give it to your doctor, and your doctor has a baseline for how your heart is doing. It's going to open up your eyes. It's quick. It's comfortable. It's 3 minutes. There's no claustrophobic tubes or needles or anything like that. It's just a quick scan, and you could have 2 heart scans, you and anybody you love, your brother, your sister, your mother, your father, for $69. Text SCAN to 620-620 to book. That's text SCAN to 620-620.
Cool cars, cool people, good tires. It's the good guys.
16th Fi-Tech Fuel Injection Spring National, featuring over 1,500 hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. And it's all going down March 13th and 14th at Westworld of Scottsdale. Bring the family and shop Arizona's biggest automotive swap meet at Vendor Midway. Enjoy the free family fun zone, live music, and so much more. Details at good-guys.com.
Drivers who switch their home and auto with Progressive could save money and time. Other things try to do this, but they really don't. Like the touchscreen at fast food places. It's not like you save time because it takes you longer to use a touchscreen than, I don't know, someone who works there. And another thing, you'd think it would save money because they're not paying a cashier, right? But no, same price. Also, why is there an option to tip? Who am I tipping? Exactly. Anyway, even if you can't save money and time with some things, you could with a Progressive home and auto bundle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers, not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I think one of the things that patients don't realize is that when they get a joint replacement, that's not a lifetime treatment option. And they're probably, if they are a younger patient, signing up for multiple surgeries down the road.
As a physician and medical director for QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli's seen a pattern of trending joint pain. Prolonged medication, steroids, then surgery, possibly another surgery.
So a lot of our patients are trying to avoid or put off surgery, and this is the treatment that can help them do that.
QC Kinetics extracts your body's healing substances, concentrates them back into your aching joints to help heal and restore those areas, providing lasting relief.
Oh, I love being able to tell my patients, before we do this surgery, let's try another option. Let's see if this is right for you, because now they might not have to have surgery at all.
Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Luke. Are there any big names the Cardinals will legally tamper with when legal tampering begins in the NFL on Monday? We're talking NFL free agency Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Is it tampering if it's legal? That's what they're debating right now in Surprise. We're having that conversation as we speak. Is it tampering if it's legal? I don't know. But starting on Monday, it can happen. 9 a.m. is when you can actually reach agreements if you want. You can't sign anything in the NFL. Nothing gets official until the league year begins on Wednesday. But you watch on Monday, there will be reports coming down all day long about so-and-so has agreed to terms with such and such, and who knows, a couple might even involve the Arizona Cardinals. I think the Josh Sweat news came down last year, before technically the league year began. I think it would have had to. I'll take a look at that. In the meantime, still talking about the Phoenix Suns because that's how bad that loss was last night. You could argue, I think pretty successfully, that was the worst loss of the season. You had this is kind of your platform on this one, an argument about why Devin Booker needs to take over that game last night.
Had to. Yeah. I mean, I kept sitting there and I kept waiting and waiting and waiting for Devin Booker to go have that game, go take it over. Like, Grayson's struggling. He can't hit a shot. Kylan's struggling. He can't hit a shot. Jalen's shooting too much. I'm the star here. I'm the star. Give me the ball. I'm going to Devin Booker made 9 baskets last night. You know how many baskets he had in the third quarter? 1. He had one basket in the third quarter. You know how many he had in the fourth quarter? 2. 2 baskets in the fourth quarter. I was just looking at last year, and remember, last year was a terrible year for the Phoenix Suns. Mm-hmm. It was a terrible year. But there were some stretches. I'm going to give you a stretch in January, okay? A stretch in January. 39 points against Charlotte, 34 against Utah, 30 against Charlotte. This is in a row. 30, 34, 30, 35, 37, 35. Skip a game, 32, 31. So you have in 1 month, he's got 31, 32, 35, 37, 35, 30, 34, 39 in 1 month. He hasn't had any months like that. He's got 2. Each month there has 2 or 3 games in which he scores 30, and that's it. Devin Booker needs to take games over. Has he had a 40-point game yet this year? I don't even know if he has.
Oh, yeah, I thought you do.
I'm going to, because I was looking at last year, 40, 41, 47, 44, 40. Last year he would go off with these 40-point games and just take, even as bad as it was, he would be able to go off and have these incredible 40-point games. And I was to tell you, he does not have a 40-point game this year. He does not.
He has 2 38s, a 36, a 34, a couple 33s, a couple 32s, a whole bunch of 31s. Yeah, he doesn't have a 40-point game.
So far, I think I counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 games of 30 or more, no games of 40. Last year, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 games of 30 or more. I know he's happier, and you don't have Durant, you don't have Beal, and I know you're happier and you're enjoying the success more. But man, there are times this team just needs you to take over a basketball game and not make 9 baskets, but make 15. And there are times when you've got to say to Jalen Green, it's not your night, but it could be my night. So let me carry us tonight. And we didn't see that last night. Doug Haller asked a question at in the press conference. Book had an open look at a 3 on the last possession, and they ended up getting a layup out of it. So Jordan was like, we got a layup out of it. But, to Doug's point, he was wide open. It came down with the ball. He could have shot. He didn't. I'm just saying, last year, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 40-point games. No 40-point games this year. Look at the amount of 30-point games last year compared to this year. It's a big difference.
Yeah.
I want Book to win that game for the Suns last night.
Okay.
That's what I want.
Okay. I mean, I'm not the problem I had more with Devin Booker last night was less about him taking over the game, although I did notice him passing up the shot too. And even at the end, the Jalen Green layup attempt, the last shot of the game, you could have made the argument that Devin should have just taken the 3 instead of passing to Jalen at the last second. But Devin is, and once again, we've had this conversation a million times. We'll make it 1,000,001. Devin Booker is almost always going to make the quote-unquote basketball play, right? Like he has established that routinely again and again and again since he's been here. And that's his identity. That's who he is. And he's always resided there. I think the bigger thing that upset me about Devin last night was that no Dylan Brooks, no Jordan Goodwin. And obviously they're the tone, they're the heartbeat, they're the pulse, they're the culture setters, right? Should you be, as a team, should you be that lackadaisical when you're missing those 2 guys, or shouldn't Devin Booker still be able to bring that kind of attitude without them?
He should.
See, that's where I get more bothered. Like
you want him to lead.
I shouldn't have to come out of a game like that, and I did, thinking, oh my God, without Dylan Brooks and without Jordan Goodwin, they're just a different bunch.
Why didn't he spark them?
They're just they have no edge. They have no oomph. They have, where's their fire? Where's all that stuff? Right now, last week they had all that in spades against the LA Lakers, and they didn't have either one of those dudes in that game either. So there have been, I don't want to say it happens all the time, or it's happened every game without Dylan and Jordan, where they're lacking that spark, lacking that culture, lacking that energy.
They didn't have Book in that game either, right?
The Lakers game, did they not? They didn't. Then
they didn't have Book.
Okay, if they didn't, then that's
Book didn't play in a Laker game.
Okay,
either.
You're right. He didn't. So I'm blanking on that.
Sorry,
he didn't. No, it's fine. No, but that's a good point. You know what? That's almost an even better point. That okay, you need to be that guy for them last night. We shouldn't be coming out of that game thinking, man, the try-hard guys are Dylan Brooks and Jordan Goodwin. And when they're not out there, where's the try? Where's the effort? Where's the energy? That's what I thought was lacking last night from Devin Booker without him on the floor. Not so much the, hey, we're in the fourth quarter, you need to take this game over and start taking every basket, but more the general attitude the Suns played with last night that just seemed off the whole night. When have we seen the Suns all year long play with that little energy, that little focus? That little,
it's very rare.
That little passion.
It's very rare.
They've outworked everybody they've played all year long.
Right.
And last night, they got worked from the jump.
But I think that they need all their pieces to be whole. And when they don't have all their pieces, it pushes everybody up a different notch. And I think it's affecting them. I think it's affecting them not having Brooks and then not having, Goodwin in this game. So I think it really does matter because now you're asking other guys to have to play roles. But either way, my point was simply, And I'll even give you a hint. Like, we're going to talk about this later. There was a story on the 15 worst contracts in the NBA. And you mentioned it earlier that Jalen Green was one of those contracts. So is Devin Booker.
Sure.
Devin Booker is also considered one of the worst contracts in the NBA in the CBS Sports story where they went over it. They said, okay, here's the worst ranking, the 15 worst contracts in the NBA. And what they said about Book is, that there are already signs of decline. That the last 2 seasons have been his worst three-point shooting season. His mid-range numbers are down. He's turning 30 around the corner. He's logged a lot of games. So they're looking at him and they think he's slowing down. I think he's still capable of taking over these games, but I don't want him to be. I don't want him to be passive. I want him to be aggressive, and that may mean, to your point, like, listen, like demanding the basketball, demanding the ball. Telling Jalen Green, like, you got, like, hey, I'm going to take this, like, you're the leader of the team. You've been here since 2015. You could tell Jalen Green to not shoot the ball as much if he's not, and you could start shooting it more. I just think last night was a game that I think Devin Booker should have helped them
if
win.
we're being fair about this, it's hard to complain about anything about the Suns. They still have completely overexceeded our expectations, and Devin Booker is not having a great season. And this has still been one of the most surprising seasons in the history of the Phoenix Suns, right? So it's hard. It's hard to sit there and demand more from a team that most people had such low expectations for, and they've already completely over-delivered. So I am a little uncomfortable, but I understand what you're saying. I really do. I don't think that's in his nature. I don't think it is. I think he'd be doing something that he's never really been or never really done. And maybe it's about time he did it. And maybe for the money, he should be the guy who does that. But everything that you're describing is not really who Devin Booker has been in the 10 years he's been here. It's just not.
But there's been plenty of games in which he's gone for 40, and you can say he won them the game.
But again, I'm talking about the moments where you say, you're not shooting, I am.
Yeah, he's not the vocal guy.
Nope, nobody is shooting this basketball but me. It's all on me. I'm going to do it all. I'm not passing. I'm going to shoot through all the double teams and all that stuff. He's never been that guy.
I just think as the so-called best player on the team, and I think he is the best player on the team, he's got to recognize when other guys don't have it. And last night, there were a lot of other guys that didn't have it. And that's where you got to say, listen, I'm not like Devin Booker always tries to make the right play, always tries to make the right pass, and I applaud him for that. But there are certain times when your teammates just don't have it, and the only way you're going to win the game is if you go off. And last night, they needed Devin Booker to go off.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, could the Arizona Cardinals trade Jacoby Brissett? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Rebound knocked loose. Dunn tries to save it. It is going to be thrown straight up in the air, and the Bulls are going to come out with the win here tonight. 105-103, the final score at Mortgage Matchup Center. The Suns streak is over at 11 wins against the Bulls. They hadn't lost in nearly 7 years.
More reacts to last night's L versus Chi-Town, and we preview Suns Pelicans on the home of Suns basketball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. This just in, the Arizona Cardinals have announced they are releasing defensive tackle Dalvin Tomlinson. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Cardinals will create $16.2 million in cap space with this move. Scottsdale Police has confirmed that injured Phoenix Suns forward Devin Booker was arrested on suspicion of DUI in Scottsdale this morning at about 2 a.m. For more on Brooks' arrest, head on over to arizonasports.com. The Suns will try to bounce back from their tough loss to the Chicago Bulls last night tonight at home against the New Orleans Pelicans. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Royce O'Neal is now questionable for Phoenix with foot soreness. And the D-backs are playing 2 split squad games right now. They're taking on the White Sox and the Brewers. This report is brought to you by the new Sonic All-American Smashers. Live free, eat Sonic.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. We will get you ready on what should be a whirlwind week for the Arizona Cardinals and the rest of the NFL. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Oh, yeah, we tip jar this every single time. The Thin Lizzy, the boys are back in town. Love this song.
Just tell the minute you put your buds in, you just start bopping away to it.
I just love it.
Yeah.
I was listening to a song today when I went for a run, an old song that I really love that I haven't heard in a while. Magic Power by Triumph. Remember that song?
Vaguely.
Magic Power by Triumph.
I thought you watched the Brady Bunch when you run. Because if
but I listen to music. Well, I watch the Brady Bunch. Sometimes I'll watch Three's Company. Or the Love Boat,
so
but
you
mainly
watch Brady Bunch with the sound turned down while listening to music?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bobby and Cindy were on the teeter-totter the last one. So I run. So I go to the gym and I run, okay?
Okay, we've established that.
Yeah. And I count songs. So I usually run for a long time. I run for like 45, 50 minutes. I'll run 5 miles. I don't want to count songs because then I start to put the time together. I don't want to think about the time. So what I do is I put the Brady Bunch on or Three's Company or something, and I watch TV while I'm listening to music. That combination doesn't allow me to count songs because I'm listening to the music, but I'm watching, Janet and Chrissy give it good to Jack, or I'm watching, Marsha and Jan and the hamster got loose and they couldn't find it and it got in a bad pass. Like I'm watching some old TV show. I can watch the news or sports or a movie. There's all these options. I choose to watch classic TV.
But
They got Hogan's Heroes.
You're not listening to it. You're listening to the music.
I'm listening. I don't listen to the TV. I listen to the music.
Lauren, you have any thoughts on that?
So I had Triumph, the Magic Power by Triumph. Great song.
Lauren, you have any thoughts on this?
I think there are pills that might help you with this.
I think that is the
It's
strangest, unorthodox workout routine I've ever heard.
I don't disagree.
That is okay.
I know people that run next to me and see me watching the Brady Bunch think I'm probably...
You ran 5 miles today? Yeah. I did not.
Right,
I did. There's that.
I also can't watch sports while I work out because I get into work mode, and then I find that I'm not working out as hard as I can because I'm focusing on that too much.
Does anybody like running? I mean,
no.
Hate running.
And the people who say that they do are liars.
I run all the time. I don't like running. I do it because it's good for my heart. It's good for me to run. I don't like it, but I like to mix up my routine. And after work, some days I just like to just run. But I don't want to think about running because if I think about it, I'm like,
why am I doing this?
Why am I doing this?
I don't want to be doing this.
I don't want to run.
I hate running. Why am I running?
Right.
All right. Well, that paints an even clearer picture about the workout habits of one John Gambador. No, it's great. You're doing it. I mean, you're doing it. How you're doing it is irrelevant.
On
You're
Three's
doing
Company, Jack and Larry switched spots where Larry lived with Chrissy and Janet, and Jack took Larry's solo spot. But then the girls missed Jack, and they didn't like Larry, so Jack came back.
All right, I'm just going to tell you about this. Can I just tell you about this Connor Hughes tweet, please? Can I please tell you about this Connor Hughes?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Connor Hughes, you guys had him on when I was out sick, if I'm not mistaken. He covers the Jets for SNY TV back in New York.
Yes.
He tweeted out, the Jets might not target just one quarterback in free agency. Belief from agents who met with them at the Combine is that they prefer to add 2 if they can. Now, here's where it gets tricky and where there's a lot of Cardinal implications based off of what Connor is reporting. Kyler Murray was discussed, he reports, but he is expected to sign with the Vikings, according to sources. They're not interested in Kirk Cousins in New York, but watch Geno Smith and Carson Wentz. There is interest there. There's also interest in Jacoby Brissett if the Cardinals can be convinced to part ways with Jacoby Brissett. I was told that's doubtful, with Jimmy Garoppolo expected to stay in Los Angeles. Garoppolo signing with the Cardinals would change Jacoby Brissett's availability.
Okay. So that would back up a little bit of my reporting that Jacoby Brissett's not being traded.
He's basically saying if Jimmy Garoppolo is willing to leave L.A. and go to Arizona, Jacoby Brissett might be available. But if he's not, and he's hearing he's not, then Brissett just might stay put in Arizona.
Right.
So
I don't think that they're going to trade Jacoby Brissett. And they certainly don't want to trade him for a 5th-round pick. Either he's a starter or he's the backup, and they know they have a guy. They have a guy that's capable of starting games. Right now, they're looking at between 6 and 8 free agent quarterbacks that they could sign, between 6 and 8. Malik Willis is one of them, but there's others. And there are also trade possibilities. Badgett and Mac Jones. I don't think they can get Mac Jones, but I think Badgett might be able to be had.
Badgett, you're killing me with the Badgett thing. You're just killing me.
All right, is there some way to teach me how to say Badgett instead of Badgett?
Can we zap Gambo?
Beige.
Can we put a little zapper on Gambo? And every time he says it wrong, I just buzz him.
Look, I honestly think
God, that'd be so great.
Yeah.
It'd be so awesome if I had a buzzer and I could just give him a little electric shock when he says something wrong. Like, oh my gosh, it'd be fantastic.
That'd be pretty.
Agent. Agent.
I say it all the time. Your next talk show host is going to be so much higher IQ than.
Yeah, but he won't break as many stories. So there'll be a trade-off.
He won't break stories.
There'll be a trade-off.
He will not be as good looking as I am.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. I'm just saying he won't break as many stories.
Yes.
The looks part, I
won't be as handsome
don't know.
as me.
But that's up to you to decide. That's not up to me to comment on.
He will speak better.
So I mean, look, again, this is all part of the moving parts thing that's going to happen. I'm kind of interested in the Jimmy Garoppolo not leaving LA thing. Just because, I mean, maybe he's comfortable there. He's got a home there. He figures, hey, I'm the backup quarterback to Matthew Stafford. I've got one of the best gigs in the world here. I'm going to make $3 million. I'm going to live in LA. I'm going to barely play. You know, like he might, for him, if he's established at this point in his career, I am nothing but a backup.
Yeah.
Why would I want to leave? I've got family here. My home's here. Unless he is told he has a chance to be a starter somewhere else.
Texas.
If he's just, well, I guess there's that too. But I'm assuming Jimmy Garoppolo's made a lot of money in his career.
What do they take in California? Like 80% of what you make?
I'm not exactly sure what that number is. I think that might be a little high, but I'm not sure.
I made $1,000, but I only take home $200.
But for Garoppolo, I mean, he signed a $137 million deal a few years ago. I'm sure he's made plenty of money. He just might decide, if all things are equal and everybody just wants me to be a backup,
I'll stay here.
I'm gonna stay put.
I'm comfortable.
My
I like
home's
it here.
I like it here. I got a house here. Family's
Weather's
good
great.
here. I don't know. I always thought that Jimmy G, it's why I drafted him in our QB1 week 1 draft.
It's not a bad pick.
I always thought that the connection between LaFleur and Jimmy G, but if it's just to be a backup, might not be worth the hassle for him.
And Jacoby knows the roster, and he's a leader, and they like Jacoby, and the locker room likes him. And I don't think LaFleur's going to go and meet Jacoby Brissett and say, I don't want this guy.
No, and
Jacoby Brissett will fit anywhere.
And I also don't buy the notion that just because Jacoby Brissett might not be suited to run a Mike LaFleur offense, that Mike LaFleur is talented and gifted enough to figure out an offense that Jacoby Brissett can run. You know what I mean? Yeah. I understand he might not be the prototypical type of quarterback for that offense, but that doesn't mean Jacoby Brissett's been around a time or two. Mm-hmm. He can learn. Mike LaFleur can. I think they're both smart enough guys that they could figure out a way to make that work and not go up. No, I run a totally different system. Can't be him.
I just think that a 5th-round pick for Jacoby Brissett is just not worth it. You got a guy under contract. It's a good contract. He's where would you be without him? As bad as it was last year, where they would have been without him. He at least gave you a level of competence in playing. Got the ball down the field. Michael Wilson had a good year. Trey McBride had a good year. You could look at it like that. They didn't have a running game last year. But there are receivers out there that actually had good years, that played very well. Where would Michael Wilson be without Jacoby Brissett right now? We're talking about Michael Wilson being a number 1 receiver. Are we doing that if Jacoby Brissett's not on this roster? So that's what I'm saying. There was a value to Jacoby Brissett that was different than just the wins and losses values.
Yeah, it's just hard to ignore the wins and losses too.
You can't ignore it. That's why they picked him third.
They were 1-11, and it's not all him, but God, 1-11.
When Jacoby Brissett started to play, what were we raving? Oh my God, it's so nice to have a guy who could throw the ball down the field.
It was. That's true.
He threw the ball down the field.
It's true.
What is that? Are you allowed to throw the ball 30 yards? I didn't think you were. That's every week we were talking about. Now they weren't winning, but they were competitive in a lot of games, and he got the best out of some players.
When we come back on Burns and Gambo, maybe they've got a spot, maybe they've got to go out and earn a spot tonight. Either way, Molly Miller and the ASU women's basketball team have a big game coming up tonight, and in advance of that game, we'll talk with the head coach of the ASU women's basketball team, Molly Miller. She'll join us next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
Here's the pitch. Swung on. That's it on the line to right center field. Beckler racing, can't reach it. That's going to fall. Thomas scores. Waldschmidt hustles into second. It's a sliding RBI double, and it's now 6-5.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
When it comes to custom closets, there's only one name experienced homeowners trust: Space Solutions. For more than 2 decades, this Arizona family has designed and installed custom closets, garage systems, pantries, and laundry spaces built to fit your home and your lifestyle. Get more storage, more space, more organization, and do it with a company that's grown right alongside Arizona families. Custom spaces for the life you live. Call now or go online to schedule your free design consultation at spacesolutionsaz.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and then you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. That's the way to do it. And you know what? Orchard gets it. That's why their Move First, Sell Later program exists, because with Orchard, you can buy the dream home now. Don't waste time, just go. Then sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy, move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. You ever tried to do a double move before? You don't want to do any double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. And once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. They can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town, with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family, watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have performed over 300,000 procedures, and I know from personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. How will the Suns recover from their brutal loss to the Bulls? We'll check out where they're at and what they're doing on Monday morning. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Welcome back. It's the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. And later today, ASU women's basketball. Big game taken on West Virginia in the Big 12 Conference Championship tournament going on in Kansas City. And joining us right now, coming off their big win yesterday against Iowa State, the head coach of ASU, Molly Miller, who joins us here on Burns and Gambo. Molly, welcome back to the show. You know us. I'm Dave. This is Gambo. Thanks for coming on.
Good to see you guys, or I guess speak with you guys.
Speak with us, yeah. Molly, how big of a win was that? Just a few weeks ago, you guys played them on the road at Iowa State, and they beat you guys up pretty good. To come back and beat them in the second game of the Big 12 tournament's got to be the biggest win of the year for you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. It's our quad one resume builder win that we needed, and we proved that, you know, we can hang with these teams. And a testament to our kids, you know, they could have said, oh, no, we have to play Iowa State in the second round. That's a horrible draw. But I think they took the opposite approach. Like, this is how it worked out, so we can build a resume, so we can beat a competitive team, so we can get our quad one win. And they were focused. We made some adjustments from the first time. The kids were locked in. They executed a game plan to perfection. My assistants had it all sorted out. It was definitely a team effort.
Yeah, you guys got off to a great start in that game, and then you kind of, went on a little bit of a run in that third quarter. They kind of came back a little bit in the fourth, but you were able to hold them off. Great performances by some of your key players. Gabby Elliott was terrific, although one of my coworkers said, you got to tell Molly to tell her to stop fouling out of basketball games.
I know. It was a physical battle. It's going to be a physical battle this time of year. But we had key players step up in key moments. You know, when you have Gabby and Brackens, who are the main pieces of probably the opponent scout, They played their game, but we added a whole nother dimension. Elle held her own against Audie Cooks, one of the best post players in the country. So I was really proud of our sophomore 5-player to get in there, had a phenomenal game, and just opened up the court for us and made us a whole different ball team when she was having success in the interior.
Okay, so Coach Miller, you hooked me a little bit. I saw on your social media account you said, check this video out at about the 2:10 mark and watch our intensity in the huddle. And it's like, all right, I'm in. I'm going to watch the video around the 2:10 mark. And I mean, that team of yours is amplified right now. Tell me about what you've learned about them through this process and what you've learned about them last night in a game that you know you had to have if you're going to keep this thing going on into March.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't learn too much that I already didn't know. This team is focused. This team has a lot of different leaders, but they each provide a different niche. I mean, in that huddle, we had assistants fired up. Then we had Marley, who was really vocal, and then Gabby, who's always the kind of steady, aware one of what to say. She was talking. You know, we had people on the bench going around and giving high fives. That's what a winning huddle looks like, and that's what this team has been all year. We've been really connected. They play for each other. This is a healthy locker room, and you can tell that going into these stressful situations.
Molly Miller, the head coach of the ASU women's basketball team in Kansas City for the Big 12 tournament, joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. They're taking on West Virginia today at 4:30. Quad 1 wins, net rating, last 4 in, first 4 in, last 4 out. What do you think that win did for you guys last night? What do you believe? What do you know in terms of where you stand before you get to Selection Sunday?
Yeah, I believe that got us in. I mean, this is truly the most competitive tournament in the world. So the most competitive teams should be in it. And, you know, we've beaten 12 top 100 teams. That's half of our wins is top 100 teams. So that's more than any other bubble team. I think the next closest is 9. So we won 9 away games from home, proving we can win anywhere. And historically, no Power 4 team with 24 wins has ever been left out. So when you stack up our resume and those quality wins against 100 net teams, our road toughness and our total wins, I think it's clear that we belong in the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, and 5 of those wins were on the road. So you got some really good road wins as well among those 12 top 100 wins, because it's hard to get people to come here and play. Let's talk about the non-conference schedule. The knock against ASU would be the non-conference schedule. Now, you got here, you had a lot of games to fill. You had to go play a lot of games on the road, which a lot of power teams don't do. But tell me about that and the non-conference schedule. Do you think in some ways that could hurt you, or do you think like maybe a win over McNeese State will help?
Yeah, I think we balanced it out. No, you're scrambling when you have to assemble a schedule when you just get the job. So we played some lower half teams, but then we balanced that with some really good road teams that are in the top 100. So you could say, you know, we've beaten some poor teams, but then we've had the most wins over the best competitive teams, the best teams in the country with the top 100. So we were able to balance that out with our 12 top 100 net team wins. And again, like I said, that's the next closest bubble team has 9. So you could argue that, yeah, they've beaten some bad teams, but then they have the most wins over the best teams in the country.
How much I'm sorry, Gambo, I didn't mean to cut you off. How much researching do you find yourself doing this time of year when comparing your resume to other resumes and trying to look for those advantages and those talking points and those, no, but we've got this and you don't have that? How much do you find yourself doing that this time of year, Coach?
You know, I stay pretty locked in. Shout out to Doug Tamaro. He'll send me bullet points so I don't have to do the research. So he's on it. He's combing through numbers. I'm locked in on a game plan. I'm locked in on winning the next one. I'm locked in on our destiny and how we can control it. So that's why we have the best in the business with Doug Tamaro, our SAD.
Oh, wow. Do you have to, is he going to pay you a little bit for that comment? I mean, I would get at least $20.
Needs to blow up after.
I know. I was talking to Doug earlier. You know, he said even just keep your eye out. You know, one of the things that could really help ASU is if Princeton and Rhode Island can win their conference tournaments, because you take some teams on the bubble, if they're able to win the conference tournaments, that would help as well. So I'm sure you're scouring all of the different conferences trying to see who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, it's interesting how it all play out, but we are in a position where we can control our own destiny, and that's where you want to be at the end of the day. You don't want to have to rely on the committee who's in the room. Some are fighting for you. Some are maybe fighting for other teams. Some have justifications to keep you in, keep you out. I mean, we have an opportunity to go win a game today, and it's a no-brainer. It's just like, check, yep, Arizona State's in, on to the next argument. So we can control our own destiny. It's nice that we're in the conversation right now that I think we're in no matter what, but that's for the committee to decide. I think we've got some compelling numbers. But, yeah, when other teams take away some automatic qualifier spots, then that puts you in a bind. When they win, then you got a better of a chance. That's why it's called March Madness.
Yeah.
It is probably maddening for everyone.
Probably,
all the scenarios.
We touched on Gabby Elliott before, but this is the Penn State transfer that came in. She's been gutting it out in some of these games to give you everything she has. I think she had a leg injury. So just tell me about what she has meant ever since she came over from Penn State and what she's meant to this team this year.
She's tough. You'll never hear her complain. Everyone's fighting aches and pains, but I think Gabby, in her true testimony, is she's the best teammate. Her teammates see her, what she's sacrificed and put on the line and struggled through for them. So they're pouring it in the tank for her. And that's kind of how our team operates. You give and you get. And we always say what you give to this game and what you sacrifice for this game will come back tenfold at you. And that's what's happening right now with our team. It's really beautiful to watch. I love each and one of my players. We have a really close connection. And Gabby says this all the time. We give each other's looks and we don't even have to talk, but we understand where we're coming from and we can talk with our eyes. And she's just been a special addition. I feel gypped that I didn't get to coach her for 4 years, but I'm excited that I get to spend this year, her last year, with her.
How do you like this court, this crazy court that you guys are playing on?
Yeah, I think it's great for marketing. I think it's great for visual. It probably is something that you have to get used to playing on. Our kids, they have their highs and their lows and their positives and their negatives, just like any court. So we have a saying, though, perfect for us. So it doesn't matter who, what, when, where, why, and what surface we're playing on. It's going to be perfect for us.
All right. I think this win last night gets you in, too. That's a big win over Iowa State. But tell me about the game against West Virginia. You played them before. They were able to beat you guys. What's the biggest challenge going up against them tonight?
Yeah, it's going to look like a different game. We were tied with about 3.5 minutes to go, 4 minutes to go at their place. So you feel like you can be in this game, obviously. And then we've just got to be strong with the ball. They're known for their pressure and their press and kind of having these pokey, handsy guards that get a lot of deflections and they score in transition. So we got to value the basketball. So it's definitely a little bit different look and feel from the Iowa State game. Going to be a lot of defense, pressure defense on both sides played in this game. So it's the team that I think takes care of the ball the most. We've got to be able to – they're a physical team, so I thought the free throw line helped us. We stepped up and made our free throws. Now, we didn't shoot a free throw last time we played West Virginia.
Wow.
They're sending teams to the line 17 times a game. So we got to be physical, be able to get to the line and hit our free throws and then take care of the ball and play tough, hard-nosed defense.
Well, congratulations again on the win last night. Best of luck today against West Virginia. Best of luck when it comes to the selection and all that. And most importantly, thank you for joining us so close to tip time of your game.
Hope you're dancing again tonight after that game.
All right, we'll see what dance move I can pull out. The girls always get one out of me.
Yeah, you had a good one last night. Thanks, Coach.
Thank you.
It's Molly Miller joining us. Their game against West Virginia starts in about a half hour from right now. When we come back, we'll get you caught up on what's going on in sports. 4 o'clock resets next here on Burns and Gambo.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Booker on the penetration. Dump to Williams. He'll throw it down. What a look from Devin Booker.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. The Slam Dunk Truck event, the Slam Dunk Savings event. It's going on all month long at Liberty GMC. Deals all over the place on the best trucks and the best SUVs that GMC makes. You'll find them at Liberty GMC with tons of inventory and lots of choices. Right now, you can lease a brand new 2026 Terrain for just $239 a month, or you can buy it with $6,000 off. You can get $4,750 off a 2026 Acadia or 3.9% financing. And if it's a truck you're looking for, The all-new 2026 Sierra 1500, $12,250 off or 0% financing, and it's all at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Chick-fil-A's new frosted sodas and floats, it's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice stream to make a new frosted soda or float. With the mix of the ice stream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Low T? Start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Gleason Roofing. Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20 plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Suns forward Dylan Brooks was arrested early this morning on suspicion of driving under the influence of marijuana. Brooks was not charged upon his release earlier today. The Phoenix Suns in a statement said, quote, "We are aware of the situation involving Dylan Brooks and are gathering more information. We have no further comment at this time," close quote. Suns are back in action on the court tonight. They host the New Orleans Pelicans. The name to keep an eye on right now is Royce O'Neal. He's questionable going into tonight with right foot soreness. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Diamondbacks had a split squad today across the valley, but they went 0 for 2 in those games. At Salt River Fields, they were blanked by the Chicago White Sox 6-0, and then over in Maryvale, the Brewers came back late to beat the Snakes 6-2. Other Diamondbacks news, Corbin Carroll took live batting practice today at Salt River Fields. Carroll told reporters afterwards he would like to play in at least 10 spring training games as he's swiftly recovering from surgery for a broken hamate bone in his right hand. And the Arizona Cardinals made another cost-cutting move today. They released veteran defensive tackle Dalvin Tomlinson. Tomlinson signed a 2-year deal last offseason. The move is projected to save another $9 million. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Time to get caught up on everything going on in sports. Here is Lauren with the top stories of the day on the 4 o'clock reset. Hello, Lauren.
Hello, guys.
Take it away.
All right, we're going to kick off with the Phoenix Suns because they lost to the Chicago Bulls last night, 105-103. The Suns need to get it together quickly because they face the Pelicans tonight. Pre-game starts at 6, game starts at 7, right here on 98.7. Dylan Brooks, Jordan Goodwin, Mark Williams all remain out for tonight. Royce O'Neal, though, popped up on the injury report today. He's questionable with right foot soreness.
Yeah, it's, they got to bounce back and play well tonight. You don't want to lose 2 games to bad teams. You just don't want to. Every game you lose like this is really going to hurt your chances to get to the 6th seed. It really is. There was a chance to pick up a game last night because the Lakers lost to the Denver Nuggets. You could have done that. You didn't do it. You feel like it's an opportunity wasted. You got to respond tonight. And the way Durant was talking after that game, I'm going to expect this team to come out and they're going to play freaking hard tonight.
I would too. The Pelicans won last night. They beat the Kings, so they're on the second night of a back-to-back too. It should be noted, they are not trying to lose. They don't get their first-round pick. It conveys to, is it Atlanta? Can't remember who gets it, but it's not New Orleans.
No.
So for them, there's no incentive to lose. They're not. Zion Williamson played well last night, so they're a little different than some of these other mushy teams. That they're still not great, but the Suns, I agree with Gambo. I think Jordan Knott is going to light a little bit of a fire under the guys tonight.
And some extracurricular activities off the court for the Phoenix Suns.
Speaking of lighting a fire.
Yeah, because Dylan Brooks was arrested early this morning on suspicion of driving under the influence of marijuana in Scottsdale.
Yeah, what I can tell you about that, we reported this first right here. Dylan Brooks was arrested. He was given a breathalyzer test. He blew a 0. This is not an alcohol-related incident, but a marijuana incident. So he was released. They did give him a breathalyzer test. He did blow a 0. So now it's not alcohol, it's marijuana. Now it's still impaired, and it still affects your ability to operate a motor vehicle. So I'm sure, other tests, blood tests and stuff like that will determine the extent of it. But he was not drinking and driving, but it was marijuana that had him behind the wheel, and that's what he was pulled over for.
I'm reading a report from 12 News in which they say police, to your point, believe he was under the influence of drugs. They are waiting for the results of a blood test.
Right.
So much more to learn about this, but obviously, career earnings of $110 million, get a driver. There have not been a lot of DUI suspensions in the NBA the last couple of years, mostly because the problem itself, I'm not saying in society, but I'm just saying in the league, has largely been mitigated by the fact that it's never been easier to get a ride if you're impaired in any way. So it is really, really, really bad judgment by Dylan Brooks. Really bad.
Also, just a Valley PSA. Don't be driving drunk or high down Scottsdale Road. No.
Yeah, no.
No.
I mean, not on any road.
Not on any road.
Especially if you're trying not to get caught, not down Scottsdale Road, because they're all there looking.
That is the epicenter.
Yes.
There, please. All right, in NFL news, the Arizona Cardinals announced today that the team has released defensive lineman Dalvin Tomlinson. That will save them $9.4 million against the cap.
Yeah, there will be other cuts coming. None today. I can confirm there will be no other moves made today, but that move because they are looking to negotiate with some of these other guys to see if they can get him at a lower number. We've speculated on Sean Murphy-Bunting, James Conner. I wouldn't be surprised, and I don't know about Conner. I wouldn't be surprised if they're looking at some of those guys and saying, we want you back, but just not at the number you're at. So if you're willing to take less, we can make something happen. If not, we'll cut you.
So far, they've saved about $20 million against the cap with the 3 that they've released. The other players, Gambo mentioned many of them. Connor and Murphy Bunting alone would free up another $15 million. There's another 3 players that would roughly free up another $15 million. So there's options here, and I'll be curious to see which players they prioritize keeping and which ones they're ready to move on from. Because I imagine we'll get more announcements over the weekend since it's not going to be today.
Right, not today. No more today.
And former Steelers defensive coordinator Terrell Austin is joining the Arizona Cardinals staff as a senior assistant.
Okay, there's some experience there. Former defensive coordinator. There's a guy, older guy, who coached for the Cardinals many, many years ago.
The Super Bowl year. He was their defensive backs coach. Yeah.
So listen, it's a young staff, so I like bringing in some experience now, especially for Nick Rallis to be able to, have some ideas and have somebody to bounce ideas off of. I think this is a good move by the Cardinals.
Yeah, it's the experience that we were talking about them wanting. It does come at an interesting time given they kept Rallis and now they've brought in a very senior defensive coordinator to assist him. Does that lead to an awkward room, or is that a good situation for everybody? I don't know. It's just sort of bringing back Nick Rallis was unusual. Having a senior defensive coordinator in case things go sideways with the defense, who in theory could step in if things got really, that's where I'm going with this.
Okay.
Just something to kind of.
Does that look over your shoulder, or I'm just here to? How old is he?
Terrell Austin?
Yeah.
God, I don't know.
I think he's an older guy.
He's been coaching forever. He's been coaching. I'm gonna guess he's in his late
61.
Okay.
61.
Say late 50s, early 60s.
Okay.
Okay.
He can stay. So if he was the defense coordinator, he could. Yeah,
file it away.
Do it.
And some quick hits here in the NFL. Offensive tackle Taylor Decker has asked for a release from the Lions after 10 years. The Cleveland Browns restructured Deshaun Watson's contract to free up close to $36 million in cap space for them. The Texans have granted running back Joe Mixon a release after he missed the entirety of last season with a foot injury. That helps the Texans save $8 million in cap space. The Raiders are set to release QB Geno Smith, barring a trade. And the Patriots reached an agreement today with QB Tommy DeVito on a 2-year, $7 million deal.
Tommy DeVito, he does commercials. Hey,
what was he?
How you doing?
Back up. Joey,
I think he was
for the family and progressive
for the family family photo.
See how Tommy does it?
Yeah, look at Tommy. Look at that smile, right? That's $1 million smile.
All right.
And then in NCAA news, we'll start with the women because ASU women's basketball is in their next game against number 2 West Virginia just about 20 minutes from now.
Okay, well, I want to watch that.
ESPN Plus.
You got 5 TVs in there.
I think
none of them can help you.
I think they're in. Some people think they're still on the bubble, and it might depend on what other teams do in their conference. Everybody agrees if they win this game, they're in.
Well, if they win
this game, they're in.
If they win, I think if they want to remove all doubt, they need to win tonight because there's always that fear that somebody's going to rise up and steal a bid because they win a conference when they're not supposed to, and that could push them back a little further. It's going to be a tough task, but we'll have to get Gambo and I set up with a laptop in here because I believe it's on ESPN Plus, so it's streaming. Which means these TVs, they're not attached to streaming services, so we'll need to watch it on your phone or your iPad or something like that.
ESPN Plus.
Oh, okay.
Yep. And then I was like,
I got some message on my TV about ESPN streaming to I could actually watch it, I think, on my TV now.
Well, you might at home. I don't think these TVs are set up for that. You can absolutely stream on your TV at home, just not on these.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. And then ASU men's basketball takes on Iowa State tomorrow in Ames at noon. U of A takes on Colorado tomorrow at 9 p.m. And big draft news, North Carolina's Caleb Wilson broke his right thumb in a non-contact practice yesterday.
He's a top 5 pick in the draft.
He's undergone season-ending surgery. He's expected to be cleared before the NBA pre-draft process.
Okay. Yeah. So does that take him out of the NCAA tournament?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
He's done for the season.
Season's
He's
done.
over.
Ooh,
season's
man,
done.
That's a big blow for them.
Still a top 5 draft pick, I would assume.
Yeah.
Probably.
If he's available for all the pre-draft stuff.
Listen, with all the knock on Peterson, he probably goes number 1.
Ridiculous.
I know. I wouldn't take him number 1.
He's got an ego problem. He's asking to get pulled from games. I'm sorry, I got on a soapbox real quick.
It's a good soapbox to get on. I like it.
He's crazy. He couldn't shoot the ball a lick against ASU.
No, and he's asking his coach to pull him out of games after he can do it. That's the guy you want to take number 1
Who would you take
overall?
number 1? Boozer?
Yeah, probably.
I think I might too. I think we're on the same page here.
Probably.
Who would you take number 2? The BYU kid?
No, I'd take Flemings. I'd take the Houston guy.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Zigzag. Everyone zags, I zig. That's Lauren.
Interesting. He's a good player.
Just a little food for thought there on your 4 o'clock reset. And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Thank you, Lauren. Now that it is officially Malowatch time,
it's Malowatch time!
How did the rookies look last night? That is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Rebound knocked loose. Dunn tries to save it. It is going to be thrown straight up in the air, and the Bulls are going to come out with the win here tonight. 105-103, the final score at Mortgage Matchup Center. The Suns' streak is over at 11 wins against the Bulls. They hadn't lost in nearly 7 years.
More reacts to last night's L versus Chi-Town, and we preview Suns Pelicans on the home of Suns basketball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Christian Brothers does one of the most thorough summer inspections in Arizona for your AC unit. It's a 22-point heat pump council checklist. I get it done every year. They're coming out next week. We're going to put our air conditionings on. Some of us have done it already. Put the AC on in the house. Now, listen, if anything is outside of factory specs, they'll show it to you, explain it, give you options. But the main thing is to make sure that your capacitor, your motors, your start gear, everything is running efficiently to get you through the summer months. Your AC units are going to work so hard until probably early November. They're going to work so hard, and you want to make sure that your AC unit is going to get you through the summer. Their techs are terrific. They'll look for all the maintenance issues that are out there. They'll fix anything that needs to be fixed for you. You're going to get a flat rate upfront pricing. No surprises, no gotcha charges ever. Now, the inspection and the tune-up is $50. And again, if there's any upgrades or anything that you need, they will explain it to you. They'll check the refrigerant levels, the airflow, the coils, the temperature splits, the stuff that actually matters in keeping your home cool. And then you'll get a full health report on your AC system. Their techs are certified, background checked, and trained to the highest standards. All you have to do is call them at 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, I've got some good news for you. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, turning back the clock, jumping back into life at full speed. The medical professionals at QC Kinetics use the latest regenerative treatments that are backed by real science, treatments that take the powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. This is how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running, how Patrick's golf game is on fire again, and how I am back in the gym lifting more than I have in a decade. We are all grateful clients of these cutting-edge treatments that pro athletes have leaned on for years, and the sooner you start treatment, the faster you heal. Find out if these cutting-edge options work for you. You can find QC Kinetics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss, because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Luke. Which version of the Phoenix Suns are we going to see against the Pelicans and Hornets? The one from earlier in the season or the one from the Bulls game on Thursday night? We'll be reacting to the games Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, two things. Hello to Tempe on this Friday afternoon. Appreciate you listening or watching out there in Tempe. Number two, I'll go ahead and tip jar this song, even though I can't remember who sings it or who plays it, but I remember it from Guitar Hero on the Wii. I remember strumming along to this with the kids on the Guitar Hero on the Wii back in the day. Who is it?
No, I want to see how long it takes you to get it.
Paralyzer.
It's Muse.
There you go.
It's Muse.
Good
That's
job.
who it is. Thank you. Thank you, Tip Jar. You thought it was Paralyzer?
No, I don't know. I just put my headphones in late. I was just taking a guess without actually listening to
just taking
the
a stab at it.
Yeah.
Kind of got buried last night in the sense that it was such a bad loss. And, Jalen Green's play was kind of a takeaway. Their awful defense was the major takeaway. I don't know about, I know you were there.
Yeah.
I kind of felt like the evaluation of Kaman Malawach and how he did, knowing that Mark Williams is going to be reevaluated in 2 to 3 weeks.
Right.
Kind of got buried under everything else a little bit.
Number one, the loss to a bad Bulls team that was out two of their best players and didn't win a single game in February. And so, yeah, the first thing was the loss. And then obviously afterwards, the Dillon Brooks situation, that happened after, well after the game. But going into today, that was on people's mind too. And then, I think you look at the Jalen Green performance because, we haven't got to Malawach yet. We discussed the game and the loss and how bad it was, no energy, the points in the paint. We discussed Devin Booker not taking over that game when he should have. We took Jalen Green, whether he should go to the bench because he hasn't been able to get going. And now, down that list is Malawach played. He got a few extra minutes than normal. And 4 turnovers. They were trying to strip the ball from him every time he got the ball. He had one bad pass. He had one great moment with the alley-oop dunk. But other than that, there wasn't much to write home about with that performance.
No, and I think you could say the same thing. Fleming was a little bit better, but I think you can say the same thing for him. And my general takeaway was that game. It's almost like Jordan Ott recognized kind of early on in this game, oh crap, my guys don't have it tonight. Our energy is low. We're I've got to find different ways to try to push different buttons. I can't waste time trying to nurse a couple of rookies through a game like this. I'm not going to, I got to focus on the bigger problem. And the bigger problem tonight is that for one of the few times all year, my team is choosing to play with a real noticeable lack of energy and a lack of focus and a lack of desire. And so then rather than try to nurse Kaman Malawach along and get him looks and get him in the flow and the same thing, you know what I mean? Developing 2 rookies in a game like that is challenging because the game flow is such that you've got to worry about bigger things. I've got bigger fish to fry than getting Kaman Malawach in a flow. I got to figure out how to light a fire under this team because they're just playing like they're dead asleep out there. I think in part that's what happened last night.
I think you looked at it and there was an excitement level. They're not playing well. They're down 29, but then Fleming comes in the game, and he's in the game with Dunn and Malawach and Allen and Book. And the Suns are just really bad. They were 1 of 10 from three-point range. They started 1 of 10 from three-point range. So you knew something was off. But then then Fleming hits a 3, makes it 22-14, and then Fleming feeds Malawach for a dunk, makes it 22-16. And that right there, that little... Those 2 little plays, oh, okay, here we go. Let's see the rooks. But then that was it.
Yeah.
That was it. There wasn't anything else. There was, Malawach, came in for Oso at the 8:56 mark in the second quarter, but then he didn't stay out that long. They brought Oso back. So it was I think Jordan kind of realized that he needed the other players to play well, and this wasn't a game to play the rookies a whole lot of minutes. So I was hopeful for what you'd get out of Malawach, but it didn't last very long. And I think that's more of a reflection of how the team played than them.
100%. Now, I do think there's another component to this, too. Mark Williams is going to be reevaluated in 2 to 3 weeks. He ain't walking through that door anytime soon. Oso Ighodaro played 36 minutes last night. That is not sustainable.
No.
That is not.
No.
That is not going to work. And so one way or another, Pat Benatar, one way or another,
I'm going to get ya. I'm going to get you one way.
That is Pat
or
Benatar, right? Okay, good. For just a second, I thought, God, what if that's not Pat Benatar? I've embarrassed myself.
I walk down the hall.
One way or another, you're going to have to find somebody to relieve him. You can't have you play Oso Gadara 36 minutes a night. You're going to wear that dude out. So
you know what looked good last night? Honestly, Nick Richards.
It's Blondie.
It's Blondie.
It is Blondie. See,
it's
I knew
Blondie.
it. As soon as I said Pat Benatar, I'm like, that's not right.
I was
It's
thinking
Blondie.
that too. I don't know. I just went to the Pat Benatar concert. I'm like, that song wasn't played there.
Why didn't anybody call you and tell you it was Blondie?
Call me on a line. Call me anytime. Yeah, why didn't they call me? I don't know. Okay.
We can share the wine.
The weirdest song she had was the dinosaur eating the trucks and the cars. And remember that weird Blondie song? Raptor. I think it was called Raptor.
No, I don't. But I think she was a pretty funky artist back in the day.
No, she had a crazy song about eating cars and
no, I don't. I don't remember that.
You eat Cadillacs and Lincolns too, Mercurys and Subarus. You don't stop. You keep on eating cars. Then when there's no more cars, you go out at night and eat up bars where the people meet. Face to face, cheek to cheek, man to man, dance toe to toe. Yeah, it was crazy lyrics.
Yeah, I don't remember that one.
She was high.
But then I just, well, we've unfortunately devoted a large chunk of our programming to that today. Strange how that works when Dylan Brooks gets, arrested for a DUI in Scottsdale. It's odd that we've spent so much time talking about that, but we'll see. There's going to have to be some other solution. So come on, Malawatch. Or C.J. Huntley, somebody is going to have to get those backup big minutes, or they're going to have to play small, and they're going to have to go minutes without a center. that's.
What do you think that Malawatch? I still think that Malawatch could take those minutes, don't you?
Oh, I do. I think that he was. Again, not the story last night. I think he was fairly unimpressive last night. He looked like a rookie.
The whole team was fairly unimpressive
last
night.
100%.
That didn't help. That didn't help the rookies. That everybody else around them was playing terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Like that didn't help them. That nobody was playing good. You know how many 3-pointers they shot last night? They threw it up 46 times.
Yeah, and look at the percentages for all the individual. They were terrible.
Colin,
Gillespie,
Grayson,
Allen, O'Neal.
Right.
Jalen Green, it was one of the worst nights of Suns basketball, if not the worst all season long. When we come back on Burns and Gambo, when free agency starts next week, what would represent the perfect haul for Arizona? That is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
The 2-1 pitch. Swung on. That's hit hard on a line to center field. That ball's going to get down. It's cut off right before the wall. McLaughlin scores. Here comes Gruber. Throw to the plate. A good one, but not in time. It's a 2-run double. And the Diamondbacks are back to within 2.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. J. Schwartz, with locations in Glendale and Scottsdale and Mesa. Nobody does it better than Dr. J. Schwartz. He does a great job as the team eye doctor for the Suns and the Diamondbacks, and he's ready to help you. For a lot of us, between the ages of 40 and above, our eyesight changes, and it doesn't change for the better. It changes for the worse. If you want to have a vision correction procedure, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center offers the best vision correction care. Nearsighted, farsighted, and astigmatism. Dr. J. Schwartz can help you. He can either reduce or eliminate your need for glasses and contact lenses. You know what happens? You get new glasses, and then you go a year later, you got to get glasses again. Your eyesight keeps changing and changing and changing. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center offers LASIK surgery, a camera inlay procedure, and the EVO ICL. Great procedures to help you. Call them at 480-483-EYES to set up that free thorough eye exam, or go online at teamidoc.com.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and New Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Suns forward Dillon Brooks was arrested early this morning on suspicion of driving under the influence of marijuana. Brooks was not charged upon his release earlier today. The Phoenix Suns in a statement said, quote, "We are aware of the situation involving Dillon Brooks and are gathering more information. We have no further comment at this time," close quote. Suns will be back in action on the home court tonight, hosting the New Orleans Pelicans. Name to keep an eye on is Royce O'Neal. He is questionable going into this game with right foot soreness. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 and on the Arizona Sports app. Diamondbacks had a split squad today across the valley, but they went 0 for 2 in the games. At Salt River Fields, they were blanked by the Chicago White Sox 6-0, and over in Maryvale, the Brewers came back late to beat the Snakes 6-2. Other Diamondbacks news, Corbin Carroll took live batting practice today at Salt River Fields. Carroll afterwards told reporters he would like to play in at least 10 spring training games as he is swiftly recovering from surgery for a broken hamate bone in his right hand. And the Arizona Cardinals made another cost-cutting move today. They released veteran defensive tackle Dalvin Tomlinson. Tomlinson was signed to a 2-year deal a season ago. The move is projected to save another $9 million on the salary cap. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. We will get you ready on what should be a whirlwind week for the Arizona Cardinals and the rest of the NFL. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, that's for sure. We've all, for the last few weeks or so, probably even longer than that, honestly, been building towards next week as, I guess, phase 2 of the Cardinals reconstruction. Phase 1.
Ooh, phase 1 was the coaching
was
staff?
Coaching search, yeah. And Mike LaFleur and his staff, which, as we mentioned in Lauren's 4 o'clock reset, got an update today. Terrell Austin, the former DB coach of the Cardinals back in the day, longtime defensive coach in the NFL, adding some real veteran presence to the Cardinals coaching staff. So even phase 1, still some additions with that news coming out today. Phase 2 starts on Monday. Phase 2 is free agency in the NFL.
Ooh, 9 a.m.?
Yeah, and in some ways, phase 2's already started.
It has. You just don't know about it.
Yeah, Kyler's been cut.
Yeah, not official till Wednesday.
Not official, but he's going to get cut. Other guys have been told they're not going to be back. Yeah. Today it was Dalvin Tomlinson, $9.4 million in cap savings.
We've seen plenty of trades.
Yeah.
We saw David Montgomery get traded.
Yep.
Right, so we've seen trades. We've seen
Cam Curl got re-signed today by the Rams.
The terrific safety for the Rams re-signs. It's a big one for them to keep him. So, yeah, you are seeing a lot of things. The Cardinals right now, trying to free up salary cap space. 3 guys cut from the list. We had a list of about 9 guys, I think.
Give or take.
That we put a list together with 9 players that could be cap casualties. 9 of those guys have been cut. I'll continue to say the
3 of those guys have been cut.
3 of those. What did I say?
9 of those guys have been cut.
3
of
of
those
the
guys
9.
have been cut.
Excuse me. 3 of the 9 have been cut.
Just here keeping you accountable, Gamble.
Yeah, please do. Please do. I mean, I talk for a living and I don't speak very well. 3 of those guys have been cut, which leaves 6. I still believe 3 or 4 of those guys are going to be retained, but at a lower price. So keep your eye on that over the next few days. I think some of those guys will be back, but they just may lower the price.
They've saved between Bilal Nichols, Akeem Davis-Gaither. They were both yesterday. Today it was Dalvin Tomlinson. They're at about $20 million right now saved. So $20 million in cap space that they have created. There is an easy $15 million in cap space waiting for them with James Conner and Sean Murphy-Bunting. Now, you've mentioned Murphy-Bunting. Are either of those guys somebody they'd want to keep at a lower price? Maybe, but then...
At a lower price, sure.
Maybe, but then you get to the Baron Brownings of the world. He's like at 4.6. Evan Brown is like at 5. Zaven Collins is another $4.5 million. Maybe he's somebody you want to come back. There's paths and avenues to more money. Now, today, Connor Orr, longtime NFL writer, used to be with NFL.com. He's with Sports Illustrated now. He picked 10 teams, and he picked the Cardinals as one of the 10 teams, and he described what he said would be the perfect week for them next week. Okay? The perfect week for your team in free agency. And here's what he said for the Arizona Cardinals. Here it is. Dream signings for 10 teams. For the Arizona Cardinals, it would be quarterback Malik Willis.
We all agree.
Offensive tackle Rasheed Walker.
Oh, okay.
And running back Travis Etienne Jr.
Interesting. That would take you out of Jeremiah Love.
Yes.
If you got Travis Etienne.
Yes.
Rasheed Walker's a good player, and he's young.
Yep.
He's good, and he's young. He's just going to be really expensive. So, man, it's like the kid at Christmas, right? You go out there and you give your list of everything that you want, and you end up with one of those things, right?
Yeah.
Because this guy's list is the projections on Walker are 4 years, $80 million with $50 guaranteed. You're not getting him and Malik Willis.
It seems like it'd be pretty tough.
No, you're not. It's make your Christmas list. Okay, I want this. And then you open up, you got like 1 or 2 of the things, and you like 5 of the things you want, you don't get, right? Because your parents can't afford it. Well, you could have this wish list all you want. You're not going to get Malik Willis and Rasheed Walker. I mean, he's a young left tackle that's going to cost a fortune.
I know you mean business when your voice cracks. You're not getting Malik Willis
him.
and Rasheed Walker.
Did my voice crack?
You do. It was funny. I enjoyed it. You were very amped up about it. No, of course you're not.
Yeah.
No, you're not.
Right.
But that's also why it's called dream signings for 10 teams. Because I would agree, all things being equal, and money being a limitless, bottomless pit where you could just spend and spend and spend. That'd be pretty dreamy. If they walked out of next week with those 3 players, I'd be pretty impressed. And I'd go, okay,
right.
Let's now look at that offense now. You got a left tackle, you got a right tackle. You still need to figure out a guard. Maybe you need to go draft one. Certainly, as you say, takes you out of the Jeremiah Love thing. It's arguably the top free agent quarterback, the top tackle, and the top or second best running back in the free agency class.
Yeah.
You're not adding all of those guys.
No,
you're not.
One.
So it's a dream. It's
one.
And honestly, it feels like the responsible thing to do would be to spend it on the tackle more than anything. Just given how it's not a great tackle draft, you're not in a position. Well, it might be a decent tackle draft, but it's a reach for you to take one at number 3. Yeah. Who knows what you get in the second round?
Especially when both of the top offensive guys could play
could
guard.
Be both guard, right? Spencer Fano and Mauanoa. They're both talking about both those guys moving into guard. So it might be the year you have to overspend a little bit on a Rasheed Walker, and I would assume because of Nathaniel Hackett and a little bit because of Mike LaFleur. There's some history with Rasheed Walker. The same thing with the Malik Willis. I think it'd be awesome if you could afford 2 of these 3 guys. I don't think you can.
Travis Etienne's value is considered to be around $11 million a year.
Yeah, I haven't looked him up, but
considered it to be about $11 million.
I think he's basically considered the top running back on the board now that Breece Hall's been tagged. I think the only other one would be Kenneth Walker, right?
Would you rather have Would you rather have Walker at 26 years old to play tackle, and then your quarterback is somebody other than Malik Willis, a Tua, a Cousins, a Garoppolo, or somebody like that? Or would you rather have Malik, but you don't get the tackle? And then you could either take Love with number 3, or you could sign somebody like Etienne.
I'd probably rather have the tackle.
You'd rather have the tackle? Okay.
I'd if I have to choose between the 2, I'd probably rather have the tackle.
Interesting. You? Yeah, I probably would too. I'm a Malik Willis believer, but, am I putting all my chips on the table for him? No. I'm not putting all my chips on the table.
The need on the offensive line is
great,
profound.
Yeah.
I mean, you could argue. I was reading another free agency primer thing today. It's from Josh Weinfuss at ESPN.com. He's like, you could make an argument that they need 4 new offensive linemen in free agency.
Ooh.
You can make an argument they just need to go out and replace them all.
Except because if you go get a quarterback and a running back, you can't protect the quarterback and you can't run block. What the hell's it? What's the matter? It's almost like, you want to build a foundation first.
See Ashton Genty last year with the Vegas
Couldn't
Raiders.
Run.
What does it matter?
Couldn't run.
So what if you spend a top 10 pick on a running back?
Right.
If he's got no offensive line to run behind, what is it? What difference does it make? Yeah, I mean that's the problem the Cardinals find themselves in is that they need offensive linemen so bad. Yeah, here's what Weinfuss wrote. What do you expect to happen? Rebuild the offensive line. Right tackle will be a priority in free agency. It wouldn't be a surprise if Arizona adds, or at least tries to add, 4 new players on the offensive line.
Wow.
Basically everything except for left tackle. It's hard to argue with that.
Man, that's like having 5 cards. One's an ace, and the rest are 2, 3s, 4s, and 5s. And you're like, I'm going to keep the ace, and I'm going to give you the rest.
See if I can just luck into a pair.
Give me a new hand.
See if I can luck into a pair of aces.
Give me a new hand.
Yeah, that's how many holes the Cardinals have on offense, and there is still one running back out there I really, really like, and I don't think he's going to be that expensive.
Hold on.
I've mentioned him once before. I really like him.
AFC or NFC?
NFC.
Kenneth Walker?
No. Less expensive.
Oh, the Atlanta kid?
Yeah, Tyler Algier.
You like the Atlanta kid?
I like Tyler Algier.
Okay.
Yeah. I wonder, I don't know if the Cardinals are going to be in on him. I wonder what his price tag is going to end up being. I like him. Am I wrong to like him? No, I'm looking at
He had 1,000 yards his rookie year and got replaced by Bijan Robinson.
Yeah,
that's pretty tough.
I think he's got some stuff. He's young. He is young. He's not old. And he's like Mitch said, he got squeezed by Bijan Robinson. And he was a pretty good complimentary back last year, if I'm not mistaken, with Bijan Robinson.
Well, just ask fantasy owners how they feel about Tyler Algier.
Did they like him?
Well, I meant Bijan owners in particular.
Oh, for the hand. Is he making a joke to you? Is it about you? Oh, was that Lauren? Was she?
The term touchdown vulture comes into play when it comes to Algier, and
because he got all the carries. He got all the carries inside the 5-yard line.
Does all the work, and Algier gets all the points.
That's why I drafted David Montgomery in every single league that I'm in. I'm like, oh, he's going to be the total touchdown vulture, like he always is on that team. Now he's on the Houston Texans.
Yeah.
Shows you how much I know. When we come back on the Burns,
it's like those TV shows where they're fixing houses and everything.
Yeah,
they don't actually fix the houses. But the main people come in at the last second, pretend they're hammering a nail. It's like, there it is. I just fixed this house up in no time.
My wife and I watch a lot of those shows together.
None of those people do all the work.
And
Property Brothers or whatever those guys are.
None of those people are doing
any work.
And I always love how stressed out they get by a deadline. It's like, dude, there's no deadline for you. You can hire a crew to work 24 hours a day on that house until it's done.
Right.
You're going to get it done before they come back and see it.
They show them in the beginning. They're tearing down some drywall. Then you don't see them again. And at the end, they're like tacking up the last piece. All right, I did it. I just fixed this whole house by myself. Look, you didn't do anything. You didn't do any of that work.
When we come back on the Burns and
Take
Gambo
all the
show.
credit.
When free agency starts on Monday, is it a foregone conclusion that Kyler Murray is headed up north? We'll talk about it on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
I think you need to look at the teams where Kyler Murray believes, or in a perfect world, is told, you come here, it's your job. I think Minnesota can say that. We have speculated that Kyler Murray might have been deeply offended at being benched in Arizona, that it might have played into whatever mindset he had, however he began to feel about the organization, that might have been a breaking point for him. It's fair to ask that question. Can Kyler Murray, does he have the juice to kind of dictate that term? To find a place that's going to say, you're our guy.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... Let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13, and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission, no cash access, and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Jackson Hewitt handles your taxes and your stress. Inhale our no surprise price of $149 or less. Exhale, paying more for complicated taxes. You won't. Inhale, new tax law knowledge. Exhale, missing out on your biggest refund? Certainly not. Don't miss paying $149 or less. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with JT Lee. That's right, the legendary JT, Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6 actually has a culture.
Amazing culture. What I look at is it's God, family, country.
Love it, man. It's how you do things that make you guys different.
We just want to go in, get the job done with perfection, and make sure the customer's happy, and that's what matters.
That's movingteam6.com. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, poll question update. It's been such a fast-moving show, I can't even remember what the poll question is today, let alone how I voted on it. So it's time for a refresher with Lauren. Refresh my memory.
All right, it's about the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Still don't remember it.
Okay, great. I'm glad that it really grabbed your attention at 2:45 then.
There's been a lot going on today.
There's been a lot going on this whole week.
It's been busy. I'm looking forward to being
been a busy week.
I'm looking forward to 6.
like an hour and 15
Dude,
minutes
this
from now.
is nothing. Just wait until next week.
My wife's got a base. She's out of my son's high school baseball game in Tucson tonight. They had a game in Tucson, so I'm by myself. Gonna go get some dinner.
This week,
maybe a calzone.
There you go.
Watch a movie.
Well, rest up.
They won't be home till like midnight.
Next week is going to put this week to shame. Next week's going to be crazy. So, because I think it was, I can't remember exactly why.
Let me just refresh your
please
memory.
do, yeah.
Which young Diamondbacks player are you most excited to watch?
Tommy Troy, Walt Schmidt, or Jordan Lawler.
Done. Nailed it.
Jordan Lawler.
Yeah.
But Tommy Troy would be my second choice.
I would probably say Walt Schmidt is my second choice.
Jordan Lawler still leading the way on this one with 46% of the vote, 42% going with Ryan Waldschmidt, 11% going with Tommy Troy, and 1% going with other.
I'm sorry, I forgot the question. I think it was.
Don't take it personally.
It was right around the time we had breaking news with Dalvin Tomlinson.
It was directly after.
It was directly after that. So, yeah, I got a little distracted by that. Thank you, Lauren. Dan Graziano today on Get Up on Kyler Murray and the Minnesota Vikings.
Requires a setup. DeAndre Hopkins is fascinated by the idea of Kyler Murray going to the Vikings. You see, he tweeted, K1 and JJ would be scary. So I'll ask you this. If Kyler Murray goes to the Vikings, that would make them Super Bowl contenders. Would that be an overreaction?
It's not, because if the Vikings get competent quarterback play, they're going to be in this mix. 2 years ago, they won 14 games with Sam Darnold at quarterback. Last year, they managed to win 9 with pretty much nothing at quarterback, like actively detrimental quarterback play. So if they get decent quarterback play, the Vikings and with Kevin O'Connell have shown us they'll be a high-level contender.
Let's all slow down just a little bit, shall we?
Yeah.
Shall we? Let's slow down and realize we're talking about a quarterback who's made one playoff appearance in his life.
One. And didn't even
was
play well.
Thoroughly humiliated in said one playoff appearance in his life. And now we've got the Minnesota Vikings as a potential Super Bowl team if Kyler Murray chooses to go there.
Yeah. There's a lot going on. The Vikings just restructured the contract of 3 of the top players to clear some cap space. In the last 2 days, they've done that. Their center announced his retirement after 3 concussions. Ryan Kelly decided, I'm going to retire because he's had 3 concussions. And then all eyes are on what the Vikings' options are at quarterback are to either compete with J.J. McCarthy or supplant J.J. McCarthy. And I think everybody out there thinks that Kyler Murray is absolutely one of those options. A lot of people are pointing to Minnesota, not the Jets, not Miami, but the Minnesota Vikings. And I think there's some feeling that that's where he wants to go, that's where Kyler wants to go.
Yeah, and I think you're right. It's been reported that there are 2 teams Kyler wants to go to. I think we can presume the Minnesota Vikings are one. We're not quite sure who the other is. I've seen tweet after tweet from NFL insiders, variety from all across different platforms, who have suggested Kyler to Minnesota. I'm not going to say that it's a done deal or it's a sure thing, but it sure does seem like the arranged marriage that's going to happen on Monday or Tuesday of next week when this thing starts, which will be really interesting because Kevin O'Connell's a really good offensive coach, but he also runs a very structured offensive system. And how much room for improvisation does he have in it, which is what Kyler's strength is? Or how well does Kyler play in a structured system? What next level is O'Connell able to unlock from Kyler Murray in that offense? And nobody knows. Nobody knows until we see it. I would agree he makes them a better team than J.J. McCarthy and maybe puts them more in line with how they were a year ago with Sam Darnold as their quarterback.
Yeah. Could that be a factor? The way they revived Darnold's career? Could they be like, hey, we're good at this?
Yeah.
Like, we're good at we could revive careers.
If I were Kyler and I'm on a 1-year deal worth $1.3 million at the vet minimum, yeah, sure, I'll go to Minnesota and I can put up some good numbers there.
So in the Star Tribune, they mentioned Kyler Murray, number 1. Geno Smith, number 2, Daniel Jones, number 3, then Malik Willis, then Aaron Rodgers, then Kirk Cousins, then Garoppolo, then Carson Wentz. They've got a long list of guys that they could replace, but the first one they mentioned is Kyler Murray. That's the first guy they mentioned. and says the Vikings seem set to cast a wide net this offseason, and that's what the Cardinals are doing too. I mean, my understanding is they're going to look at between 6 and 8 different free agents to maybe fill that role, as well as a possible, couple of trades. But if right now they've got J.J. McCarthy and a guy named Max Brosmer, you've got salary, they're to trying to create salary cap. Right now they're 30th in the NFL, but they don't need a lot of money to sign a quarterback if it's going to be Kyler Murray. It's $1.215 million. That's the number, $1.215 million, and the Cardinals will pay the remainder of the money that's owed.
Yeah, and because of that, it also makes Minnesota very attractive. If I'm Kyler, that's where I want to go. And mostly because of the Sam Darnold thing, mostly because of the look at what they did for him, and I want to go. It satisfies both needs for Kyler. Go somewhere with really good offensive coaching. Go somewhere with a really good coach, and go somewhere with a team that has expectations and maybe an opportunity for you to win. I mean, I think it checks every box you'd ever want to check. I'd love to know who the other team is on Kyler's list if the reports are true that he wants to go to 2 places. Who's the second? Is it Atlanta? Is it Pittsburgh? Is it? I have a hard time believing it's New York. I have a hard, he'll play. Is it Miami when they cut Tua? Does he want to go there? Are we just trying to find out? Are we just building towards ultimately a Kyler Tua swap? Not through a trade, but just through a we cut and we sign.
Yeah,
Mitch, you weren't here because I know you got a late night tonight with the Suns. Gambo did exactly the same thing earlier when talking about the Suns game. He did the gag thing. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know what. I don't know what Kyler is prioritizing. I would assume it's winning because it's not really about who's going to pay him the money. The money's being paid.
But it's a 1-year deal. I mean, it's a 1-year deal. Right, I mean, it's going to be a 1-year deal, and then reestablish value, and then let's go see if I play really well, maybe I could turn that into a nice contract. Maybe I can go get 2 years and $50 million from somebody else.
But again, if I'm picking, I want to go somewhere with a really good offensive mind that can help me be better at my game, and that's not Miami. I mean, nothing against whoever their offensive coordinator is. I don't know who halfway.
It's warm weather. It's outside. It's grass.
But it's a defensive-minded head coach.
Yeah.
I want to go somewhere with an offensive-minded head coach who knows quarterbacks. That's Stefanski in Atlanta. That's O'Connell in Minnesota. There are others, but those are the two.
I would say those are the two. Options.
I mean, unless the Colts decide to move on from Daniel Jones and you got a chance to go to Indianapolis. I don't know why on earth they would do that.
I think I saw something about that today. Indianapolis. That kind of surprised me a little bit.
As a destination for Kyler?
Because we never talked about the Colts.
No.
Right, we haven't ever talked about the Colts.
We just assume they're bringing Jones back.
We just assume they're going to bring Jones back.
Just a question of whether he's ready to be back or not.
Exactly.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, we'll circle back to the top story of the day. No matter how it happened and it's a bad look. So how does everybody recover from Dylan Brooks' DUI situation last night? Gambo's got the latest. We'll share with you the latest next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
A lot of people love the month of March. The temperatures get a little bit warmer. The spring baseball is back. And, of course, the Sanderson Ford Cave Creek Pro Rodeo right around the corner. And you know what goes great with the rodeo? Ford Truck Month at Sanderson Ford. Right now, save on America's #1 selling truck, the Ford F-150, with 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 bonus cash and 0 payments for 90 days on all remaining 2025 models. Or let loose and let go in the small but capable 2025 Bronco Sport. Get up to $4,000 cash back or lease one for as low as $289 a month for a 36-month lease. If you want to make this March 1 to remember, choose the Cave Creek Rodeo, March 26th through the 29th. And for your next new or used vehicle, choose Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, or online at sandersonford.com.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. An elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varaldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Suns forward Dillon Brooks was arrested early this morning on suspicion of driving under the influence of marijuana. Brooks was not charged upon his release. The Phoenix Suns, in a statement, said, quote, "We are aware of the situation involving Dillon Brooks and are gathering more information. We have no further comment at this time," close quote. Suns will be back in action on the court tonight. They host the New Orleans Pelicans, second night of a back-to-back for them. The name that we are keeping an eye on, as we learned earlier today, in addition to the injury report, was Royce O'Neal. Last we checked, he was listed as questionable. I'm just trying to load up the latest injury report here because it's the top of the hour, so they have a new updated injury report, and he's still questionable with right foot soreness, so maybe we'll get a determination coming up in just a few minutes with head coach Jordan Ott. Tip-off is at 7, pregame coverage at 6 here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Diamondbacks split squad today, but they went 0 for 2 in the games. They lost to the White Sox at home 6-0, and then in Maryvale lost to the Brewers 6-2. Other Diamondbacks news, though, positive. Corbin Carroll took live batting practice today at Salt River Fields. He then told the reporters afterwards he would like to play in at least 10 spring training games as he is swiftly recovering from surgery for a broken hamate bone in his right hand. And the Arizona Cardinals made another cost-cutting move today. They released veteran defensive tackle Dalvin Tomlinson. Tomlinson was signed to a 2-year deal just a season ago. The move is projected to save another $9 million on the cap. This report is brought to you by Rito's Mexican Food, baseball fans' destination for game day eats with drink specials during the Valley's best happy hour, every day 2 to 6. Text RITOS to 620-620 for exclusive offers.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. How will the Suns recover from their brutal loss to the Bulls? We'll check out where they're at and what they're doing on Monday morning. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
5 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo show on this Friday. It was a brutal loss to the Chicago Bulls last night. And the brutal 24-hour news cycle was unforgiving to the Phoenix Suns organization because this morning we woke up, or some of us already were up, to the news that Dillon Brooks had been arrested in Scottsdale for an alleged DUI violation. Happened about 1:30 in the morning. There's a mugshot, the whole deal. Now, you since found out some new information about this that we led off the show with.
Yes.
But obviously, this is it took a bad situation, made it a whole lot worse with Dillon Brooks in this arrest.
Yeah, Dillon Brooks was arrested on suspicion of DUI last night, but I think a lot of people automatically think, DUI, driving under the influence, that he was drunk and there was alcohol involved. I am told that it was not alcohol related, that this was not alcohol related. He was given a breathalyzer test and he blew a 0, showing no alcohol in his system. But marijuana was in play. Marijuana, like alcohol, does make you impaired. It affects your fine motor functions and ability to operate a motor vehicle. A police officer pulls you over, and sometimes they could smell alcohol, sometimes they could smell pot. For whatever reason, Dillon, he was asked to blow into the breathalyzer. He blew a 0. He was released without being charged. Now, that could be pending what the blood test comes back at, right? I mean, you're released without being charged. There's blood work involved. And at that point, you wait for that testing and it comes back to say, what was in his system. But what, from my understanding, there was no alcohol involved in this, but it was marijuana. That doesn't make it any different. It's still, if you're driving and you're impaired, I think it's something that should be taken serious. So again, he was arrested. He was released. He was released without any charges. So he was not charged. He was released, and I'm sure they'll wait to see what the blood test comes back at.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we're waiting on right now to see. Our own Kellen Olson, and you had some information about this too. There haven't been, we're trying to figure out, is he going to get suspended? Is he going to miss even more games? He's obviously hurt right now and still on a trajectory where he's weeks away from coming back. But when he is eligible to come back, is there a suspension involved? And here's the somewhat remarkable thing about this, and what makes this even next level stupid to get caught like this, if what he did, allegedly did, turns out to be true. There haven't been a lot of DUI suspensions in the NBA the last few years because of the increase in ride sharing. Whether it's Lyft, whether it's Waymo, whether it's Uber, whether it's
players making all this money and they're smart, and
110. He's made career earnings of $110 million. Get a driver. Get a car, or do whatever. Because I understand, and trust me on the YouTube chat, boy, there's been a real healthy debate about the difference between driving drunk and driving if you're stoned, and it's driving impaired is driving impaired, right? And if you're getting pulled over and you present as an impaired person, right, you're still just as responsible as you would have been if you're driving drunk. So the whole thing, the embarrassment to the organization, the embarrassment to Dillon, any potential charges, any potential suspension if these allegations are proven true and he did it, all could have been avoided if he just got a car. I mean, I can't – sometimes I can't believe we're still doing this,
I know. In this day and age, I just can't imagine. We have kids that are – I have teenagers that are driving. You have kids that are driving. Nobody wants to be in this situation where you're dealing with, people that are drunk on the road. And but these athletes are in a different situation. And listen, you hope everybody could use a ride share. I think more and more people are using them and understanding it. I know you take Uber a lot of times if you're going to go out and have a beer or two somewhere, right? You always
absolutely.
Use Uber.
And for
always.
that,
I've heard you talk about that before.
All the time. All the time.
If you're going to go somewhere and have 2 drinks, you take it
all
over.
the time. Yeah, just it's not because it's not worth.
It's just not worth it.
It's not worth it.
Right.
None of it's worth it. It's
Right.
just like,
yeah, I've had 2 drinks. I think I'm okay to drive. Well, maybe you're not.
Yeah. Just take the Uber. We'll come back and get the car later. It's fine. It's no big deal.
Right.
And
you spend $30 to get home, and you're fine.
And again, we're having this conversation off the assumption that Dillon Brooks did it. We'll find out. We'll find out ultimately if he's charged. Ultimately, if the whole thing gets dropped and it gets forgotten about. But it is.
Yeah, charges will be submitted if and when the blood testing is completed by a lab. So once the lab completes the blood testing, if there are if it shows a level that's for that, then he'll get charged. I don't know what the level would have to be, but then he would be charged at that point.
Yeah, the whole thing is just if it's true, and I'm just being careful about saying that because we don't know for sure. If it's true, it's ridiculous given how avoidable it is, number one. And it's embarrassing because things have overall, the Suns are still in a good place, but on the back end of that awful loss last night, one ironically, in which you and I both made the observation earlier, God, that looks like a game where they really missed Dillon Brooks.
He would have willed them to.
They really missed him last night in that game.
I think he would have willed them to a victory last night. He was what they were missing. He gives a different level of leadership. I think Dillon Brooks would have willed them to a win over the Chicago Bulls. He would not have let that team lose that game last night because that's his persona. That's what he's about. He wouldn't have let them lost to the Chicago Bulls, a team that didn't win a single game in February. So you missed him. You missed him on the court last night for sure. They've won some games without him. They've lost some games without him. But that was a game I think all of us feel pretty confident. Yeah, if he was playing, they would have won.
Yeah, and it's all part of, like I said earlier, it's the Dillon Brooks experience. And the Dillon Brooks experience, largely up until this point, I think most people would agree it's been 85% good, 15% bad. And the 15% that's been bad has been the technical fouls, the suspension because of the technical fouls, the flagrant fouls, and perhaps a suspension because of that. Sometimes the on-the-play court, the ball gets kind of stuck with him a little bit. He's not the best on-ball defender, but for the most part, like any complaint that we've had about Dillon Brooks up until this point has always come with the giant-sized caveat, yeah, but look at the way he's changed the culture. Look at the way he's changed their attitude. Look at how badly they missed all of that last night when they played with all the toughness of tissue paper last night, right? Like it was embarrassing how disinterested they all were in last night's game to the point where Jordan Knott afterwards is like, man, I shouldn't have to ask for energy.
He was kind of pissed.
Oh, he was pissed. He was
kind of pissed.
Yeah,
I was at the game last night. I was kind of writing down those notes too, and I took very careful notes on that one because I think we were all a little bit surprised, when he said that, like the energy part, like wow, it's like we had no energy and we shouldn't be a team that has to do that. He said they have the blitz.
Can I play it?
The blitzing comment. Yeah, please
do.
Can
I play it?
Yeah, it's probably a credit to them. Some stuff. I mean, we're trying to blitz to create some energy. We shouldn't be asking for energy. Like, we want to get to March and play meaningful games. We shouldn't be asking for energy. That's why we're blitzing. We're blitzing because we can't contain the basketball, and we're looking for energy. We all season have fed off of our defense creating offense. 0 steals in the first quarter, I think 2 at halftime. We're trying to find any way possible to create some offense from our defense. So, again, it's not like they got into the bonus super early in multiple periods, so that's a part of what we do. We just didn't do it soon enough. And then when you try to turn it up late, the other team's already rolling.
You've hinted at this a few times, and you're not wrong. What propelled them for about 45 to 50 games was this, we're not going to let you outwork us.
Oh, yeah.
We're not going to let you beat us by outwork. We're going to dive on the floor for every loose ball. We're going to take every charge. We're going to come up with all these. How many steals did they have in the first half last night? Like one. They didn't have any in the first quarter.
Yeah, 1,
like
2.
Everything that propelled them to all those victories and what established their identity. Has been missing for a few weeks here. Now, part of that could be just because Green was out and then Brooks was out. Booker was out. Now Brooks is out and then Goodwin's out. And part of it could be that they're just not whole and are a little bit lost without their full selves. But the identity has disappeared in the last few weeks
It was
here.
shockingly absent last night. It was absent a couple of weeks ago against Portland. It was absent against Boston. It's happening more often now than it was earlier in the season, and that's you give the Suns a break. Not every night are they going to be able to throttle it up to 11 and play that hard, but when they don't, boy, is it really obvious, and it was really obvious last night. So we'll obviously keep you updated on what's going on with Dillon Brooks, but that's the information Gambo's got, and he's been able to work on that so far, so we'll give you the latest when we know it. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Corbin Carroll is raring to get back to playing live baseball. He's even set a goal for how many games he wants to play before the regular season starts. Is his manager going to let him? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Rebound knocked loose. Dunn tries to save it. It is going to be thrown straight up in the air, and the Bulls are going to come out with the win here tonight. 105-103, the final score at Mortgage Matchup Center. The Suns' streak is over at 11 wins against the Bulls. They hadn't lost in nearly 7 years.
More reacts to last night's L versus Chi-Town. And we preview Suns Pelicans on the home of Suns basketball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
I use a financial advisor that's here locally. He's got 5 locations in the Valley, and he has given me some incredible advice over the year and really helped me to grow my money and my nest egg and give me the right plans for my next chapter. And my next chapter is retirement and being able to live the life that I want to do. There's a lot of things that I want to do. I want to have a place in Italy so I can be closer to my family. I've got a lot of my aunts and my uncles and my cousins there, and I really do want to be closer to them. So purchasing the property there, it's why I'm getting my citizenship right now, having that. But then also being out of the summers in Arizona. I mean, I love Arizona, but I'd like to not be here when it's 110 degrees. And, by putting a plan in place, you can kind of execute that plan. You've got to know what you want to do. It doesn't have to be when you're 20 or 30 years old, but at some point you got to have an idea, hey, this is what I want to do when I'm not working anymore, and then have a financial advisor that can help you execute that plan. Stewart's local. He's a fiduciary, obligated to have your best interest at hand. Does a great job for me, and I recommend you get a free portfolio review for him, a free portfolio review. All you have to do is give him a call at 602-877-PLAN or go online at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
D-backs fans get access to flexible ticket plans, exclusive events, postseason priority, and more when you become a D-backs Advantage member. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Here's reason 17. In today's new world, many law firms have had money injected into their firms by Wall Street, private equity, and other lenders. This money usually comes in at very, very high interest rates. It's one of the reasons you see so many lawyers advertising. I'm John Morgan. This money is expensive and the interest compounds quickly. These law firms can have a huge need for cash just to pay that debt. Why does it matter to you? My fear is your case is settled early and for far less than it's worth, just to service the loan that has mafia-like rates. Our financial strength is your advantage. That plus our reputation makes our firm your firm. Visit forthepeople.com to see our results and verdicts. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Staples has hot deals and super low prices on everything for your business. And right now, brand your business at Staples with up to 30% off custom labels. Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Arizona sports.
Swung on that is hit high and deep.
Burns and Gambo talk spring training now.
All right, before we do, say hello to the folks in Cave Creek.
Cave Creek.
Cave Creek.
That's right.
Hello, Cave Creek. Thanks for listening. We appreciate it.
That's like up there, right?
Yeah, it's like up there.
That's right.
Gambo,
That way.
Gambo is pointing north, for those of you
That way. It's that way, yeah.
people who aren't watching us on YouTube.
Is it
and you're
echo
wondering-
over there, too?
Huh?
Cave,
Creek, yeah. It is that way. It is north. Have you never been to Cave Creek? It's
I
beautiful.
think we did a
up there.
show there once.
Yeah, it's.
I think we did a radio show there once at some store.
Some of my, it's beautiful. Love Cave Creek. It's really, really nice up there. In the meantime, the Arizona Diamondbacks were back at it today. The shortage of players from the World Baseball Classic, it's getting really pronounced now that the World Baseball Classic is underway. In fact, it looks like Puerto Rico, Colombia, I think, is the game going on right now. I love the World Baseball Classic. I'm really looking forward to it. I do wish Corbin Carroll were participating in it. I think the Dominican is playing tonight. That's the team that has Cattell and Geraldo Perdomo both on it. So if you're a Diamondback fan, that might be something worth checking out. In the meantime, today was yet another big day for the Diamondbacks in that Corbin Carroll, and we saw the live video that was tweeted out by our D-backs correspondent, Alex Weiner.
I don't need no bone in my hand. I don't need a bone.
My co-host on the Ain't No Fang podcast was asked about playing in a couple of spring training games. How many do you want to play in?
How many spring training games are you kind of hoping to get
10.
into? 10? I think that's okay. So you have to get in pretty quickly then.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Yeah, that's the plan. He kind of backtracked a little bit.
It was just our plan, like just kind of moving along with the steps to getting back to playing and hopefully get a couple spring training games in. I think that's definitely the plan. Yeah.
I mean, if you're already taking at bats, it doesn't seem like you might not be too far from getting in a game.
No. Yeah, close. Should be pretty close.
Why do you get such a kick out of that?
I don't know. It's just
you got such a kick. You laughed every time you played that. You laughed.
It's just
like, why?
It's just funny because he's like, yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah,
put me in right now. Like he's there's no
how many games are there?
hesitation.
10, to be ready? Yes,
the 10 part is funny, but I think the other part is even funnier because Nick Pecoro is the one asking the question of the Arizona Republican AZ Central, and he's like, I mean, based off of what you're doing now, you could kind of play right now. And he's like, yeah, that's the point. I'm ready to go. I'm ready.
They're not letting me go.
They're not. Torey Lovello, post-game, after they were split squad today. I'm not sure which game Torey was at. He was at the home game. Torey's like, yeah, the medical team is still in control of this situation.
We're in control of this pace, and I respect Corbin's drive and determination. That's what makes him great. But in this case, the medical team is still in control of what's going on right now.
And again, I'm laughing because it's like Corbin's like, I'm ready. Right. I can play right now. And Torey Lovello was like, yeah, no, that's not up to you. It's not up to you. You can take all the swings you want on the backfields, but it is not up to you when you're going to get back into
Corbin's
these games.
making a lot of money. But like, hey, Doc, what's it going to take to be cleared? Come on, how much? 200? 500. I'll give you $1,000.
But then Torey also said he wouldn't be surprised if Carroll does get his 10 spring training games.
It wouldn't surprise me at all. What Corbin says doesn't surprise me. I've learned there's a lot of action behind his words.
Okay, if that's the case, I'm not going to say any day now, but we're probably, a week away from Corbin playing?
Yeah.
If you're saying 10 games is a target, I have to look at the calendar, but I'm just kind of ballparking it here. I would guess that would mean Corbin Carroll back in the Cactus League in about 10. If that's the case, I mean, that's better than the best case scenario. That's ridiculously better than the best case scenario.
He probably could start opening day with 5 or 6 spring training games.
Yeah.
That's 20-something, 20 to 25.
Remember when that injury happened? We're like, oh my God, is he going to miss a couple of games? Is he going to be back in time for opening day? Is his power? And will his swing be the same? I don't know.
He said he hit a double in the gap.
The one video I saw from Alex today,
doubled in the gap.
He doubled into the gap, and the ball. I mean, I'm gonna guess
flew off his bat.
It was 108 miles per hour off the bat.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just like he shot it out of a cannon, right? So I mean, you're talking about the very best case scenario for Corbin Carroll. This is awesome news. Merrill Kelly, everything went great with his bullpen. He's going to throw himself some live BP, I think, on Sunday. I'm going to guess after that, his next thing would be appearing in a Cactus League game and starting to build up the arm strength.
Goriel might be just 3 weeks away out of spring training. After spring training's over,
when we were doing a spring training show last week, you just kind of snuck that into the conversation. And
Puck's
suddenly,
made good progress. Like a lot of positives coming off of the injuries.
Yes.
A lot. Put it together as a group. There's a lot of positives. There's no negatives here. There's not a lot of negatives as far as the injury concern. It seems like things are all progressing the right way.
It's kind of refreshing because when it comes to the injury stuff, it's been a hard year.
In all the sports.
In all the sports.
The Suns,
it just seems like a constant
with
barrage of bad news, right?
Cardinals were devastated by injuries all year long. It really hampered their ability to compete. The Diamondbacks last year with all the injuries, just clobbered them. So, you're hoping they get healthy.
There was also today on ESPN.com. Now, keep it. You don't play well, of course you don't play fantasy baseball, right?
I just don't like fantasy sports.
Okay. Given your love of baseball,
I love baseball.
I'm surprised you don't play fantasy baseball.
Because I just want to watch a game and enjoy it without, like, rooting. Okay, what if I have Shohei Ohtani on my team? Like, if I had the first pick in a draft, I would be wise to take Shohei Ohtani, right?
Yes, you'd be wise to take Shohei Ohtani.
How am I going to root for Shohei Ohtani? I hate the Dodgers.
Yeah, you just root for them when they're not playing the D-backs, I guess.
I know, but I don't know how you guys do that. I can't do that. I don't like to root for people that I don't like or teams I don't like.
I like winning my friends' money, so it's easy. I don't show up to games dressed in Dodgers gear. I would never do that. But if I had Ohtani on my team and it meant that I was going to win the $600 that comes with winning our league, knock yourself out.
Okay,
man.
You got $600 on the line, and the Dodgers are playing the Diamondbacks, and it's 3-3, and Ohtani's up with.
You've asked me this 100 times.
What do you do?
You know what I would do.
I don't know, $600.
You know what I would do. I would root for the Diamondbacks every time. I've answered this question many times. I would root for the Diamondbacks.
What would you do,
in that
Mitch?
Situation.
Well, I don't have much credibility anyway.
But you would root for the $600. Most people would.
Money from my perspective versus money from Burnsy's perspective is a little
no. Let's not make it sound like I'm living on a mansion on the hill.
In defense of Gambo,
I pay a mortgage like everybody else.
Fantasy baseball is way more intensive than fantasy football.
And that's why I'm surprised Gambo doesn't like it. Just because you really have to know the league. Right? And if you're in a competitive league against other people who know the league.
It's like a second job.
It almost is.
Oh,
I mean,
I don't want that.
You got to keep track of
I don't want that.
The minors and injuries and when the guy is coming back and all that stuff. Oh, yeah. It's really it's really intense. It's really intense. Anyway.
I'd rather just play dice baseball.
Bold predictions for every National League team in fantasy baseball.
This is great. This is good. Go over this. I know we're running out of time.
This was on ESPN.com today. Yeah. Diamondbacks third baseman Jordan Lawler finally becomes a top 50 fantasy option, hitting 16 home runs and stealing 26 bases.
26 stolen bases, okay.
Yeah.
All right, there we go.
Shortstop Geraldo Perdomo falls short of 20 home runs, but he walks 100 times and he steals 32 bases.
Oh, we got a team that's swiping a lot of bases right now.
This one's hard to buy.
Waldschmidt.
Rookie outfielder
this is not happening.
Ryan Waldschmidt hits 25 home runs.
Yeah, he's not gonna start the season with the team, I don't believe.
Right-handed pitcher Brandon Pfaadt finally figures things out. 3.60 ERA, 180 strikeouts.
Please.
And finally, Paul Sewald leads the team with 21 saves.
I put this out last week. Obviously when we go to spring training and stuff, I kind of have some meetings and stuff with people. So I put it out there that I was trying to how do I describe this? I'm holding fort or whatever I'm doing. Holding court. I'm holding court.
No, it's the opposite. Somebody else is holding court, and you're listening to what they're saying. You're not holding court.
I have one-on-ones.
They're holding court.
I do one-on-ones. What I said last week is that Paul Sewald will likely get the first crack at being the closer. People about lost their mind. Why? Why? If Paul Sewald's got that velocity up, a few extra ticks, he's got the experience, he's closed games before, he knows how to pitch. I don't know why so many people are against it.
Because they remember how it ended.
Yeah, I know.
You know why people are against it, because they remember how it ended.
Yeah.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, are the Phoenix Suns starting to trend negatively with some of their contracts? That, and we'll also tell you what Jordan Ott had to say about Dylan Brooks next on the Burns and Gambo show.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
1-2. That one swung on and drilled. High and deep. It's got a chance on its way. Gone! A go-ahead two-run homer for Jorge Barosa. It's a six-run, sixth inning, and the Diamondbacks in front 7-6.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
It's a simple question. Do you dislike your smile? Do you not like your teeth? Go online to ProSmileAZ.com and see the amazement that happens with ProSmile Dental. Hundreds and hundreds of life-changing smile restorations completed. You'll see photos of people that may have teeth as bad as you, or maybe not, that have an incredibly beautiful smile right now. The before and after pictures are like, oh my goodness, I can't believe that they could do that, but they do. The incredible doctors, Dr. Mehta, Dr. Belangi, Dr. Hassini, who's a Corona del Sol grad right here in Arizona, they're the best at what they do. Smile makeovers. Do you know from 2 weeks from start to finish, you could have the most beautiful smile? Yeah, think about what your life is like right now and how much you hate to smile, chewing food is difficult, you hate photos and videos, and how much your life could be different 2 weeks from now. Now, I know what you're saying. Oh, it's probably really expensive. You know what? They have the most incredible financing offers because they want to make it work for you. They want to make it work. You could do 2 years interest-free or financing up to 10 years. Your life's important. Your smile's important. Go online at ProSmileAZ.com or call 1-888-GO-SMILE for a free consultation.
Bunker to Bunker is celebrating the return of spring with their 4th annual Spring Fling 2-person scramble golf tournament on Saturday, April 18th at the Augusta Ranch Golf Club, with proceeds benefiting PGA Hope. The event is loaded with prizes, raffles, breakfast, and a special sneak preview of Augusta Ranch's spectacular Top Tracer Range practice facility. There's even a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $115. It's open to the public, but space is limited, so register today at bunkergolf.com.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss, because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Mitch Varel. With Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Suns forward Dillon Brooks was arrested early this morning on suspicion of driving under the influence of marijuana. Brooks was not charged upon his release this morning. The Phoenix Suns, in a statement, said, quote, "We are aware of the situation involving Dillon Brooks and are gathering more information. We have no further comment at this time," close quote. That is the story that head coach Jordan Ott stuck with as well in pregame, not saying anything beyond the statement that was released today. And the Suns are back in action tonight. They're hosting the New Orleans Pelicans down at Mortgage Matchup Center. The one name we were keeping an eye on here was Royce O'Neal. Going into this one, he was listed as questionable. The latest injury report I'm seeing says he is still questionable. I'm trying to see if Ott had said anything about it pregame. It seems like they're going to warm him up and see if he'll be ready to go. But he's dealing with a foot injury. We'll see if he'll make the floor tonight. Okay, game time decision. He will warm up, test it, and then we will see how it goes. That's the latest regarding Royce O'Neal. Suns coverage starts at 6, tip-off at 7 here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks made another cost-cutting move today. They released veteran defensive tackle Dalvin Tomlinson. Tomlinson was signed to a 2-year deal a season ago. This move is projected to save the Cardinals another $9 million on their salary cap. And that is what's trending now.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Douglas Santo. Dillon Brooks has been arrested for suspicion of a DUI in Scottsdale. The Cardinals released defensive lineman Dalvin Tomlinson to save $9.4 million in cap space. Diamondbacks prospect Drew Jones ripped an RBI double in the World Baseball Classic and celebrated with his dad in the dugout. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
I mean, that's been our MO all year. You know, we see what happens when we do it. And then tonight's an example when we don't. So, you know, hopefully this is a learning lesson for here on out.
That was Devin Booker last night after that humiliating loss to the Chicago Bulls. No rest for the wicked as the Suns will get right back at it tonight against the New Orleans Pelicans, a team that also is coming off a game last night. They beat the Kings. And the thing to keep in mind about the Pelicans, they're not actively trying to lose games. They're not very good, but they don't have their pick this year, so there's no incentive for them to lose. So when Zion Williamson played last night, played well. They've got some pieces there they can use. Before we talk about these contracts for the Suns, two things. One, Royce O'Neal is going to be a game time decision for tonight's game against the Pelicans. That's one. He was on the list with a questionable for tonight. Dwayne Rankin asked Jordan Ott about possible disciplinary action regarding Dillon Brooks. He declined to comment politely, saying that the Phoenix Suns are sticking to their statement about Dillon Brooks.
Yeah, because you got to let the legal process play out, and that's why no statement from Dillon Brooks. So I can make a statement. Are you admitting guilt? If you came out and said, I'm sorry for what I did, you're almost admitting guilt. So I don't think you're going to see that. So I don't think you're going to see any statement. They have to let the legal process play out. That's the right thing to do, and that's what the Suns are going to do. They'll let the legal process take in. They got to see what happens with the result of the blood test. Again, he was released, but again, I think you're not going to see any statements until they get some more information.
The only thing the Suns have said comes from Stacey Mitch, Phoenix Suns Senior VP of Communications, quote, "We are aware of the situation involving Dillon Brooks, and we are gathering more information. We have no further comment at this time." So that's kind of the latest with what's going on with this team as they're getting ready to take on the Pelicans tonight. And hopefully I would expect them to play a lot harder than they did last night. You found a story about some of the worst contracts in the NBA. And it shouldn't really surprise anybody, even with the team success that they're having, that 2 of the potential worst contracts in the NBA are on the Phoenix Suns. One's Devin, and the other is Jalen. Which one do you want to start with?
I think we'll start. Let's just start with Jalen, because I think that's the one people are going to be like, okay, I get it. He's owed $72 million on the next 2 years, and then there's a player option for 27, 28. So he's owed $72 million. And they go on to say he's only played 13 games this season, but he's been the most inefficient player in the NBA by a mile in that time. It says the gap between him and the number 2, Keegan Murray, is bigger than the gap between Murray and number 19, Jordan Poole. Now, Phoenix is stuck. If things continue on their current course, Green will, or at least should be, a very highly paid fourth guard. If Green manages to turn it around next season, though, he has a 2027-28 player option. So this is 25. This is 25-26. Next year's 26-27. So he's under contract for next year, and then the 27-28 is a player option, which if he's not playing well, he'll pick it up, and if he's playing well, he won't.
He'll pick it up in a New York minute if he's not playing
He's not playing well, right?
Yeah, I mean, they ranked the 15 worst contracts in the NBA. They had Devin Booker 14th. They had Jalen Green 13th. So understand when we say this, they're kind of at the bottom of the list, but they're still on the list. Yeah, this is the one. Look, if you're going to ask me, this is the one I'm way more concerned about than Devin Booker. If for no other reason, we've got a long history with Devin Booker. We know his strengths, we know his flaws, we know what he's on. I'm not saying he's going to get better, or I'm not saying that I'm not concerned about the season Devin Booker has had, but Devin Booker has built up a lot of equity with all of us, and I think we're way more forgiving when it comes to him and that contract. Jalen Green, I don't know Jalen Green. You know, like I know him from his time at Houston. But in terms of what he's going to be able to do for my team to make my team better, I don't know. I've got no shared history with him, so I'm worried about this contract. I'm worried that next year when he gets the full reset, you know, this season's probably lost, and he gets the full reset. Man, he's got to come out of the gate strong, and he's got to show us all exactly who he's going to be. Because if he doesn't, it's going to look really, really bad, that contract, if he doesn't fix his game and reset his game this offseason.
I still think the most important thing about the trade was getting off of Durant, just getting rid of Durant, his attitude, the negativity that surrounded him. I still think that was the most important factor. What you've gotten out of Dylan Brooks has been tremendous. Like, he's really helped this team a whole lot with leadership and fitting in. And Jalen Green hasn't given you anything, but I'm not ready to discard Jalen Green. I think it's just a lost year, as I've said many times. I put him on the bench right now. I don't think he can really help the team this year. I just don't see it. He just, like, there's occasional glimpses, play here and there. You're like, oh, that's great. But overall, he just hasn't played well. He had a terrible game last night. The majority of his games have not been good. But I'm not ready to discard him. Let's see what he can do next year.
I'm not ready to either, but it puts an extreme amount of pressure on him to start next season to get off to a good start.
All right, Devin Booker. Ranking the 15 worst contracts in the NBA, Devin Booker comes in at number 14. Total owed $251 million over the next 4 years. Here's what they say that took me by surprise a little bit. For Booker specifically, there are already signs of decline. The last 2 seasons have been 2 of his 3 worst three-point shooting seasons. His mid-range numbers are slightly down as well, and he's never really gotten to the rim all that much for a scorer of his stature. He's turning 30 right around the beginning of next season. He's a fine but unspectacular defender and playmaker. It says, as of right now, Booker is set to be the 3rd highest paid player in the NBA for the 2029-30 season when he'll be 33. That will change, but that's what it is right now. They're pointing to a decline in Book's play. Now, Book came into this league in 2015, so he's been playing for 10 years. Keeps really good. He takes good care of his body, practices hard, wants to be great. We've noticed a decline. It hasn't been tremendous, mainly the three-point shot. We've really noticed that he just doesn't shoot the three the way he used to. And that's been something that's haunted him for the last 2 years. I don't know that I'd be ready to say he's on a decline overall as a player, but it does alarm me a little bit, like the ability not to take over the game last night. I was adamant about that. I thought he should have taken that game over and just willed his team to victory, and he wasn't able to do it.
Yeah, I don't feel as strongly about that as you do, but I understand where you're coming from on that. The decline thing is, I think that one is isolated with his three-point shot. I mean, I think it's really easy to look at those numbers and say, what's wrong with Devin Booker? Why is he not shooting the three ball? He's never been like the most elite three-point shooter anyway, if we're being honest about it. I mean, it's not like it's been a better part of his game, but it's never been I think the defining part of his game. I think we thought he was going to be that guy coming out of college. I just think overall his ability to score almost at will is, from the mid-range, from wherever, is the defining skill of Devin Booker. And I will say this has been a down year for that, just like it's been a down year for his three-point shooting. I still think everything else he brings to the team, I don't know if it's worth that much money, but I also know the Suns didn't hesitate for a second to give it to him. I mean, there was no pause last year.
Matt Ishbia was never any talk about trade. There was a lot of people that, if you remember in the offseason when they were dismantling the team, nobody thought that they would be this good, right? I mean, there was some people, I thought they'd be better, but I didn't think they'd be on pace to win as many games as they have. a lot of people were like, just tear the whole thing down. Trade Book.
Yeah.
Like, you can get the most for him. Like, the time to trade Book would have been last year because you would have gotten sky-high value. I think as these years go on, that value is going to change quite a bit. You're not going to be able to get as much. But, again, they have no desire to trade him. They want to keep him. He's the face of the franchise.
No doubt. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, free agency begins the next time Gambo and I are on the air on Monday. What is that going to look like? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Cardinals informing Kyler Murray, you're going to be released. But look, there's a relief, too. There's a relief that this is all over, that this situation doesn't hang over the organization, that all the short jokes and work ethic jokes and homework clause jokes, they don't melt away. They become part of Arizona sports history, but it's not Arizona's problem anymore.
No. Off we go. It's the seminal day in Cardinal football history.
Yes.
The day you kind of knew it was coming.
The day you cut ties with the only #1 overall draft pick you've ever had.
Wow.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here to tell you about Global Credit Union. I'm a member of Global Credit Union, and I'm starting to find out I should be even more of a member of Global Credit Union. And I'm starting that process as we speak because I found out about Global Credit Union. I became a member through my car loan, right? Then I found out from Global Credit Union that when it comes to banking services, when it comes to checking accounts and savings accounts and loans, they do it so much better than everybody else that I shouldn't just be with Global because of my car loan, that I should checking accounts and savings accounts because they're better rates. There are fewer fees, and there is a real, and this is something I've really learned from Global, a real commitment to your money staying in your pockets when you have your accounts at Global Credit Union. They are obsessive about it. That's why you should be moving over to Global Credit Union. Joining is simple. You can sign up online by going to globalcu.org or stop by any of their 9 Phoenix area branches to experience it for yourself. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
There's nothing like it. The rush when the band plays, the roar when the Sun Devils take the court, the energy that shakes the building and pulls you to your feet. This is Sun Devil men's basketball, where every night brings the sound of something electric, something unpredictable, something you have to feel to believe. From the first tip to the final buzzer, Sun Devil Hoops is where passion lives. Be a part of it. Bring the noise, and let's light up Desert Financial Arena together. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Got a busy night tonight of sports to watch on this Friday. You've got the Pelicans taking on the Suns. That game starts at 7 o'clock. You'll hear it here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. You've got the USA baseball team in the World Baseball Classic. They're taking on Brazil. That game starts at 6. And then you've got the ASU women's basketball team.
They're losing. Just looked.
Did you just look? I'm looking right now to see.
Down.
43-34 with about 4.5 minutes to go in the third quarter.
Come on, ASU.
Yeah, now, are they in? Do they need this win tonight to get in? Most people think they're right there.
They're right there.
But if there's a couple upsets in some conference championship games and a few bid thieves out there, maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know.
I don't know.
A lot of it depends. Weren't there two? When we were interviewing Molly Miller, you mentioned a couple of conferences.
Okay, I can tell you what they are. I got my notes. I didn't throw my notes away. I got them right here.
If there's an upset, there could be some bid thieves.
Princeton.
Okay.
And Rhode Island. If they could win the conference tournaments, they would not be on the bubble. So Princeton's the Ivy League. Rhode Island is, I don't know. But if they win their conference tournaments, they would not be on the bubble, and that would help ASU.
I don't know what conference. There have been so many conference moves the last decade. I can't remember anymore.
They are in the Atlantic 10. I should have realized that. They're in the Atlantic 10.
Okay. Yeah.
So if they could win the Atlantic 10, then that would help ASU. So, part of that, there's a lot of teams on the bubble, but if some of those conference tournaments go to these teams, it would help.
Okay. Suns basketball tonight, ASU women's basketball on tonight, World Baseball Classic on tonight. Lots to watch tonight. And then on Monday, now we'll be live out at Salt River Fields as the Diamondbacks, I believe, are taking on the Mariners on Monday, and we'll be there doing the show live. But, of course, with all the, we'll have Suns talk based off of the two games they've got this weekend. They've got New Orleans tonight. They've got Charlotte at home on Sunday, and then they go on a big road trip. We'll have that on Monday. We'll have whatever comes out of the Diamondbacks on Monday for when we're there. But starting at 9 a.m. on Monday morning, they call it legal tampering, which is the silliest thing in the world to call it because it's legal. Why are you tampering if you're allowed to do it? It doesn't make any sense.
I know. It doesn't make any sense.
It's the moment when you are officially on the record allowed to begin negotiating with agents. And as we all know, a lot of time deals are struck almost immediately, right? Which kind of suggests there's been some back channel conversations going on, which of course that's going on. But starting at 9 a.m., we could, in theory, by the time we start our show Monday at straight up 2 o'clock,
know who the quarterback is.
Could
know who the quarterback is.
We could know who the quarterback is. The Cardinals have agreed to terms in principle with hypothetically Malik Willis or hypothetically Jimmy G or whatever. We could find out about an offensive lineman. We could find out about a running back if they're going to go dipping into that pool. I would imagine over this weekend, there are going to be a lot more roster moves by the Cardinals to get even more cap space than they already have. It's a really fluid deal, and Monday is going to be a big day, Gambo.
How would you feel if on Monday we're talking about Malik Willis going to another team? Does it put a damper on the whole day?
I'd be disappointed.
Okay, me too.
I'd be disappointed.
I think it puts a damper on the day.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that they'll get a guy. They'll get a guy. But I think there's a lot of people out. And we went over this the other day and it was fascinating. The list of guys that are in the same situation as Malik Willis has not panned out very well.
No.
It's actually been really bad. Guys that didn't have much, didn't have a big sample size, 5, 6, 7 games, 8 games, and then they got their first big contract. It didn't bode very well. There were guys like Jimmy Garoppolo, Kevin Cobb. You remember any of the others?
Brock Osweiler.
Right? It was like 7 or 8 starts, and he got the contract.
I read another story that brought up a name I'd forgotten all about. Remember Matt Flynn?
Oh, of course.
They got the money with from the Packers. They got paid from the Seahawks.
Seahawks paid him.
And they drafted Russell Wilson.
Right away.
And they're like, oh, never mind.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, Whoops. Matt Flynn.
Paid the wrong dude.
I totally remember. He was the Packers, and he was like their backup, and then he went to Seattle, and then they got Russell Wilson.
Yeah, so it happens. Kurt Warner, and I mentioned this a couple nights ago on What's On Tonight. You know his study ball series that he does on YouTube?
Yeah, of course.
We pulled a couple of cuts off of it, and we thank Kurt for letting us use them. Malik Willis, Kurt's study, well, I'll just let him tell you.
You tell me, who is Malik Willis? How much are you willing to pay him? How much are you willing to commit to him to be your starting quarterback? There is some really high-level stuff on the tape. There were some big-time second-level throws, starter-level throws on this tape, without a doubt. There's some other things that leave me scratching my head a little bit or asking questions, wondering why. Why did you miss this particular read? Why did you miss this particular throw? Where are you in your process? Where are you in terms of your growth to be a starter? Those are all things that I've got to ask as a general manager, as a team, as a staff, when deciding if Malik Willis is our guy.
Here's one more.
This is a tough evaluation for me because I don't know exactly who he is. Didn't get the ability to be in the building every day and watch him every day in practice. I haven't had the opportunity to sit down and talk to him and get a sense of who he is. So I'm simply going off of the tape over the last couple years. Stuff to get people excited, stuff for me to leave you questioning and wondering what exactly I'm getting. So I can't wait to see how this plays out and who decides to invest what in Malik Willis.
But when you ask that question about whether I'd be disappointed or not, I'd only be disappointed because I still think Malik Willis represents the highest potential upside of any option that's out there. And that's really all it is.
It could be a total colossal failure, like Brock Osweiler and
it could be.
Kevin Cobb.
Yeah.
It could be.
It could be. And I think even if they do sign him on Monday or Tuesday or whenever of next week, we need to prepare ourselves that it could be a colossal failure.
You know what all the other guys are? They're like, you go to a restaurant and it's just okay. Like you have guys, it's okay.
It's meh.
It's all right. It's like he's a new restaurant. It might be really good, and it might be. I don't know. Yep. I don't know. It might be really. Maybe the food's fantastic.
Yep.
But everybody else, every other player you put in that category is like you're going to a restaurant that it's close by. It's convenient. Why are you going here? It's close by and it's convenient, and I just want to get home.
Yeah.
But I don't love it, so I'll find something to eat.
Yeah. But I will be disappointed. But not like angry, just disappointed. There's tremendous risk with him. But is offensive line, running back. Yeah. I mean, like all the doors open on Monday.
Somebody reminded me where the Malik Willis to the Colts stuff came out. It was McAfee's show.
Oh, yeah?
McAfee's show. Colts, Malik Willis. I don't remember what it was. I think I might have bookmarked it and then forgot to put it in my email or whatever. But it was there where the Colts were mentioned for Kyler Murray.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Did I say Malik Willis?
You did.
I meant Kyler Murray.
Oh, okay. Well,
I think.
Well, you figure it out, man. We got about 60 seconds.
Is
it Kyler? Okay.
Kyler with the Colts. Like, what the hell? I don't have a lot of
Thank
time
God we got 1 minute left.
I know, seriously. Yeah. It's just like yesterday. I find that I'm looking at that clock on the wall and I'm like, tick, 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 tick,
tick. Yeah, Kyler
tick,
to the
tick.